An unfamiliar world, the enigmatic dark parchment. As consciousness returned, Song Jun was met with a pervasive ache, his body devoid of strength. Ingyu. The name escaped his lips, a sudden jolt of realization. Fragments of his recent ordeal flooded his mind. The crushing weight of a foot upon his person, the brutal assault. His vision gradually sharpened, revealing several figures clad in white, their hushed voices carrying indistinctly. Beyond them, medical equipment stood in silent testament to his location. A hospital ward. "Doctor, how of my brother?" A young man, seemingly a student, inquired with palpable concern. Approximately 22 years of age, standing at a height of 178 centimeters, his build was sturdy, his face square and earnest. He clutched the doctor's hand, his anxiety evident. The patient's nervous system has sustained considerable damage, proving difficult to mend. His muscles are gradually atrophying within 6 months. He will likely lose all mobility. The doctor shook his head with regret, gently disengaging Zhao Bao's grip and offering a modicum of solace. The patient is well enough to be discharged upon awakening. His physical wounds are not life-threatening at this juncture. How can this be? How can this be? Zhao Bao vehemently shook his head, unwilling to accept the grim prognosis that his brother would be rendered immobile within half a year. Zhao Bao startled. Zhao Bao turned to find Song Jun's eyes opened. A middle-aged man spoke in a boisterous manner. He recalled the momentous event that had captivated the world 9 years prior. The alignment of the 8 planets and the sun, forming the 9 planets alignment phenomenon. During that time, the Earth's magnetic field malfunctioned, causing a complete failure of all communication systems. That day, the Earth was plunged into darkness, leading to countless accidents and a series of disasters in various regions. Even in recent years, calamities have been occurring frequently. The two men spoke carelessly, paying no attention to the patient in the hospital room. "Could you please lower your voices?" Zhao Bao said, his face displeased upon seeing the 2 men who had been sent by Song Jun's family and had arrived a day earlier. "Lower our voices?" One of the middle-aged men said, taken aback. He leaned his head forward inquisitively, then turned his gaze towards Song Jun, his tone laced with surprise as he exclaimed, "Young Master Song, you're actually awake?" Upon witnessing this, the other man patted his companion on the shoulder and chuckled. "What are you saying? Young Master Song is even more resilient than a cockroach. Get out of here." Zhao Bao's face darkened instantly as he watched the 2 men exchange smiles. The 2 men ceased their laughter and approached Zhao Bao, casting a dismissive glance at him before stating, "Who do you think you are? Our young master is a member of the Song family, and it is only right that he is taken care of by our family. What right do you, an outsider, have to interfere?" The other man added, "Young Master Song may be a cripple now, but he still falls under the jurisdiction of our Song family. You, an outsider, should mind your own business." "You!" Zhao Bao exclaimed, his anger reaching a boiling point as he clenched his fists, ready to strike the 2 men. Just then, Song Jun suddenly spoke, stopping Zhao Bao in his tracks. His face remained expressionless as he stated, "I'd like to go outside for some peace and quiet." He stood atop a ruin, the elevated position affording him a view of countless, closely packed skyscrapers that had collapsed around him. The ground was fissured, the depths of the cracks indiscernible. Vehicles and other structures lay in ruin, wisps of black smoke rising languidly. Panic-stricken throngs were everywhere, their cries of anguish attesting to the casualties suffered. A sudden recollection of his departure from the hospital prompted him to turn, his gaze settling upon the 40-story building. Severed at its midpoint, collapsed upon the earth. The scene further afield caused Song Jun's body to stiffen, his inner world thrown into tumultuous disarray. A profound, unparalleled sense of awe gripped his heart. His eyes swept the horizon, alighting upon a mountain that had seemingly materialized from nowhere several miles away. He could have sworn that no such landform had existed there before. Could it be? The thought was almost too much to bear. The mountain, as far as his eyes could see, stretched endlessly, its towering form reaching 10,000 feet into the sky, eclipsing the sun. The peak, soaring beyond 1,000 fathoms, resembled a celestial sword piercing the firmament, its ascent unrelentingly steep. Obscuring the mountain's upper reaches was a dense fog, which occasionally billowed and swirled, accompanied by thunderous roars that assaulted the ears. This was the continent that had descended upon him from the heavens before his unconsciousness, now standing in the distance, profoundly shaking his soul. To the west, a massive azure sun hung in the sky. Song Jun's heart stirred as he noted the turbulent, cerulean mist surging along the horizon, crystalline and radiant, seething with ethereal energy. Beams of light, like cascading torrents, emanated a brilliant and intense glow. Enshrouded in a dense miasma, the cerulean sun languished, its form indistinct yet punctuated by intermittent flashes of lightning. Though distant, these azure emanations were strikingly brilliant. As dusk descended, a time when the vermilion hues of sunset would typically reign, the firmament was instead besieged by an oppressive cerulean fog. This dense haze, imbued with an incandescent azure radiance, permeated the atmosphere, tainting the twilight with an unsettling iridescence. Eerie, utterly eerie, this spectacle was unprecedented for Songjin. And as he beheld the surging cerulean mist rising from the distant horizon, along with the colossal continent, a chilling sensation detonated within his core. As darkness deepened, the last vestiges of the azure sun vanished. The world seemed to drift in a nebulous haze when a sudden, resounding boom echoed. Abruptly, the encroaching darkness was banished, replaced by an otherworldly, haunting blue luminescence. The source of this spectral glow emanated from the continent, leagues away. A portent. What has befallen the heavens? Cries of alarm arose from the populace, as countless eyes turned skyward, filled with dread at the cerulean world. A palpable weight seemed to bear down on every soul. Stifling breath. Women and children wept openly, terror-stricken by the sight, while even the men trembled in their boots. The world is changing. Observing the apocalyptic scene and the inexplicable phenomena, Songjin felt a profound chill, his expression vacant. Only the distant continent radiated its spectral cerulean light, as if it were the epicenter of the world, ceaselessly spewing forth its infinite effulgence. Wisps of nebulous, azure mist billowed outwards, cascading towards unknown realms. Amidst the ruins, Songjin gazed vacantly at his surroundings, the panicked crowd and the eerie blue mist rendering the scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. He was at a loss for what to do next. As he traversed the debris-laden landscape, he joined a few compassionate souls in rescuing the injured. For this place bore the hallmarks of a disaster zone, teeming with casualties. This was Uran City in Tibet, where they had come to celebrate their graduation at the shores of Lake Uran, oblivious to the calamity that awaited them. Once word of this incident spread, it would undoubtedly shock the world. Thinking of the gathering brought to mind Inyu, sending a shiver down his spine. He wondered if that group was still around. If they were, he would seize any opportunity to confront Inyu. Such a person, who had nearly taken his life, would not be so easily forgotten by Songjin. He wandered near the ruins of a hospital, his brow furrowed and his expression increasingly grave. As of now, he had yet to locate Zhao Bo, and concern for his close friend, with whom he had shared years of camaraderie, weighed heavily on his heart. In the distance, flames flickered, indicating movement within the crowd. Songjin turned his gaze to the source, discovering that the meteorite which had plummeted from the sky continued to burn fiercely, its size measuring over 10 meters. With flames erupting from its surface, confusion stirred within him. Not only did this massive meteorite pose a threat, but the continent several miles away could have torn the earth asunder, yet that was not the case. Hastening towards the gathering, he noticed numerous injured individuals sprawled across the open ground, evidently rescued by the collective effort of the crowd. He rushed forward, hoping to find Zhao Bo among them, praying for his safety. However, as dread filled his heart, he realized he had yet to spot Zhao Bo. As he gazed around in bewilderment, he noticed two familiar figures. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the same individuals his family had dispatched to the hospital. The two men stood composed on the open ground, observing the rescue efforts in the distance with placid expressions. His gaze shifted, and elation washed over Songjin's face as he exclaimed, "Zhao Bo." Zhao Bo, who was assisting an injured person, started and looked up to see Songjin, his face lighting up with joy. He carefully settled the injured individual before rushing over to Songjin. "Brother," Zhao Bo exclaimed, embracing Songjin tightly. After a moment, he released him, his eyes scanning Songjin's body, anxious about potential injuries. "Where did you disappear to? I immediately came out to search for you after the incident, but I couldn't find you anywhere." Seeing the concern in Zhao Bo's eyes, a sense of warmth arose in Songjin's heart. Just then, two men approached from a distance. Zhao Bo's face darkened as he remarked, "These two are scum." Songjin calmly observed the approaching men, a sense of aversion welling up within him. "Waste. I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me?" The man's voice was harsh, no longer bothering to restrain himself as he had before. "Who authorized you to come and pick me up?" Songjin inquired, voicing his inner doubts. He knew his parents were en route. If the family was sending people, surely there would be more than just these two. Unbeknownst to him, the two men had already reported his incapacitation for the next 6 months back at the hospital. But now, this good-for-nothing was questioning them, acting as if things were the same as before. Did a useless person like him really expect them to fawn over him as they once did? Did he even have the right? Bastard, he sneered. Even if you are Song Qingchu's son, you are now a discarded wretch, of no utility to the family. A useless burden, bringing shame upon your parents. Now you dare to presume we should respect you? To hell with that notion. Another individual watched with morbid fascination, eager to witness the spectacle of the former young master of the Song family reduced to groveling and barking like a dog. What if I refuse to comply? Song Jun inquired, his voice calm, but his eyes growing colder. Refuse? Then you shall become a lifeless cur. Wang Tao retorted, his eyes narrowing as he exchanged a glance with his companion before advancing towards Song Jun. Both men were burly, nearly 6 feet tall, and possessed considerable physical prowess, their muscles bulging with exertion. You go first, I'll handle them, Zhao Bo declared, clenching his fists and stepping in front of Song Jun, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching duo. Brother, let me assist, Song Jun countered, shaking his head and stepping forward, much to Zhao Bo's surprise. At that moment, Wang Tao smirked, his muscles tensing as he launched his fists towards Song Jun's face, showing no restraint. A muffled thud echoed as Zhao Bo's eyes widened. He saw Wang Tao's massive fist caught firmly in Song Jun's grip, frozen in midair. You! Wang Tao exclaimed in shock, his expression shifting instantly. The next moment, his face turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. A cracking sound reverberated as Song Jun twisted his hands, contorting Wang Tao's arm in midair, the sound of fracturing bone filling the air. Observing the unfolding situation, another individual's countenance underwent a dramatic shift, betraying astonishment. When had the ostensibly inept young master become so formidable? As he contemplated retreat, Song Jun delivered a swift and forceful kick, instantly eliciting a suppressed groan as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Zhao Bo arrived, unleashing a barrage of vindictive kicks. He had not forgotten the prior insolence of these two, their incessant labeling of his brother as a good-for-nothing. Compassion was far from his mind, in his estimation. They were merely reaping the consequences of their own actions. Chapter 3. A world apart. Ironic detachment in the latter hours of the night, several leagues distant. The continent radiated with increasing brilliance, an effulgent azure light accompanied by surging mists of the same hue. Song Jun and Zhao Bo stood on high ground, silently observing this landmass, each lost in contemplation. Their thoughts drifted to various occurrences, including the celestial alignment of 9 planets that had transpired 9 years prior, followed by a series of inexplicable events. However, a powerful force had subsequently suppressed any public knowledge of these matters. Is this extraterrestrial technology? Zhao Bo inquired after a prolonged silence, his tone tinged with jest. Yet, neither of them found any humor in the situation. The sheer magnitude of the continent defied comprehension. Its boundaries were imperceptible, and its peaks soared to heights exceeding 1,000 fathoms, piercing the cloud canopy. Periodically, ethereal blue mists emanated in all directions, as if poised to envelop the entire world. Observing the cerulean haze permeating the atmosphere, Song Jun's gaze took on an unusual quality. He sensed subtle tendrils of the mist penetrating his skin, dissolving into his very flesh. The source of this phenomenon appeared to be the dark parchment residing within his mind. Whenever the parchment emitted a dark glimmer, the blue mist would invariably seek him out. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, he harbored concerns for his parents. Communication lines were entirely disabled in this place, leaving him uncertain whether the outside world was aware of their predicament and how his parents were faring. It was indeed them. Just then, Zhao Bo spoke up abruptly. Song Jun turned his gaze and noticed a large group of people emerging from behind a distant building. He recognized them all as his classmates. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. There were several figures whom he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards, one of whom was Ingyu. He understood what had transpired that night. And Ingyu had even said that Shun Qinhua wanted him dead. Shun Qinhua was his girlfriend during his university years, although they had now broken up. Some classmates rushed over, voicing their concern. Song Jun, we know about what happened to you, but don't worry, we'll all help you figure out a solution. At that moment, a male classmate approached, his complexion slightly dark, wearing spectacles. He patted Song Jun on the shoulder. Thank you for your concern, class monitor. Song Jun replied with a faint smile. When he was lying in the hospital, Xiaobo had told him that only a few people had come to visit him, while the rest were currying favor with Yingyu. Now, class monitor Zhou Yi's mention of it seemed somewhat disingenuous. There were a few individuals who had not distanced themselves due to Song Jun's illness. These were precisely the ones who had visited him before, and they all came to stand behind him, nodding slightly. To wake up from such severe injuries, I imagine the muscular atrophy can be cured as well. A voice came from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw Yingyu with a faint smile playing on his lips. Anyone who didn't know better would have mistaken it for comfort. However, no one noticed the hint of coldness in Yingyu's eyes. Why hasn't this piece of trash died yet? This was the thought echoing in Yingyu's mind at that moment. Yingyu and Song Jun had been at odds during their university years, a fact that was well known. Envy gnawed at Wenyu's core, especially since the latter had captivated the heart of the campus belle, and their families were also rivals. Wenyu, silence yourself. Zhao Bo erupted, sensing Wenyu's deliberate insinuation. His towering frame exuding an intimidating aura. Zhao Bo, what is the meaning of this? A female student exclaimed. Her cascading hair, slender figure, and delicate features marked her as a beauty. She approached, retorting, is Wenyu concerned about Song Jun's condition? It's akin to casting pearls before swine. Zhang Xiaoli sidled up to Wenyu, whispering, a cripple who lost his mobility within half a year aspires to recover? It's nothing more than a pipe dream. Indeed. Wenyu, why waste your breath on such a person? Rumor has it that the Song family is prepared to abandon him. A good-for-nothing is no match for Wenyu. In my estimation, the goddess Xinxunyue and Wenyu are a match made in heaven. Several individuals rallied behind Wenyu, casting disdainful glances at Song Jun, their tongues unrestrained. Now that Song Jun was a mere shell, they saw no value in currying favor with him. Their objective was to cultivate a rapport with Wenyu, paving the way for a more prosperous future. As classmates, there's no need for such disparaging remarks. Class monitor Zhou Yi interjected, attempting to mediate. Others in the crowd, sensing the shift in atmosphere, stepped forward to offer conciliatory words. A pack of opportunistic sycophants, Zhao Bo muttered. His face contorted with disgust as he observed the throng fawning over Wenyu. The night stretched on, heavy with apprehension. The distant continent, aglow with an eerie blue light, cast an unsettling pall over everyone's spirits. As a tendril of dawn breached the night, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the people. How exquisite! Their gazes converged eastward, where a hint of pearly luminescence heralded the ascent of a nascent sun, a radiant orb akin to being forged from molten gold. The distant horizon shimmered with ethereal hues, bands of iridescent clouds, crystalline and translucent, effervescing with fervent intensity. Observe, are those individuals heading towards that towering peak? Zhang Xiaoli voiced, prompting the assembly to behold a substantial contingent, numbering approximately 700 to 800, advancing towards the mountain that had emitted a cerulean glow the preceding night. Shall we also venture forth? Someone tentatively proposed. Their initial intention had been to promptly depart the vicinity upon daybreak, given its unsettling aura. However, their inquisitiveness regarding the unknown began to stir. We shall accompany the procession, and should we detect any anomalies, we shall immediately withdraw. Zhou Yi adjusted his spectacles, his gaze likewise fixed upon the distant eminence. Curious, have you discerned the unusually invigorating quality of the atmosphere here? A voice remarked. The throng paused, indeed detecting an anomaly. The air possessed an exceptionally fragrant scent, dispelling the weariness of the night and prompting mutual glances of astonishment. With the sun's ascent, the onlookers were once again captivated by a breathtaking spectacle. The mountain, suffused with cerulean radiance, bathed in the morning's embrace, resembling agate and pearls. Adorned with the auroral glow, the mountain appeared to cascade with liquid light, crystalline and effulgent. Iridescent hues shimmered, erupting and swirling within the dense mist, accompanied by auspicious clouds. This is a sacred mountain. An exclamation arose from within the multitude, as all recognized the extraordinary nature of the newly emerged land, its slopes adorned with propitious clouds, undeniably remarkable. With a resounding chorus, the masses, including Song Jun and his cohort, surged forth towards the sacred mountain. Chapter 4. A Foreign World. The azure lotus insignia, a mountain of immeasurable height, pierced the celestial canopy. Its precipices bathed in auspicious light that erupted from the swirling mists, effervescent and crystalline. A dense fog perpetually enshrouded the mountain, and at its base, a multitude stirred, the vanguard from Olin City. Observing the throng ahead, Song Jun and his companions maintained a measured pace, for the paths leading to the mountain were few, mere secluded trails. Soon, they approached the mountain paths. As they ventured within, a palpable aura of mist enveloped them, akin to a delicate veil. The air was humid, permeated by a cerulean mist, far denser than that observed from afar, yet remarkably, it did not obstruct their vision. "What is it?" Xiaobo queried, his voice cutting through the air as he noticed Song Jun's abrupt halt. Song Jun's brow furrowed, yet he offered no explanation, resuming his advance. Inwardly, however, he was in turmoil, the ebony parchment within his mind stirring once more, its sable light pulsating urgently. He could distinctly perceive the cerulean mist caressing his skin, insinuating itself beneath the surface. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the forefront of the crowd, as if a novel discovery had been made. "Heavens, is this the celestial gate?" a voice exclaimed, prompting a surge of eager footsteps towards the ascent. Shortly thereafter, Song Jun and his party arrived, their countenances mirroring the astonishment of those before them. Their lips parted in silent awe. A mere 100 meters ahead, ancient trees towered to heights exceeding 1,000 meters, their forms both venerable and robust. Beyond the ancient tree, a precipice cleaved the clouds, flanking both sides of a grand avenue veiled in a dense, impenetrable mist. "Good heavens, what manner of tree is this?" exclaimed Xiaobo, his voice a drawn-out whisper, his eyes wide with awe. His astonishment was mirrored in the faces of the assembled throng, each member visibly shaken by the spectacle. Presently, the crowd dispersed, each individual eager to unravel the mysteries of this celestial mountain that had seemingly descended from the heavens. "Shall we venture down this avenue?" someone proposed. A suggestion met with immediate and unanimous approval. "Perhaps that is unwise," cautioned a girl with neatly cut bangs named Luo Xiao, her voice timid as she stood behind Song Jun and his companions, her gaze fixed on the swirling azure mist that emanated from the avenue. "Indeed, the inept tend to congregate," remarked Zhang Xiaoli with a dismissive glance, her tone indifferent. "What was that you said?" Xiaobo retorted, his anger flaring as he took a threatening step forward, causing Zhang Xiaoli to recoil with a startled cry, seeking refuge behind Yu and the others. He harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Zhang Xiaoli, who had once been all smiles and greetings before Song Jun's misfortune, but now displayed a blatant opportunism. "Everyone, we are all classmates. You are aware that she did not intend to offend," Zhou Yi interjected, stepping forward to restrain Xiaobo. Other students echoed his sentiment, suggesting that Xiaobo was being overly sensitive. Xiaobo, Song Jun, and the others approached, pulling him back. He realized that out of the class of 35, 30 students now stood aligned with Yu, leaving only Luo Xiao and 2 other male students by his side. Since his fall from grace, those who had once been close to him had distanced themselves. Such, perhaps, was the nature of human sentiment. Yu cast a faint smile at Song Jun, then shifted his gaze, a chill rising within him as he wondered why that good-for-nothing Song Jun hadn't yet perished. What a waste, he inwardly cursed. The individuals who had conspired with him to murder Song Jun that night were from his own Wen family. Had he known, he would have personally ended the latter's life then and there. The group arrived at the grand path within the stone wall, and beholding the azure mist ahead, they ultimately stepped forward. "Luo Xiao, stay behind me," Song Jun said, noticing the timid Luo Xiao beside him. Luo Xiao was a delicate girl, kind-hearted but easily frightened. With a word of gratitude, Luo Xiao hastily moved behind him. "As if being behind you makes any difference, you're still a good-for-nothing," Zhang Xiaoli sneered, raising her chin at the sight. Zhang Xiaoli's words elicited chuckles from some, causing Zhao Bo and the others to wear unsightly expressions. However, Song Jun remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the azure mist before him. The black paper in his mind pulsed with intense light, and he faintly sensed a soul-stirring aura. He had asked Luo Xiao to stay behind him as a precaution. Among the group, only Zhao Bo seemed to suspect his extraordinary abilities, while the others likely still perceived him as a cripple who had lost his mobility half a year ago. Zhao Bo refrained from asking about his condition, for among brothers, sometimes a mere glance suffices. "Everyone, stay close," Yu announced, and the crowd promptly gathered around him, as if worshipping the moon amidst a constellation. In contrast, Song Jun's group consisted of only 5 individuals. "Heh," Yu chuckled softly, his eyes drifting towards them, reveling in the sensation, especially toward his old rival who had been suppressing him for 4 years during university. Steadily, the assembly ventured onto the thoroughfare, their vision limited to a few meters ahead. The cerulean mist was profound and resplendent, instantly invigorating the throng. leading them to believe it possessed unique, restorative properties. "What is that?" Zhou-yi, the vanguard, suddenly exclaimed. The multitude's gaze followed, their hearts stirred. Within the azure depths, a simian silhouette loomed, towering 70 or 80 meters, akin to a titan. However, the dense, crystalline mist obscured their vision. A thunderous tremor reverberated through the ground, causing the stone walls piercing the cloud peaks to quake, dislodging massive boulders. "I must hasten," Songjin declared urgently, abandoning Xiaobo and the others, and sprinting away. Xiaobo and his companions were alarmed, remaining fixed in place, awaiting his return. Observing this spectacle, Zhou-yi and his cohort smirked with disdain. Such is the folly of women, the inept remained so. Zhang Shaoli sneered, then hastily followed Yu and the others, distancing herself from the area. Awu, a gallant wolf pup, its coat of fur exceptionally supple, shimmered with a verdant light. Noticing the approaching figures, it bared its sharp fangs, betraying a hint of ferocity. "I come to rescue you," Songjin proclaimed. At that moment, the azure mist surrounding him surged, emitting a brilliant, intense cerulean glow. From afar, Zhao Bo and the others witnessed Songjin enveloped in a cloud of blue mist. As they attempted to intervene, a peculiar gust of wind erupted from the mist's depths, forcibly pushing them away. At that moment, however, Songjin was utterly astounded, rendered immobile. The small wolf before him was suddenly enveloped in azure flames, and the void manifested a dense array of cerulean runes, which emitted beams of blue light that transformed into the fiery blaze. "Awu!" The small wolf writhed frantically, its fur aglow with verdant light, merging intensely with the azure flames. Yet, the verdant light emanating from the wolf diminished as the cerulean flames grew increasingly fervent. The surrounding blue mist, as if stimulated by the runes, transmuted entirely into azure flames. This spectacle caused Songjin's eyes to constrict as the flames surged toward him, the terrifying heat threatening to incinerate him. This is the end, such thought arose in Songjin's mind. However, as the azure flames engulfed Songjin, a burst of ebony light erupted from within his body. Subsequently, Songjin beheld with astonishment as the black page in his mind radiated with intense brilliance, revealing an azure lotus motif within it. Sizzle! In the void, the azure flames and ebony light coalesced, visibly causing the flames to recede rapidly, even dimming the radiance of the runes in the air. The cyan wolf collapsed to the ground, its fur smoldering, with lingering azure flames still burning upon it. Songjin noticed that the wolf's gaze held a human-like plea. Rumble. At that moment, from the depths of the great path, where the blue mist surged, colossal figures stirred, causing the ground to quake. The runes in the void multiplied, and the azure flames burned more intensely. The massive, 100-meter-tall figure in the depths of the great path was unknown to him, but it filled him with trepidation. Unable to linger, Songjin swiftly scooped up the unconscious wolf cub from the ground, his feet carrying him in a frenzied sprint away from the rear. Chapter 5. A world transformed cataclysm. The cerulean mist was dense, a tempestuous gale howled, and dislodged stones tumbled. Songjin bolted through the dense fog, his countenance etched with stark terror. Enormous boulders cascaded on either side of him. The earth trembled, and a colossal roar reverberated from behind, piercing his eardrums with excruciating pain. Abruptly, he perceived the world as if plunged into darkness, the resplendent blue mist notwithstanding. He could discern no light. He swiftly glanced behind, his heart convulsing with dread, beholding a figure of such immense scale that it dominated the heavens and the earth, eclipsing the radiance of the sun and moon. Sizzle! In that instant, the blue mist erupted, countless runes manifested, radiating brilliant light, and flames surged forth ferociously, incinerating and distorting the very fabric of space in that region. A cacophony of crackling explosions filled the air, and Songjin's heart pounded violently as he witnessed the figure being disintegrated deep within the mist, consumed by the fiery inferno into nothingness, and the heavens and earth were suddenly illuminated. Something is about to emerge, Songjin thought with trepidation. He was ignorant of the nature of those colossal phantoms of the divine giants. However, he was certain that they were incapable of breaching the barrier of the mist, as they were suppressed by the runic flames. Casting a glance at the motionless wolf cub in his arms, Songjin hesitated for a moment, before ultimately cleaving through the blue mist before him and fleeing frantically from this place, unwilling to tarry on this grand avenue. Ayah! Emerging from the avenue, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed. The scene before him instantly sent a chill down Songjin's spine. His eyes trembled, and a tremor ran through his thighs. Beneath a 1,000-meter-old tree, a multitude of wild wolves, grizzly bears, and other creatures had appeared. Their eyes glowed with a crimson light. Their forms 2 to 3 times their normal size, as they ferociously slaughtered the crowd, leaving a landscape of scattered limbs and splattered gore, a veritable inferno of carnage. His mind momentarily blank, Song Jun trembled, a desperate desire for survival surging from the depths of his being. He yearned to live. He glanced around. Zhao Bo and the others nowhere to be seen, though 2 classmates lay in pools of blood, devoured and torn apart by the pack. The 700 or 800 people were completely unhinged, wailing, their voices hoarse, as they desperately sought to evade the beasts. The sanguinary scene before him galvanized Song Jun, and he noticed a multitude of beasts surging in from the path they had taken. His face ashen, he fled towards the outside of the stone wall. His feet slipping on the gore, heedless, he fled madly, like the rest of the throng. They regretted ever coming to this divinely bestowed mountain. Roar! A wolf lunged. Nearly 2 meters tall, its claws dripping with flesh, its eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson. Song Jun's heart pounded, and despite his weakening limbs, he dodged with all his might, but a man behind him was struck squarely, his body instantly torn asunder. His eyes wide with terror, Song Jun stumbled, his body threatening to collapse, but a surge of survival propelled him forward. The black paper in his mind remained tranquil, devoid of light. But since awakening, his strength had increased 4 or 5-fold, allowing him to avert several otherwise certain deaths. What in the world is happening? Song Jun cried out inwardly, as everything that transpired slowly detached from his comprehension, assailing his sense of reason. Especially these beasts, each of them enormous and savagely abnormal, as if mutated. Meow? A lynx leapt from a 1,000-year-old tree, akin to a majestic eagle spreading its wings. Its sharp claws glinted with a chilling light as they descended upon his head. A shiver coursed through him, cold sweat dampening his collar, prompting Song Jun to leap to the right in a frenzied attempt to evade. With a sharp hiss, a spray of crimson erupted in midair, revealing a gaping wound on his left shoulder, the agony causing the veins on his temples to throb. Upon landing, the lynx found itself amidst a nearby crowd. With a powerful bound, it sent the throng sprawling, blood and flesh scattering in every direction. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Song Jun sprinted 100 meters, finally breaking free from the eye of the storm, where the beasts were few and far between. Ahead lay wild grass towering 2 to 3 meters high, shrouded in thick fog, into which he plunged. Tearing his shirt, he hastily bandaged his shoulder to staunch the bleeding, then surveyed his surroundings. Emerging from the thicket, he was astonished to behold several mountain peaks looming in the distance. Only 100 meters ahead lay a precipice, enveloped in an impenetrable fog. Just as he began to catch his breath, a thunderous roar shattered the stillness. In the next moment, the underbrush behind him was flattened as a nearly 3-meter-tall grizzly bear emerged, its gray fur stained crimson with blood and flesh. Upon spotting him, the bear lunged forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight as it charged. Song Jun's lips curled in bitterness, his complexion pale. Was he truly destined to perish? Defiance surged within him, and he summoned every ounce of strength to flee. Yet the bear, colossal and swift, lashed out with a paw that shattered the earth, knocking Song Jun to the ground, leaving him rolling in a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. The bear rose, its massive paws once again poised to strike down upon the prostrate Song Jun. Should that blow land, his body would surely be torn asunder. A fetid gust swept over him, and with no means of escape, Song Jun could only shake his head in resignation, aware that evasion was futile. At that moment, something suddenly stirred within his embrace. A roar erupted as the grizzly bear struck down with its massive paws. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of azure light flickered, and a fountain of crimson gushed forth into the air, the scalding blood splattering upon Song Jun's face, causing him to open his eyes in shock. Before him lay a pair of bare paws on the ground, as the bear, bellowing in pain, retreated. When he lifted his gaze, his body trembled as he beheld Ingyu in the distance, a smile gracing his features. Hee, Ingyu chuckled lightly. After veering away from the main road, the mountain transformed abruptly, with countless mutated beasts surging forth, scattering the crowd. Fortunately, he had evaded the horde of beasts. Yet he found himself separated from the masses and fortuitously encountered Song Jun here. It seems you have sustained an injury, Ingyu remarked, his expression growing increasingly cold. With the crowd absent, he felt no need for pretense. This time, he was determined to witness Song Jun perish before him. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be squandered. Song Jun's expression shifted, But he chose to disregard Ingyu's words. You wretched fool should have died last time. I never imagined you would survive. Ingyu continued, his visage becoming ever more menacing, fueled by hatred for the man before him. The goddess he admired had grown close to Song Jun, leaving him with no chance. However, on the eve of their graduation, Shun Qingyue had approached him, urging him to secretly eliminate Song Jun. The encounter felt profoundly alien to him. He sensed that the woman before him was not truly Shin Qingyue. Yet he dismissed his doubts at the time, for he had long wished for Song Jun's disappearance from this world. As Song Jun's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Upon leaving the hospital, he resolved that given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly slay that scoundrel Ingyu. Wretch, he sneered. Did you know it was Shin Qingyue who implored me to end your life? She entreated me to do so, and you remained stationary, a slow, derisive laugh escaping his lips. He held no apprehension towards the debilitated figure before him, whose atrophied muscles rendered him devoid of any ordinary strength. Furthermore, the wretch was grievously wounded. At his whim, he could dictate the manner of the latter's demise. Gazing at Ingyu, Song Jun's eyes turned glacial, dismissing the former's words. Despite his separation from Shin Qingyue, he harbored no belief that she would desire his death. Ingyu's actions, he surmised, were solely intended to inflict torment upon him. Grovel here, cur, and cleanse the filth from my souls. In return, I shall grant you a more merciful passing, Ingyu uttered, his eyes frigid, no longer concealing his murderous intent as he regarded Song Jun with indifference. Ingyu's gaze was icily cold as he stood his ground, regarding the figure before him with detached amusement. After a moment, his brow furrowed. Insolent dog, I commanded you to come hither. Are you deaf to my words? He roared, incensed that the wretch dared to defy him. Did he presume he would be spared a humiliating death? What if I declined to approach? Song Jun responded tonelessly, his gaze peculiar as the ebony parchment within his mind flickered with a faint luminescence. Azure mist wafted forth, staunching the flow of blood from the wounds on his left shoulder and back. He no longer felt the initial astonishment at the enigma of the black parchment. So long as it posed no harm to him, he could accept it unflinchingly. On the contrary, the various anomalies brought about by the black parchment had ultimately proven advantageous to him. Declined to approach? Ingyu paused, a slow smile creeping across his face. Do you fear death? During your university days, were you not a figure of considerable renown? And yet, now you are not but a craven coward, a wretch. His smile gradually dissipated as he advanced, his voice laced with impatience and menace. I give you 3 seconds to crawl over here, or I'll make you wish you were dead. 3, 2. Ingyu's tone was frigid as he coldly observed the latter. As he was about to count down to 1, a subtle smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. A waste of space, as expected. His gaze was filled with disdain. Song Jun gently lowered the wolf cub to the ground. Subsequently, he advanced with a blank expression. Kneel, Ingyu commanded, his eyes glinting with amusement as he pointed to the sole of his shoe. Lick the dirt off my shoe, and do it properly, like a dog. However, the latter remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon him. Are you deaf? Ingyu narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with menace. Under Ingyu's intense gaze, Song Jun finally spoke. Have you considered what would happen if you were to face an opponent you deemed a waste of space? Have you contemplated the consequences? I said kneel. Ingyu roared. However, the latter's placid gaze only fueled his rage. Without further ado, he lunged, his hand reaching for the latter's neck. With a resounding thud, a powerful hand intercepted his attack. In the blink of an eye, Ingyu found himself hoisted into the air by his neck. Impossible. Ingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be. There's no way this good-for-nothing could lift me. With a crash, he was forcefully slammed to the ground, followed by a brutal kick to his face. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his nose shattered, blood and tears streaming down his face as he clutched his nose. Gazing down at Ingyu, who was writhing on the ground in agony, Song Jun's eyes were devoid of emotion. He was prepared to kill, feeling the murderous intent emanating from Song Jun. Ingyu shuddered violently, scrambling backward on the ground. However, his right hand was instantly pinned beneath Song Jun's foot, eliciting a pained cry and halting his retreat. What do you intend to do, Song Jun? Ingyu exclaimed, his voice rising in an attempt to bolster his courage. What do I intend? Song Jun gazed down upon Ingyu, retorting, that night you sought to kill me, and now you insult me, berate me, and still seek my demise. Tell me, what do you think I intend to do? Ingyu's body quaked, his eyes reddening as he roared. If you dare to kill me, you are assuredly doomed. Your family has abandoned you, leaving you forsaken. If you dare to lay a finger on me, not only will you meet your end, but your parents will as well. With a sickening crunch, Song Jun applied force with his foot, instantly shattering the bones in Ing Yu's hand. His eyes burned with murderous intent, for he loathed nothing more than threats, especially those directed at his parents. "Spare me, I beg you." Sensing the chilling gaze of the latter, Ing Yu was utterly terrified. He had only recently graduated from university, still young, with his family's fortune awaiting his inheritance, and he was unwilling to die. "Songjun, spare me. We are classmates. Let us talk this over. I will lick your shoes." Ing Yu was consumed by fear, abandoning his dignity in a desperate attempt to survive, debasing himself like a dog by licking the other's shoes. "Get away." A wave of revulsion surged within Song Jun as he kicked the latter away. "First, you attempted to kill me, nearly rendering me a cripple. Second, you insulted me, berated me, and threatened my parents. Third, in your desperation to survive, you have shown yourself to be utterly devoid of dignity. To call you a dog would be an insult to canines. Ing Yu, today you shall meet your end." With a resounding crash, Ing Yu's body convulsed. He roared in fury, wrapping his arms around the ladder and shoving him toward the precipice behind them. "Get away." With a resounding smack, he delivered a forceful blow to the ladder's face, causing Ing Yu to stagger backward. He followed up with a fierce kick, his augmented strength, now 4 to 5 times greater than before, making the impact devastating. Ing Yu was left disoriented, his body convulsing, dragging Ing Yu to the edge of the precipice. Song Jun regarded him with a frigid gaze. Ing Yu, regaining a sliver of consciousness, was overcome with terror and pleaded, "Spare me. I beg you. I'll be your dog." Song Jun remained unmoved by Ing Yu's desperate entreaties. He hadn't forgotten how Ing Yu had nearly ended his life before. And just today, had it not been for his remarkable physical transformation, he would have met a humiliating demise. He was merely repaying Ing Yu in kind. With a resounding thud, he sent the latter hurtling into the abyss, his form disappearing into the dense mist as he plummeted toward the bottom of the cliff. Without lingering, Songjin scooped up the small wolf pup from the ground. The frenzied beasts in the distance were wreaking havoc indiscriminately. The wolf cub had saved him once upon awakening, but a second time might not bring such fortune. Blood-curdling screams echoed through the air as the people found themselves trapped on the mountain, their path of arrival now dominated by the wild animals. The crowd could only flee aimlessly across the newly descended land. An hour elapsed, and the rising sun gradually illuminated the azure mist with a brilliant radiance, casting ethereal rays of light. Yet, for the inhabitants of the newly descended land, each moment felt like an eternity. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated from afar, sending shivers down their spines. They beheld a fleet of helicopters arriving in the sky, their terrifying streams of fire relentlessly raining down upon the beasts, scattering flesh and blood. "Someone has come to rescue us." The crowd erupted in jubilation, their hearts filled with elation. At the nadir of their despair, the sudden emergence of hope proved to be an unparalleled relief. The revelation that their saviors were affiliated with the Sky Hygiene Project sent a tremor of excitement through the crowd, bolstering their prospects for survival. Even Songjun, a man of considerable composure, felt a ripple of emotion. He was cognizant of the Sky Hygiene, a domestic conglomerate of immense wealth and formidable power, purportedly dedicated to the study of human genetic engineering with the aim of inducing profound transformations in the human body. Rumors abounded that they had clandestinely engineered gene-enhanced individuals, though the veracity of these claims remained unconfirmed. A squadron of helicopters thundered in from afar, their weapons primed and ready. Torrential volleys of fire rained down from the skies, pulverizing the feral beasts and turning the terrain into a cratered wasteland. After an extended period of anticipation, this newly emerged landmass had finally captured the attention of the outside world. Chapter 7. The essence of a foreign world with a deafening roar. A fleet of helicopters pierced through the dense fog, their occupants armed and ready. The air crackled with the discharge of weapons as hordes of wild animals were torn asunder, their blood mingling with the earth and splattering into the air. A colossal grizzly bear, standing nearly 6 meters tall, reared up on its hind legs. Its thunderous strides pulverized the earth beneath it, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A barrage of aerial fire was unleashed upon the behemoth. Roaring defiantly, the grizzly pulverized boulders and leaped into the air, its razor-sharp claws piercing a massive rock, which it hurled with tremendous force towards the pursuing helicopters. As the projectile was launched, tendrils of azure mist undulated, insinuating themselves into the bear's nostrils and mouth. With a cataclysmic explosion, one of the helicopters was struck, plummeting to the earth in a fiery inferno. "Obliterate them," a frigid voice commanded. In the next moment, a resounding hum echoed through the air, followed by the thunderous roar of a massive explosion. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a colossal fire dragon surged forth, scorching the very atmosphere until it felt arid. It was a manifestation of advanced weaponry. With a deafening crash, a torrent of earth and stone erupted, some of it melting away under the intense heat. The hearts of the crowd trembled in fear as a terrifying gray bear disintegrated in the searing blaze. Half an hour later, this land of celestial warriors was devoid of its fearsome beasts, all eradicated. The spectators were shaken. The power wielded by those who possessed such weapons was undeniably formidable. "Are you not leaving?" The cold man surveyed the crowd with an icy gaze, his presence commanding as the weapons of the 100 men behind him emitted a faint, ominous clicking sound, instilling dread among the people. As he observed the throng retreating along the mountain path, a smirk of derision graced his lips. This assembly of ordinary individuals could not withstand the overwhelming display of power. They were timid souls, commonplace in their existence, destined to live their lives in mediocrity. Yet, exceptions exist in reality. As his gaze shifted, he spotted a young man in the distance, boldly stepping into the restricted zone, advancing towards the depths of the stone wall. "Seize him." The cold man's expression darkened as he coldly commanded those beside him. The individual who had entered the forbidden area was none other than Songjin, who, feeling safe at the moment, could not discern the whereabouts of Zhao Bo and the others, his heart racing with anxiety. However, he had not taken more than a few steps when 4 or 5 men approached him, swiftly subduing him. "Did you not hear my words?" The cold man approached with an impassive face, yet an intimidating aura enveloped him, leaving ordinary individuals gasping for breath. Struggling momentarily, Songjin looked at the man and declared, "I have lost contact with my friends. I must find them. If I cannot locate them, they may very well be dead. Ignoring my plea will have dire consequences." The cold-hearted man interrupted, a chill spreading through the air. An ordinary person would not dare to meet his gaze at this moment. "What did you say?" Songjin clenched his fists, his body struggling, his voice rising a notch, his eyes turning cold. The cold-hearted man narrowed his eyes and took a slight step back. One of his men behind him picked up a weapon, the sound of it clicking into place echoing. This scene made the crowd's eyes narrow. Such an overbearing display from the Tianyin. Just because someone defied their words, they were ready to kill in public. Was this a show of power? Songjin's eyes also narrowed slightly. Just then, a voice rang out. "Stop." From behind the group, a man stepped forward, elegant and refined, with jet black hair, phoenix eyes like ancient pools, a tall and graceful figure, and a faint smile on his lips that made one feel as if bathed in a warm spring breeze. "Young Master Li," the cold-hearted man lowered his attitude and called out respectfully. The man nodded, his gaze turning to Songjin, and said with a faint smile, "Whether your friend is in trouble or not, this place is off-limits to ordinary people. I will keep an eye out for you. Now, you may leave." Songjin looked coldly at the man. From the words "whether your friend is in trouble or not, this place is off-limits to ordinary people," it was clear that the man looked down on him. These people simply didn't care about the lives of ordinary folk. "Still not leaving?" The cold-hearted man barked angrily. "Songjin." At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Zhao Bo ran over in a few strides and pulled him away. The cold-hearted man snorted coldly, then lowered his attitude and whispered something to the man, his gaze occasionally flickering toward the grand path within the stone wall, where blue mist surged and rays of light shimmered. "Luo Xiao." When they reached a distance, Songjin noticed Luo Xiao's pale face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Only Wu Di was by her side. "Su Qing has passed away." Zhao Bo gazed into the distance, his tone somber. Songjin was shaken to his core. Su Qing was a dear friend of his, and he never imagined that this time, he would not escape such a calamity. In a spacious hall in Wuluan City, several individuals wore expressions of anger. Songjin's countenance was equally grim, harboring no affection for the Tianyin. This group of people was not only domineering and unreasonable, but also exuded an air of superiority, disregarding the common folk. Should anyone dare to resist, they would be swiftly suppressed. "Don't be afraid, Luo Xiao. With the few of us here, you are quite safe," they comforted, noticing her relentless tears. During the day, they refrained from wandering outside, for the chaos had escalated, hinting at a brewing uprising. However, they were subtly aware of certain events that weighed heavy on their hearts. Reports indicated that significant changes were occurring globally, and unrest was rampant. Renowned mountains and rivers erupted with resplendent hues at night, enveloped in a blue mist. Amidst the dense fog, thunderous roars echoed, causing the earth to tremble. An array of strange phenomena persisted. At night, celestial bodies appeared in the sky, remarkably radiant. A thin layer of mist covered the entire world, emitting a soft blue glow, painting the heavens and earth in azure. Is this wolf cub truly as you described? Xiaobo inquired, his eyes fixated on the slumbering creature before him. According to Song Jun, this wolf cub had saved his life during a moment of crisis. He refrained from mentioning the incident on the thoroughfare, where darkness surged in his mind like a torrent of black light. At that moment, the blue mist enveloped him, concealing certain occurrences from the others. This entity had emerged from within that realm. At this juncture, Wu Di spoke with evident concern. The group understood the implications of what had transpired during the day. The events were vividly etched in their memories. At that juncture, amidst the grand avenue, azure mists surged tempestuously, as all present beheld colossal silhouettes materializing within the dense fog, portending an imminent emergence. However, cerulean flames pervaded the firmament, impeding their egress. Could it be? Zhao Bo mused, casting a dubious glance toward the wolf cub, his tone tinged with incredulity and his gaze somewhat adrift. That we have been transported to a bygone epic of myth and legend? The resplendent runes that adorned the firmament by day, the cerulean conflagrations, and the gargantuan beasts that dwarfed their mundane counterparts all intimated a world irrevocably transformed. Perhaps, Song Jun ventured with measured cadence. The world is merely reverting to its true form. The advent of the enigmatic black parchment within his mind had long since sown seeds of doubt within him. Perchance, the world they inhabited was simply embarking upon a path of rectification. Chapter 8. Flight in an alien world. That night was destined to be fraught with unease. Apprehension gripped the hearts of all, with scant few finding solace in slumber. A cacophony of voices filled the air, and chaos reigned supreme. A mere league away, a land descended from the heavens, spewing forth azure mists and effulgent radiance. From afar, the mountain resembled a pyre ablaze with celestial flames, its aura shimmering with auspicious hues. Yet, all eyes remained riveted upon it, for beyond the spectacle lay what appeared to be another world, where bestial roars reverberated, piercing the heavens and sending tremors through the very souls of mankind. Heavens above, a voice exclaimed amidst the throng, their frame trembling, as a chilling dread ascended from their feet. What manner of entities dwell within? Zhao Bo and his companions were awestruck, for the spectacle of that night surpassed even the preceding day's marvels. The entire mountain seemed to be engulfed in flames. Not only the land that had descended from the heavens, but also the adjacent woodlands were ablaze with cerulean flames and spewing forth azure mists, accompanied by earth-shattering roars, as if some momentous event were unfolding. At this moment, Song Jun gazed into the distance, sensing that the azure mist in the air was more dense than the previous night, seeping into his body, with strands of brilliance eventually merging into the mysterious black paper. What exactly was this black paper, and what significance did the azure lotus pattern within it hold? A flicker of doubt arose in his heart, intensifying his curiosity about this enigmatic black paper in his mind. Just then, Song Jun suddenly felt a commotion from within his embrace. His expression shifted as he beckoned a few individuals to enter the room and securely locked the door. What is it? The others inquired, puzzled. It is awakening. Gently, he cradled the wolf cub from his bosom and placed it at a distance. The cub was charred, with certain areas even mangled, a result of being scorched by the azure flames on the path, yet it continued to breathe. The onlookers watched the wolf cub anxiously, when suddenly, a glimmer of azure light erupted from its form. In an instant, the cub opened its eyes, and to the astonishment of the crowd, it stood upright, its movements appearing entirely natural. A monster, a beast, Zhao Bo exclaimed, startled, for he noticed the cub's gaze was strikingly human-like, radiating an otherworldly azure glow. Song Jun gestured for silence. He realized the little wolf's eyes were fixed intently upon him. Abruptly, the cub took a step forward, causing the crowd to instinctively recoil. Can you think? Song Jun inquired tentatively, his suspicion piqued by the cub's remarkably human-like expression. Thank you for saving me. A babyish voice stammered from the wolf cub. Luo Xiao and Wu Di were equally astounded, yet the events of the past 2 days had rendered them somewhat numb. You can speak? This is ancient language. It feels innate to me, the cub continued. Surveying the wolf cub, Song Jun inquired once more, did you originate from another realm? What is the purpose of your arrival in this world? The wolf cub remained silent, gazing serenely at Song Jun, as if contemplating something profound. Attainment of sainthood, it uttered. The wolf cub nodded in affirmation, its eyes gleaming with a radiant luminescence that astonished the assembly once again. Songjun furrowed his brow in contemplation. The term saint held diverse connotations in ancient Chinese lore. Particularly within the realm of Honghuang mythology, it denoted beings of immense power and comprehension, akin to deities. This realization sent a jolt through him. The wolf cub had ventured into their world in pursuit of divinity. The wolf cub nodded, its fur radiating a verdant aura, rendering it an extraordinary sight, akin to a jade sculpture, crystalline and resplendent. A cataclysmic tremor shook the earth, followed by a resounding explosion. The assembly hastened outside to discover that the celestial landmass, situated several miles away, had erupted in a cataclysmic detonation. Heavy weaponry was being unleashed within, accompanied by deafening roars that instilled trepidation in the hearts of all. Vacate this vicinity. The beast tide is on the verge of mutation. At that moment, the wolf cub's fur bristled, its gaze fixed intently on the distant expanse. Beast tide? The assembly inquired, puzzled. In the ensuing instant, the onlookers' eyes contracted as they beheld beams of light erupting from the celestial landmass, pulverizing heavy armaments. Helicopters frantically attempted to escape, yet only a few managed to evade the cataclysm. The remainder were obliterated by the radiant beams. Simultaneously, chaos erupted within the city of Ulan. As the station sky, hygiene personnel frantically fled. Evacuate this area with haste. The little wolf suddenly raised its voice, its fur bristling as if confronted by a grave threat. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Jun embraced the little wolf and led the crowd in a frantic rush towards the outskirts of the city. Roar! At that instant, the mountains and forests beyond the city erupted with the deafening cries of beasts, brilliant flashes of light illuminating the scene, and a thick blue mist rising ominously. The crowd's hearts trembled violently as they discerned the silhouettes of wild animals emerging from the distant woods, figures larger and more terrifying than those witnessed during the daytime in the land of heavenly descent. They surged forth like a relentless tide, and the skies were filled with countless birds, their cries echoing through the air. Above and below, the beasts appeared to cover the earth entirely. It was over. We are doomed. We shall all perish. Luo Xiao wept uncontrollably, her legs giving way beneath her. She was not alone. Countless others were paralyzed with fear, unable to rise. Hurry, we must escape. They have yet to gain intelligence, urged the little wolf, its body radiating a brilliant light, resembling a blazing sun in Song Jun's arms. At that moment, the little wolf felt a profound urgency, sensing the impending danger. To traverse realms, it was nearly at the brink of death. Had it not been for some sacred artifact on Song Jun, it would have been utterly incapable of crossing over, certain to meet its demise. Even now, it bore grave injuries, and these ordinary beasts, barely classified as demon creatures, posed a lethal threat to its existence. Zhao Bo helped Luo Xiao to her feet, and the crowd hastily continued their flight. Chaos reigned in the city of Yulin. Streets lay in ruins, vehicles were immobilized, and people fled in a frenzy. Outside, countless beasts besieged the city while within, the populace surged, a collision of modernity and savagery. Just then, anguished screams erupted from outside the city, sending tremors of fear through the hearts of the people. A terrifying avian creature descended with incredible speed, its razor-sharp talons piercing two individuals, hoisting them into the air, and tearing them apart mid-flight, resulting in a frenzied spray of blood. Chapter 9. A Foreign World. Feudal classmates. A shattered edifice was embedded in the earth, creating rifts in the roads. A multitude of people surged forward, a chaotic mass of bodies, with a pervasive sense of dread causing many to be trampled underfoot. In the dead of night, an eerie azure hue enveloped the world as vast swathes of blue mist rolled in from afar, banishing the darkness. However, the hearts of the populace had already plummeted into despair, filled with fear and helplessness. Outside the city, an inexhaustible horde of beasts was engaged in a massacre, with crimson blossoms blooming in the air with each kill. Song Jun and his companions trailed behind the throng, frantically fleeing towards the city's outskirts, where their vision suddenly expanded. In that brief span, tens of thousands had already fallen into pools of blood. It should be noted that Yulin City was a major metropolis, with a population that consistently numbered in the millions. Roar! From the vanguard of the approaching bestial tide, a chorus of roars emanated. Vicious wolves emerged from the forests, their bloodshot eyes scanning the area before hundreds, if not thousands, of them charged forward. Do not be afraid. Press onward. The crowd cried out in terror. scattering in all directions. However, the little wolf gestured for Song Jun and the others not to halt, even though there was a pack of wolves ahead. "We will die?" Wu Di exclaimed, attempting to flee. Zhao Bo glanced at Song Jun, who lowered his gaze to the radiant little wolf in his arms. Remembering the latter's extraordinary nature, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let's go." With the countryside overrun by the bestial horde, their chances of survival were slim, leaving them with no choice but to place their hopes on the little wolf. Rumble. The wolf pack drew nearer, causing the very ground to tremble. Just then, a burst of light emanated from the little wolf, and an aura of energy rippled outward. A whoop. The approaching wolf pack emitted fearful howls, halting as if confronted by the monarch of wolves. This represented an oppression of life, stemming from a profound spiritual intimidation. Song Jun and his companions trembled, incredulously witnessing this scene, astonished that such terrifying beasts had come to a halt, crouching at a distance. "I could not endure much longer." The tender voice of the young wolf echoed again. It had suffered grievous injuries, wounds that struck at its very essence, rendering it nearly incapable of utilizing its powers in the short term. It was drawing upon the latent potential of its body. The crowd in the distance felt a jolt of dread upon witnessing this. In the next moment, they frantically rushed towards this direction, as it was evident to all that Song Jun and his companions had the ability to drive away the beasts. In a corner of the city, a group of individuals huddled together in fear, desperately fleeing. Had Song Jun and his companions been present, they would surely recognize these individuals. At this moment, she trembled, hiding behind Zhou Yi. Her previous arrogance completely vanished. A scream erupted from the crowd as a classmate collapsed before them, his chest torn open, innards spilling out. It was a mutated mantis, a meter long with razor-sharp blades, effortlessly slicing through the throng. Upon witnessing this, everyone fled in a frenzy. Zhang Xiaoli wept but continued to run swiftly. "Over there," Zhou Yi suddenly called out, noticing that the beast pack in the distance seemed to have diminished. Instantly, the crowd rushed toward that direction. Outside the city, the main road was stained crimson with blood, numerous corpses littering the ground. Many common wild animals now appeared grotesquely transformed, their sizes astonishing and their ferocity utterly terrifying. Yet, amidst this chaos, a portion of the people managed to pass through the beast pack unscathed. Song Jun cradled the little wolf, as if a radiant sun were nestled within his embrace, bringing hope to the gathering. In a moment of peril, the little wolf could no longer conceal itself. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, it emanated a brilliant light, a formidable aura that intimidated the distant pack of beasts. At that moment, Zhou Yi and others arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, sparked by the wolf cub in Song Jun's arms, their expressions shifted dramatically. This very wolf cub was the one that had appeared on the Stonewall Avenue, and they had previously mocked Song Jun for attempting to rescue it, deeming it an act of weakness. "I can no longer hold on," the little wolf uttered weakly, its azure glow fading. Concurrently, the beast pack at the edge of the crowd erupted violently, claiming the lives of several individuals in an instant. "Zhou Yi, that worthless individual. The little wolf is a talisman for survival. Seize it," Zhang Xiaoli declared coldly, believing that a failure like him should not possess the right to live. "Why are you still standing there?" she shouted as Zhou Yi remained motionless. "He killed Ingyu," Zhou Yi exclaimed, revealing the truth he had witnessed. "What?" The crowd gasped, realizing that their unanswered questions about Ingyu's absence were due to the actions of this worthless individual. They surged forward, and Zhang Xiaoli coldly remarked, "You have immense gall to take the life of classmate Ingyu. A scoundrel like you does not deserve it. Hand over the wolf, you cur." The crowd trembled, their gazes towards Song Jun and the others now laden with something more. "You speak nonsense," Zhao Bo retorted furiously, stepping forward to confront Zhang Xiaoli, wishing to strike her down. "She speaks no falsehoods." Song Jun held the little wolf tightly, casting a cold glance at Zhang Xiaoli as he spoke. "He has attempted to harm me on multiple occasions. Am I to tolerate his malice while being forbidden to retaliate? This wretched creature, life for a life. Surrender the little wolf at once." A voice from among the classmates thundered, for the beast horde was steadily encroaching. Zhou Yi's countenance darkened as he coldly stated, "Song Jun, regardless of past events, you must relinquish the little wolf. Out of respect for our classmates, I permit you to follow in our wake as we flee." "Nonsense," Zhao Bo bellowed. "We were once good classmates, all getting along well. Yet, due to Song Jun's prior illness, this group has turned against him, currying favor with Ingyu. And now, they dare to covet the little wolf. Their vile faces chill my heart. How can they claim to be university companions for 4 years? You worthless fool, will you comply or not? In a desperate bid for survival, Zhang Xiaoli and the others advanced, resembling a deranged woman. What nonsense are we speaking with this wretch? Toss him out to feed the beasts. Such scum does not deserve to possess it. A classmate shouted, prompting several to rush forward to seize the wolf. They deserve their fate. The little wolf gazed at Songjin, for without him, it would have perished, unable to traverse worlds. He was its savior. Songjin nodded gently, his heart equally cold towards these people, who had taunted him repeatedly. Unable to contain his fury, Zhao Bo struck out with a violent hand, instantly felling Zhang Xiaoli to the ground. With an ominous thud, a raven descended, its sharp beak aimed with deadly precision. In an instant, her abdomen was pierced, viscera spilling forth. Zhang Xiaoli shrieked in agony, but the raven's beak struck again, tearing at her face until it was a bloody mess, bone exposed. Songjin, you worthless wretch, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Zhang Xiaoli roared, her voice filled with venom. Had the latter simply relinquished the wolf cub to her, she would not be facing death. Her resentment for the useless man knew no bounds. Monstrous! Wu Di exclaimed, gazing upon the writhing Zhang Xiaoli. The deranged woman filled him with revulsion. Let us depart. Song Jin spoke with chilling indifference as he observed Zhang Xiaoli's struggles and the faces of those he once knew. It was not that his heart was devoid of feeling, but rather that these very people, in their desperation to survive, had sought their demise. They had disregarded all semblance of camaraderie, betraying their 4 years of shared history. Chapter 10. Safeguarding the Treasure. The art of respiration. The heavens began to blush with the first light of dawn, as streaks of rosy hues painted the sky. Ancient vines coiled amidst the dense fog, a mystical mist permeating the air. A pristine lake shimmered and rippled, its surface reflecting the ethereal scene. Beside its tranquil waters, 2 figures sat in repose, a young wolf resting peacefully before them. These figures were Song Jun and Zhao Bo, who, with the aid of the wolf cub, had managed to escape the besieged city of Wuluan. They had sought refuge in a nearby town, only to discover that it was a haven of safety. Had it not been for those who barricaded the roads, preventing people from escaping the city, so many lives would not have been lost, he murmured, his voice heavy with regret. When calamity struck the land of heavenly descent, and the beasts underwent violent mutations, not a single one of those stationed there remained. They had all fled in disarray. And within the land of heavenly descent, he continued, his voice laced with bitterness, that heartless man used me as an example. Though the man surnamed Li intervened, yet, even he displayed a callous indifference, as if it were of no consequence. A pack of bastards. Zhao Bo spat out, his voice filled with contempt. It is evident that the actions of Tianyan Jin have greatly alarmed the latter. Similarly, Song Jun shares this sentiment. These individuals have not brought hope to the people but rather incited slaughter, only to depart without a second thought, in pursuit of their objectives. This group exhibits a chilling lack of compassion. Suddenly, Zhao Bo gasped in surprise as he observed a young wolf in the distance, its body suddenly emanating a verdant glow, with white mist escaping from its mouth and nostrils. In a desperate bid to escape the beast horde, the young wolf plunged into the fray, carving a bloody path through its adversaries. Even now, Song Jin vividly recalls the scene from not long ago, when countless beasts surged forward. The young wolf, despite suffering grave injuries and exhausting its potential, with its very body on the brink of disintegration, ultimately emerged from the chaos. They were deeply concerned for the young wolf, as its body bore fissures, appearing as though it could perish at any moment, which was indeed the case. Just as their worries intensified, dawn broke, and a glimmer of light emerged in the young wolf's sorrowful eyes. It then settled down, remaining perfectly still. Song Jun remained by its side until a remarkable transformation occurred. Radiant light began to swirl around the young wolf, and a large plume of white mist, imbued with a delicate golden hue, erupted from its mouth and nostrils. In the next moment, Zhao Bo's eyes widened as he witnessed the faint golden light pulsating from the wolf's wounds, visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This is, Song Jun murmured, observing the golden shimmer, as an inexplicable stirring occurred in his mind, causing flickers of light to dance within. His gaze shifted as the horizon began to show a hint of dawn, the sun rising, painting the sky with streaks of rosy hues. Threads of gold descended from the heavens, ultimately merging with the young wolf's breath. Before long, the young wolf opened its eyes, its fissures now healed, appearing as a perfectly normal wolf once more. Yet he was acutely aware that the world ahead would be fraught with peril, and amidst this danger, all he desired was the ability to safeguard himself. The little wolf remained silent, grappling with inner turmoil. It had just employed an unparalleled breathing technique, a sacred method of its lineage, albeit incomplete, yet immensely powerful. However, its life had been salvaged by Song Jian, and during the crossing of realms, it had faltered. Ultimately, the little wolf reconciled within itself that, when weighed against the value of life, even the most formidable breathing technique paled in comparison. It nodded, glanced at Zhao Bo, and declared, "This is a most formidable breathing method, one of great significance. You must not disseminate it." Observing the pride and seriousness reflected in the little wolf's eyes, Song Jian and Zhao Bo exchanged nods, a flicker of excitement igniting within them. They understood that this breathing technique had the potential to transform their existence. This method was exceedingly peculiar. As the little wolf articulated, all things in the universe possess a form of breath, even stones. Breath penetrates to the very depths of the body, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, nourishing the cells, ultimately enabling evolution and elevating the essence of life. Suddenly, a low growl resonated in the air, and a plume of white vapor erupted from the little wolf's mouth and nose, exploding in the atmosphere. Sitting cross-legged, Song Jian and Zhao Bo felt a tremor coursing through their beings. Though their eyes were closed, they sensed a transformation in the world around them. The dawn was resplendent, vibrant energy surging forth from the rising sun, with radiant light cascading over their forms, golden glimmers shimmering in motion. "You are destined for greatness," the little wolf stated solemnly. Through its legacy, it imparted the technique to the two men, leaving the extent of their understanding entirely to their own fate. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and suddenly, Song Jian felt as though he were being scorched by an inferno. As he awoke with a start, the ebony parchment within his mind erupted with a tenebrous radiance, and the azure lotus motif reappeared. A rhythmic pulse emanated from the lotus, guiding his respiration. He experimented with breathing, and in an instant, he was astounded to witness a profound alteration in the world's hues. He could perceive wisps of energy surging toward him from all things, be it flora or the very air, ultimately merging into his flesh. Rising from the mire, yet untainted, cleansed by the ripples, yet unbewitching. An idea burgeoned within his heart. All things in existence possess energy, both dross and essence. He was extracting the most refined energy from the refuse, akin to the azure lotus, unsullied by the mud. A breathing technique. A tremor ran through Song Jian's heart. The azure lotus within the black parchment contained a breathing method. He sensed that this technique was even more tyrannical and capricious than the one taught by the little wolf. The breathing method imparted by the little wolf only allowed him to absorb the essence of the morning sun during its practice. Yet, the breathing method within the azure lotus could extract essence from all things in existence, discarding the dross and utilizing it for his own benefit. This was a supreme breathing method, far more domineering and potent than the one taught by the little wolf. In this early morning, Song Jian felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, with every pore on his body open, permeated by a warm current. When Song Jian opened his eyes, the sun had already risen. He felt his entire body brimming with power, refreshed and invigorated, his flesh adorned with a translucent luster. At that moment, both the little wolf and Zhao Bo opened their eyes. Zhao Bo clenched his fists tightly, his movements vigorous and forceful, full of energy. "How miraculous!" Zhao Bo exclaimed. He desired to continue, as he found the gradual strengthening of his being to be a pleasure. However, the little wolf restrained him. This breathing method should be practiced once in the morning and once in the evening. Excessive practice is not beneficial. The supreme art of their lineage is only suitable for dawn and dusk, as it extracts the essence of the sun and moon, rendering it useless at other times. "What is the name of this breathing technique?" Song Jian inquired with curiosity. "Sun-moon breathing technique." The little wolf replied with pride, as if this lineage's breathing technique was the most paramount of all methods. Song Jian chuckled softly, as this sun-moon breathing technique was indeed quite potent. He had only practiced it for a single morning, yet he already felt a significant increase in his own strength. However, he knew in his heart that he possessed more than just this sun-moon breathing technique. He also knew a mysterious breathing technique. Chapter 11. Protecting the Treasure. The world has changed. Z City, a small city in the Tibetan region, is located far from Urant. The following day, Song Jian and Zhao Bo arrived here. There were few people in this small city, as the major events that had occurred in the Tibetan region were likely known to the outside world, prompting many to leave. However, some chose to remain, as the situation was similar elsewhere. Upon entering the city, Song Jun and Zhao Bo eagerly retrieved their communication devices, as they were deeply concerned after not having contacted their families for several days. As for the little wolf, it was fast asleep in the backpack carried by Song Jun. Fortunately, there was a signal here, and as soon as the two turned on their communication devices, countless messages popped up, all from family and friends. As soon as the communication device connected, worried voices echoed from the other end. "Mom, it's me. I'm safe," Song Jun hurriedly reported, not wanting his mother to worry. After a moment of contemplation, he scrolled through the list, and a name appeared before his eyes. Shen Qinyue. It had been a long time since he had seen her. The two had started dating in their third year of university, and in the eyes of outsiders, he had won the heart of a goddess. But only he knew that the two were just better than friends, and sometimes he himself did not know what their relationship was. Regarding this goddess, he had only held her hand once. On another occasion, emboldened, he wrapped his arm around her waist, only to be met with Shun Qinyue's indifferent gaze, as she stated that they were merely friends. He knew little about Shun Qinyue's background, only that she hailed from a significant and influential family. Reflecting on this, a trace of aloofness flickered in his eyes, and a chill ran through his heart. His own family, the Song family, was a major enterprise within Anhui. Since his mishap, not a single message had come through his communicator from his family, and his parents were now in Wangjiang town, far from the family's headquarters, as if the family had deliberately distanced themselves. The communicator beeped incessantly, but no connection was made. Song Jun frowned, puzzled by the inability to connect. He shook his head, resolving to meet Shen Qinyue in person to clarify some matters. Just then, Zhao Bo approached, putting away his communicator. Both awaited the train, their homes in Anhui allowing them to travel together. They purchased a pile of snacks and found their seats. After settling in, Song Jun held his communicator, browsing the latest news, which immediately stirred a profound shock within him. Despite having some inkling, the confirmation still deeply unsettled him. In recent days, blue mists had appeared nationwide, and even abroad, covering vast areas. Additionally, some famous mountains within the country had been emitting auspicious glows at midnight, accompanied by the sounds of wild beasts. There were reports of ancient temples in the mountains glowing and emitting sounds resembling chanting at night. These events had spread online, causing widespread panic. Particularly, the incidents in Tibet had exploded online like a depth charge, stirring up immense waves. As they continued to browse, a sudden tremor coursed through Song Jun's body, his heart racing. The 9 great celestial lands had descended upon Earth, heralding the dawn of the age of gods and demons. A prominent headline caught his eye, and beside him, Zhao Bo also noticed it. A shared glance revealed the mutual shock in their eyes. It was not only in the Ural region that the celestial lands had landed. Globally, 8 other such lands had emerged, each alighting upon various continents and oceans. Experts asserted that the pervasive blue mist enveloping the world was a consequence of these 9 celestial lands. Some suggested employing nuclear might to obliterate these foreign entities. Yet their proposals seemed to have been dismissed by those in authority. Absurd, ignorant. At that moment, the small wolf from the backpack scoffed. Seated at the rear of the train, few could hear the small wolf's remarks. Under their gaze, the wolf disdainfully stated, "This sacred path cannot be destroyed. Not even by a sage." The wolf poked its head out of the bag, curiously eyeing the communicator, then continued, "Speaking of these sacred paths, even the roads deep within the mountains are beyond your human capabilities to annihilate." Deep mountain roads. Song Jun keenly caught the keyword and probed. "Are you suggesting that not only are there entities emerging from the sacred path, but also from the depths of those great mountains?" The small wolf nodded, explaining that the beings emerging from the sacred path were incomparable to those from other trails. "What is your world like?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Jun inquired. His curiosity piqued, with Zhao Bo also attentively listening. The small wolf fell silent, musing, struggle, war, force. The 2 men exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the ambiguity of these words, uncertain of their meaning. "This is merely the beginning. Your world is awakening, and all living beings shall undergo transformation in the near future," the young wolf proclaimed. Song Jun exchanged a silent glance with his companion, fully aware of the implications of the young wolf's words. In his arms, he cradled a long wooden box, nearly 2 meters in length, which appeared quite heavy, clanging against the vehicle's floor with a resonant sound. He exuded a unique sense of cheerfulness, with small eyes and plump cheeks, his smile reminiscent of a Mithriya Buddha. "Brother, where are we headed?" the jovial chubby man inquired, taking a friendly approach toward Song Jun. Song Jun sat in a row of 3, with an empty seat beside him, evidently belonging to this affable individual. "Hush." Upon hearing this, the chubby man's expression instantly shifted to one of seriousness. He waved his hand and leaned closer to whisper in their ears, "This is a family heirloom from the Zhou clan. I am escorting it," he declared with gravity. Uft. Zhao Bo erupted in laughter, and even Song Jun found it amusing, surprised by the chubby man's playful demeanor. "Truly," the chubby man insisted. The two exchanged amused glances, finding the man quite likable rather than bothersome, especially with his endearing Mithriya-like visage. After a lively exchange, the chubby man introduced himself as Zhou Yuan, a name as cheerful as his disposition, leaving the two speechless, for it truly suited him, round in both name and form. Chapter 12. The Guardian of Treasures. Nine-wheeled blue sun. The chubby man was quite the talker, his chatter unceasing throughout the journey. He unabashedly helped himself to the snacks that the two had purchased. He recounted many peculiar incidents he had encountered on his travels, including witnessing the Ural Mountains obscure the sun in Chicago and personally observing the descent of a celestial land. Not just a few individuals shared similar tales. As the surrounding crowd whispered amongst themselves, feeling alienated and fearful in this contemporary world. 9 years ago, there were prophecies circulating online foretelling the arrival of this day. In the midst of the crowd, a voice emerged, an elderly man, his hair a silvery white, adorned with reading glasses, fervently recounting his tale. The conjunction of 9 stars signifies the utmost limit. That land descending from the heavens is sacred ground, a place for divine visitation. He proclaimed, "Old man, you are overly superstitious. Where in this world are there deities? I believe it is likely extraterrestrials. That land from the sky is merely advanced technology," a young man retorted, his skepticism evident. In his view, the world had succumbed to alien occupation. "Foolishness," the old man exclaimed, his voice rising. Laughter rippled through the crowd. However, Song Jun and his companions regarded the elder with solemnity, for they understood that his words bore a semblance of truth. The land that descended was, to them, a passageway. The beings that emerged from this passage could indeed be interpreted as gods, albeit one's reluctant to traverse the threshold. Indeed, one man interjected after a moment of silence. Many peculiar occurrences have transpired over the last 9 years. The crowd fell into contemplation, as in recent years, strange events had unfolded, many of which defied scientific explanation. The phenomenon of the 9 stars aligning remained a mystery, as if an unseen force had orchestrated their convergence without warning. Moreover, in desolate regions devoid of human presence, anomalies had been reported. Disembodied sounds resonated through the void. The air buzzed with discussions, and as they reflected on the bizarre occurrences of late, an eerie chill crept down their spines. Strangely enough, I once beheld a majestic mastiff deep within the Tibetan regions, its golden fur glistening like a small mountain. At that moment, it stood amidst a storm, roaring defiantly at the heavens. The stout man recoiled slightly, for what he beheld was indeed a sight to behold. At that moment, he thought he was witnessing a ghost and dared not speak of it, fearing others would deem him insane. His expression was grave, devoid of any semblance of deception. Then, amidst the crowd, several others began to recount their own eerie experiences. "I once encountered a majestic wolf king on the plateau, its body radiating a luminous glow as it leaped effortlessly from one mountain peak to another. On another occasion, while conducting research deep within the mountains, I came face to face with a colossal orangutan king, towering at a height of 100 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the very sun. When that orangutan king's cold, piercing gaze fell upon me, I still tremble at the memory." The train was abuzz with noise, as people engaged in fervent discussions, their apprehension palpable even in the evening hours. It was apparent that fear gripped them all. Song Jun shook his head. If the occurrences in Yuan City were to be divulged to this assembly, one could only imagine their reactions. Yet, he found it peculiar that he had not encountered a single mention of Yuan City online. It was as if an unseen hand had erased all traces of it. The following evening, as twilight descended, the horizon was ablaze with a brilliant blue sunset, while blue mist surged across the skyline, enveloping the earth and sky. Brother, something grave has occurred." Zhao Bo, still half asleep, was abruptly roused by the stout man's frantic shaking. He rubbed his eyes, bewildered by the sudden commotion. The stout man trembled. Terror-stricken, his voice quavering as he urged, look outside the train. Observing the stout man's expression, Song Jun sensed impending doom and hastily sprang to his feet to peer out the window. In that instant, he was jolted by a wave of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The atmosphere within the carriage turned frenzied as fear took hold, with some women and children succumbing to tears, overwhelmed by the fright. The backpack stirred, and from within emerged the little wolf, perching atop the car window, gazing intently outside, its small face etched with gravity. Beyond the vehicle lay an endless expanse of mountainous wilderness, an overwhelming aura of the wild enveloping the scene. Above the forest, a cerulean mist ascended, shimmering brilliantly, glistening like a radiant blue ocean. As the gaze lifted, a terrifying sight unfolded. The azure sun rose in 9 celestial orbs, their brilliance intertwining, casting boundless light that dispelled the night. Over the sea of trees, a misty vapor rose, a whirlwind entwining with the clouds, scattering golden brilliance across the firmament. It had begun. The crowd stood frozen, yet the little wolf's expression remained solemn as it spoke in a hushed tone. What has begun? In the embrace of the wolf. Song Jun could discern this quiet utterance. Despite his shock, he inquired further. The wolf's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as it declared, "The heavens are about to transform. The first sacred change is upon us. The sacred relics shall awaken, and all things will evolve." Song Jun was momentarily rendered speechless. A monumental shift in the universe was imminent, and the moment the little wolf had awaited had finally arrived. In the future, in this world, would he be able to remain safe and protect his family? Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated through the cosmos, the vast forest trembling, waves of energy surging forth, blue light cascading. Oh my! The crowd gasped in terror, their hearts racing, their bodies weak. In the distance, above the forest, turbulent waves of energy surged as ancient trees broke through the sea of mist, each towering over 100 meters, their roots resembling colossal dragons. They glowed with an ethereal light, akin to the blazing sun. Beneath the 9 azure suns, the blue clouds churned, and with a crack, a bolt of lightning struck down. In an instant, a torrential blue rain began to pour from the heavens, crashing down with a deafening roar. Those colossal trees, bathed in the radiance of the lightning, shimmered with a hazy green light that rippled across the land. A thunderous roar erupted from the forest as the blue rain pounded fiercely upon it, echoing the ferocious cries of beasts within. In the ensuing instant, the crowd's eyes constricted, as if plunged into the abyss, as a terrifying avian creature, obscuring the heavens, soared into the firmament, its form interlaced with radiant light, undergoing a baptism in the tempestuous electricity. A resounding boom echoed from the fore, causing the entire train to convulse violently, rendering the passengers unsteady, staggering, and collapsing in disarray. The torrential rain cascaded down, accompanied by a myriad of extraordinary phenomena, chilling the hearts of the assembled multitude to their very core. The downpour persisted relentlessly, causing landslides and rendering the train immobile. A voice emanated from the front of the crowd, inciting a collective frenzy among the throng. No one desired to remain in a place besieged by such bizarre occurrences. "No, I refuse to perish. I must depart from this place," a man exclaimed, his voice fraught with terror. Overcome with fear and disarray, he ventured into the deluge, sprinting madly in an attempt to escape. Emboldened by this act, the masses erupted into a frenzy, surging into the rain like a dark torrent, their cries of fear and lamentation reverberating through the air. "We must depart as well," the corpulent man declared, his lips trembling and his countenance pallid with apprehension. With the train rendered inoperable, he, like the others, felt an overwhelming compulsion to flee. Song Jun and Zhao Bo exchanged glances, and without gathering any belongings, they followed the rotund man into the downpour, breaking into a run. Despite his ample girth, the corpulent man maintained a pace that rivaled that of his companions, all the while clutching the elongated ancient wooden box to his chest. Suddenly, a subtle, resonant sound permeated the atmosphere, causing the eyes of Song Jun and his companions to constrict once more as they witnessed a scene unfolding in the distance. Within the forest, a multitude of wildfowl underwent a transformation. They craned their necks skyward and roared, their bodies visibly elongating, accompanied by the sharp cracking of bones. Their plumage shimmered with crystalline brilliance, suffused with a flowing radiance. Layers of azure mist enveloped them as they basked in the cerulean rain. At that moment, they collectively underwent an evolutionary metamorphosis. Chapter 13. The Guardian's Request. In the velvety embrace of night, the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a dark canvas, while a gentle rain of blue fell, shrouding the world in a misty hue. A luxurious balcony jutted into the air, adorned with azure bricks and white tiles. Glistening like glass, two youthful figures reclined upon a sofa, their bright eyes absorbing the resplendent scenery outside. "Provide me with an explanation," a voice emerged, its tone devoid of emotion, neither joy nor anger. He was no longer a member of my family, merely a discarded pawn. After a moment's pause, another voice broke the silence. The speaker was remarkably young, his eyes gleaming with intelligence, his features sharp and handsome, exuding an air of refined elegance and calm composure. Opposite him sat another young man, whose gaze was imbued with arrogance, as if the world revolved solely around him. A soft chuckle escaped the intelligent young man, who then spoke with measured grace. "Do not let a worthless individual disrupt the harmony between our families. We must not disturb the grand scheme at play." The haughty young man scoffed lightly, his eyes scanning the extraordinary night, cloaked in blue rain, a glimmer of malice surfacing deep within his gaze. "Regardless of your family's stance, that worthless individual must perish." Not long ago, he had received word that his brother had met with misfortune in Yulun City, the cause of which lay squarely at the feet of that very worthless individual. Observing the murderous intent in the haughty man's eyes, the astute young man shrugged and replied, "Even if you choose not to kill that worthless being, I shall ensure his demise, along with his parents. Many have been deceived by your outward appearance." The arrogant young man regarded him coolly and declared, "As long as that worthless individual approaches Anhui, I will make him wish for death, flaying him to honor my deceased brother." The wise young man smiled, aware that others had already been dispatched by the man before him. He was no exception, save that the individuals he dispatched were of greater prowess. The azure rain descended with considerable force, and in the distance, there were extraordinary phenomena. Unlike ordinary people who would be fearful, both of them possessed a glimmer of ambition within their dark eyes. The arrogant man stated that this world had reverted to its original essence, and those with mystical factors could evolve. His family was connected to a superconglomerate. Thus, he had access to knowledge unknown to the average person. The sagacious man chuckled softly. Originally, his younger brother was already a waste. In the current world, consuming exotic fruits could restore him. However, regrettably, after testing, his younger brother's body did not contain mystical factors, destined to be a waste. An adopted son picked up. "Still wanting to fight my father? I will cut off all your capital. The best way is to make you disappear from this world." He glanced at the rising sun in the distance, the young man with wise eyes and a gentle temperament, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. In the mountains and forests, the vegetation was crystalline and translucent, water droplets like silver jade, the mist hazy, the forest undulating, like a fairyland. However, in the distant area, there were heart-rending cries and screams of terror. This was a railway track, embedded in the cliffs of the peak, like a winding steel dragon, extending into the deep, dark tunnel. A train derailed, falling off the cliff, the rails shattered. It could be seen that there were potholes on the train, like it had been hit by some terrifying creature. Far away, the ground was muddy, the vegetation broken, countless broken limbs scattered on the ground, blood pooled into pits. Under the hazy beauty, this extremely bloody scene appeared like hell. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as a destitute man was torn open by a ferocious beast, collapsing with a thud into the muddy ground, his blood mingling with the soil. The crowd, terrified, screamed and fled in panic, for they had encountered beasts that had undergone a sinister transformation, now slaughtering mercilessly. Beneath an ancient tree, two men shouted desperately. Before them lay a fatally wounded man, his chest gaping with a massive hole, clearly beyond saving. "Fatty!" Song Jun grasped the dying man's hand, never imagining that during their escape, Fatty would be pierced through by a mutated beast. Zhao Bo pressed tightly on Fatty's wound, but the blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Though they had not known Fatty long, they had grown fond of him and wished no harm upon Zhou Yuanyuan. Big brother, Fatty choked out blood, attempting to rise. But his body's weakness made it clear he would not survive. His dim eyes shifted, his trembling hand reaching for an ancient wooden box beside him, even in death. He could not forget it. "Please, I beg you, deliver this personally to my father, Zhou Jiangwen of the Zhou Corporation." With a final effort, Fatty uttered his last words, and the hand Song Jun held fell heavily from the air, his eyes now devoid of life. "Fatty!" Song Jun and Zhao Bo cried out, their eyes tinged with red, filled with hatred for these mutated beasts. Fatty was a man of true character, yet he died before their very eyes. Roar! At that moment, The ancient tree trembled, leaves falling as heavy shadows loomed. Massive beasts, transformed by the sacred change mentioned by the wolf last night, now possessed astonishing strength. Ah! Zhao Bo roared in fury, confronted for the first time by these ferocious beasts. Defenseless, he fled in panic like the distant crowd. Yet this time, he did not falter. As the sun rose, casting its radiant light, the mist shimmered under its brilliance. Zhao Bo inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, his skin glimmered with a flicker of light, as if golden particles surged into his mouth and nose. He felt a pang of guilt. He possessed the strength to protect Fatty, yet his negligence had led to Fatty's demise. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, vanishing like a gust of wind. Before him lay a mole, leaves swirling around as a thin mist enveloped his fist. With a resounding thud, a spray of crimson erupted as the mole's skull shattered, its body collapsing with a thud. Observing the frenzied Zhao Bo, barehanded and locked in combat with a pack of beasts, Song Jun felt a tinge of red in his gaze, burdened by similar guilt for having overlooked Fatty's plight. With a crack, he tightened his fists. The sun and moon breathing technique activated within him, and he felt the warmth of dawn enveloping him, a surge of strength coursing through his body, fortifying his physique. Simultaneously, a mysterious breathing technique began to operate instinctively, drawing in the ambient energy swirling in the air. Roar! Song Jun bellowed, taking a decisive leap forward, the mist trailing in his wake. With a thunderous punch, he crushed the skull of a beast. Another blow shattered the vertebrae of another creature. He was consumed by a frenzy, driven to eradicate the beasts before him. The world had changed. Mercy and timidity would only invite peril. If he did not strive to transform himself, he would perish in this altered reality. Thus, he vowed to grow stronger, strong enough that nothing could threaten those he held dear. In this new world, only the law of nature prevailed, survival of the fittest. Chapter 14. The Guardian of Treasures. The Buddha's blade beneath the picturesque canopy of the forest, a tragic scene unfolded. Those who had fled from the train were relentlessly pursued by a horde of mutated beasts. After enduring a night of torrential blue rain, the ground had become a treacherous quagmire, slick and unstable. Many in the crowd slipped and fell, only to be met by the onslaught of the ferocious creatures. The beasts were terrifying. Their mutations had endowed them with enhanced speed, greater strength, and, most alarmingly, an even more savage bloodlust. Not far away, two bloodied figures emerged, appearing as though they had crawled from a pool of crimson. These were Song Jun and Zhao Bo, who had just moments ago vented their fury by dispatching several of the monstrous beasts. Yet, they knew that lingering would only invite more danger, risking their very lives. Help! Ah, help! Suddenly, a woman stumbled into the mire, her curly hair framing her striking figure. She was in a state of utter disarray. As a wild dog leapt towards her from 5 meters away, its sharp claws aimed directly at her head. The woman choked back tears, her voice hoarse with fear. She lacked the strength to rise and flee. As the wild dog drew closer, despair washed over her, and she closed her eyes, silently weeping. In that critical moment, a shadow darted forward. With a resounding thud, a wooden box struck the wild dog squarely on the head, bursting forth a spray of blood as the creature collapsed to the ground with a pitiful whine. Song Jun, drenched in blood, though it was that of the beasts, approached with a calm demeanor. With a single, forceful motion, he brought the ancient box crashing down again, shattering the wild dog's skull. Thank you. Thank you, the woman managed to utter, her voice trembling with gratitude. The woman awoke, realizing she had been rescued. After expressing her gratitude, she promptly distanced herself from the area. A terrifying bestial roar echoed from the distant woods, accompanied by numerous oars that even caused Song Jun a sense of trepidation. The wolf cub informed him that during the initial phase of the holy transformation, certain creatures would undergo terrifying mutations. Concurrently, numerous extraordinary fruits would emerge, capable of significantly augmenting the strength of living beings. We must depart from this location without delay, Zhao Bo urged, his body bearing traces of blood. Despite their acquisition of the wolf cub's inherited breathing technique, their proficiency remained limited due to their brief period of practice. Song Jun nodded in agreement, casting a glance towards the misty, undulating forest in the distance. He grasped the ancient wooden box and swiftly commenced running. Endowed with exceptional stamina through their practice of the breathing technique, they traversed several kilometers with only slight panting. The potency of the breathing technique was evident, having profoundly transformed their physical constitutions within a mere few days. According to the wolf cub, The breathing technique constituted the foundation, dictating the life hierarchy of living beings. Presently, they could discern the presence of structures in the distance. The train had encountered the holy transformation upon reaching the Anhui border. Consequently, after running for several kilometers, they were able to observe buildings in the distance. They both sighed softly, wondering how many of the train's passengers had managed to escape. Abruptly, from behind a rocky precipice, several men in sunglasses emerged, their physiques robust. Songjun, one of the men, inquired, approaching the pair, placing the ancient wooden box upright on the ground. Songjun furrowed his brow, puzzled as to how these individuals knew his name. "What is the matter?" he questioned. "Excellent," the man in sunglasses affirmed. In the subsequent moment, several individuals from behind him advanced, encircling the two. "What are you doing?" "Halt!" bellowed Zhao Bo, taken aback by the group's abrupt inquiry about their names. The subsequent encirclement made their intentions clear to even the most obtuse observer. The man in sunglasses sneered, his gaze fixed on Songjun. "You utter wretch," he spat. "Your gravest error was causing the demise of young Master Ingyu. Kneel now, and allow us to sever your tendons." In their estimation, the duo's bloodied state indicated a terrified flight from the mutated beasts. Having been in this place for several days, they had initially hoped that the previous night's anomalies would lead to the wretch's demise at the jaws of a beast. However, the wretch had proven fortunate, escaping with his life. Songjun was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the four men before his expression hardened. It seemed that some of his classmates had escaped Yulin City. Otherwise, how would the Ying family have received word that he had killed Ingyu? "Begone!" Zhao Bo roared, his temper flaring, his eyes blazing with fury. "Oh!" The sunglasses-clad man's gaze turned frosty, a murderous intent welling up within him. How dare a mortal rebuke them? Had they not consumed the mystical fruit powder, granting them unimaginable strength? With future opportunities to consume the fruit, they would evolve. Perhaps even ascend to divinity. "Kill this insect," the sunglasses-clad man commanded. In that instant, Songjun cast aside all restraint. These men had come to kill him. Was there any reason for politeness? At such close range, he swung the ancient wooden box with all his might, striking one of the men squarely. The man was sent flying backward with a resounding crash, his face swelling grotesquely as he screamed in agony. He was inwardly astounded, for he had ingested powdered exotic fruits, resulting in the evolution of his physique. Yet, at this moment, he was being subdued by a mere mortal, a nonentity. The man in sunglasses, known as Hu Gang, his countenance growing somber, addressed the others, "Slaughter that insignificant ant directly." With that, he strode forth, advancing towards Songjun. "Incompetent fool. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall enlighten you as to the true meaning of power." Through certain connections, Hu Gang had consumed a fingernail-sized portion of the exotic fruit's flesh, leading to a more profound metamorphosis than the others. With a swift whoosh, he launched a punch at Songjun, the air whistling in its wake. Seeing this, Songjun responded with a punch of his own. Bang! Their fists collided, and Songjun was immediately overwhelmed by a tremendous force, compelling him to retreat several steps, much to his astonishment. He was well aware that he was no longer the same as before, thanks to the black paper and breathing technique, which had significantly transformed his physical constitution. "I am not privy to what you have ingested, but in my eyes, you remain an utter imbecile," Hu Gang sneered, leaning forward and launching a kick from above towards the ladder. Observing the fierce incoming kick, Songjun took a deep breath, and in the next instant, he exhaled through his nostrils, as if expelling a wisp of mist. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a thunderous blow. With a sharp crack, his fist met the oncoming foot, a surge of immense power erupting. However, a sound of fractured bone echoed through the air. In the following moment, Hu Gang's face contorted in agony, and he emitted a wretched scream. "Insolent wretch, you are courting death." Hu Gang roared in fury, his aura undergoing a dramatic shift. The sound of cracking bones emanated from within his body, and his physique visibly expanded by 10 centimeters, his biceps bulging like miniature mountains, brimming with explosive power. With a single stride, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. With eyes widening in disbelief, Songjun witnessed a startling metamorphosis in his adversary, who seemed to transform into a savage beast before his very eyes. "Perish!" roared Hu Gang, charging like a rampaging behemoth, his arms descending from above with crushing force. With a resounding thud, Songjun met the attack with his own fists, but his expression faltered as he felt the immense power behind the blow. His feet sank deep into the earth. "You know," Hu Gang sneered, After I sever your tendons, certain individuals intend to flay you alive. Your demise will be far from peaceful. At that moment, Hu Gang felt a volcanic surge of power coursing through him, intensifying his desire for the mystical fruit. He knew, however, that these fruits were exceedingly rare, and he had only managed to consume a fragment the size of a fingernail through his connections. Muscles bulging, he aimed a devastating blow at Song Jun's head. In desperation, Song Jun swung the ancient wooden box in his defense. With a splintering crack, the box shattered under Hu Gang's assault. At that precise moment, Song Jun's hasty retreat was abruptly halted by a flash of silvery light that caused him to squint. It was a blade, approximately 140 centimeters in length, with a gently curved, silver-plated body that appeared to be forged from liquid silver. Etched into the hilt were several large Sanskrit characters, gleaming with a luminous sheen. It was, in fact, a Buddhist blade. Chapter 15, Guardian Treasure. The four-armed aberrant, a glint of silver erupted in the air. Hu Gang's pupils contracted as he swiftly altered his fist into an open palm, attempting to seize the blade. Song Jun's heart skipped a beat as he realized that the heirloom he had been entrusted to protect was, in fact, a Buddhist blade. Without hesitation, he reached for the hilt as the cold light flared. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, followed by an explosion of crimson in the sky. Leveraging his superior strength, Hu Gang brazenly seized the blade with his bare hand. Seizing the opportunity, Song Jun grasped the hilt and retreated a step, drawing the blade along. Instantly, a crimson bloom erupted as a severed hand arced through the air. A chill permeated Hu Gang as he clutched his maimed wrist, recoiling in horror. You deem me worthless, seeking to end my life at your whim? Such indulgence is not to be granted. Song Jun roared, recalling Hu Gang's earlier mention of a plot to flay him alive, denying him a peaceful demise. A coldness gripped his heart. Recognizing it as the machinations of the Ing family, he advanced, gripping the hilt, as a flash of silver severed an arm, sending a geyser of blood into the air. Hu Gang's agonizing shriek pierced the air as his augmented physique reverted to its original form. These individuals deserve to perish, Zhao Bo declared. His gaze icy as he surveyed the figures on the ground, his eyes filled with contempt. Song Jun had long confided in him regarding his feud with Ing Yu. Had fortune not favored his brother, he would have been slain by these very men. Given the opportunity, I shall settle accounts with the Ying family. Surveying the fallen, Song Jun voiced his resolve. To be hunted relentlessly, time and again, would ignite fury in even the most docile soul. Since they seek my demise, I shall not cower in passivity, such is not my nature. I shall accompany you, Zhao Bo offered. A brother's plight demands my presence. There is no need. I shall manage on my own. Song Jun demurred, casting a glance at Zhao Bo. The latter nodded in understanding. The world had undergone a transformation, but so had they. Each day brought them closer to empowerment. With caution, his brother would prevail. They cast one final glance at the figures on the ground before gathering vines to bind them and cast them into the depths of the forest. These men came to kill them. Let them meet their end in the jaws of the mutated beasts. Indeed. The duo had not journeyed far when several agonizing screams echoed from the distance. Let us part ways here. On the path, Song Jun turned to Zhao Bo, who stood beside him. After caressing the head of the small wolf, Song Jun hastened toward the distant edifice. His communicator had been without power since the previous night, and he was certain his parents would be anxious due to the prolonged silence. However, as he turned, a fair-skinned man was regarding him with a faint smile. Young Master Song. The man chuckled softly, approaching at an unhurried pace. En route, his entire demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. Song Jun's eyes narrowed as the newcomer's aura proved even more formidable than Wu Gang's. Midway, the man's presence shifted dramatically, his bones cracking audibly as his physique surged to a height of 2 meters. To Song Jun's astonishment, 2 additional arms sprouted from the man's shoulders. A 4-armed mutant. Song Jun's heart quaked. He had encountered a true mutant. According to the small wolf, only the consumption of an unblemished mutant fruit could induce such a profound transformation. Moreover, this individual seemed to recognize him. He wore a placid smile, relishing the potent force coursing through his being. He had received orders from the young master to eliminate the person before him. He had spotted the latter in the mountains, but at the time, Song Jun was engaged in a fierce battle with another group. He had refrained from immediate action. It seems the intelligence was flawed. You possess a mysterious factor within you and are, in fact, a mutant. He remarked with a faint smile, his gaze shifting to the object wrapped in cloth on Song Jun's back. Earlier, the latter had relied on this very item to vanquish the group. This blade is extraordinary. You know me. Who sent you? Songjin's eyes turned frigid as he scrutinized the man before him, slowly drawing the Buddha blade, swathed in cloth, from his back. The deceased have no need for excessive knowledge. He offered a faint smile, yet in an instant, his countenance turned frigid. The additional pair of arms began to gleam with a jade-like luster. With a resounding crash, his foot struck the ground, causing fissures to appear in the road. The jade-colored arms, like streaks of light, flickered through the air, hurtling towards Song Jun's head. Song Jun retreated a step, bending low to close the distance, and swung his Buddha blade, aiming to cleave the jade arms. With a grating screech, the cloth encasing the Buddha blade instantly disintegrated, and the blade struck the jade arms, igniting a shower of sparks, akin to colliding embers. Your strength is too feeble. Therefore, you should just embrace death, he sneered, his expression suddenly contorting into a fierce grimace as his forearms descended like a thousand-armed Avalokitesvara. Song Jun's demeanor grew solemn as he activated his breathing technique, instantly elevating his entire presence and unleashing a surge of immense power. With another ear-splitting tear, he cleaved the jade arms once more, eliciting another burst of sparks. Hiyu's face underwent a drastic change as he felt his jade arms on the verge of being severed, causing him excruciating pain. He hastily retreated. Song Jun, with a frigid countenance, brandished his Buddha blade, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Hiyu frantically used his jade arms to parry. But soon his heart was gripped by fear as fissures began to appear on the jade arms, threatening to shatter them. With a resounding thud, Song Jun, hunched low, unleashed a ferocious punch, landing squarely on his opponent's ribs. A sharp crack echoed as the ribs shattered. Hiyu trembled with dread. At that moment, Songjin circled behind him and stomped down with a foot that seemed to emit a flash of light. A sickening crack followed, accompanied by a thunderous roar of agony. You are so ruthless. A chill ran down Hiyu's spine as his lumbar vertebrae were pulverized by the latter's stomp, leaving him paralyzed. Songjin scoffed coldly, and with a swift stroke, a silver glint flashed, and the jade arms fell to the ground. Do you consider this ruthless of me? Songjin coldly glared at his opponent, who had previously declared him a dead man, disregarding his existence as a living being. Now, having been defeated by his own hand, the adversary audaciously proclaimed his ruthlessness. He believed that, from a different perspective, his opponent would show him no mercy and would seek to end his life, even more cruelly. Who sent you? Songjin inquired icily. You will die, the man retorted defiantly, his paralyzed form still able to cast a fierce glare at him. Yet, in the next moment, regret washed over him. In the air, a silver flash appeared, and a head was severed, coldly observing the lifeless body on the ground. Songjin felt no burden in his heart. It was others who wished for his demise. Would he merely wait with a clean neck for them to strike? The world had changed, and as long as his heart remained steadfast, what did it matter if he had to take a life? Chapter 16. Guarding the Treasure. A heavy heart. Recently, chaos has engulfed the world. Various reports have erupted across the internet, and in a matter of days, it seems as though the world has undergone a monumental transformation. Since the descent of 9 celestial lands from outer space, which have landed in 9 locations, a heavy weight has settled upon the hearts of people globally. Additionally, the atmosphere is thick with a blue mist, present both day and night, particularly dense in the mountains. However, experts have analyzed that this blue mist contains mysterious energy, and prolonged exposure is believed to enhance one's physical constitution. In light of the cataclysmic events of last night, known as the 9 Blue Incident, many wild beasts in the mountains have mutated, becoming ferocious and bloodthirsty, instilling great fear among the populace. Yet, whispers on the internet reveal that amidst this upheaval, some humans have emerged extraordinarily powerful. These individuals are referred to as anomalous beings. Their transformation stems from possessing a mysterious factor within their bodies, which activates only after consuming the extraordinary fruits. Several prominent financial conglomerates in the country have joined forces to seek out a mysterious fruit hidden within ancient mountains and historical sites. Online discussions have sparked emotional reactions, with many speculating whether these powerful entities intend to plunder the revered peaks. Despite the terrifying presence of wild beasts, humanity possesses formidable weaponry and devastating nuclear capabilities. This compels some individuals to venture into the depths of the mountains in pursuit of the fruit, believing that such a discovery could elevate them to godlike status. The allure of power is irresistible, some are blinded by the desire for strength. However, according to research conducted by influential factions, without the presence of a mysterious factor within one's body, one cannot become an extraordinary being, regardless of the consumption of these exotic fruits. Skeptics have mocked this notion. Various opinions flood the internet, with voices clashing. Some proclaim that this marks the dawn of an apocalypse, heralding humanity's eventual demise, while others herald it as the beginning of a glorious era, where humankind will evolve to unprecedented heights beyond imagination. Emerging from the forest, Song Jun hurriedly charged his communicator before activating it. What? A thunderbolt of shock struck his heart, leaving his limbs icy with dread. Mom, please, do not cry. What has happened to Dad? His mother wept uncontrollably, causing Song Jun immense distress, wishing he had wings to fly to her side instantly. Moments later, a chill settled over his expression as a surge of hatred welled within him. Mom, what is happening to Dad now? He asked anxiously. Your father is fine now. He is still in slumber, she replied. Upon recalling the events of the previous night, Song's mother felt a surge of apprehension. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hastily exclaimed, Son, where are you right now? I'll summon your father's friend to come and fetch you. He is an extraordinary individual. Mother, I am perfectly fine. I am in a very safe place and will come to Huicheng to meet you, Song Jun reassured her, feeling a sense of relief at the thought of the friend his parents knew, for he was sincerely grateful. Had it not been for that friend's intervention, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the dire consequences. Upon hearing that her son intended to come alone, Song's mother immediately panicked and vehemently opposed the idea. Ultimately, Song Jun clarified that he was accompanied by a friend, another extraordinary individual, who was currently safeguarding him, and that he was indeed very secure. Mother, do you know this person's background? As he spoke, Song Jun's tone gradually grew colder. Until now, he had only offended the Ying family. Could it be that they intended to harm his parents? The thought ignited a tempest of murderous intent within him. After a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, his mother responded, I suspect it was your uncle who orchestrated this. What? A jolt of disbelief coursed through Song Jun, rendering him momentarily speechless. Upon receiving this information, Song's father was determined to acquire such a fruit, hoping it would remedy his son's issues. Although the elder had initially agreed, someone intervened midway, asserting that Song Jun lacked the mysterious factor within him, rendering the fruit a waste of resources. Rather than squander it on someone deemed useless, it would be better utilized on someone of merit. That individual was none other than Song Jun's uncle, Song Qinghong. The subsequent events unfolded simply. His parents were temporarily assigned to Wanjiang town, henceforth removed from familial affairs. The elder claimed this was to allow them to find peace of mind, assuring them that more of such fruits would surely be available in the future. Was this preferential treatment? Anger simmered within Song Jun. Abruptly, he recalled the four-armed stranger he had encountered that morning and his mother's words, that the man intended for them to perish in an accident. This suggested that someone desired their demise but lacked the audacity for a blatant attack. Song Qihong. A murderous intent welled up within Song Jun. If he couldn't comprehend the situation, he might as well be dead. All of this indicated that his uncle sought the demise of his parents and him, but in a manner that appeared natural, hence these events. Are you even worthy of being called my grandfather? Song Jun's heart gradually turned cold. He refused to believe that his parents' misfortune was unknown to the old man. Chapter 17. Protecting the treasure. Self-inflicted. A luxurious villa, adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, a palace of jade. In the distance, white marble formed the base, and in the center of the courtyard stood a bronze sculpture fountain, its crystalline droplets shimmering and rippling. At this moment, two groups of people were subtly confronting each other. Brother, your temperament is unsuited for the current world. You cannot lead the Zhou family, a middle-aged man declared, his physique robust and his shoulders broad. Dressed in a white training suit, his muscles were firm, and his imposing aura was overwhelming. Opposite him stood a slightly plump middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to the first. However, the slightly overweight man possessed an air of refinement, lacking the same imposing presence. You act without consideration, disregarding the consequences. Compared to me, you are even more inferior. The slightly plump man retorted, his gaze sharp and unyielding. So, you disagree? The robust man took a step forward, his face tense, and everyone felt an imposing aura bearing down on them. Frankly speaking, the slightly plump man replied, glancing at the robust man. A series of cracking sounds echoed from within his body, yet he remained unyielding. Behind the two individuals, the crowd gazed at one another. and subtle sparks seemed to flicker in the air. As the atmosphere grew tense, the burly man suddenly let out a cold snort, his gaze turning even icier. In the next moment, he spoke. I shall give you 2 days. If that object is not presented by then, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. The slightly plump man felt his confidence wane, a fleeting expression of concern crossing his face before it hardened into a chill. You may certainly try, he replied. Beside the slightly plump man, a man in his 50s spoke in a comforting tone. The slightly plump man nodded, anxiety gnawing at him. With his father gone, his brother sought power, and the entire family was in disarray. Only with the arrival of the object in Yuan's possession could he rightfully take the helm of the family. Even if his brother was formidable, it would not matter. Though the Zhou family reveres martial prowess, they also honor the traditions passed down by their ancestors. On a mountaintop, lush with verdant foliage and shrouded in mist, a figure sat cross-legged, facing the brilliant sun. The dawn light illuminated him, as the swirling mist refracted radiant hues, reminiscent of flowing water. After a considerable time, this figure suddenly exhaled, his breath resembling a soaring dragon, with golden flecks swirling around him. This figure was none other than Songjin. Since he began practicing the breathing technique, he had diligently faced the sun every morning and evening, inhaling the essence of heaven and earth. Now, he sensed a primal dragon lying dormant within him, while a mysterious energy surged through his flesh, endowing him with an incredible physique. He had discovered that whenever he activated the breathing technique and stirred that energy within his flesh, his skin would emit a faint sheen, akin to bronze. It was truly wondrous. Songjin was astounded, gazing at the flowing luminescence upon his skin, his eyes gleaming brilliantly. He turned his head to regard the small wolf. Seated not far away, legs crossed in meditation, paws placed serenely. An extraordinary aura enveloped it. Azure mist swirled around it in undulating waves, accompanied by what sounded like thunderous reverberations. Its breath seemed to be ablaze, igniting the resplendent morning glow, forming a multicolored golden energy ribbon in the air, with pale golden fragments surging into its diminutive form. I wonder just how formidable it has become, Songjin mused inwardly, observing the remarkable phenomena surrounding the small wolf. The wounds it had sustained from traversing dimensions had vanished entirely. Now, its fur was sleek, resembling flowing verdant light. Let's depart, Songjin said, rising to his feet and dusting off his posterior as he saw the small wolf open its eyes. He would arrive at the Zhou residence today, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Now that he had reached Xuanqing, the small wolf nodded, the strange phenomena surrounding it dissipating. With a leap, it nestled into Songjin's embrace, stating, My injuries have mostly healed. I shall venture into the deep mountains in a few days. Songjin concurred, understanding the small wolf's intentions. Its purpose in coming to this world was to seek the so-called opportunity for sainthood. The small wolf had confided in him that only renowned mountains and ancient sites would yield potent spiritual entities. Moreover, the wild beasts within were even more formidable. It suspected that enlightened demon beasts dwelled in some of Earth's remote mountains. Upon entering Xuanqing, Songjin hailed a taxi to the outskirts, having had the occasion to visit the Zhou residence once before. In Anhui, his Song family was also a corporate entity, having once collaborated with the dominant Zhou family. Arriving at a small path, Songjin halted, casting his gaze upon the lavishly pieced-together marble pavement. In the distance stood a palatial residence, its fences adorned with verdant ivy, and within lay fountains, artificial hills, and groves. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Recalling Zhou Yuan, Songjin sighed and strode forward, while the wolf cub slumbered peacefully in the backpack he carried. Halt! 2 gatekeepers in black suits emerged from the mansion's entrance, their voices commanding. I am here at the behest of another to seek out Director Zhou Jiangwen, Songjin stated courteously. The gatekeepers exchanged glances, one stepping forward. What business do you have with Director Zhou? We can make contact on your behalf. I have an item to deliver. Show it to us, the gatekeeper demanded coldly. A hint of disdain in his tone, as if looking down upon the unassuming figure before him. Songjin's brow furrowed slightly. I promised the individual to personally hand it to Director Zhou. Leave the item, and be gone, the other gatekeeper retorted, casting a contemptuous glance at Songjin. Why bother speaking with such riffraff? Just tell him to leave. The Zhou group was a leading enterprise in Anhui, and their position naturally led them to look down upon ordinary people. Moreover, in this new era, as long as they remained guarding the Zhou family, they might have a chance to become awakened. Leave the item here, and leave, the gatekeeper repeated coldly. Otherwise, we'll break your legs. You may try, Song Jin responded icily, warning them that if they dared to lay a hand on him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Huh, daring to show temper with us? Break his legs. The doorman was infuriated, his face contorted with anger. Two men lunged towards Song Jin, intending to break the limbs of this ungrateful wretch. Crack, crack, in unison. The sounds of cracking and anguished cries reverberated through the air. To everyone's astonishment, Song Jin shifted his stance, swiftly executing a kick that shattered the legs of both assailants. With his current prowess, dealing with ordinary individuals was a mere trifle. Observing the two writhing in agony upon the ground, Song Jin felt no sympathy. They had initiated the confrontation and sought to harm him. Their fate was of their own making. Chapter 18. The Guardian of Treasures. Gathering of the extraordinary. The wails of the injured drew the occupants of the building outside. What happened? Someone exclaimed, rushing towards the scene, only to find the two doormen on the ground. Brother Zhang, this person, relying on his training, has forcibly broken both my legs, they lamented. Their eyes filled with venomous hatred directed at Song Jin. Is that so? The man's expression darkened as he turned his gaze towards Song Jin. In a short span, more individuals emerged from the building. I said it was unnecessary, Song Jin replied nonchalantly, as the crowd encircled him. The man named Brother Zhang cast a cold glance at Song Jin, a sneer forming on his lips. This fellow possesses some self-awareness, but it is too late. Brazen and unreasonable, injuring our Zhou family's doorman. He deserves to have his limbs broken, Brother Zhang declared. Instantly, the crowd began to advance, preparing to act, when suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. Stop! A slightly portly middle-aged man, exuding an air of refinement, stepped forward. Director Zhou, this man is barbaric and tyrannical. Having harmed our Zhou family's doorman, he ought to be punished accordingly. The man addressed as Zhang approached, his tone respectful yet firm. As he spoke, the group behind him advanced towards Song Jin. The slightly stout man cast a cold glance at them and commanded, Did you not hear me? I said halt. Simultaneously, his entire demeanor transformed, shedding its refinement, as if a primal beast were about to erupt from within him, instantly silencing the crowd and causing their hearts to flutter. Humph, what audacity! I've said before that you are not suited to lead the Zhou family, and I stand by it. Allowing outsiders to bully their way into our home without retaliation? I am far more fitting to helm the Zhou family than you. Just then, a commanding voice resonated, filled with an overbearing presence. The crowd turned their gazes to see a robust man approaching, his broad shoulders exuding an air of untamed power. Zhang respectfully hurried over to the newcomer, whispering the details of the situation. After a moment, the brawny man raised his gaze and roared, Such insolence! Injuring the Zhou family's guards, do you comprehend the repercussions? Song Jin met his gaze directly, coldly retorting, I yielded. They brought this upon themselves. Spare me the excuses. If you did it, you did it. The burly man bellowed, taking a step forward, his aura becoming even more domineering. The next moment, he turned his gaze towards the slightly stout man, coldly stating, The time has come. Without the token, regardless of your wishes. Today the Zhou family will be led by me, Zhou Jianwu. You, Zhou Jiangwen, are unworthy. Zhou Jiangwen. Song Jin was taken aback, turning his gaze towards the slightly stout middle-aged man, and inquired, Are you Uncle Zhou Jiangwen? The slightly stout man cast a cold glance at his own brother, then turned to Song Jin, nodding slightly, and affirmed, Indeed, I am. Hearing the latter's admission, Song Jin let out a sigh of relief, bringing forth a wrapped item before him. Zhou Yuanyuan requested that I deliver this to you. What? Zhou Jiangwen, with a slightly plump figure, trembled as he stepped forward, covering several meters to reach Song Jin, his voice filled with excitement. Where's Yuan'er? Where's he? A look of joy appeared on Zhou Jiangwen's face. After worrying for over a week, he finally had news of the little rascal. As long as the child was safe, that was all that mattered. Observing Zhou Jiangwen's elation, Song Jin felt a heaviness in his heart. Noticing the sudden silence from Song Jin, Zhou Jiangwen's expression shifted, realization dawning upon him. His voice quivered. Yuan'er is not with you? I'm sorry, uncle. Zhou Yuanyuan perished at the hands of beasts on the night of the Jiulan incident. Song Jin finally spoke with a heavy sigh. At these words, Zhou Jiangwen's entire being trembled, as if he had aged several years in an instant, rooted to the spot. Shaking uncontrollably, Song Jin shook his head, unveiling the wrapped item to reveal a curved dagger. Uncle, this is what Zhou Yuanyuan entrusted me to give you. Beast. At that moment, a burly man shouted furiously, his expression plunging into darkness. Beast, how dare you substitute a replica for the genuine article? What are your intentions? This time, I shall take your life. Zhou Jiangwen's voice turned icy, his gaze entirely frigid. In the next instant, a loud cracking sound resonated from his shoulders as they bulged like hills, a primal energy surging from his body. He stepped forward, launching a powerful punch towards the front. An extraordinary being. Song Jian's gaze sharpened, this being the third instance he had witnessed an adept capable of undergoing personal mutation, evidently through the ingestion of an arcane fruit by Zhou Jinwu. Observing the overbearing fist hurtling towards him, a chill ran through Song Jian's heart. Such a blow would assuredly prove fatal to an ordinary individual. This Zhou Jinwu was indeed intent on taking his life. Handing the Buddhist blade to the vacant-eyed Zhou Jiangwen, Song Jian advanced a step, his skin shimmering with an ethereal radiance, lending him an extraordinary air. Crack! The air reverberated with a sharp report as Zhou Jinwu, his shoulders broad as a mountain, surged forth, his form aglow with a divine light, causing the ground to tremble beneath his feet. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Zhou Jinwu's fist connected with the young man. Yet, the reality diverged from the onlookers' expectations. A cracking noise echoed, followed by an immediate pallor washing over Zhou Jinwu's face. Ah, you beast! I shall slay you. Zhou Jinwu roared, his countenance contorted with rage as his right fist, now fractured, hung limp. Song Jian's eyes gleamed with icy resolve. Stepping forward, he seized his adversary with his left hand and delivered a swift palm strike to Zhou Jinwu's left arm, eliciting another bone-shattering crack. Ignoring the pained cries of his opponent, Song Jian's skin continued to radiate with an otherworldly brilliance. With each strike, bone splintered. Finally, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending Zhou Jinwu hurtling through the air, crashing into a distant wall with a deafening roar. Gasped. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, was seized by a collective tremor of awe. This young man had effortlessly vanquished Zhou Jinwu. It was widely known that the Zhou family reigned as the paramount overlords of Anhui, wielding immense power and having acquired an arcane fruit during the cataclysmic upheaval. Zhou Jinwu's physique had undergone a terrifying evolution, yet he was subdued in a matter of moments by a mere youth, leaving the onlookers in a state of profound astonishment. The items have arrived. I shall take my leave. Casting a cold glance at the crowd, Song Jian's eyes were icy. Ever since the world began to change day by day, it seemed that people had transformed as well, their true natures gradually revealing themselves. Just then, Zhou Jiangwen, with vacant eyes, suddenly awakened. He looked at Song Jian and said, "Young man, I am truly grateful for your assistance in delivering this renowned Buddha knife for Yuana. I wish to invite you to stay, as I seek to understand how Yuana met with her misfortune." As he spoke, pain flickered in Zhou Jiangwen's gaze. Song Jian sighed internally, nodded, and acquiesced. That night, the stars sparkled brilliantly, blue mist undulated, and the moon hung high in the sky. Pavilions adorned the landscape, and the crystalline springs gleamed brightly. "Uncle Zhou, the matter is as follows," a voice resonated from within the pavilion. Zhou Jiangwen's face twisted in agony, wishing he could have taken Zhou Yuaner's place in death. After a moment, he took a deep breath, gazing up at the night sky with reddened eyes. "Yuaner, I am sorry for you. May you rest in peace." Once he steadied his emotions, Zhou Jiangwen turned his gaze to Song Jian and spoke. "Since Yuana entrusted you with this task, it signifies that she regarded you as a friend." Song Jian nodded. He too considered Zhou Yuana a friend. Though it was a pity, Zhou Jiangwen's expression bore a hint of astonishment. The young man appeared harmless, yet he could effortlessly overpower Zhou Jinwu, indicating that he was equally formidable in combat. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jiangwen spoke earnestly. "I would like to invite you to join the gathering of extraordinary individuals and to share the journey to Mount Huang with my family." Chapter 19. Guardian of the Treasure. The Holy Celestial Wolf Fist. Mount Huang. Startled, Song Jian's gaze intensified as he learned of Zhou Jiangwen's intention to venture to Mount Huang. Just then, a stir within his embrace revealed the wolf cub peeking out from his backpack. "What a handsome pup," remarked Zhou Jiangwen, his eyes drawn to the wolf cub's striking appearance, marveling at its beauty. Upon hearing this, Song Jian's smile faltered. This wolf cub was no mere dog. It hailed from beyond their world. "Are you truly resolved to go to Mount Huang?" Song Jian inquired, his expression grave, disregarding the wolf cub. In this transformed world, anomalies pervade the great mountains, particularly renowned ones. Mount Huang, celebrated among the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, once symbolized the divine abodes of Polai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou in ancient lore. To perpetuate this distinction, 3 terrestrial mountains were chosen: Mount Huang in Anhui, Mount Lu in Jiangxi, and Mount Amei in Sichuan. Zhou Jiangwen affirmed, "My family, the Zhou clan, will spearhead this endeavor, uniting all prominent Anhui adepts to jointly explore Mount Huang." Observing Song Zhen's silence, Zhou Jiangwen hesitated before confiding, "Deep within Mount Huang, my family has made a discovery." Song Zhen's eyes met Zhou Jiangwen's, sensing an impending revelation. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jiangwen disclosed that Zhou Tianrui, their father, had ventured deep into Mount Huang following the cataclysm. Passing through the narrow crevice of Yixianshan, Zhou Tianrui stumbled upon luminous, mutated fruits. Upon consumption, he underwent an immediate transformation, becoming an adept. Later, Zhou Tianrui ventured deeper and discovered an ancient temple, resplendent with golden light. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was illuminated by a golden-orange tree laden with fruit behind the temple. At that moment, Zhou Tianrui was deeply moved, envisioning the rise of the Zhou family, and was eager to harvest the fruit. However, unbeknownst to him, a hidden peril lurked beneath the orange tree, placing his life in imminent danger. Consequently, he was compelled to join forces. Song Zhen remained silent. Although the depths of the forest harbored terrifying beings, they were certainly incapable of crossing over, as the little wolf had informed him. As for how it had managed to cross, the little wolf had mentioned that without the sacred object within his body, it too would be unable to traverse realms. Presently, the nation and the wealthy elite had already plunged into renowned mountains and ancient sites in search of opportunities. Despite the inherent dangers, armed with the power they wielded, they would only grow stronger. The little wolf had previously warned him that the world would undoubtedly transform in unimaginable ways. Without strength, one would merely become prey in this realm. Clenching his fists, Song Zhen felt a surge of pressure. If he wished to protect his family, he must become formidable in this tumultuous world. Only then would his loved ones be safeguarded. "I will go," Song Zhen affirmed with a nod. Zhou Jiangwen was elated. With Song Zhen's formidable capabilities accompanying the Zhou family, their safety on this journey would be significantly enhanced. This is the invitation to the Zijin banquet, which will take place next week on a yacht in Xuanqing, gathering the major forces of Anhui to deliberate together, Zhou Jiangwen announced. What forces will be present? The Ying family, the Song family, the Fong family. Indeed, Song Zhen fell silent. The Ying family and the Song family wielded considerable influence in Anhui and would naturally be invited. "I will attend that day." Song Zhen's eyes glimmered as he spoke. In recent days, he has no intention of staying at the Zhou residence, for he must practice his breathing technique at dawn and dusk. Although he harbors a fondness for Zhou Jiangwen, the matters concerning the little wolf and the breathing technique are of utmost significance and cannot be disclosed in the slightest. At dawn, as the sun rises, the morning glow radiates golden hues, enveloping the air in a misty vapor. At the foot of the Yellow Mountain lies a quaint town, nestled by the inner sea, where the essence of the mountains intertwines with the sea breeze, bringing forth an auspicious aura that brushes against the town. Facing the resplendent sun, Song Zhen breathes deeply, feeling the warm rays enveloping him, as if a vital energy is roasting his very flesh, purifying the dross within. Suddenly, a gust of breath spirals into the air, bursting forth like shards of golden light. Upon opening his eyes, a delicate fragrance wafts toward him. Song Zhen's nostrils flare slightly, recognizing that this subtle aroma emanates from within his own body. To his astonishment, he had previously believed the fragrance released by the little wolf during its sunward breathing was inherent to it, yet he now realizes otherwise. Swallowing with a soft gulp, Song Zhen experiences a hint of sweetness that stirs his heart. The practice of the breathing technique yields immediate effects. He has not consumed any extraordinary fruits, yet he can savor the vibrant life essence emanating from the newly risen sun. He closes his eyes once more, immersing himself fully as the golden dawn caresses his being. He can hear the rhythmic flow of blood coursing through his veins and perceive the myriad subtle sounds around him. When he finally opens his eyes, the mist dissipates, and the sweet fragrance fills the air, leaving his body aglow with a translucent sheen. This sight leaves him with an odd expression reminiscent of ancient legends. In antiquity, there were tales of achieving sanctity in the flesh, recorded in the scriptures of both Taoism and Buddhism. Some enlightened beings, upon reaching nirvana, would find their bodies uncorrupted, exuding a divine fragrance. What foolish thoughts occupy my mind? With a self-deprecating smile, Song Zhen mused that the world's transformation seemed to have affected his sanity as well. Suddenly, His ears perked up as he detected a whistling sound accompanied by thunderous echoes emanating from the backyard, creating a considerable commotion. Intrigued, Songjun wondered what could be happening. The backyard was only occupied by the wolf cub. Could it be the source of the disturbance? Filled with curiosity, Songjun stepped into the backyard and was immediately dumbfounded. His eyes widening in disbelief as he muttered, "This creature can box." He observed the wolf cub standing upright, its forepaws moving in a display of wind and thunder, all originating from its body. Its movements were agile, swift, and wild, enveloped in a radiant glow. A spectral image appeared behind it, resembling a wolf king from the untamed wilderness, its fangs like broadswords. As the wolf cub's punches reverberated, the wolf king's spectral form exuded a terrifying aura. Swooping down like a rock hunting its prey, its ferocity unstoppable. With a change in stance, it resembled a gluttonous beast devouring the heavens, its power shaking the universe. Songjun's expression shifted drastically. Even though he was not an expert, he recognized the extraordinary nature of the boxing technique. A sonic boom echoed through the air as a ball of energy exploded, creating a vacuum in that area. The wolf cub gradually ceased its movements, retracting its paws and exhaling, its actions fluid and reminiscent of a master. "Could you teach me?" Songjun asked eagerly. "If I learn it, my strength will increase, and I can explore famous mountains with you." The wolf cub stood upright, pacing around with its paws behind its back, looking at Songjun with an arrogant expression. After a moment, it said, "This is the celestial wolf boxing." It paused, tilting its head to the sky as if it were the most superior being in existence. A twitch played at the corner of Songjun's lips, his brow furrowing involuntarily, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 20. Grudge's Hidden Moves. Sacred Heavenly Wolf Fist. Upon hearing the infantile voice of the little wolf, Songjun suppressed a chuckle, surmising that in its own realm, it was likely no more than a pup. This thought resonated with him, and he nodded in agreement with his own deduction. The little wolf, brimming with pride, tilted its head skyward, casting a disdainful glance at Songjun. Noticing the latter's earnest expression and assenting nods, it swelled with satisfaction, its eyes gleaming with self-importance. "Sacred wolf, please impart your wisdom to me," Songjun implored, his conscience momentarily set aside for the sake of acquiring the fist technique. The little wolf nodded, clasping its paws behind its back, and its youthful voice echoed, "Observe closely." Abruptly, it lunged forward, and with a resounding boom, a plume of white vapor erupted from its snout, detonating in midair. Songjun's gaze remained fixed on the little wolf, aware that it was demonstrating the technique for him to emulate. The little wolf moved with nimble agility, its punches stirring up gusts of wind, an irresistible display of nascent power. Suddenly, its aura underwent a dramatic transformation, radiating an intense, dazzling light, encircled by blazing halos. Boom! The void quivered as the light exploded, revealing the spectral image of a wolf king striding forth from behind the little wolf, exuding an untamed, primeval aura. As the little wolf lunged forward, resembling a celestial wolf devouring the moon or a tiger treading through the wilderness, Songjun's attention remained riveted. He observed the little wolf's momentum surge, a terrifying force sending tremors through his very core. Roar! Countless beams of light swirled as the little wolf's forepaws struck the ground, its head thrown back in a resounding howl. The phantom behind it, imbued with the ancient aura of the wild, resembled a celestial hound lunging at the moon, its reverberating cry shaking the void, unleashing an invisible wave of energy. Heavenly Wolf's lunar howl. Songjun's heart quivered. The blow was devastating, shaking his very soul. He realized that the young wolf was about to strike, and he was utterly defenseless, destined to perish under the howl. It was the sky wolf's wail. The young wolf retracted its fist, explaining that only when the sky wolf fist was mastered could one achieve the sky wolf's wail at moonrise, shattering the opponent's soul with sonic waves. Songjun's expression turned grave, knowing that with his current strength, such a feat was impossible. The young wolf radiated a dazzling light, its aura formidable, a testament to the potent energy within its body. Unlike himself, whose skin merely possessed a translucent sheen, he could scarcely fathom the extent of the young wolf's power. Rumbling. Just then, thunderous sounds echoed from all directions. Simultaneously, the earth began to tremble violently. An earthquake. Songjun's eyes widened in astonishment. No, this was no mere earthquake, he realized, his countenance shifting, for there had been no warning signs. He beheld the distant yellow mountain, its peaks flowing with auspicious light, ethereal mists billowing forth, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. Before his very eyes, the mountain range was expanding infinitely, its peaks soaring into the firmament. Cracks appeared on the wall before him, and he noticed the wall receding into the distance, the ground splitting apart. Even after having experienced so much, Song Jun could not help but stare blankly, wondering if the world itself was expanding. The Earth's surface was stretching, the mountains augmenting. This phenomenon, no less significant than the 9 Blue event, sent tremors of shock throughout the populace. The internet buzzed once more, an uproar of voices, many trembling with fear. The majority were ordinary people, now facing a world undergoing a dramatic transformation, fraught with peril at every turn. Simultaneously, rumors spread that among the tycoons, someone had obtained a mysterious fruit, possessing terrifying powers akin to mythical deities with divine abilities. For several consecutive days, the world seemed to tremble as if enduring an earthquake, instilling widespread fear. It was said that even foreign lands were affected, with several renowned seas transforming into mulberry fields. Concurrently, a video surfaced showing a tycoon attacking a famous mountain, where deep within the forest, a beast soared into the sky, spewing fearsome flames capable of melting metal and stone. As Song Jin scrolled through the news, a growing restlessness stirred within him. The upheavals were becoming increasingly violent. The previous night, while practicing martial arts in his courtyard, his keen eyesight caught a glimpse of a colossal, mutated frog deep within the Huangshan Mountains, which devoured a massive python several meters long, a sight that left him deeply unsettled. In the courtyard, under the moonlight, a young wolf breathed rhythmically, its body enveloped in swirling mists as it absorbed the energies of heaven and earth. Song Jun followed suit, and after a while, he concluded his breathing exercises and stood up to practice his punches. With each step forward, his aura shifted dramatically, and a faint shadow appeared behind him, mimicking his every move. Not far away, the young wolf glanced over, its eyes subtly trembling with surprise. It had assumed it would take Song Jin several years to master the technique. Given the martial arts complexity and the high demands it placed on one's innate talent and aptitude. However, Song Jin's natural abilities seemed to rival its own. In the mansion of the victor, a commanding figure sat on a high throne, his expression grim. Below him stood 2 figures, one of whom was a young man whose gaze exuded an arrogant demeanor, embodying a world revolving around him attitude. The individual in question was indeed the one who had conferred with another man on the balcony during the fateful night of the Jolan incident. "Hirat, do you have any news about that worthless individual?" inquired the elder, his voice resonating with a deep, somber tone. "Grandfather, there is none," replied the young man, known as Hire, who appeared to be around 23 or 24 years of age. "Regardless, we must locate this worthless creature and flay him to honor your deceased brother," interjected another man, a middle-aged figure named Ingza, his gaze brimming with murderous intent, his countenance slightly contorted with malice. "Yes, father," Inghai affirmed, his expression equally frigid. The contingent he had dispatched had not returned since their departure. Subsequently, he sent another group, only to discover that the previous team had been reduced to mere remnants, devoured by beasts. "Next time, fortune may not favor us so." The group unanimously concluded that the previous team had fallen prey to the beasts unleashed by the Jilan incident, unaware that they had actually been slain by Song Jun. They could not fathom that the so-called worthless individual had undergone a remarkable transformation. "Continue to send out inquiries for that wretched creature. His family is no longer concerned for him," the elder commanded, his tone devoid of warmth. "Yes, father," Ingza nodded, resolved to hunt down the latter and exact retribution. Reports indicated that his youngest son had perished at the hands of that very wretch. The elder nodded, a glimmer of keen insight illuminating his aged eyes. "In a few days, the Zhou family will host a gathering, inviting the major factions from Anhui." Ingza and Inghai remained silent, fully aware that the elder had further revelations to impart. "Through the connection with Yuer, we have established ties with that wealthy conglomerate. We have agreed to take only 20% of whatever is procured from Huangshan." Ingzai's gaze sparkled with determination. Once the financial magnate dispatched their envoy, they would seize the exclusive advantages of Huangshan. Though it was merely a fraction, this 20% would empower him to dominate Anhui, paving the way for future assaults on renowned peaks. The arrival of that group was imminent, and it was rumored they would be armed with advanced weaponry. The elder remarked nonchalantly. Ingzai exchanged a glance with his companion, their eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. "Father, what of the Song family?" Ingze inquired. The Song family? They shall comply and assist us. In return, we shall grant them a mere taste of our bounty. Otherwise, they face annihilation. A glint of icy resolve flashed in the elder's eyes. Ingze and Ing Hai shared a knowing look, their expressions brimming with delight. Chapter 21. Grievances and obligations. In the opulent balcony adorned with azure bricks and white tiles, a young man of striking countenance, sharp features, and elegant demeanor stood. His eyes, filled with intelligence, betrayed a flicker of anger and restrained malice. "Did you allow that useless fool to escape?" he inquired after a moment's silence. "Indeed," replied one of the men behind him, trembling slightly. He understood that this cultured young man was displeased. "An ineffectual wretch," the young man remarked, gazing out at the sky beyond the balcony. He then turned to his subordinate, asking, "Do you have anything further to report?" The man shivered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he hastily responded. "Our operative stationed near Huangshan inadvertently discovered the whereabouts of young Master Song. The wretch. In just a few days, the Shou family would lead an incursion into Huangshan. Given the current situation, the Song family undoubtedly needed to discreetly deploy scouts to gather intelligence. Have they been located?" The young man murmured, a glimmer of coldness flashing beneath his lowered eyelids. In the past, he orchestrated the dispatch of a four-armed mutant to eliminate that good-for-nothing, only to be met with failure. Upon arriving at the scene, the remnants of the battle indicated that the four-armed mutant was virtually defenseless. This led him to suspect that a hidden mutant was safeguarding the useless individual. Furthermore, a separate group of mutants sent to assassinate his uncle also failed in their mission. Intelligence suggests that his uncle was relocated to Huicheng by a mysterious figure. He harbored a vague apprehension towards Huicheng, as it was home to a formidable organization, deterring him from overtly dispatching more personnel. He issued an order, emphasizing the imperative to eliminate the useless one this time. The refined young man abruptly looked up, his intelligent eyes flashing with an imposing chill. "Since I cannot eliminate you, I am left with no choice but to eliminate your useless son," the young man mused inwardly. Anyone who dared to impede his father's progress would meet their demise. Dusk. The setting sun cast a cerulean glow, with the horizon suffused with shimmering blue mist. Songjin had learned about this blue mist from the little wolf. It was a unique form of energy, indispensable to living beings, as their growth and power was inextricably linked to it. This was a pure energy of the world, which, when absorbed and refined, could enhance one's strength. In the courtyard, a figure faced the setting sun, his movements resembling a roc swooping down on its prey, or a wolf howling at the moon. As he breathed, he practiced the heavenly wolf fist, feeling his blood faintly boiling. Patches of blue mist were inhaled and exhaled by him, churning behind him, and his body emanated a radiant glow, like stars twinkling. Suddenly, Song Jun took a large step forward, and the blue mist behind him seemed to ignite, sparkling, and bursting open in a boil. At that moment, a howl seemed to echo through the void as the shadow of the celestial wolf surged forward, charging with a primal roar. With a thunderous crash, the 2-meter-high wall instantly shattered into dust. Not bad, thought Songjin as he halted his movements, his eyes gleaming. He had finally grasped the basics of the celestial wolf's howl, and though it was just a faint roar, its power was immense. It was passable. From a distance, the young wolf observed the scene, a flicker of astonishment deep in its eyes. However, it approached with its head held high, its front paws tucked behind its back. Speaking in a pompous tone, "Though far inferior to me, it's still acceptable." This little brat, Songjin thought, rolling his eyes. Was it indirectly praising itself? Shaking his head, Songjin walked toward the front courtyard. As he approached, his steps suddenly faltered, for at the gate stood 2 figures. "What do you want?" Songjin asked, puzzled. The 2 exchanged a glance, and one of them coldly replied, "To kill you." As soon as the words left his mouth, their auras drastically shifted. Their bodies grew to 3 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming terror, their muscles bulging like solid rock. Mutants. Songjin's heart raced. Another pair of mutants had come to kill him. With a deafening boom, their feet struck the ground, shattering it instantly, and their bodies shot forward like arrows from the sky. Thud. Songjin's right leg tensed as he swung it fiercely, feeling as though he had kicked a solid boulder. This realization made him pause, his gaze lingering on their rock-like muscles. Mutants. One of them exclaimed in shock. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full strength. For their orders were clear: eliminate this worthless target at all costs. The 2 combatants resembled behemoths of stone, their power unbridled, their savage fists capable of shattering iron and rock. Humph. With a frigid gaze, Song Jun surveyed the pair, his eyes kindling with murderous intent. In an instant, he invoked the sun and moon breathing technique, causing his skin to gleam with radiance, and a mystical energy coursed through his flesh. With a resounding impact, he delivered a blow to one of the figures, causing the rock-like fist to fissure, revealing the bone beneath. "You seek to end me, feigning ignorance?" Song Jun sneered, his fist now enshrouded in a nebulous haze, as he launched another strike. "Ah!" The man bellowed, an ochre luminescence emanating from the muscles of his arms. His fists, the size of washbasins, were unleashed in a brutal assault. A resounding crack echoed as the haze dissipated, revealing the man's fists disintegrating into fragments, like shattered stones cascading to the ground. Moments later, his arms had vanished entirely. "Who sent you?" Song Jun roared, propelling the two figures together with a kick, his eyes blazing with icy ferocity. Since his departure from the Yulin lands, he had been subjected to repeated ambushes. Aside from the certainty that the gambling houses sought his demise, he harbored a growing suspicion that these assailants were emissaries of the Song family, his own kin. The two remained silent. Song Jun narrowed his eyes, his fists, still shrouded in mist, descending with lethal force, causing the two figures to crumble into nothingness. Surveying the lifeless bodies on the ground, Song Jun bent down, searching their persons. Soon, he retrieved a communicator. Upon activating it and examining the recent contacts, his eyes were instantly consumed by murderous intent. It was him. As night descended, the distant horizon shimmered with azure light, the stars shining brilliantly. In the depths of some obscure mountains, dark figures soared, emitting chilling roars. Xian City possessed a sea, its surface shimmering with iridescent waves, enveloped in a cerulean mist. A vaporous shroud rising and swirling, the blue light cascading and surging. At this moment, upon the surface of the sea, a magnificent luxury yacht cut through the azure mist, gradually approaching the shore. A fleet of high-end vehicles was parked not far away, as throngs of people made their way toward the opulent vessel. Tonight, various influential factions from Anhui gathered here, summoned by the Zhou family. Anyone possessing extraordinary abilities was welcome to attend. Chapter 22. Grievances and Dance. The yacht boasted 3 levels. The first level resembled an ancient arena, encircled by golden railings, where several figures engaged in spirited duels, amidst intermittent cheers from the onlookers. Those arriving at the yacht had, to varying degrees, undergone transformations, acquiring remarkable powers. The second level served as a ballroom, where numerous celebrities mingled, while also enjoying the displays of skill from the first level. As for the third level, entry was reserved exclusively for the elite of Anhui, accessible only with a purple gold invitation. Among the crowd was a young man, dressed modestly yet possessing a notably tall stature, wearing a mask. This individual was none other than Song Jun. Tonight marked the Zhou family's invitation to the powerful factions to gather at Huangshan for discussions. He had promised Zhou Jiangwen that he would attend this soiree. As for Little Wolf, he had not brought him along, deeming it unnecessary for such an occasion. Within the throng, many donned masks, a reflection of the world's transformations, as some individuals had undergone physical changes. Thus, Song Jun's arrival went unnoticed by the multitude. Upon stepping onto the second level, a kaleidoscope of men and women embraced each other, illuminated by neon lights, moving gracefully to the soft melodies that filled the air. The crowd's gaze shifted, and in the next moment, many pairs of eyes sparkled with intrigue. A maiden of perhaps 18 or 19 years, approximately 170 centimeters in stature, was adorned in an off-the-shoulder, pale yellow chiffon blouse, the hem of which was tucked into azure shorts. Her large eyes were framed by long lashes, and a row of pearly white teeth gleamed between her red lips. 2 strands of hair were swept up, cascading from either side of her ears, curving along the sides of her crystalline chin. A truly beautiful woman, Song Jun thought, his gaze brightening as he looked upon her. "I have expressed my unwillingness to dance," the comely woman stated, her slender brows furrowing slightly in refusal. "Just for a brief interlude," the young man persisted, stepping forward. "Leave me be," the woman retorted, disliking the handsome man, and turning to walk in Song Jun's direction. "Is that not Fong Yu of the Fong family?" someone in the crowd murmured. As the Fong family held considerable sway in Anhui, no one dared to intervene as the man invited the woman to dance. "Do not obstruct my path," the beautiful woman said coolly as she passed Song Jun, casting a fleeting glance in his direction. Song Jun paused, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes beneath his mask, and he replied, There is ample space here. Are you incapable of detouring around me? Recant your words. Fang Yu challenged, her brow arching as she halted, her gaze turning frosty upon Song Jun. Did I not say you are capable of detouring around me? Song Jun retorted blandly. I am Fang Yu of the Fang family. The path lies to the side. Detour yourself. Song Jun responded nonchalantly, inwardly scoffing. Assuming that merely being a member of the Fang family entitled them to deference and fear from all. A soft chuckle escaped the lips of the fair woman, her large eyes turning in their direction. Very well, Fang Yu said. His handsome countenance gradually darkened as he glanced at the comely woman in the distance, a burning sensation rising in his cheeks. You cur, a lesson is in order. His tone was frigid, and the next instant, a resonant sound emanated from his being. An aura of coercion permeating the air, revealing him to be an adept himself. With a swift motion, he lashed out with a palm strike, one that would undoubtedly shatter the face of an ordinary person. How tyrannical, the crowd murmured, a tremor running through them at the mere thought of someone being struck for simply obstructing his path. But then, a resounding crack echoed, and the crowd's gaze was met with a shocking sight. Fang Yu staggering backward, nearly losing his balance. What had transpired? The onlookers were perplexed, unaware of the events that had just unfolded. Fang Yu's expression, however, was now steeped in gloom, and he remained silent. His palm strike had been met with an equally swift counter, his own hand deflected with such force that he felt as though his arm would shatter. His eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation as he considered Song Jun's effortless parry. You'll regret this, he spat, his face burning with humiliation as he heard the whispers of the crowd and saw the beautiful woman's gaze upon him. With a snort of indignation, he turned and fled, unable to bear the loss of face. Thank you, the comely woman said, approaching Song Jun as the crowd dispersed. After casting a glance at the youthful woman before him, Song Jun chuckled. I did nothing at all. The woman responded with a smile, her large eyes fixed upon him. Though his attire was simple and his face concealed by a mask, there was an undeniable air of distinction about him. May I have this dance? The girl chuckled, causing the surrounding crowd to shift their gazes in surprise. This beautiful woman was about to dance with the masked man. Song Jun was momentarily taken aback, sensing the unfriendly stares directed at him. Didn't you say you didn't want to dance? He remarked in astonishment. I merely detest that man. He seems so insincere. She replied, her large eyes curving into a charming arc, her bright gaze and radiant smile captivating. It is my honor, Song Jun responded with a smile. Subsequently, under the scrutiny of countless fiery gazes, he took the delicate hand of the stunning woman in his own. Feeling the warmth and softness of her palm sent a shiver through him. As they swayed gently to the music, the beautiful woman glanced over apologetically. I'm sorry. It appears I've caused you trouble. It's nothing. Song Jun shook his head, his gaze drifting to the source of the disturbance, though unbeknownst to anyone. The eyes behind his mask glimmered with a chilling intent. When brother, Song brother, it's that brat over there. He was being unreasonable, so I said a few words. And he immediately struck at me, Fang Yu reported coldly to the two men beside him. One of the figures exuded an air of dominance, his gaze haughty. The other, with a faint smile and an elegant demeanor, possessed wise eyes. This is the Shou family gala. Do you dare disregard the rules? The arrogant man stated coolly. What a bunch of fools. The elegant young man chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do you blindly accept what others say, without any independent thought? Song Jun's eyes grew calm, his tone slightly hoarse. He scoffed inwardly. Deeming him guilty from the outset, they questioned him without discernment. Should he reciprocate with courtesy? Repeat that, the arrogant man demanded, his tone escalating, his gaze sharpening. Are your cognitive faculties so impaired as to preclude independent thought? Song Jun retorted calmly, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. Chapter 23. Grievances. Interception. The hushed utterance resonated, quieting the throng. Is this man courting death? They mused inwardly. Unlike Fang Yu, these were scions of the Anhui elite, the Ying and Song families, powers of considerable magnitude. The arrogant man's countenance grew frosty, while his urbane companion's smile intensified. Song Jun recognized them from prior Anhui galas. The arrogant man was Ying Zhe, brother of Ying Yu, of the Ying family. As for the urbane man, Song Jun harbored a cold contempt, for this was his nominal brother, Song Qingshan, whose contact information was frequently pinged by the two rock-based mutants who had ambushed him. You have a death wish, a voice roared from the crowd, causing onlookers to tremble. Whatever Brother Ying and Brother Song decree, you dare to quibble, you beast. A man advanced, glaring menacingly at Song Jun. Brother Song, Brother Ying, "Allow me to discipline this wretch and teach him manners," he said obsequiously. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The man was of some repute. It was said he had consumed a mutated wild fruit and become a formidable mutant. "Beast, I will smash your face." The man, named Xiaoho, wouldn't pass up such an opportune moment to ingratiate himself with the victorious Song family. With a swift, sure sound, Xiaoho's complexion underwent a transformation before the assembled crowd, becoming overlaid with a verdant hue, his face sprouting foliage like scales. Subsequently, his palms split open, extending into two tendrils. The tendrils shimmered with verdant light, akin to emerald-tinged mist, and their movement caused the air to audibly crackle. "Remarkable," someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Even Ingze offered a slight nod. This adept was indeed formidable. Should he be brought under his command, he would undoubtedly prove to be a substantial asset. Xiaoho smirked, his feet halting abruptly as he vanished from his original position. Only streaks of emerald light illuminated the air, accompanied by the sibilant sound of air being pierced. Suddenly, a surge of verdant radiance burst forth in the sky as two tendrils shot out, aimed directly at Song Jun. Song Jun's gaze turned indifferent. Just as the comely woman beside him took a step forward, his aura underwent a dramatic shift, his hands becoming enveloped in a cluster of luminescence. Thrash! The tendrils pierced through, unleashing a torrent of emerald light, yet Song Jun's hands seized them directly. This development caused Xiaoho's eyes to contract. He convulsed his arms, verdant light surging forth, causing the tendrils sprouting from his palms to tauten abruptly, with sharp thorns extending. "Humph!" Song Jun scoffed, the cluster of radiance on his palms intensifying. Immediately, he swung his arms, pulling backward, instantly tearing the tendrils asunder. "Ah!" Xiaoho shrieked in agony. The two tendrils were as integral to his being as his own limbs, and being torn apart caused him to wail in anguish, his face paling. With a resounding smack, Song Jun struck Xiaoho's face, and amidst the crowd's gasps, several more blows followed. In a mere moment, Xiaoho's teeth were shattered, his mouth nearly torn apart. Such cruelty, such a heavy hand. Everyone should apprehend him. Feng Yu, witnessing this scene, his expression shifted, his face cold as he glared at Song Jun, loudly addressing the surrounding crowd. "Such a cruel heart? Is it only permissible for him to ruin my mouth, but not for me to strike back?" Song Jun sneered, his gaze turning even colder. "You shut up," Feng Yu roared. Yet, in the next moment, he regretted it, as Song Jun took a large stride towards him, his hands directly striking Feng Yu's mouth. With a thud, all his teeth were shattered, and under the immense force, his body tumbled from the second floor down to the first. With a single palm strike, he was knocked unconscious. The crowd gasped, their gazes towards Song Jun changing once more. This masked man was formidable, likely having consumed high-grade exotic fruits, hence his remarkable strength. "I am Song Qingshan of the Song family. Brother, would you be interested in joining my family to seek fortunes at Huangshan?" Having said this, he turned away, ignoring the scene, his steps leading him towards the third floor, a beautiful woman with sparkling eyes following closely behind. He actually refused, the crowd murmured in surprise. Ingze and Song Qingshan were momentarily stunned, their expressions turning cold. "You are truly formidable," the beautiful woman caught up. "Everyone who can come to this yacht is extraordinary." Song Jun smiled without saying much. Upon reaching the third floor, he saw Ingze and others had already ascended, now stepping into the entrance hall. Beside them was a beautiful woman exuding a mature aura. "Present the purple gold invitation," the beautiful woman said indifferently as she saw Song Jun and his companions approaching. Song Jun furrowed his brows, sensing that the beautiful woman was seemingly targeting him. The enchanting lady beside him produced an invitation, smiling at Song Jun as she entered. Retrieving the invitation given to him by Zhou Jiangwen from his pocket, Song Jun stepped forward. At that moment, the beautiful woman extended her hand to obstruct him, coldly remarking, "How audacious of you to attempt to use a counterfeit invitation." Suddenly, a large group of individuals emerged from both sides of the hall, each towering and possessing sharp gazes. "You speak nonsense. How could his invitation be fake?" The beautiful lady approached, her expression one of displeasure directed at the beautiful woman. The latter cast a glance at her, a flicker of jealousy shimmering in her eyes. As a woman, beauty was paramount, and this striking lady surpassed her in every regard. "What I say is the truth." The beautiful woman huffed disdainfully. "Cease this at once." Just as a throng encircled Song Jun, a large group approached the corridor leading to the third floor, with a slightly plump middle-aged man at the forefront. Zhou Jiangwen shot the beautiful woman a fierce glare. She was the younger sister of his elder brother's wife. As for the masked Song Jun, He recognized him immediately. The invitation he holds was provided by me. How could it possibly be fake? Zhou Jiangwen asserted coldly, casting an irked look at Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression darkened as she let out a cold snort. Miss Lin, Zhou Jiangwen politely greeted the beautiful lady, prompting a stir among those nearby, including Ying Zhe, who observed from a distance. It seemed this woman was not to be underestimated. Uncle Zhou. The beautiful lady replied with a playful smile. Meanwhile, Song Jin's gaze flickered, his emotions tumultuous. Behind Zhou Jiangwen stood an elderly man, his countenance stern. This man was the head of the Song family and, nominally, his grandfather. A chill coursed through Zhou's heart since the incident in Yuland. He had not received a single phone call from the elder. Beside the old man stood a middle-aged man who was none other than his uncle, the father of Song Qingshan. Through the veil of a mask, Zhou Zhun felt an inexplicable discomfort. The faces remained the same, yet the hearts had irrevocably changed. Chapter 24. Grievances at Huangshan Barbecue. Uncle Zhou, he speaks untruths. It was the Fong family who insisted on inviting me to dance. And he is the one who sought trouble. The beautiful woman addressed Zhou Jiangwen, recounting the events that had transpired earlier. Fong Lei, Zhou Jiangwen's gaze shifted, his previously genteel demeanor evaporating, replaced by a sharp intensity. Zhou family head, we have not come here to witness your frivolities, an elderly man among the winners remarked, his tone indifferent, accompanied by several others. Zhou family head, please expedite your discourse regarding Huangshan. We have matters of urgency to attend to. The head of the Song family interjected, his serious visage betraying no emotion. Zhou Jiangwen cast a glance at the assembly, leading them toward the central hall on the third floor. Only when everyone had taken their seats did he speak slowly. The world has transformed. Nations and conglomerates have long ventured into the revered mountains in search of extraordinary fruits for evolution. Yet our factions have only managed to procure a scant few. The crowd remained silent, for as Zhou Jiangwen had articulated, those famed mountains had become battlegrounds. It was said that within these mountains, fearsome beasts had undergone terrifying evolution, rendering even certain firearms nearly ineffective. The future of the world remained uncertain, yet the era of gods and demons was undeniably upon us. Zhou Jiangwen proclaimed gravely. Of late, a multitude of individuals across the globe have ingested the anomalous fruit, precipitating transformations within their corporeal forms, a phenomenon mirrored in numerous denizens of the wild. Consequently, the external world has come to regard this epoch as the dawn of a mystical and demonic age. Deep within the recesses of Huangshan, my lineage, the Zhou family, has unearthed the anomalous fruit. However, given the limitations of our solitary influence, no single entity can lay exclusive claim to it. Having articulated this, Zhou Jiangwen cast a deliberate gaze upon the assembly before altering his tone. Unlike the nation-states and financial magnates, these factions lack dominion over thermal weaponry. Thus, the perils lurking within the deep mountains remain insurmountable for them. What manner of anomalous fruit is it, and in what abundance does it exist? The patriarch of the Ying family rose to his feet, his hands firmly planted on the table, a glimmer of keen interest scintillating within his eyes. Zhou Jiangwen offered a measured glance, and amidst the fervent gazes of the congregation, he declared, deep within Huangshan lies an ancient temple, and behind this temple stands a golden tangerine tree, laden with a profusion of golden tangerines, replete with fruit. The assembly could scarcely contain the burgeoning inferno within their hearts, as they contemplated the extent of their potential empowerment should they come to possess such a treasure. The patriarch of the Ying family and the patriarch of the Song family exchanged a meaningful glance, their eyes betraying a hint of ulterior motives. Esteemed colleagues, on this occasion, shall my Zhou family take the vanguard, with the Ying, Song, Fong, and Xian families joining forces to venture into Huangshan? Zhou Jiangwen proposed. I concur. After a protracted silence, the assembly unanimously nodded in agreement, for the presence of exotic beasts within the deep mountains rendered solitary expeditions untenable. In the early hours, as the rising sun painted the sky with vibrant hues, Song Jun sat in the courtyard, his eyes shut in contemplation. A voluminous cloud of mist swirled around his nose, and his entire being emanated a fragrant aroma, rendering his skin more lustrous and translucent. As the last vestige of dawn's glow faded into his senses, Song Jin slowly opened his eyes, from which a radiant light seemed to burst forth. Stepping outside, he took a slight breath and dashed forward with the swiftness of the wind. After a moment, he halted, his eyes filled with astonishment. His tests revealed that he could sprint at a staggering speed of 150 meters per second. Moreover, his strength was terrifyingly immense. With a single punch, he could pierce through a tree as thick as 3 men's girths. Returning to the courtyard, he gazed towards the distant Huang Mountain, now vastly larger, with a wild, ancient aura swirling around it. "Little brat wolf," Song Jun called out. "I warn you, call me that again, and I'll turn you into a pig's head." The wolf retorted angrily as it emerged. Recently, Song Jun had bought it a communicator, and it had quickly learned many things about this world. Together, they sped towards Huang Mountain, which now shimmered with auspicious light, radiant and crystalline. Yet, deep within its forests lay various dangers. Roar! Just as they reached the edge of Huang Mountain, they saw a sea of mist churning in the distance, with massive beasts roaring within. Arriving at a clearing flanked by ancient trees that reached the heavens, they noticed how the landscape had transformed since the first sacred change. With trees now towering over 100 meters high, reminiscent of a primordial world. Suddenly, a mutated toad, about 7 to 8 meters in size, covered in repulsive blisters, leaped out. It eyed Song Jun and the wolf, its massive tongue flicking out instantly, aiming to engulf them. "Disgusting," Song Jun muttered with disdain. Such a mutated monster would have terrified him in the past. However, the trials he had endured had rendered his nerves remarkably resilient. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch that shattered a massive tree. Grasping the trunk, he leaped into the air, harnessing his speed to drive the tree's pointed end directly into the several-meter-long tongue of a colossal toad. In an instant, the enormous creature writhed in agony, yet its tongue remained impaled to the ground. Without hesitation, Song Jun and the little wolf continued their exploration, encountering mutated bobcats, venomous snakes, and mountain sparrows, until they finally laid eyes upon a mutated grizzly bear. This sight illuminated his eyes with excitement. Accompanied by the little wolf, he pursued the beast for an extended duration before ultimately slaying the giant bear. The bear was immense. Its paw alone measured over a meter in size. After skinning and defurring it, he washed the meat in the river and then skewered it with branches, seasoning it generously before commencing the slow roast. Before long, the 2 bear paws turned a glorious golden brown, with droplets of savory juices sizzling as they dripped into the flames. The little wolf, unable to contain its anticipation, gazed with sparkling eyes, saliva moistening the ground beneath. The man and the wolf exchanged a knowing glance, their throats emitting a low growl, and in an instant, they pounced. A tempest of hunger unleashed. Half an hour later, Song Jun caressed his round belly, astonished by the delectable feast he had just enjoyed, nearly swallowing his tongue in delight. The little wolf, however, had managed to consume a paw nearly its own size. Sitting on the ground, Song Jun lifted his gaze toward the depths of Mount Huang, where billowing clouds embraced the peaks, vibrant rays illuminating the sky, and 2 towering cliffs pierced the sea of clouds. Suddenly, he let out a soft gasp, for he spotted a figure moving in that direction, causing him to furrow his brow. That particular area of the cliff, known as the One-Line Sky, was said by Zhou Jiangwen to conceal an ancient temple deep within its embrace. Perhaps it was merely a chance encounter with an otherworldly being, Song Jun murmured, not dwelling on the thought. "Let us proceed." After a brief respite, he called to the little wolf, rising to his feet. They would take the night to properly adjust. Come dawn, the Zhou family would lead the various clans into the Celestial Divide to procure the golden kumquats. Chapter 25. Grievances. The Celestial Divide. In the early morning, a mist enveloped the air, and the dawn's light shimmered. Standing in the courtyard, Song Jun concluded his breathing exercises, feeling invigorated and exuding a fragrant aura. He lifted his gaze towards the distant Yellow Mountain, where the entire massif was draped in auspicious clouds, seemingly rising in the embrace of the sun, swirling in ethereal waves. Deeper within, he could faintly hear the roars of beasts. The little wolf's eyes sparkled at the sound, a glimmering light emanating from its fur. Since its crossing into this realm, it had nearly fully recovered from its injuries and longed to venture into the depths of the mountains. "Once we arrive, you must heed my words," Song Jun said gravely, observing the little wolf's brightened gaze. He was determined to keep the wolf's true identity concealed for the time being. As long as the little wolf refrained from utilizing its powers, it resembled an ordinary pup, which was why Zhou Jiangwen had failed to recognize it during their last encounter. The little wolf huffed in frustration, but ultimately acquiesced to Song Jun's wishes, leaping into the backpack, leaving only its head exposed. Contemplating for a moment, Song Jun produced a mask and donned it swiftly, making his way towards the foot of Yellow Mountain. Now, he dashed forward with all his might, reaching a speed of 150 meters per second. It wasn't long before he arrived at Yellow Mountain, where he spotted Zhou Jiangwen already present, accompanied by Zhou Jianwu. To his astonishment, the enchanting woman was also present, accompanied by two elderly gentlemen. Uncle Zhou approached, and Song Jun greeted Zhou Jiangwen, while he chose to disregard Zhou Jianwu entirely. "Allow me to introduce you. That day was rather hurried, and I didn't have the chance to mention it," Zhou Jiangwen said, stepping aside and gesturing towards the woman behind him with a smile. "This is Miss Lin Wanbai from the Lin family." Song Jun was momentarily taken aback. The Lin family? He had not heard of them in Anhui. The beautiful woman leaned forward, her large eyes sparkling as she playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "It's nice to see you again." Observing her radiance and youthful vitality, a hint of a smile appeared beneath Song Jun's mask as he replied, "Hello. My name is Song Jun." Today, Lin Wanbai was clad in a fitted leather outfit that accentuated her graceful curves exquisitely. Casting a glance at the two elderly men behind her, Song Jun's eyes subtly shifted. Having learned the art of breathing, he had developed an acute awareness of his surroundings. These two gentlemen, though seemingly ordinary, exuded an aura of formidable strength. He sensed that even the combined might of the Zhou brothers would likely fall short against them. Clearly, Lin Wanbai's identity was far from simple, he mused inwardly. Just then, a group of individuals appeared on the distant road, including members of the Ying family, the Song family, the Qian family, and the Fong family, all arriving simultaneously. Song Jun observed them with an impassive gaze, concealing his thoughts from all. Among the arrivals was the Ying family's patriarch, Ying Deguang, along with Ying Hai and Ying Zhe. Regarding the Song family, the stern-faced elder is Song Guopeng, the head of the Song clan. Beside him stands Song Jun's uncle, Song Qinghong, as well as his elder brother, Song Qingshan. As for the Fong family, only Fong Lei has arrived, while the Qian family sent 2 representatives. Venturing deep into Huangshan, several prominent families have joined forces. Only those of considerable strength would dare to enter the depths, while those of lesser prowess are left behind. Suddenly, Song Jun's eyes flicker with intensity as he notices 2 figures shrouded in expansive gray robes behind Ying Deguang. Their features remain obscured, yet the vibrant life force emanating from them indicates their formidable strength. Now that everyone is assembled, shall we proceed? At that moment, the leader of the Ying family, Ying Deguang, speaks coldly, his commanding tone causing Zhou Jiangwen to furrow his brow. Casting a glance at the assembly, Zhou Jiangwen turns and strides toward Huangshan. It is evident that the Fong family has definitively allied itself with the Ying and Song families, while the 2 representatives from the Qian family walk alongside Zhou Jiangwen. As the group steps onto Huangshan, they are immediately enveloped by a wild, primordial aura. The mountains now resemble a world untouched by civilization. Not only have the peaks expanded, but the trees and foliage have also grown to an extraordinary size. After half an hour, the mist before them thickens, resembling a sea of fog. Not far ahead, 2 towering cliffs rise high into the clouds, radiant sunlight pouring down upon them, illuminating the misty expanse with a crystalline brilliance as ethereal vapors ascend. That is the path to the celestial divide, Zhou Jiangwen suddenly declares to the group, revealing that their purpose lies deep within. Silence enveloped the group. Prior to their arrival, Zhou Jiangwen had cautioned them that once they passed through the narrow passage known as the One-Line Sky, the dangers within would multiply exponentially, akin to the primal chaos of ancient worlds. As they navigated the steep rocky terrain, they finally emerged into the breathtaking expanse of the One-Line Sky. However, the scene before them was nothing short of astonishing. An open area surrounded by towering trees that soared over 100 meters high, shrouded in a cerulean mist that billowed like an ocean. The sunlight from the outside world seemed unable to penetrate this realm, casting a perpetual gloom in the air. Suddenly, the group's nostrils flared, for a faint scent of blood wafted through the atmosphere, hinting at something lurking deeper within. "Please, enter first," broke the silence, as Ying Deguang coldly regarded Zhou Jiangwen. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Jiangwen's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger evident. "Do not be alarmed, Master Zhou. None of us know what lies within, nor do we understand if it pertains to your Zhou family at this moment," Song Guopeng interjected, but his words trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. Zhou Jiangwen snorted disdainfully, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from further comment and stepped forward. Ying Deguang and Song Guopeng exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning. "What a grand display," Ying Zhe sneered, fixating on Zhou Jiangwen's retreating figure. He then turned his gaze toward the one-line sky, sharing a knowing look with Song Qingshan, their lips curling into a smirk that suggested confidence in their impending success. This scene did not go unnoticed by Song Zhan, who furrowed his brow and followed suit, though none observed that his backpack had inexplicably sagged behind him. Suddenly, from the depths of the swirling blue mist ahead, a shadow darted past, accompanied by a sudden rush of that unsettling scent of blood. The countenances of the assembly tautened instantaneously, their auras undergoing a simultaneous metamorphosis as they invoked their aberrant powers. Compelled by the necessity to exert their utmost in the face of the unknown entities lurking within the depths of the mountains, a piercing shriek rent the air, heralding the emergence of a colossal entity, its gargantuan form exceeding 30 meters in length, causing the onlookers' pupils to contract sharply, their hearts quivering with trepidation. It was, in essence, a mutated porcupine, its quills resembling molten iron, adorned with a macabre tapestry of flesh and severed limbs. Disperse forthwith, bellowed Zhou Jiangwen, prompting the throng to scatter asunder. Their visages etched with solemnity as they fixed their gazes upon the monstrous apparition before them. Chapter 26. Grudges the ancient temple in the clouds. The prodigious porcupine, its form suffused with an ethereal luminescence, loomed like a diminutive mountain amidst the cerulean mist, its presence both awe-inspiring and menacing. Suddenly, the earth trembled, the tremors manifesting as shimmering auroras within the spectral haze, as the behemoth surged towards the assembly with relentless momentum. In that precise instant, Zhou Jiangwen's demeanor underwent a profound transformation, his scholarly air dissipating as his Buddhist blade materialized in his grasp. With a resounding cry, he soared through the air, cleaving downward with his weapon. Simultaneously, the scions of the Ying family emanated a radiant glow, their velocity augmented to an astonishing degree, the air crackling with sonic booms as they traversed the terrain. From the direction of the Song clan, the warriors exuded an aura of untamed ferocity, the ground fissuring beneath their thunderous strides. Intriguingly, Song Zhan remained aloof, abstaining from the fray as he observed the proceedings. His attention was particularly piqued by the presence of the comely maiden named Lin Wanbai, seemingly no older than 19, who had fearlessly joined the battle. Lin Wanbai's form radiated a resplendent light, her arms possessing a crystalline translucence, akin to polished jade. However, Song Zhan detected a subtle chill emanating from her vicinity, a harbinger of the formidable power she possessed. The two venerable men who had previously stood behind Lin Wanbai also followed, guarding against any unforeseen circumstances. Clang! The Buddha blade descended, and a flash of cold light appeared in the space as it cleaved, shattering a large portion of the giant porcupine's quills. At that moment, Ingze swiftly arrived, a dagger in his hand. With a chilling gleam, it tore through the porcupine's hide, leaving a massive gash several meters long, and a burst of blood erupted. The porcupine, writhing in agony, reared up on its hind legs, its short forelimbs reaching out to seize its attackers. Humph! With a cold snort, Song Qingshan seemed to transform, the wise air in his eyes turning savage. He let out a soft shout and delivered a punch, knocking the porcupine off its feet. Ying Deguang, Song Guopeng, and the others followed closely behind, swarming the creature. After a period of incense burning, the massive porcupine finally succumbed to the combined might of the group, its quills all broken. Turns out it was just a piece of trash. At that moment, Ingze clapped his hands, casting an arrogant gaze towards a masked man in the distance. A mere dabbler, facing a monster. His courage is less than that of a woman. Song Qingshan slowly approached, the savage air in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a wise glimmer. He shook his head, his gaze brightening as he looked at Lin Wanbai. Incompetent. Fong Lei approached, spitting a mouthful of phlegm, and looked at Song Zhan with disdain. Zhou Jiangwen frowned, but just as he was about to tell everyone to be quiet, Song Zhan walked over. Uncle Zhou, let's hurry on. I have a feeling something is approaching. Ignoring the others, Song Zhan had a sense that allowed him to perceive things dozens of meters away. Zhou Jiangwen nodded and led the group deeper into the forest. Why didn't you retort? Lin Wanbai approached, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly. A gentle breeze swept by, causing two strands of Lin Wanbai's hair to flutter beside her ear. Gazing at her glistening chin and the snowy whiteness of her teeth framed by crimson lips, Song Zhan fixed his gaze upon her for a few moments before chuckling. Are you concerned for me? Lin Wanbai was taken aback, her delicate nose crinkling as she cast a beautiful sidelong glance at him, retorting, You must be dreaming. That would suffice. With that, Song Zhan continued on, stepping past Lin Wanbai and moving forward. You. Lin Wanbai momentarily stood still, watching his retreating figure. She clenched her delicate fists, gesturing in the air, and stamped her foot, muttering, "Weirdo." At that moment, Song Qingshan approached, wearing a humble and gentle smile. He found himself captivated by the youthful vitality of the woman before him. Lin Wanbai glanced at him, smiled briefly, and then dashed ahead. This scene caused Song Qingshan to furrow his brow slightly as he focused on the masked figure ahead, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. A group of over 10 individuals tread cautiously through the primordial mountains, surrounded by towering trees reaching 100 meters high, enveloped in thick mist. They appeared as mere specks in this vast world, moving slowly. Along their journey, they encountered several waves of mutated beasts, the most formidable being a 10-meter-long gecko capable of breathing fire. This sent waves of shock through the crowd. During the skirmish, Fong Lei suffered the loss of an arm, while Song Guopeng and others sustained varying degrees of injuries. Their hearts sank at the realization that Huangshan, merely a mountain of slight renown, concealed such peril within. They could scarcely fathom the dangers lurking within more famous mountains like Kunlun and Kongdong. Wind Guang narrowed his eyes, a flash of cold light crossing them. But ultimately, he merely snorted coldly and fell silent. Seeing that the others were no longer speaking, Zhou Jiangwen turned around, his gaze directed towards the misty sea beyond the cliff before them. Sunlight cascaded from the sky in patches, adorning the scene with shimmering gold, the mist churning and suffusing the air. Noticing the others' bewilderment, Zhou Jiangwen announced that the ancient temple lay beneath this sea of clouds. Having spoken, he nodded towards the two members of the Qian family, glanced at Lin Wanbai and Song Zhan, and then took the first step into the mist. Lin Wanbai, standing on tiptoe, watched with wide, curious eyes as Zhou Jiangwen vanished into the cloud cover, before following him, the two elderly men stepping in behind her. As the group entered the mist, a sense of awe arose within them. Before their eyes was a single stone pillar, spanning the churning clouds, stretching into the distance. Only wide enough for two people to walk abreast. They felt as though they were traversing the edge of the world, the mist on either side caressing them, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors due to the golden sunlight. After walking along the pillar for half an hour, the group reached its end. Before them was a mountain peak, lush with verdant trees and grass, and adorned with auspicious, multicolored clouds. The air shimmered with a vibrant hue. Their gazes shifted, and upon the summit, they saw a dilapidated ancient temple concealed behind several ancient, gnarled trees. The vermilion temple walls were cracked and partially collapsed. Beyond the shattered glazed tiles, a golden light shone, illuminating the rear of the temple with a radiant glow. "I was previously unaware of this location," one of the Qian family members murmured. "This place seems to have appeared out of thin air." Huangshan most certainly did not have the sea of clouds and ancient temple before. In the wake of the 9 Blue Cataclysm, numerous locales on Earth have reported an apparent, inexorable expansion of the world, though superficially, little seems altered. Experts posit this as a spatial contortion phenomenon, akin to a crumpled sheet of paper representing the current Earth. When flattened, the area remains finite. Yet the spatial dimensions have undergone boundless augmentation. A similar astonishment was mirrored in Zhou Jiangwen's gaze, this being his inaugural visit to this locale. Regrettably, his father was no longer among the living. The object of their quest lay beyond the ancient temple, albeit guarded by formidable perils. Zhou Jiangwen inhaled deeply before uttering a caution. Conversely, the Wen and Song families, among others, displayed an ardent fervor, seemingly oblivious to the concept of danger. Chapter 27. Grudges and Two Sponges. Do not claim I failed to forewarn you of the hazards lurking beyond this ancient temple. The fervent glint in the eyes of the Wen family and their ilk intensified the furrows on Zhou Jiangwen's brow. He sensed an underlying anomaly. However, the vision of the kumquat tree behind the ancient temple provided a measure of clarity, given that he, too, harbored a degree of ardor. Tap, tap. Despite Zhou Jiangwen's admonition, Fong Lei took an involuntary step forward, his eyes bloodshot, his heart pounding erratically. His left arm had been severed in the prior conflict. However, his mind was now consumed by a singular aspiration to acquire the kumquat. Attainment of this prize would assuredly trigger another evolutionary leap, perhaps even the regeneration of his lost limb. Upon reaching the rear of the ancient temple, Fong Lei's gaze intensified, as if bereft of reason. Heh. His body trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of sheer exhilaration. Before him stood a tree towering over 5 meters, its bark fissured and robust, emanating a radiant brilliance. Higher up were leaves resembling pearls and agates, lustrous as jade, amidst which clustered approximately 25 golden orbs. These orbs, each the size of a fist, appeared as though cast from liquid gold, gleaming resplendently. Suddenly, with a low growl, Fong Lei's previously pallid face flushed a deep crimson, and he charged toward the tree with reckless abandon. "Be careful." Zhou Jiangwen's expression shifted drastically. He had repeatedly warned of the dangers lurking behind the ancient temple. Yet Fong Lei appeared devoid of reason, akin to a wild beast. No sooner had Zhou Jiangwen spoken than a shriek pierced the air. In that moment, shadows of black whips emerged, and as the onlookers beheld the scene, they collectively gasped in horror. These were black vines, adorned with sinister barbs. At that instant, the barbs had embedded themselves into Fong Lei's body, ensnaring him in their grasp. What was most chilling was that the barbs, lodged within Fong Lei, began to writhe slowly, siphoning his very lifeblood. This horrifying spectacle sent shockwaves through the crowd, rendering Lin Wanbai's beautiful visage slightly ashen. Before long, Fong Lei fell silent, collapsing to the ground like a desiccated corpse, devoid of any moisture. "Fool!" Ingzai's condescending gaze settled upon him, accompanied by a derisive chuckle. Hiss! Just then, the serpentine vines in the air, akin to sinuous serpents, emitted a soft hissing sound. The onlookers realized that these vines were coiled around the kumquat tree, entwining its trunk in layers upon layers. The assembly receded slightly, yet in the subsequent instant, their eyes constricted. The tendrils erupted with a furious vigor, unfurling like serpentine entities, sprawling across the firmament, engulfing the multitude from every quarter. "Beware!" thundered Zhou Jiangwen, his eyes tinged with crimson, for it was this very entity that had claimed his sire. Albeit, the monstrosity now manifestly surpassed its former incarnation several-fold, having evidently gorged upon a surfeit of kumquats. Brandishing the Buddha blade, he ferociously cleaved the tendrils that assailed him. Zhou Jianwu, too, with eyes ablaze, severed the tendrils, for despite his grievances with Zhou Jiangwen, this fiend had extinguished his father. Lin Wanbai's countenance paled, the preceding spectacle having instilled a measure of dread within her. In her moment of disquietude, several tendrils whistled through the air toward her. Yet, the two elders behind her surged forth, interposing themselves against the tendrils' advance. The Song clan likewise staved off the relentless tendrils. However, to their dismay, the tendrils proved exceedingly ferocious, and ere long, their persons bore evidence of injury. Song Qinghong, Ing Hai, and others sustained sanguinary perforations. "Ah!" A shriek pierced the air, and the throng beheld the tendrils in a frenzied state. Lin Wanbai found herself nearly besieged, with scores of tendrils piercing the air, aimed directly at her. The two elders at her side, their arms marred with lacerations, were ensnared in the distance, unable to intervene. "Miss Lin," Zhou Jiangwen exclaimed, his complexion shifting, as he sought to hasten to her aid. Lin Wanbai's face was ashen, the tendrils too numerous. The dozen or so tendrils targeted her vital points, and should they find their mark, her demise was assured. In her moment of panic, as she involuntarily closed her eyes, a figure suddenly rushed in and embraced her. Splash! Dozens of blood streams spurted into the air. Lin Wanbai opened her eyes to find the figure wearing a mask, holding her tightly, while more than a dozen vines were piercing through his back. "Song Jun." Lin Wanbai, with a trembling voice, looked at Song Jun in panic, unsure of what to do. Song Jun groaned, his face pale. As he rushed over, he immediately activated his breathing technique, and a layer of luster covered the skin on his back. Only he knew that his skin would become as hard as iron. Yet, even so, his back was pierced, the vines thrusting in, but his muscles clenched tightly, preventing further penetration. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air explosions suddenly filled the air, and several more vines attacked. Song Jun's expression changed, and he took a deep breath. Instantly, his entire body gleamed with a radiant sheen. Holding Lin Wanbai, he rolled to one side, the vines embedded in his back being forcibly pulled out. Thud! The two fell to the ground, with Song Jun landing on top of Lin Wanbai during the evasion. Lin Wanbai opened her eyes in pain, her head hitting the ground, making her dizzy. However, the next moment, her face turned red, the blush extending to her neck. Song Jun's head was pressed against her chest, almost sinking into it. "What is so soft? Wait, no, what is this fragrant smell?" Song Jun felt puzzled, his head feeling as if it were sinking into two sponges. He moved his head slightly and took a few deep breaths. "Fragrant," Soft. Songjin grew increasingly curious about what this could be. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and a dewy mist veiled her eyes as that scoundrel nuzzled against her, seemingly inhaling deeply. "You cad, get off me," she finally exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Startled, Songjin realized he had been evading the vines, but how? He swiftly looked up to find himself straddling Lin Wanbai, her eyes glazed over, her face as red as a beet. His gaze drifted downward, and he froze, realizing what he had inadvertently done. "Get off me," she choked out, tears welling up in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. That wasn't intentional," he stammered, scrambling to his feet as more vines lashed out at him. From afar, Song Qingshan and Ingze witnessed the scene, their eyes instantly darkening. Lin Wanbai was a beautiful girl with the delicate charm of a student. Her youthful allure was captivating, and they had both set their sights on her. To see her compromised by that weakling ignited a murderous intent in their hearts. This was the same cur who had defied them on the yacht. In their eyes, he was as good as dead. Chapter 28. Grudges and Predetermination. A tempest of vines descended, a swarm of frenzied serpents lashing out at everyone. These tendrils, entwined around the kumquat tree, possessed incredible speed and striking power. A single hit could tear away a chunk of flesh, leaving one vulnerable and bleeding. The Ying family and their cohorts were in disarray, their speed no match for the relentless vines. As the day wore on, most of the people had sustained injuries, unable to withstand the relentless assault of the vine whips. With a swift whoosh, a vine, as thick as an arm yet with a tip finer than a needle, pierced the air, darting towards an elderly man. Ingdiguang let out a wretched cry as a large portion of flesh was torn from his arm, the agony causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "Gentlemen, please make your move." Ingdiguang frantically retreated, his gaze fixed on two figures clad in gray robes in the distance. Remarkably, despite the chaos, the garments of these two figures remained entirely intact. Upon hearing his plea, their auras shifted dramatically, a radiant light enveloped them, and their gray robes shattered to reveal their faces, two young men, approximately 27 or 28 years of age. They possessed identical long hair that danced in the luminosity, their skin shimmering with a radiant glow. Like two beacons of light, they surged forward amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, propelling themselves towards the sky full of vine whips. With a resounding crack, dozens of vine whips twisted together as if they were celestial dragons. Yet, one of the young men, with bare hands, seized them with astonishing force. In an instant, the entwined vines disintegrated in midair. The onlookers saw that he wore a pair of steel gauntlets, each adorned with razor-sharp blades. Meanwhile, the other young man brandished a gleaming short blade, and with a swift motion, he shredded a vast number of vine whips, transforming them into a flurry of fragments. The vines, seemingly intimidated, recoiled in large numbers, providing the crowd with a sigh of relief as this terrifying threat finally retreated. However, the two young men did not falter. Instead, they surged forward, their bodies radiating light as they pursued the fleeing vines. Instantly, the air was filled with the sound of hissing and the rustle of countless vine leaves. In a matter of minutes, to the astonishment of the assembly, the formidable tendrils were uprooted and utterly annihilated through their concerted effort. Whereupon, Wen Deguang erupted in boisterous laughter, his frame quivering with mirth. Beside him, Wen Hai and Wen Zhe, father and son, exchanged glances, their eyes betraying an unbridled audacity. Song Guopong, his countenance previously grave, now wore a faint smile upon witnessing this spectacle. "Congratulations, Wen." Song Qinghong approached, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Wen Hai. This unfolding scene caused Song Jun to furrow his brow, a suspicion taking root in his mind. Could his prior conjecture be valid? Wen Hai Yu. Zhou Jiangwen, his person stained with blood, cast a wary glance at the two men, his brow furrowed as he turned his gaze upon Wen Hai. Heh. Wen Zhe stepped forward, a gentle smile playing upon his lips. "Did you genuinely believe that we, the Wen family, would share equally with you? Do you possess such entitlement?" His gaze was laden with arrogance, disdainfully surveying those present. Wen Deguang advanced, a sneer contorting his features. "Your usefulness has expired. Very well, withdraw yourselves. These golden kumquats are now the sole property of the Wen family." "Such veracity. Do you intend to court mutual destruction?" Zhou Jiangwen exclaimed, his tone laced with indignation as realization dawned upon him. Although the two men were formidable, the sheer number of individuals present meant that, were they to unite, even those two would be hard-pressed to prevail. What has instilled such confidence in you? Song Qingshan interjected with a soft chuckle, positioning himself beside Wen Zhe, causing the latter's smile to widen further. Ah, yes, I neglected to inform you. We have also stationed personnel at Yixianshan, equipped with armaments. Your very lives are contingent upon the whims of the Wen family. Ing Zhe erupted into laughter, his gaze suddenly becoming unrestrained as he fixated on Lin Wanbai. Miss Lin, if you come to my side, this golden kumquat will be yours. Lin Wanbai furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of disdain flickering in her large eyes. The two elderly men behind her narrowed their eyes, ready to step forward, when suddenly a laugh rang out. What are you laughing at, you mutt? Ing Zhe's gaze shifted to the source of the sound. Once again, it was that person. Song Jun let out a cold chuckle, glancing toward the Song family's direction before turning his attention back to Ing Zhe. Do you really think that just because the Song family has a presence in Yixianshan, you can secure victory over us? Haha. Ing Zhe laughed, casting a sidelong glance at him. He looked at Ing Hai, who retrieved a communicator from his pocket, pressing a button before sneering at their adversaries. Song Jun similarly shrugged with a cold smile. As they passed through Yixianshan, he noticed his backpack had deflated, stirring a sense of unease, prompting him to conceal the little wolf. He recalled glimpsing a shadow moving in Yixianshan the day before, a detail he had initially dismissed. Now, as they traversed Yixianshan again, he observed a peculiar glint in Ing Zhe and Song Qingshan's eyes, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Minutes passed without a hint of activity, prompting Ing Zhe to furrow his brows as he gazed toward the direction of Yixianshan. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Witnessing this, Ing Zhe burst into laughter, while the expressions of Zhou Jiangwen and the others shifted dramatically. You see that? Mutt? We have our people in Yixianshan, and our firepower is more than enough to annihilate you 1,000 times over, Ing Zhe taunted. Songjin shook his head with a smile, mocking, take another look? Wins cast a sardonic glance, his countenance shifting abruptly in the subsequent moment. Mushroom clouds billowed one after another at the narrow pass, yet he faintly discerned cries of panic. Before long, all activity ceased. Beast, what have you done? Wen De Guang's aged face was etched with frost as he glared icily at Song Jun. Song Jun merely chuckled, unconcerned for the dire wolf's fate. Ever since the dire wolf had substantially recovered from its injuries, he had been speculating about its capabilities. Now, it appeared the dire wolf was exceedingly formidable. I shall ensure your demise. The young man in gray robes, his face an impassive mask, exuded an aura of icy resolve. He had been responsible for leading that contingent, and now it seemed something untoward had transpired. Allow me to handle this, both of you, Wen De Guang proposed, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him, a desire to cleave the masked individual in two with a single strike. Grandfather Wen, permit me, Song Qingshan interjected with a genial laugh. His Song family was allied with the Wen family, and he would seize any opportunity to collaborate, especially with a fair maiden watching from afar. Wen De Guang nodded subtly, reasoning that even if the contingent at the narrow pass had met with misfortune, they still had the Song family and two formidable young men to rely on. In his estimation, they could easily subdue these individuals. Your end has come, Song Qingshan declared with a light chuckle, his eyes gleaming with sagacity and brimming with confidence. As if pronouncing Song Jun's destiny, Song Jun cast a cold gaze upon Song Qingshan. The four-armed mutant and the rock mutant had both been dispatched by this elder brother to assassinate him. At the time, they had believed him to be nothing more than a cripple. To send mutants to kill a man they deemed defenseless, Song Jun could not decide whether it was an honor or a tragedy. I too desire your death. There are matters we must settle. Song Jun spoke coldly, his eyes beneath the mask exuding a chilling aura. Song Qingshan was momentarily stunned, pondering the implications. What do you mean? Stop your nonsense, he retorted, his eyes shedding their wisdom, replaced by a wild ferocity. A sharp crack echoed as his bones shifted, resembling a beast of the wilderness bearing down. Chapter 29, Grudges and Actions. Song Qingshan's body began to emit a faint glow, his entire demeanor transforming into one of extreme savagery. At the yacht gathering, this man had dared to refuse his invitation. In his view, he had merely recognized the latter's potential, considering him somewhat useful. Since this cur had the audacity to refuse him, he had no choice but to eliminate him. Crack! Song Qingshan threw a punch, the sound of his fist cutting through the air, giving the impression that this single blow could shatter mountains, embodying ultimate wildness. With a loud bang, Song Jun took a massive step forward, delivering a punch of his own, and in an instant, their fists collided. You have some strength. But compared to me, it's the difference between heaven and earth, Song Qingshan remarked, stepping back and glancing sideways at his opponent. Since that's the case, you've earned the right for me to exert my full power to kill you. Song Qingshan chuckled lightly, his aura growing even more menacing as he shook his arms. Like a titan, he seemed to press down from the heavens. Do you talk so much just to express yourself? Song Jin sneered, casting a cold glance at him. In the next moment, he activated his breathing technique, and a rumbling sound emanated from within his body. A dog like you doesn't have that right, Song Qingshan mocked, his form wildly advancing towards his opponent. With a hiss, a large cloud of gas erupted from Song Jun's mouth and nose, mysterious energy surging within his flesh, his skin taking on a crystalline sheen. It was visible to the naked eye. The wounds on his back, previously pierced by vines, were rapidly healing. Taking a profound breath, Song Jun channeled his respiratory technique to its zenith, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Observing Song Qingshan's thunderous advance, he propelled himself forward with explosive force, his form radiating a brilliant aura as he unleashed a devastating punch. The resounding crack of bone and a subsequent cry of agony pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. Song Jun's radiant fist struck true, shattering Song Qingshan's arms in midair, sending him hurtling backward. A single punch, and both arms were broken. This display sent shockwaves through the hearts of both the Ying and Song families, including Zhou Jiangwen and Lin Wanbai, who now realized the masked figure had been holding back. As Song Qingshan struggled to his feet in the distance, his eyes burning with hatred, a fierce intent to kill ignited within Song Jun's gaze. Song Qingshan, you must die? Beast, how dare you? Song Qinghong's countenance shifted dramatically as he witnessed the masked man's murderous aura directed at his son. In a flash, he moved to intercept. Song Guoping's feet shifted, his eyes also revealing a murderous intent. Song Qingshan was the most talented member of the Song family, and now he had been injured. Song Qinghong, you dare. Zhou Jiangwen moved to intervene as Song Qinghong acted. As he moved, so did Lin Wanbai, followed by the two elders behind her. However, members of the Ying and Song families stepped forward, watching with cold indifference. Uncle Zhou, I'll handle this, Song Jin called out from afar. Zhou Jiangwen furrowed his brow but nodded in agreement, recognizing Song Jin's capabilities. Could someone who had defeated his brother in a few moves be weak? Beast. For harming a member of the Song family, you shall meet your end today. Song Qinghong's face contorted with ferocity as his body rapidly expanded, causing the ground to tremble as he charged forward. With a thunderous crash, his fists descended like mountains pressing down. Yet, Song Jin pivoted swiftly, lifting his knee to deflect the massive fists. Song Qinghong's expression turned icy, and with a resounding boom, his arms thickened, swinging down like a celestial dragon, a strike of immense force that seemed unstoppable. He lunged at Song Jun, his right hand peculiarly swelling to the size of a millstone, the wind howling around it. Song Jun's heart was utterly indifferent, his gaze fixed on Song Qinghong's cold visage. In the next moment, his right fist glowed, energy surging within his flesh, and with a resounding crash, they collided. A metallic clang echoed as if from the void, yet Song Qinghong's face changed dramatically. That punch was too ferocious. His swollen right hand seemed to shatter, a tremendous force surging forth, sending him staggering back 7 or 8 meters. He steadied himself in shock, lifting his gaze. Yet, in the next instant, he seemed to forget the pain, his face filled with disbelief, and the surroundings fell silent. Song Jun, the crowd exclaimed in unison. As the masked man who had clashed with Song Qinghong had his mask dislodged by the force of the punch, it revealed a handsome face, with a chiseled jaw and thick, bright eyebrows. You beast, I will kill you. Trash, I want you dead. In the distance, Ying Daguang and Ying Hai's faces were dark with fury. This dog had killed Ying Yu and Wuluan, and he must be skinned and sacrificed. Bastard. Song Qinghong's black eyes were filled with unconcealed shock. How could this trash possibly be an otherworlder? Long ago, they had tested him, and Song Jin's body contained no trace of mysterious elements. Even consuming otherworldly fruits would not make him an otherworlder. However, this worthless being now stood before him, possessing strength that surpassed his own. It turned out he was an extraordinary individual. Song Qingshan's dark eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He had previously blamed his brother for the lack of news from several teams he had dispatched. Little did he know that this so-called worthless brother was indeed an extraordinary person. Yet, he failed to consider If Song Jun was a waste, what did that make him? Die? Ing Dugwang snarled, his face contorted with rage, moving like a shadow, his palms resembling eagle's claws, aiming to crush the other's throat. Have you forgotten us? Zhou Jiangwen bellowed, raising his Buddhist blade and striking with fury. Zhou Jinwu furrowed his brows, aware of his conflicts with Song Jun. However, in the next moment, he relaxed his expression. Perhaps he was indeed unfit to lead the Zhou family. With this thought, his shoulders broadened, imposing like a mountain before him. Humph. The two men in gray robes observed coldly, their eyes filled with surprise. It was indeed him, and he had not perished. In the next instant, the two stepped forward. You two shall face us. Just then, two elders approached, radiating a brilliant glow. They were the guardians who had always stood behind Lin Wanbai. In an instant, the crowd, stirred by Song Jun, plunged into battle. At this moment, the one most shaken was undoubtedly Song Guopong, as he beheld his grandson, who had recently been out of touch, now emanating a formidable aura. Yet, in the elder's eyes lay a hint of calmness as he regarded the two men in gray robes as the family head. He had heard Ing Dugwang speak of them as individuals of great wealth. Song Jun took a deep breath. Some accounts needed to be settled today. An aura emanated from Song Jun, and as he fully activated his breathing technique, he could sense that every ounce of his power was being perfectly utilized. In an instant, his strength was amplified manifold. A crystalline radiance enveloped him, rendering his skin luminous and emitting a delicate fragrance. The wound on his back, previously visible, had now completely healed. As if newly formed, casting a dispassionate gaze upon the expressions of the Ing and Song families, Song Jun took a stride that spanned dozens of meters, advancing towards the two radiant, gray-robed men. If these two were the reliance of the Ing and Song families, then he would obliterate them today. Chapter 30. Grudges in the absence of kinship. Beams of light danced, and energy surged as the four figures engaged in a terrifying battle. The crowd was shaken, never having imagined that the two elders who had been following Lin Wanbai were so formidable. Their bodies were suffused with light, and their countenances seemed to revert to their 20s or 30s. Each punch they delivered stirred up gusts of wind, and their momentum was unstoppable. The two gray-robed men wore grave expressions, and in the next moment, they roared in fury. Suddenly, streaks of golden light appeared, enveloping them as their auras underwent a dramatic transformation. Under the astonished gaze of the two elders, the two men's heights increased to 2 meters 80, and golden scales emerged all over their skin. Furthermore, a tail sprouted, adorned with layers of golden barbs. In an instant, the two men transformed into golden lizard men. Die! One of them bellowed. He lunged at one of the elders, his 2-meter-8 stature making him resemble a war god. His right hand shimmered with golden light, and a set of claws emerged with a ripping sound, surging with golden light as he thrust them forward. The elder was aghast. His arms glowed as he roared, attempting to parry the blow, but with a resounding crash, his feet sank deep into the earth and stone, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. A single strike had left him grievously wounded. At that moment, the air was rent asunder by a rapid piercing force, and a glimmer of gold surged forth, the lizard's tail from behind the man. The elder's eyes narrowed. Thud! A mouthful of blood erupted as the golden tail struck his chest before he could react, instantly turning the area into a bloody mess. With a stifled groan, the elder was hurled several meters away by the tremendous force, his aura dimming. Heh. The other lizard man grinned fiendishly, viewing the group as mere ants. He had consumed precious exotic fruits, resulting in a dramatic evolution. Courting death, the man roared, his palms closing with golden scales, gleaming like molten gold. He struck out with a palm, generating a sonic boom. With a deafening crash, the two large palms collided ferociously. Song Jun remained composed, his full-force palm meeting them with equal power. Today you die? The other lizard man said coldly. They had received orders to come to the Ing family and had brought a group of people with them. However, things had not gone as planned, all because of the man before him. He surged with golden light, covering 10 meters in a single step, and attacked with the other. The elder behind Lin Wanbai came forward to help, but was stopped by Song Jun, who went up alone. Bang! He threw out both fists, blocking the powerful strikes of the two men. However, his fists bled, as the golden scales covering their fists suddenly opened, catching him off guard. Too weak, one sneered. Yet his attacks were relentlessly fierce. As he practiced his breathing technique, Song Jun felt himself enveloped by a warm, radiant energy. The wounds on his fists ceased to bleed, and he sensed his skin hardening, enabling him to withstand a confrontation with the two adversaries. The man who had previously mocked him suddenly changed his expression dramatically. A fist came flying towards him with dazzling brilliance, its speed so extraordinary that evasion was impossible. With a resounding thud, Song Jun's nasal bone collapsed, and he staggered back several steps. Immediately, a shadowy silhouette struck his chest, and he felt as though he had been struck by a mountain. "I want you dead," roared another lizard-like man, his fury palpable as his scales flared open, launching a ferocious attack. "You want me dead?" Song Jun replied coldly, casting a glance at his foe. He expelled a breath, and in the air, it spiraled like a soaring dragon. In the next instant, his entire being ignited with brilliance, mist billowing from behind him. He surged forward with a speed of 150 meters per second, unleashing his full power. A roar erupted from the void, as if the very air itself cried out. Behind Song Jun, it appeared as though a wolf king's phantom emerged, treading through the wilderness, shattering the universe. No. The lizard man felt a chill of fear wash over him, pleading for mercy in a panic. Too late, Song Jun replied indifferently, observing the man who had sought his demise, now begging for his life. Such a turn of events was hardly fortuitous. Tianling fist, Song Jun murmured within, transforming into the embodiment of the Wolf King, radiating brilliance as he advanced through the wilderness. With a single punch, he shifted the very fabric of existence. With a resounding crash, light erupted in the air. The lizard man found himself riddled with countless fissures, his golden scales shattering completely. In the next instant, with a final explosive sound, his body contorted, meeting a definitive end. How can this be possible? Upon witnessing the scene, another lizard man trembled violently, gripped by an overwhelming fear as he realized his companion had been utterly disintegrated. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled in a frenzied panic, disregarding all else. However, Song Jun pursued him relentlessly, delivering a powerful kick that elicited a muffled groan from the fleeing figure, whose bones cracked ominously. "You should not have survived. One day, a more formidable adversary will come to claim your life," the man gasped as he escaped, transforming into a streak of golden light racing toward a narrow opening in the sky. Song Jun furrowed his brow, frustrated that the man had evaded capture. In an instant, he pivoted, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Some debts would indeed be settled. The atmosphere grew tense among Ying de Guang and his companions, their eyelids twitching as an icy dread crept down their spines. "What do you intend to do?" Ying Hai shouted, his voice laced with anger. Yet his expression turned rigid as he felt his legs weaken. Hearing this, Song Jun chuckled. He had been relentlessly pursued, with the Ying clan as the primary instigators. Resolving not to hesitate further, he unleashed a devastating punch. With a resounding thud, Ying Hai let out a furious roar, but it was futile. The force of Song Jun's blow proved fatal. Next, Ying Zai's eyes ignited with a deep crimson fury as he fixed an indelible gaze upon Song Jun. Yet, in the following moment, he too met his demise. Until his last breath, he had considered Song Jun a mere waste, unworthy of comparison. Yet he was felled by the very waste he had scorned. "Ah, you wretched creature, I will see you dead." Ying de Guang raged, his plans, once orchestrated with the backing of powerful conglomerates, now unraveling before his eyes. His fist swelled, radiating light as he prepared to retaliate. Nevertheless, with unparalleled celerity, Song Jun circumvented him, delivering a devastating kick that shattered his spine. Subsequently, with another swift kick, Ying de Guang succumbed to his injuries, meeting his demise. Nephew, Song Qing Hong uttered, a forced smile contorting his countenance. "Ha ha, Song Jun, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated that you would be the most formidable member of the Song family. Indeed, the student has surpassed the master." Song Qing Hong erupted in boisterous laughter, his face radiating with pride, as if Song Jun's prowess was his greatest source of joy. As Song Qing Hong concluded, Song Jun's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Have you finished?" he inquired icily. "Nephew," Song Qing Hong faltered, his expression momentarily rigid. "Silence," Song Jun roared, his eyes flashing with frigid intensity. "Today, both of you shall meet your end." "You," Song Qing Hong sputtered, trembling with a mixture of anger and fear, while Song Qing Shan remained silent. "Grandson, why do you persist in this course?" Song Guopeng approached, his voice gentle. "They are your uncle and brother, your family." "Family?" Song Jun scoffed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In the next instant, he nearly screamed, "If we were family, why did you not send a single word of concern when I was in peril? If we were family, Why did you stand idly by while my parents were nearly murdered? If we were family, what did you do when I was ambushed by the four-armed aberrant and the rock aberrant? Tears welled in Song Jun's eyes. He recalled that when his mask was dislodged and the Ing and Song families demanded his death, his grandfather had merely maintained an indifferent demeanor. Did his grandfather even consider him his grandson? With a sharp sound, a radiance erupted from Song Jun, his aura suddenly becoming exceedingly sharp. In the next instant, he dashed several dozen meters forward, delivering a thunderous punch aimed at Song Qinghong. No, father! Song Qingshan cried out in despair, his eyes filled with an indelible hatred, fixated intently on Song Jun. Ever since you sent someone to kill me, to murder my parents, you should have anticipated this outcome. Song Jun's voice was cold as he spoke. My parents are my ultimate taboo. Whoever dares to touch them shall face death. Today, I shall eradicate these two completely. As he swung his fist, brilliance surged forth. Song Qingshan's expression turned horrified, and just then, an elderly figure suddenly appeared before him, pushing him away with a firm hand. Bellowing, "Leave this instant." Chapter 31. Grievances. The path of the heavens. Observing the elderly man's sorrowful countenance, a profound desolation filled Song Jun's heart. This was not the outcome he desired. Their actions had far surpassed his limits. Song Guopeng stood speechless, gazing at the lifeless form of his son. His heart racked with anguish. Regret consumed him, for he knew that his son and grandson were conspiring against his adopted son and grandson, that he had failed to intervene. He suddenly realized he was a selfish man. "I am sorry," the elder said in a somber tone, quietly approaching Song Qinghong, bending to lift him, and making his way towards the direction of the heavens. Watching the elder's forlorn figure, Song Jun's fists gradually clenched. He hoped that Song Qingshan would never again test his limits, otherwise he would undoubtedly annihilate him, without sparing a life due to the elder's sentiments. Songjin. Zhou Jingwen approached, letting out a soft sigh as he gently patted the latter's shoulder. It turns out he is indeed a member of the Song family. In his view, this predicament cannot be blamed on Song Jun. It is merely the consequence of Song Guopeng's own actions. Lin Wanbai approached, her delicate visage directed towards Song Jun, her gaze imbued with warmth, as if to offer him solace. Observing the comforting expressions of those around him, Song Jun took a deep breath, swiftly adjusting his mindset, and exclaimed, "It's all fine now. Everyone, let us gather the golden kumquats." The crowd paused for a moment, then their eyes gradually ignited with fervor. Their purpose for this journey had been to acquire the mutated golden kumquats. They hastened to the kumquat tree, its trunk shimmering with translucence, while emerald leaves bore numerous golden orbs the size of fists. Simultaneously, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air. "Songjun, if it weren't for you, we might not have been able to obtain these. Thus, we shall keep only 5 for ourselves, and the rest shall belong to you," Zhou Jingwen remarked, casting a serious gaze at Songjun. "Thank you for saving me this time." Lin Wanbai looked at Songjun, and then, pondering something, muttered softly, "But he is still a lecher, a scoundrel." Upon witnessing Lin Wanbai's indignant demeanor, the crowd was taken aback, and then recalled the earlier incident, causing their expressions to turn peculiar. Songjun, Zhou Jingwen chuckled, throwing an arm around him, giving him a knowing look that only men understand. Songjun was momentarily startled. Not expecting Zhou Jingwen to exhibit such a humorous side, he sheepishly scratched his head and replied with a radiant smile, "It's nothing. How could I allow a beautiful woman to suffer in my presence?" The crowd was momentarily silent before erupting into hearty laughter. "You scoundrel!" Lin Wanbai stamped her foot in frustration, exasperated by the audacity of this shameless rogue. Amidst a joyous atmosphere, everyone gathered the golden oranges, totaling 25. Due to Song Jun's insistence, the Zhou family received 6, Lin Wanbai got 5, and the Qian family took 4, leaving the remaining 10 to Song Jun. The Qian family expressed their gratitude and departed. Suddenly, Song Jun felt awkward as only Lin Wanbai and 2 elders remained. Lin Wanbai frowned slightly, her nose wrinkling adorably, and then earnestly said, "Song Jun, I know a major tycoon. With your abilities, I can recommend you to them." Song Jun was taken aback, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Wanbai. He had long suspected her identity was not ordinary, but he hadn't expected her to be acquainted with such a powerful tycoon. "No, I'm used to a carefree life." Song Jun chuckled, shaking his head. With the world changing drastically and exotic fruits only growing on famous mountains, to evolve significantly, "You must join a tycoon or a national organization," Lin Wanbai insisted. For some reason, she deeply wished Song Jun would agree. But he just smiled and shook his head again. You big jerk, you bad guy. Lin Wanbai stomped her feet in frustration, almost wishing she could bite him. Watching her adorable anger, Song Jun couldn't help but laugh. After several failed invitations, Lin Wanbai finally gave up, pausing for a moment before solemnly saying, "The person the winner has brought is from the Shen family, from the Transcendent Research Institute." "I see," Song Jun nodded. Ultimately, Lin Wanbai, grinding her teeth in frustration, turned and left with the two elders. Watching her figure disappear, Song Jun's expression gradually turned serious. The Transcendent Research Institute, one of China's major tycoons, with immense influence. He recalled the moment when he had slain the lizard man, who had uttered ominous words, claiming that he did not deserve to live, and that one day a mightier foe would come to take his life. At that time, he had dismissed it as a mere threat from the lizard man. However, in retrospect, the situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived. He remembered the gathering on the night following his graduation, where Wen Yu had attempted to take his life, repeatedly asserting that it was Shun Chunyue who sought to end him. To his knowledge, his girlfriend hailed from a formidable power. What connection existed between Shun Chunyue and the Supernatural Research Institute? Moreover, was it truly the latter that wished to see him dead? Song Jun furrowed his brow, feeling enveloped by a veil of uncertainty. He resolutely decided to cease his ruminations and departed, his path leading towards a narrow passage of light. Shortly thereafter, he found himself once again before the ancient temple, waiting in silence. Half an hour elapsed before his gaze was suddenly drawn to a particular spot, where the small wolf, which had vanished moments ago, re-emerged. Previously, he had witnessed a lizard creature, whose grotesque appearance had led him to cast it into the jaws of a monster. The small wolf approached upright, its eyes brimming with sympathy, as it covered its face with its paws, as if recounting a sorrowful tale. Song Jun was taken aback, his expression peculiar. It seemed the lizard man who had fled earlier had indeed been dealt with by the small wolf. Yet, this creature had the audacity to feign innocence before him. Enough of this nonsense, he interjected, sensing that the wolf might be led astray if this continued. He could not allow this young one to go down a misguided path. Upon hearing his words, the wolf's eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating excitement. In a swift motion, it darted to the rear of the ancient temple, surveying the surroundings. Subsequently, it began to dig into the earth, its paws glowing as layers of soil and stone were swiftly unearthed. Curiosity led Song Jun to approach, observing the peculiar antics of the little wolf. Suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped the creature, and with a resounding thud, the ground beneath them gave way, collapsing unexpectedly. The ancient temple was swallowed into the depths of the earth with a thunderous roar. Before Song Jun could utter a curse, he found himself plummeting downwards. With a thud, he landed upon the solid earth below, surrounded by darkness. In an instant, a burst of light erupted as the little wolf radiated brilliance, illuminating the surroundings. "You little rascal, look what you've done," Song Jun exclaimed in exasperation, realizing that the creature's antics had caused the ground to cave in beneath him. The little wolf, with its head held high, gazed at Song Jun with disdain, mocking him. "You know nothing. This sacred wolf has discovered something extraordinary." With its keen nose sniffing the air, the little wolf began to move forward. Suddenly, from the depths ahead, vibrant hues poured forth, surging outward. What a powerful vitality! Song Jun gasped, sensing a rich life force emanating from the depths, reminiscent of primal wilderness. He felt every pore of his being open wide in response. Abruptly, the ground trembled, and debris cascaded down as light and mist surged forth uncontrollably. Startled, Song Jun jumped, while the little wolf, ecstatic, let out a distorted yelp before darting ahead. They had stumbled upon a cave, entwined with vines, where deeper within, a radiant glow bubbled and swirled, as if leading to another realm. What could that be? He wondered. Noticing that within the cave, it appeared to be raining. A cascade of crimson droplets fell to the ground like pearls, only to rise again, creating a continuous cycle. Meanwhile, the little wolf, with its mouth agape and head held high, eagerly caught the falling droplets, swallowing them with delight. This scene left Song Jun astonished. He too tried a sip of the rain, and as a few drops touched his tongue, a shiver ran through his body, a surge of warmth coursing through his veins. "What is this?" Song Jun was shocked, feeling as if his vitality had been enhanced. His cells seemed to revive, eagerly absorbing that thread of energy. Long ago, this world was a sacred land, teeming with sages and demon saints, until a mysterious great war occurred, causing the world to fall into dormancy. Song Jun's heart trembled. According to the little wolf, their world was once incredibly powerful. Could the creatures from mythical legends truly exist? Thinking this, Song Jun felt a twinge of fear. It meant that once they left this place, the essence of blood and spirit would immediately dissipate. Regretfully, Song Jun shook his head, and they continued deeper into the forest. After a while, Song Jun's eyes gradually showed emotion. Before them lay what seemed like an ancient path, overgrown with countless vines, exuding a wild, primal aura. The ground was increasingly cracked, with various broken artifacts and even unidentified skeletal remains scattered on either side. What's that? Suddenly, Song Jun looked ahead, where a black, rod-like object was embedded in the cracked earth, flames flickering atop it. With a whoosh, the little wolf darted forward, and Song Jun followed. The next moment, the little wolf was stunned, and Song Jun was utterly bewildered, finding it hard to comprehend. At the end of the path was a void, a stretch of starry sky. With a massive star right ahead, majestic and slowly rotating, silent and vast. The star seemed so close, almost within reach. Oh no! This is the path of the forgotten heavens. The little wolf suddenly exclaimed. Under Song Jun's puzzled gaze, it began to explain. The place they now inhabit serves as a pathway from another realm to this world. In the future, beings will traverse this route to descend upon this land. This road, known as the Lost Path, was established by sages in ancient times. Song Jun was astonished. It resembled the celestial lands where a road leads to another world. According to the young wolf's perspective, numerous such pathways exist across the renowned mountains and ancient sites of the world, each leading to different realms. Suddenly, Song Jun felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pondering the uncertainty of the future and his own place within it. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. A sudden howl from the young wolf jolted Song Jun from his reverie, bringing him back to the present as he gazed at the creature. Fear not, for I, the holy wolf, shall guide you to sainthood in the days to come. With its head held high in pride, the young wolf elicited a grateful glance from Song Jun, who recognized that the wolf had just aided him, preventing him from succumbing to despair. The young wolf approached a dark, stick-like object and, with a determined effort of its small paw, extracted it effortlessly. Instantly, it radiated a brilliant light, shimmering with unparalleled brilliance. However, the dark object ignited with a terrifying flame, transforming into a golden staff of remarkable divinity. Song Jun, with his keen eyes, noticed an inscription at the tip of the golden staff, written in ancient characters. Having studied archaic languages during his university days, he managed to decipher it with some difficulty. Pillar of divine fire reaching heaven. A tremor coursed through Song Jun's heart as he recalled an ancient Chinese myth. Historical texts recount that there are 8 such divine fire pillars, each over 3 zhang in height and more than 1 zhang in circumference. According to the cardinal directions of the Bagua, each pillar contains 49 fire dragons. The pillars of divine fire were the fateful treasure of the celestial being known as Yun Zhongzi during the age of deification. Boom! The cub was embraced and brandished, channeling energy into the air, instantly conjuring a vast expanse of fiery apparitions. The intense heat permeated the surroundings, seemingly capable of liquefying metal and stone. With a resounding thud, the gilded pillar plunged into the earth, scorching the ground, its temperature sending shivers down Song Jun's spine. A Hotian spiritual treasure, merely an imitation. The cub remarked with a click of its tongue, its gaze fixed upon the gilded staff on the ground, a hint of regret in its eyes. Song Jun was visibly moved, astounded that such a formidable artifact was but a replica. He turned to the cub, perplexed. With a snort, the cub haughtily raised its head, proclaiming with an air of superiority, "This object is an imitation of the Tongtian divine fire pillar from ancient times, as you call it. If it were the genuine article, it would possess heaven-piercing efficacy, its divine flames capable of incinerating the heavens and the earth, even saints." Song Jun's expression shifted, deeply affected. Even this imitation seemed immensely powerful to him, and he could scarcely fathom the true extent of the divine fire pillar's capabilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "You mentioned Hotian's spiritual treasure. What does that signify?" The cub's eyes darted about, its paws crossed over its chest in contemplation. "According to the classifications of my world," it mused, "this imitation is of the Hotian spiritual treasure level. For the present time, it is quite an exceptional magical artifact." Observing the cub's demeanor, Song Jun couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why was this creature so fond of looking down on him? "Explain yourself, you little rascal," Song Jun retorted. "Who are you calling a rascal?" The cub retorted, its youthful voice eliciting a chuckle from Song Jun. Predictably, he was met with a fierce beating from the cub, as he was no match for the creature. Suddenly, the entire cave began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The cub's expression changed drastically, its gaze fixed upon the distance. From the void, a colossal star emanated undulating starlight, accompanied by an aura that induced debilitating weakness. A change of countenance was seen on Song Jun's face as he discerned a swift approach of some entity from the star, its radiance surging, its presence imposing. An ill omen. A sentient being is attempting to traverse dimensions, the dire wolf exclaimed, promptly sprinting back the way it had come. Song Jun, observing this, hastily followed suit. Take this, fire poker. This sacred wolf disdains the use of imitations, a voice declared as a dark, nondescript object was flung over the very pillar in question. Inwardly, Song Jun cursed. The diminutive wolf found the object cumbersome to carry, hence its delegation, ostensibly for safekeeping, yet cloaked in such pompous justification. None could rival the audacity of this impudent wolf cub. A chilling sensation permeated his hand as Song Jun gazed upon the ebon rod. This iron staff, a meter in length and the girth of a child's arm, transformed into a flowing, gilded hue with tendrils of flame when imbued with energy. A fire poker, Song Jun mused, finding the appellation rather apartment. However, before further contemplation could ensue, the space behind him convulsed violently, light cascading forth. Song Jun, aghast, trailed the dire wolf, fleeing with haste from the vicinity. Chapter 32. Undercurrents awakening realm. Verdant flora, effulgent twilight, and a descending sun painted the scene, where cerulean mists suffused the landscape, permeating the heavens and earth with a crystalline sheen. In an undisclosed mountain wilderness, a secluded cavern lay concealed, draped with hanging vines and scattered with irregular stones. Amidst gnarled trees, at this juncture, a crimson glow emanated from the depths of the cavern, akin to the color of blood. Like a scarlet veil, it enshrouded the surrounding forests, grasses, mountains, and rocks. In the depths, a figure sat cross-legged, accompanied by a small wolf, which also assumed a similar posture. Song Jun tightly closed his eyes, and within his being, waves of energy surged as if boiling, churning like water in a pot. This was the essence of blood energy, devoured earlier in the day alongside the small wolf in the ancient temple's subterranean ruins, now undergoing refinement. He could sense his strength gradually amplifying, his physical form becoming increasingly resplendent, emanating a fragrant aroma from within, accompanied by a hint of sweetness on his tongue. His flesh was becoming sanctified. Song Jun was struck with astonishment. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly be revered as an enlightened monk, for only after a monk's death would their body remain uncorrupted, exuding a divine fragrance. Drawing in a breath, the evening glow flooded in, a manifestation of the setting sun's essence. At that moment, the small wolf suddenly opened its eyes, its body radiating a green light as if aflame, an energy swirling chaotically within. "Where are the golden kumquats?" the small wolf inquired, its gaze fixed on Song Jun, instilling a disquieting sense of dread. It seemed as though the small wolf, having gone a century without food, harbored a primal hunger. Song Jun was taken aback and produced the golden kumquats from his embrace. Instantly, a burst of light engulfed them, and the 3 golden kumquats vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. This creature was indeed generous. A rumbling echoed from the small wolf's body as the light surged forth, causing the rocks above to crash down, prompting Song Jun to flee in alarm. "I still need 2 more. After a brief pause, the small wolf's voice resonated again within the cave. Gritting his teeth, Song Jun hurled in 2 more kumquats. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, the brilliance within the cave gradually subsided, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Song Jun was slightly moved. At this moment, he felt an extraordinary aura emanating from the little wolf, though he could not precisely articulate why. The holy wolf had broken through. The little wolf crossed its forepaws over its chest and raised its head high, exuding an air of superiority, as if it were the unrivaled ruler of the world. Was it due to its formidable strength that it had entered a new realm? Song Jun tentatively inquired, recalling that he had asked earlier during the day, but had been unable to pursue the matter due to the unforeseen events surrounding the great star. The little wolf nodded and said, "Based on the energy within your body, you are currently at the refining flesh stage." Song Jun was taken aback, gazing at the little wolf in bewilderment. This was a significant realm, commonly referred to as the potential realm or the awakening realm, as it involved unlocking the latent potential within the body. The awakening realm comprises 6 levels: refining chi, refining skin, refining flesh, refining tendons, refining bones, and refining soul. The little wolf elaborated slowly, indicating that at the refining chi level, the body harmonizes with the essence of the world's energy. At the refining skin stage, the energy within the body is activated, rendering the skin as tough as bronze. The refining flesh stage grants the flesh remarkable recovery capabilities. The refining tendons stage broadens the meridians, accelerating the flow of energy. The refining bone stage transforms the bones to be as resilient as iron. Finally, the refining soul stage endows the body with formidable strength. As long as one draws breath, the chances of dying are exceedingly slim. Song Jin exhaled slowly. This was his first encounter with such concepts, and he could not help but feel a tremor of awe within. According to the little wolf, he was currently equivalent to the 3rd level of the awakening realm. No wonder he had experienced a wound on his back. Yet the breathing technique had allowed his blood to clot automatically and heal in the end. It was because, at the refining flesh stage, the flesh possessed formidable regenerative abilities. What lay beyond the awakening realm? Song Jun pondered curiously, turning his gaze toward the little wolf. The young wolf, with its forepaws crossed over its chest, pondered deeply. After a moment, it said, "All things share a common essence, concealing within them a mystical abode, unique to each living being. Yet, upon unearthing this sanctuary, a profound leap in one's life's trajectory ensues. Legend speaks of beings who, through immense divine power, shattered their abodes, seamlessly merging them with themselves, thereby altering their destinies to their command." A longing shimmered in the young wolf's eyes as it wistfully contemplated these legendary realms. Song Jun, too, harbored aspirations of attaining such a state, of mastering his own fate. He could scarcely fathom the extent of such power. A sense of doubt crept into his mind. Could the figures of ancient Chinese mythology truly exist, as the young wolf suggested? And if so, where might they reside? His heart was filled with uncertainty. Beyond the awakening realm lies the sanctuary realm, latent within the body, capable of storing the essence of heaven and earth. Surpassing that is the manifestation realm, where the sanctuary is fully revealed, containing within it supreme secrets. The realms beyond that, I know not, the young wolf said, shrugging its shoulders. Song Jin exhaled, composing himself, and inquired, "In what stage of the awakening realm have you reached?" "I have just entered the 5th stage of the awakening realm," the young wolf proudly declared, its head held high, casting a sidelong glance at Song Jun. Song Jun wordlessly gazed at the young wolf, then turned his gaze to the horizon. The setting sun had dipped below the horizon, and night had fallen. Yet, the world remained remarkably illuminated, even in the darkness. A crystalline blue mist arose from the distant mountains, and a radiant moon hung in the sky, amidst a tapestry of twinkling stars. From the far reaches of the forest, a mutated, terrifying bird took flight, its wings spanning nearly the entire moon. In the mountains and forests, a vibrant cacophony echoed, resembling the primordial wilderness. The contemporary world had become terrifying. Those without formidable strength dared not venture alone into the wild. "Let us proceed," Song Jun declared, contemplating the days he had spent away from Huicheng, likely causing his parents immense worry. His gaze turned southward. Huicheng lay in the southern part of Anhui, approximately 200 kilometers from his current position. In the past, such a distance would have been insurmountable within a short time. Yet now, his speed was astonishing. When he exerted himself to the fullest, he could sprint at a staggering 150 meters per second, a velocity that left him in awe. To reach Huicheng, he would traverse through Wangjiang town, the former residence of his mother, nestled beneath Chiyun Mountain. If he pushed himself to the limit, he could halt at Wangjiang town in the dead of night. "I wish to ascend to a renowned mountain," Little Wolf interjected resolutely. With the mountain's awakening, countless beings were undergoing evolution. It was imperative to seize the opportunity. Only by being a step ahead could one maintain the advantage. "A renowned mountain." Song Jin chuckled, a hint of persuasion in his tone. "I am indeed hastening towards a distinguished peak, one that holds significant esteem in our world." Chapter 33. Undercurrents and turbulence. The forest undulated, shrouded in mist, swirling and rising. 2 beams of light darted swiftly through the woodland. In the distance, some mutated wildfowl, upon witnessing this, screeched in terror. Whoosh! Song Jun took a stride forward, stirring up a cloud of dust and sending dry leaves spiraling into the air. With all his might, he activated his breathing technique, his physique glistening. His blood surged as he ran, surpassing even the speed of an automobile, a notion he would have never dared to imagine in the past. Regardless of his acceleration, the wolf trailed him with unhurried ease, its nonchalant, mocking gaze fueling Song Jian's inner resentment. A roar echoed from ahead, startling birds into flight and shaking the trees, signaling an imminent disturbance. Song Jian, pressing forward, lifted his gaze but maintained his course, confident that his current abilities were more than sufficient to handle any ordinary mutated beast. Moreover, he had a formidable companion trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at a clearing, where a mutated mountain dog, towering at 4 to 5 meters, stood with its fur bristling and radiating circles of yellow light. Before it lay a black cat, normal in size but covered in wounds, lying prone and mewling weakly. The mountain dog, noticing the sudden appearance of two figures, bared its fangs in fury, its yellow aura intensifying. In an instant, it lunged, a small mountain of aggression. Song Jian chuckled softly, channeling his energy. His palm glowed with intense brilliance, transforming the dark fire poker into a gilded rod. As he infused it with energy, flames erupted along its length. With a whoosh, Song Jian leaped forward, the meter-long fire poker, now wreathed in flames, crashing down upon the airborne mountain dog. A resounding boom echoed as the 4 to 5 meter beast howled in agony, its glowing fur instantly ablaze. With a crash, it was hurled back a dozen meters. The mountain dog scrambled to its feet, fear evident in its eyes, and fled into the depths of the forest, howling. "What a remarkable fire poker!" Song Jian exclaimed, fondling the weapon. With an infusion of energy, the fire poker instantly transformed into a gilded rod, wreathed in flames. In the absence of an influx of energy, it resembles a discarded, ebony iron rod. Just then, a plaintive cry arose from a black cat on the ground, as it endeavored to rise, only to collapse once more due to the severity of its injuries. "This feline will perish without intervention," the little wolf asserted. In recent days, equipped with a communicator procured by Song Jian, it had gradually acquired a certain comprehension of many things in this world. Meow, the black cat mewed repeatedly, its crystalline eyes fixed upon Song Jian, betraying trepidation. "Alas!" Song Jian sighed, shaking his head. From his bosom, he produced a kumquat. To the astonishment of the wide-eyed little wolf, he offered it to the black cat. Gratitude seemed to emanate from the cat's eyes as golden rays erupted from its form, its injuries mending with astonishing rapidity. "Meow," the black cat cried out with renewed vigor, a hint of fear lingering in its gaze. Nevertheless, it leaped onto Song Jian's shoulder, its delicate tongue caressing his cheek. This little creature, Song Jian chuckled helplessly. He could not fathom why he had rescued the black cat, yet he could not bear to leave it to its fate. After dallying with the feline for a while, Song Jian, at the urging of the little wolf, resumed his course towards the distance. However, this time, a black cat perched upon his shoulder. Wangjiang Town, nestled at the foot of Mount Qiyan. Under the cloak of night, clouds billowed atop Mount Qiyan, and upon some of its slopes, silvery cascades descended. Resembling ethereal ribbons in the radiant moonlight, their mist shimmering and effervescent, imbued with spiritual energy. The entire mountain radiated an otherworldly splendor, its haze crystalline. Wangjiang Town, at the mountain's base, was immersed in the iridescent glow of the aurora, akin to a celestial realm. Not far from the town, two figures approached swiftly, none other than Song Jian and Little Wolf. They had finally arrived. A sense of joy stirred within Song Jian, for his childhood was spent in Wangjiang Town, and he held a deep affection for this place. Song Jian turned his gaze towards Qiyun Mountain. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars echoed continuously, and some massive mountain bodies abruptly emerged. These mountains were so colossal, towering several kilometers high, piercing through the clouds. In the distance, hundreds of such mountains appeared one after another. Song Jian was stunned, momentarily lost in thought. This was the second time he had witnessed such drastic changes in the heavens and earth. The first time was in a town at the foot of Huangshan Mountain. Roar. From the depths of Qiyun Mountain came the roar of a beast, a giant creature howling towards the sky, its body flickering with flames, roaring, and then inhaling and exhaling the essence of the sun and moon. Suddenly, a strong wind swept by. Song Jian looked up and discovered a massive bird several kilometers high in the sky, its body shimmering with a dull glow, descending into the depths of the mountains. Its sharp claws seemed to clutch prey as large as an elephant. Screech. Abruptly, a piercing cry rang out, and in the darkness of the night, a burst of purple flame illuminated the heavens. Song Jun was astonished and looked over. It was a gigantic purple bird, several kilometers in size. Its wings blotting out the sky. A flame spewed from its mouth, and its body was engulfed in purple fire, the light surging like a sun crossing the sky. Extraordinarily brilliant. However, as it soared high into the sky, a series of runic symbols suddenly lit up in the air. In an instant, a mournful cry was heard, and raging flames consumed it, reducing its massive body to ashes in midair. Song Jun's expression changed once more. It was those runes again, just like when Little Wolf had appeared. A formidable entity is poised to transcend boundaries, heralding a period of profound transformation in the world. The young wolf's countenance was etched with gravity as it gazed at the runes illuminating the sky, a flicker of trepidation evident in its eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble resonated from the distant earth, and a tremendous force surged forth. Song Jun observed as the mountains swelled and the ground extended. From the nearby town, chaotic cries of despair echoed. Alarmed, Song Jun realized the cataclysm was affecting the town. The earth was stretching, causing numerous structures to collapse. A cacophony of gasps and shouts filled the air as the townsfolk reacted in panic, rushing to aid those in need. Song Jun felt a measure of relief upon discovering that casualties were minimal, with only a handful of injuries, as most had evacuated to safety. As dawn broke, Wangjiang town bore a transformed visage. Many buildings stood distanced from one another, with essential services like water and electricity severed, and the roads marred by fissures. In the interim, some attempted to flee by car, only to encounter towering mountains that abruptly emerged before them after traveling a few dozen miles. Some mountains loomed in eerie silence, exuding an oppressive stillness, while others flourished with verdant foliage and vibrant life, filled with the cries of monkeys and the roars of tigers. This surreal landscape instilled a profound sense of unease and fear among the populace. In the following days, Song Jun remained vigilant, observing the peculiar alterations in his surroundings. Certain areas underwent transformation, while others remained unchanged, albeit with the emergence of numerous enigmatic regions. Subsequently, he turned to the internet to peruse various news articles, seeking to grasp the unfolding global phenomena. Experts indicated that this was a release of spatial folding from the fabric of reality, resulting in the world's dramatic metamorphosis. Concurrently, extraordinary photographs began to surface, depicting majestic mountains and rivers, with divine trees bearing fruit and sacred springs exuding vapor. In the wilderness, even more terrifying beasts have emerged, with monstrous creatures spewing flames. Even more astonishing is the revelation that among humans, some possess the ability to soar through the air. The root of this phenomenon lies in the mutated fruits deep within the mountains, while wild berries along the roadside occasionally undergo similar transformations. It is these entities that have caused the mutations in both humans and beasts. In an instant, tranquility has been shattered. Individuals rush into the wilderness or the depths of the mountains in search of these extraordinary fruits, yearning for evolution. The internet is ablaze with fervor, prophesying the advent of a mysterious new age, a time of gods and demons. Song Jun's heart remains in turmoil, for it appears the world is on the brink of another cataclysm. Chapter 34. Undercurrents. The swordsman of Mount Shu in Wangjiang town. The morning fog billows and envelopes the landscape, casting a hazy hue, yet the townspeople are far from serene. Recently, the online sphere has been inundated with explosive news. Events once deemed impossible are now unfolding one after another. On this particular day, the atmosphere in the town is charged with unrest. Among the residents, a young man inadvertently consumed a peculiar fruit in the wilderness, resulting in a terrifying transformation. This young man sprouted an additional pair of arms behind him, which gleamed with a pale golden hue. The sight left him in a state of shock, and he fainted on the spot. When he regained consciousness, he found himself transported back to the town. Many were fearful of him, but when he discovered that his newly formed arms were remarkably resilient, impervious even to the sharpest blades, curiosity began to replace fear. Ultimately, when this young man effortlessly lifted a colossal boulder weighing over 2,000 pounds with his arms, the townsfolk were left in awe. Wangjiang town, nestled at the foot of Qiyun Mountain, is quite remote, with little contact with the outside world. At this juncture, the townspeople began to place considerable importance on the information circulating online, and it appeared that the mystical occurrences transpiring on Mount Qiyun in recent days were indeed genuine. The reports were factual. Those mutated fruits truly possessed the ability to induce metamorphosis, granting individuals superhuman capabilities. This revelation stirred a multitude of individuals, igniting fervent enthusiasm among some of the younger populace. The majority of people ventured into the wilderness in search of these extraordinary fruits. During these past couple of days, aside from his morning and evening practice of the breathing technique and fist exercises, Songjin devoted the remainder of his time to his communicator, diligently perusing the various pieces of information propagating online. Currently, the prevalence of mystical phenomena across various regions was escalating, rendering any attempts at online censorship futile. It could be asserted that virtually everyone in the world was cognizant of the transformation occurring in their environment. The changes were ubiquitous, and they could perceive how ailments of many years' duration had been eradicated in a matter of days. Furthermore, the world was now teeming with formidable wildfowl. As he scrolled through the news, Song Jun discerned that only those individuals possessing a mystical factor within their bodies could undergo significant transformations and become mutants. He felt a tinge of perplexity as he recalled his parents mentioning that the family had conducted a genetic test on him, which indicated that he did not possess the mystical factor, thus precluding him from becoming a mutant. However, his current strength was by no means inferior to those who had undergone mutation. In fact, it was even superior. Song Jun inquired of Little Wolf, who informed him that only creatures that cultivated the breathing technique were engaged in authentic cultivation. In contrast, merely consuming mutated fruits was a deviation from the orthodox path, resulting in incomplete evolution. Song Jun experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that the mystical factor was not an absolute necessity. Moreover, he and Zhao Bo were engaged in genuine cultivation through their practice of the breathing technique, and even without the aid of mutated fruits, they could still evolve. Once more, as he perused the internet, Song Jin found himself intrigued by a report suggesting that humanity could traverse the skies. However, there was a dearth of information regarding this individual. He gazed towards Chiyun Mountain, where swirling mists and various roars concealed an inexplicable sense of danger. At that moment, his communicator buzzed to life. It was Zhao Bo, who was already en route to his location. As dawn broke the following day, Song Jun had just concluded his breathing exercises in the courtyard when he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. A man stood before him, head bowed, arms crossed over his chest, adorned with a large conical hat and draped in a voluminous cloak. Behind him, a finely crafted steel sword rested. "I am a swordsman of Mount Shu, traversing the world with my blade." A deep voice emanated from beneath the hat. Yet, in the next instant, the man burst into laughter, removing his hat to reveal a mischievous grin. He boldly wrapped an arm around Song Jun's shoulder and whispered, "Brother, was I not dashing just now?" A frown crossed Song Jun's face as he retorted, "Get lost." The man was none other than Zhao Bo, now exuding a formidable aura, his skin radiant and translucent. In an exuberant rush, he lunged forward and seized the black cat, inspecting it thoroughly. "What are you doing?" Song Jun inquired, puzzled. With a sly grin, Zhao Bo eventually returned the cat, which mewed in protest as it was tossed about, back into Song Jun's embrace. With a knowing look, Zhao Bo wrapped his arm around Song Jun's shoulder and, in a conspiratorial whisper, teased, "I say, brother, this black cat is a female. Are you contemplating keeping a feline mate in the future?" The courtyard fell silent once more, though the distant Chiyun Mountain remained tumultuous, enveloped in a veil of mist. Chiyun Mountain is even more renowned than Huangshan, exhibiting a grandeur that evokes the majesty of primordial mountains. On this day, after concluding his breathing exercises, Song Jun was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his communicator. He approached and picked it up. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened as a name appeared on the screen. Calmly, Song Jun spoke, but after a pause, he suddenly inquired, "What is your relationship with the Supernatural Research Institute?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before the response came. "That is my family." Taken aback, Song Jun remained silent, as did the other party. Previously, during his relationship with Shinshinu, he had only known that she hailed from a powerful family, never anticipating that his former girlfriend would actually be connected to a major financial conglomerate. Had it not been for Lin Wan by informing him at the foot of Huangshan that the individuals recruited by the victor were members of the Shin family, he would still be unaware of Shun Qinyu's ties to the Supernatural Research Institute. Song Jun did not hold back. He candidly shared his experience of being ambushed, though he concealed the fact that he was neither an extraordinary individual nor a wolf. "That was not me," came the voice from the communicator. Shin Qinyu was astute enough to understand what Song Jun was alluding to. Chapter 35. undercurrents of the primordial mountains in a luxurious mansion. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows stood wide open, allowing sunlight to pour in, illuminating the gleaming floor which reflected a pristine glow. A woman stood before the windows, her tranquil gaze directed outward. She stood at an impressive height of 172 centimeters, adorned in a blue off-the-shoulder top, paired with white hot shorts, her long, crystalline legs appearing remarkably graceful. Her tresses possessed a delicate and ethereal quality, cascading effortlessly upon her shoulders, evoking a sense of subtle, yet captivating allure. An otherworldly aura enveloped her, as if she were untouched by the mundane concerns of mortal existence. Suddenly, a woman emerged from behind her, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the figure before the window, revealing them to be twin sisters. However, the newly arrived woman exuded an air of aloofness and detachment. "Sister, you have finally emerged," she remarked, her gaze tinged with a hint of indifference as she addressed the graceful woman by the window. "Indeed," Shuang responded, turning with a serene countenance to face her sibling, her expression composed. Despite their familial bond, their relationship remained somewhat distant. Since graduating, her family had sought out the mystical fruit, and after consuming it, she had been in secluded contemplation, only now emerging from her seclusion. "Sister, news has arrived from the Zhang family. They desire your prompt union with Zhang Tianyu, and our family echoes their sentiment," the woman hesitantly conveyed. Upon hearing this, as elegant eyebrows furrowed slightly, her tranquil eyes meeting those of her sister as she inquired, Shuang, "Do you also wish for me to marry into that family?" "Sister, I believe the Zhang family is an excellent match, and they are indeed worthy of you," the woman responded, attempting to persuade her. "Enough. I shall make my own decision regarding this matter," stated calmly. Her prolonged seclusion stemmed from her opposition to her family's unilateral arrangement of her marriage. As for the Zhang family, they were a prominent lineage within the Transcendent Research Institute, holding a status comparable to her own family. The woman attempted further persuasion, but interjected. "The family has been engaged in activities within renowned mountains and ancient relics. I intend to participate as well." The young woman was momentarily taken aback. Her sister possessed formidable strength and was undoubtedly active alongside their family in the ancient mountains. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. "I have a friend in Wanjiang town. Please send someone to fetch him," she said, turning to her sister. The young woman was puzzled and inquired, "A friend? Where does my sister have a friend?" "You know him. I mentioned him before. His name is Song Zhan, and he is currently in Wanjiang town." "What?" The young woman gasped in surprise. "What's wrong?" Xinwei asked, her gaze filled with confusion, unaware of her sister's intense reaction. The young woman's expression shifted slightly before she responded with a smile. "It's nothing, sister. Leave this matter to me. You should go about your family's business in the ancient mountains without worry." Xinwei regarded her sister silently for a moment, then nodded and departed. As she watched Xinwei's retreating figure, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. "So, you have yet to perish," she murmured. She then retrieved a communicator to gather information. After a while, her voice turned icy as she said, "What did you say?" "Yingyu is dead, and the Ying family is no more. Indeed, the individuals we dispatched to Huangshan have not returned." Upon ending the call, the young woman's eyes were filled with frost. On the night of her sister's graduation, she had sought out Yingyu to arrange certain matters. Yet she had not anticipated that events would unfold differently than she had envisioned. What a failure! She spat coldly. A chilling resolve settled upon her features as she contemplated. "Since you are an obstacle to my sister, I shall eliminate all hindrances. You, mere insect, shall not dare to touch the swan." In her view, only the Zhang family was worthy of her sister, for the union of their two families would forge an even stronger alliance. However, at present, her sister is opposed to the marriage arranged by the family. In her view, the boy her sister has developed feelings for during university is the crux of the matter. This factor, she must find a way to eradicate. In the early morning at Wanjiang town, the courtyard is filled with the howling of the wind and the rumble of distant thunder. Song Zhan practices his martial arts, his every movement now imbued with a newfound energy. As he strikes with his fists, a radiant glow envelopes him, accompanied by the thunderous booms that stir up clouds of dust and leaves. Ultimately, when he channels his breathing technique, a luminous aura erupts from behind him, manifesting as a formidable wolf king apparition, which stands resolute, treading upon the wilds and emanating an enigmatic power that unleashes a deafening roar. The ground beneath him fractures in response. He retrieves his communicator and checks the internet once more, his expression shifting subtly. He has been following the news of an extraordinary individual capable of soaring through the skies, and at last, he finds an update. It is a video featuring a silver-haired man who possesses wings sprouting from his back and an additional eye at the center of his forehead. In the footage, the man flaps his wings, radiating an overwhelming brilliance as he dives through the heavens. This individual is truly remarkable, ultimately. He is escorted away by a group of people who identify themselves as the Tianjin, a major financial conglomerate. Song Jun is taken aback, his brow furrowing as a memory surfaces. This same conglomerate had appeared outside Wuluan City during the event known as the Landfall, and he had felt a sense of unease regarding them. This man is indeed formidable. At some point, Xiaolang has arrived. His eyes serious as he fixates on the video, particularly on that third eye. Xiaolang adds with conviction. Song Jun studies the third eye intently. If even Xiaolang acknowledges the man's prowess, it is undoubtedly impressive. Subsequently, he noticed a statistic indicating that the global population had undergone a significant transformation, with approximately 700 to 800 million individuals now manifesting as gifted individuals, a revelation that deeply moved Song Jun. Let's venture into the mountains, the young wolf proposed, its eyes gleaming with intensity. It sensed a subtle pressure, indicative of the profound evolutionary shift occurring across all living beings. Indeed, Song Jun concurred, acknowledging the shared sensation of pressure. He beckoned Zhao Bo to accompany them into the depths of Mount Qiyun. With a soft meow, the black cat transformed into a fleeting shadow, settling upon Song Jun's shoulders, eager to join their expedition. And so, they commenced their journey together. Mount Qiyun stretched out before them, an expansive and majestic landscape. Within this region, a multitude of mountains rose in succession, their contours undulating and adorned with lush forests. In the distance, towering peaks exuded an ethereal radiance, their presence imbued with extraordinary significance. Renowned as the foremost mountain in Jiangnan, Mount Qiyun boasted a rich tapestry of Taoist history, profound cultural heritage, and abundant natural resources. It was home to a diverse array of ancient and venerable trees, including Phoebe Jinan, Cinameles sinensis, and Liriopes spicata. The mountain's fauna was equally diverse, encompassing playful monkeys, graceful white cranes, elusive deer, and formidable wolf packs. After a passage of approximately half an hour, they arrived at the base of Mount Qiyun. Recent terrestrial transformations had caused the terrain to expand, increasing the distances involved. A journey that would have once been swift now required a considerable expenditure of time and energy. Throughout their trek, Song Jun maintained a keen observational stance, meticulously scrutinizing the roadside for any unusual fruits or vegetation, mindful of the mountain's reputation as a repository of natural wonders. Zhao Bo, in turn, brandished his finely crafted steel sword, embodying the essence of a skilled swordsman as he ventured into the undergrowth in search of extraordinary fruits. Regrettably, their efforts yielded no immediate rewards. They ventured into the depths, and suddenly, they beheld a colossal primordial mountain, its grandeur rivaling that of 100 peaks. Towering to an astounding height of 10,000 meters, shrouded in mist, the fog billowed ominously, accompanied by the thunderous roars of beasts, with glimpses of enormous predatory birds stretching several meters in length. The promise of rare fruits lay within, offering greater opportunities. The young wolf paused, radiating a brilliant glow. Song Jun and Zhao Bo exchanged glances. This imposing mountain had recently emerged. According to reports, it was a manifestation of spatial folding, harboring great peril. Within its confines dwell beings not of this world, unable to traverse the thick fog, yet capable of moving within it. Let us proceed, Song Jun declared solemnly. To establish a foothold in this world, one must take the initiative. Chapter 36. Under currents living fossil, the thick mist swirled around, with ancient trees abundant and gnarled vines intertwining. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the primordial mountain, accompanied by the swift movement of several figures. Before them stood a creature resembling a leopard, its body measuring 8 to 9 meters in length, adorned with an additional head at its neck, its eyes a terrifying shade of grayish-white. In the presence of this leopard-like beast stood a man, who bore a finely crafted steel sword on his back, arms crossed, gazing intently at the monstrous entity before him. This man was none other than Zhao Bo. After a brief discussion, the group boldly stepped into the primordial mountain released by the spatial folding, seeking rare fruits while simultaneously honing their skills. In the distance, a few figures observed. Song Jun, the young wolf, and the black cat perched on Song Jun's shoulder. The cat had become extraordinary in its agility but remained timid. As they watched the confrontation between man and beast, Song Jun felt little apprehension in his heart. Immersed in the practice of respiration techniques, Zhao Bo, by his estimation, had also attained the third level of awakening, his flesh endowed with the power of automatic healing. With prudent maneuvering around this monstrous entity, he believed it could be vanquished. Abruptly, the panther stirred, its imposing form of 8 to 9 meters surging forth, akin to a mountain bearing down, its swiftness rivaling a ray of light. In that instant, Zhao Bo retaliated, his hands moving with lightning speed as he deftly unsheathed his longsword, advancing with a stride and thrusting the blade forward with a resounding whoosh. Having devoted time to the art of swordsmanship during his university years, Zhao Bo wielded the longsword with a semblance of skill. With a resounding thud, the monster's snow-white, knife-like claws clashed against the longsword, igniting a shower of sparks. Roaring with fury, the panther, with its mountainous physique, surged with a radiant glow, its speed reaching its zenith. As it swept through the air, engulfing the withered leaves and stones from the ground, its bloodthirsty maw lunged forward, while its scythe-like claws unleashed another volley. Zhao Bo evaded the attack, but with a resounding crack, the beast's claws struck the ground, pulverizing a patch of rock and carving deep furrows into the earth. At that moment, the air vibrated with a resonant hum, as a resplendent light emanated from the panther's elongated head, as if it were clutching a miniature sun in its jaws. With eyes bulging, Zhao Bo felt the oppressive weight of the massive creature looming over him. The blinding orb of light ascended slowly, like an aerial projectile, before detonating towards Zhao Bo. The mountains shattered, the ancient trees snapped, as the area became engulfed in a dazzling display of light. Suddenly, a figure emerged, battered and bruised, his clothes torn, his skin lacerated, and blood flowing freely. "Despicable beast!" Zhao Bo roared, incensed by the assault. In an instant, he activated his breathing technique, his body radiating a brilliant light. The lacerated wound ceased to bleed, gradually mending itself. As a third-level refinement realm adept, his flesh possessed the power of regeneration. The leopard lunged forward. Zhao Bo bellowed, the resplendent light emanating from his body converging upon his longsword. A flash of white light illuminated the air, followed by a spray of crimson. Roar! The leopard-like creature howled in agony as its forelimb was cleaved open by the sword, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Its eyes blazed with fury, and light once again began to coalesce around its elongated head. However, Zhao Bo's entire being was now suffused with an intense radiance. The longsword vibrated, emitting a blinding white light, and more blood splattered. With a sickening sound, the leopard's head was severed by the blade, blood spurting in every direction. Zhao Bo seized the opportunity, leaping forward like a streak of light, his sword aimed directly at the heart. With a thunderous crash, the massive 8 or 9 meter long leopard creature collapsed, its heart pierced, succumbing to death. "I am a swordsman of the Shu Mountain, traversing the world with my blade." A resounding voice echoed through the air as a figure bearing a long sword on his back slowly approached. Ugh! Song Jun's lips twitched, finding his brother's theatrics increasingly ostentatious. Little Wolf covered his eyes, finding the spectacle too cringeworthy to bear. "Let's go there," Little Wolf said, his gaze fixed on the area ahead. It was a valley flanked by steep cliffs, adorned with grotesque rocks, filled with incessant roars, and permeated by swirling blue mist. Song Jun nodded, acknowledging that it was likely the deepest part of this region, but also the home of even more terrifying mutated creatures. Their venture into the primordial mountains was fraught with peril, yet it was essential for their transformation. According to recent news reports, the number of extraordinary individuals and mutated beasts worldwide was multiplying exponentially, and without seeking evolution, they would be unable to protect themselves. Navigating through the sylvan expanse, a mutated woodpecker burst forth, cleaving the atmosphere with startling velocity. Instantly, with nary a moment's hesitation, a radiant luminescence enveloped Song Jun's fist as he delivered a decisive blow, resulting in a visceral eruption. As they traversed a profound fissure in the earth, a colossal behemoth, akin in size to a dwelling, materialized before them. It was a mutated pangolin, its scales a tenebrous hue, as if forged from molten iron. Its maw possessed the capability to unleash torrents of incandescent flames, capable of transmuting rock into liquid, exhibiting extreme thermal intensity. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Song Jun promptly invoked his breathing technique, his hands firmly grasping a rudimentary poker. Suffused with resplendent energy, ablaze with ethereal flames. With a resounding impact, he struck the pangolin, causing its armor to shatter and the exposed flesh to become charred by the conflagration. The pangolin bellowed in agony, its gargantuan tail lashing out, accompanied by a discharge of fiery projectiles. However, Song Jun remained steadfast, his entire being enveloped in a protective aura, wielding the poker with unwavering resolve as he delivered another cataclysmic blow. With a thunderous crack, the appendage was severed, its fragmented scales scattering in all directions. Overwhelmed by trepidation, the pangolin plunged its forelimbs into the earth, excavating soil and stones, vanishing from sight with remarkable celerity, fleeing for its very existence. "Brother, that crude bludgeon of yours possesses considerable potency," Zhao Bo remarked as he approached, his gaze gleaming with interest, though his predilection for swords remained unwavering. The diminutive wolf emitted a disgruntled growl, casting a resentful glance at Song Jin, lamenting the missed opportunity to acquire the magical artifact, a quasi-celestial treasure. However, due to its imprudent boast of disdain for imitations, it now found itself too embarrassed to make a request for it. They resumed their expedition, encountering a plethora of aberrant monstrosities, each possessing formidable strength. Concurrently, they themselves underwent gradual metamorphosis. An untamed ferocity permeated their beings, enabling them to engage in relentless combat with the creatures, displaying unwavering courage, thereby augmenting their practical combat prowess. Eventually, they traversed the mountainous forests and arrived at the two precipitous cliffs that the wolf cub had previously indicated. Here, azure mist swirled, and the roars of beasts echoed incessantly. Zhao Bo's expression turned solemn, his jesting demeanor vanishing, for this place was fraught with peril. "Let us proceed inward," he urged. The wolf cub cast a glance into the depths and slowly advanced. Seeing this, Song Jun followed suit, the fire stick in his hand emitting faint sparks of light. Along the cliff faces, dark figures lurked, concealed within the dense fog. Simultaneously, a subtle scent of blood permeated the air, indicating that a fierce battle was unfolding somewhere nearby. Although the journey seemed perilous, they had yet to encounter a single mutated beast, which puzzled Song Jun and the others. Suddenly, they halted in their tracks. A dozen meters ahead, a flat expanse elevated several meters above the ground presented itself. Upon this expanse, undulations rose and fell like a chain of mountains. Exchanging glances, they ventured forth. Before long, they were astonished to behold a silvery cascade plunging from the sky 100 meters away, accompanied by auspicious radiance and lush vegetation as verdant as jade, suffused with a profusion of misty light. While Song Jun and Zhao Bo marveled at this wondrous spectacle, the wolf cub strode forward, traversing the 100-meter distance in an instant. They followed, only to be taken aback. From 100 meters away, their vision was obscured by the swirling fog. But upon reaching the destination, everything became clear. A colossal rock loomed before them, yet it was no ordinary stone. The entire rock was crystalline and translucent, resembling pearls, agates, and jade. It stood 100 meters tall, its surface shimmering with ethereal light. Were this the only remarkable feature, Song Jun and the others would have been merely impressed. To their astonishment, amidst the translucent mountain rocks stood a towering ancient tree, reaching a height of 100 meters. Its branches and leaves spread wide, resembling a celestial canopy of verdant hues. Atop the rocky precipice, the sky seemed to have been cleaved open as radiant clouds burst forth, with branches extending outward, casting a shadow that veiled the sun. Among the clustered foliage, large blooms flourished brilliantly, their orange-gold hues permeating the air with an intoxicating richness. Song Jun and Zhao Bo exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and elation mirrored in each other's eyes. A living fossil, they murmured in unison. The ancient tree before them was, in fact, a fossil embedded within the rock, hailing from a distant epoch. Yet, at this moment, this ancient fossil had come to life. Breaking free from the stone, its branches burgeoning forth, adorned with an abundance of orange-gold blossoms. Chapter 37. Undercurrents. How to perish orange-gold pollen cascaded from above, swirling gently through the air, filling their nostrils and eliciting an overwhelming sense of wonder. Song Jun felt a stirring within as the pollen entered his body. His flesh shimmered with vitality, energy surging within him. It was difficult to fathom the magnitude of potential this would yield. He circled the crystalline rocks, lifting his gaze to behold the extraordinary living fossil. How could this be possible? Zhao Bo exclaimed, his mouth agape as he looked up at the ancient tree entombed within the rock. This was a departure from their usual understanding of ginkgo trees. It was an ancient ginkgo, a fossil from the primordial past, Song Jun concluded with certainty. During his university years, he had chanced upon books in the library depicting the forms of ancient arboreal species, including that of the ancient ginkgo. In those times, the ancient ginkgo trees were not like their modern counterparts, typically reaching heights of merely a dozen meters. They often soared to 70 or 80 meters. Yet now, the ancient ginkgo before them stood nearly 100 meters tall, a relic from a bygone era. It emerged from the translucent mountain rock, becoming a true living fossil. The earth underwent tremendous upheaval, and all things are poised for revival. The little wolf's eyes gleamed brightly, conveying to Song Jun and others that this ancient silver originated from a bygone era, sealed within the annals of history. Observing the clusters of blossoms on the tree, once ripened, it is likely to bear nearly 1,000 ancient ginkgo fruits. When these fruits mature, this sacred relic from antiquity could catalyze a significant evolution in our very existence. The little wolf exclaimed with fervor, having arrived in this world. Such resurrected ancient entities represented one of the opportunities it sought. I cannot leave. I must remain here and patiently await the fruition of the ancient silver. After all, Chiyun Mountain is renowned, often referred to as a Taoist celestial peak. It harbored concerns that tycoons or state organizations might come to investigate this locale. Although it appeared tranquil on the surface, Wangjiang Town had recently seen an influx of unfamiliar faces. Song Jun sensed that these were all extraordinary beings. After casting a few glances at the crystalline mountain rock and the ancient ginkgo tree within, he felt reassured by the presence of the little wolf, believing it to be quite safe. However, to Song Jun's surprise, Xiaobo also chose to remain here, to guard the ancient silver while seizing the opportunity to hone his skills against the extraordinary beasts. Very well, Song Jun nodded, with the little wolf around. He harbored no concerns for Xiaobo, as the little wolf was indeed formidable. In the following days, he would occasionally venture into the mountains for trainings. But mostly he stayed at home, vigilantly monitoring the news online. Meanwhile, reports emerged about the extraordinary being with a third eye. This individual had joined the Celestial Eye gene, bearing 3 eyes upon their brow, known to the outside world as the Celestial Eye. Speculation arose that he might be the most powerful extraordinary being in the contemporary world. On this day, Song Jun stepped into the courtyard, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy after concluding his breathing exercises. Just as he was about to commence his martial arts practice, the gate outside the courtyard was suddenly knocked upon. "Is there something you need?" Song Jun inquired. The visitor was a young man, who offered a faint smile and scrutinized him. Song Jun felt a slight displeasure but politely asked again. The man did not respond. Instead, he slipped inside and stood in the center of the courtyard, surveying the house. Then, he turned and gazed at Song Jun with a calm demeanor. "Is there something you need? If not, I'll see you out," Song Jun said, his irritation evident. Anyone would be displeased to have a stranger enter their home, ignore their questions, and then be calmly stared at. The young man smiled, fixed his gaze on Song Jun, and suddenly declared, "Two paths, die by accident or be killed by me." Song Jun was taken aback and showed fear. "Friend, are you joking?" The man chuckled softly, slowly approaching. Changing the subject, "I consider the second option. Quickly, how do you wish to die? By fire, gas poisoning, or something else? I have no grudge against you. Why do you wish me dead?" Song Jun said, attempting to extract information. The man halted, looking at Song Jun, who had stepped back a few paces. His eyes filled with mockery. "Then you can only be killed by me." With that, the man strode forward, his large hand reaching out. In his view, such an ordinary person could be killed instantly by a mere squeeze of his hand. He was a superhuman, and ordinary people were nothing but ants, trash to him. Thud. At that moment, Song Jun no longer pretended, and with a punch, the man screamed in agony as his hands were shattered. "You." The man's face was contorted with agony as he gazed at his shattered right hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? He had received intelligence that this wretch was merely an ordinary man, an insignificant being. How had he now become an adept? "Ah!" He roared in fury, attempting to invoke his adept abilities. However, with a resounding thud, Song Jun's foot connected with his face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. He collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. As he seethed with rage, Song Jun advanced with purposeful strides, his foot radiating with an ethereal glow, poised to strike his back. A cold sweat enveloped the man as he beheld the luminous foot. His arrogance had blinded him to the peril. One strike could very well shatter his cervical vertebrae. In a desperate surge of power, he bellowed, his body erupting in a blinding light, his aura intensifying dramatically. And the sound of cracking bones reverberated through the air as his physique underwent a rapid transformation, increasing in size. Alas, Song Jun's foot descended regardless, with a sickening crunch. His back bore the brunt of the impact, leaving a livid, purplish footprint, and blood splattered from his lips. With a thunderous crash, the man rolled away, enduring the excruciating pain of his near-broken back, glaring at Song Jun. "Song Jun, I concede that I underestimated you. I shall take my leave," the man uttered, his heart gripped by a chilling fear, realizing that he might not be able to prevail alone. "You presumed me to be an ordinary man, presumptuously offering me a choice of how to meet my end. Now that you discover I am more formidable than you seek to depart? Do you believe that is plausible?" Song Jun retorted with a sardonic smile. In an instant, his fists ignited with radiant energy, and with a single stride, he traversed several meters, closing the distance to the man. His fists, ablaze like miniature suns, arced downwards with devastating force. The man recoiled in terror, raising his arms in a futile attempt to defend himself. With a sickening snap, his arms shattered instantly, filling him with mortal dread. No longer daring to resist, he fled desperately towards the courtyard's exit. However, Song Jun's speed was astonishing. With all his might, he dashed forward at 150 meters per second, instantly appearing behind the man. A single punch landed, and with a resounding crack, the man crumpled to the ground, his cervical vertebrae shattered. "No, spare me," he pleaded, regretting his decision to confront Song Jun alone. Song Jun's gaze was icy. Had he ever considered the man's feelings before deciding to end his life? Now this man, on the brink of death, was begging for mercy. How absurd. "Who sent you?" After searching the man for a brief moment and finding nothing, Song Jun regarded him with indifference. "If you promise not to kill me, I will certainly tell you." The man's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope for survival. "Negotiate," Song Jun scoffed, shaking his head. In the next instant, under the man's terrified gaze, Song Jun seized him and sprinted towards Chiyun Mountain. As they approached the vast wilderness, Song Jun cast a cold glance at the man, his hands glowing as he hurled him into the depths of the mountain. Narrowing his eyes, Song Jun realized that the current victor was no longer present. The Song family could not be the one to triumph. Only at the outset had Yu informed him that Shun Chenyu wished to kill him. He did not believe it. Yet only his parents and Shun Chenyu knew of his whereabouts in Wangjiang town. He certainly would not heed Yu's one-sided claims, but could not dismiss the possibility that Shun Chenyu harbored intentions against him. Unless there existed another scenario. Someone close to Shun Chenyu desired his demise. How else could they have known of his presence in Wangjiang town? Contemplating this, a chilling glint erupted within Song Jun's dark eyes. Chapter 38. Undercurrents. The arrival in the night. The stars shone brilliantly, the mist swirled, and the cries of monkeys mingled with the roars of tigers. Within the edifice, several individuals furrowed their brows, some with eyes gleaming like lightning, others adorned with flame-like patterns, and yet another with a physique as colossal as a mountain, their muscles resembling craggy peaks. Clearly, these individuals were all exceptional beings, and formidable ones at that. "Is there still no word from Feng Gu?" After a moment, the man with lightning in his eyes spoke, his countenance youthful and handsome. "Humph, an incompetent fool. Our expedition to Mount Chiyun is for a mission. If Feng Gu jeopardizes it, he alone will bear the responsibility," a woman retorted coldly. Her crimson cheongsam accentuated her voluptuous figure, while her thin lips imparted a sense of acrimony. "Huiyun, if Feng Gu is at fault, he shall bear the full consequences," said Chen Dian, the man with lightning eyes, his gaze lingering on the woman's alluring form, a smile gracing his lips. "Brother Chen speaks wisely," Huiyun responded with a smile, gracefully tossing her wave-like hair, her eyes sparkling with peculiar brilliance. At present, with two breathing techniques in motion, the energy particles within him surged vigorously. The little wolf had informed him that breathing techniques, regardless of the world, were the cornerstone of existence, determining the heights a being could attain. The breathing technique imparted by the little wolf was undoubtedly the supreme technique of its lineage. Moreover, he himself possessed a mysterious breathing technique of astonishing origin. However, Song Jin knew that this little creature, according to the little wolf's description, should be at the second level of the awakening realm. This was largely thanks to the golden kumquat, which had further enhanced the black cat's strength. "Meow?" The black cat protested, seemingly displeased with being called a black girl. The plush head rubbed against the chest of the latter. Yet Song Jun remained oblivious to the subtle hint of shyness flickering within the depths of the black cat's eyes. Suddenly, Song Jun furrowed his brow. With his recent practice of breathing techniques, his sixth sense had become exceedingly acute, allowing him to perceive movements in the vicinity. He sensed 3 individuals approaching from outside the courtyard, 2 men and 1 woman. Simultaneously, he detected a faint, oscillating energy emanating from them. They were extraordinary beings. A thought struck him. Earlier in the day, an extraordinary individual had sought him out, inquiring about the manner of his demise. Were these 3 accomplices? Bang! A thunderous noise erupted from the courtyard gate, evidently kicked open by someone, as 2 men and 1 woman entered. Had anyone come here during the day? Chun Dian surveyed the surroundings before finally casting his gaze down upon Song Jun. Song Jun's brow knitted in irritation. Recognizing that these 3 were indeed aligned with the individual from earlier, he coolly remarked, "Whether you come or not is of no concern to me." Chun Dian raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Song Jun, a murderous intent manifesting. "You shall die by electrocution. It will be deemed an accident." "Mere ants. Why waste words with them? Just eliminate him." Fire Yun cast an impatient glance. Chun Dian nodded, and in the next moment, his entire demeanor shifted however. He had not anticipated that his adversary possessed extraordinary abilities. With a single, electrifying punch, his chest was shattered, his heart pierced, leaving him barely clinging to life. "You are an adept," Hui Yun exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Song Jun regarded them with a chilling gaze. Their repeated attempts to engineer his demise under the guise of accidents only solidified his conviction that someone desired his death, yet lacked the audacity for a direct assault. "You are affiliated with the Transcendental Research Institute. Someone within desires my death, but lacks the courage to act openly. Am I correct?" Hui Yun cast a disdainful glance at the fading Chun Dian, a stark contrast to his former self. Her elegant hair danced around her as flames erupted from her palms. Having consumed a mutated dragon fruit, she had undergone a profound transformation, granting her pyromantic abilities. With a swift motion, she ascended, engulfed in a blaze of fire. Simultaneously, Shihao stirred, resembling a colossal titan. Each step he took caused tremors to reverberate through the courtyard. With a searing sound, flames ignited in the air. Hui Yun's exquisite face was now etched with an icy resolve as she unleashed a fiery palm strike. Song Jun scoffed, taking a decisive step forward, a radiant aura swirling behind him. Ignoring the flames, he retaliated with a thunderous punch. With a resounding impact, Hui Yun's composed facade crumbled. The palm she had projected shattered with a sickening crack. It was then that she realized that even had Chun Dian been more cautious, the outcome would have remained unchanged. A cold sweat trickled down her brow as she discovered, to her horror, that the flames enveloping her were rendered useless against the radiant aura emanating from her opponent, repelling them entirely. Just then, Shihao's fist came crashing down with unrestrained fury. With a flicker of her eyes, she swiftly retreated. Observing her retreat, her intention to flee evident, Song Jun smirked. In the next moment, his fist surged forth with radiant energy, striking the air with a resounding blow. Bang! The sound echoed, accompanied by a cry of agony as the muscular arm of Shihao shattered, bones splintering outward. The wind howled as Shihao, astonished, caught a fleeting glimpse of a luminous fist hurtling toward his face before losing consciousness, his formidable form collapsing to the ground. Observing the fleeing Hui Yun, Song Jun smirked, quickening his pace. In a brief moment, he appeared before Hui Yun, whose expression transformed in shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 39. Under currents, parents in distress gazing at the communicator in his hand, Song Jun's eyes flickered before he activated it, discovering a recent contact number. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed the number. After a pause, a melodious, yet somewhat cold female voice resonated from the other end. "How has the situation been handled?" The voice was calm and unfamiliar. Upon hearing this, Song Jun inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Although he did not believe Shin Chenyu intended to harm him, a tinge of worry lingered in his heart. At this moment, he began to confirm certain truths. From the beginning, there have been individuals around Shin Chenyu who wished for my demise. Were those individuals sent by you? Song Jun inquired, his tone steady and composed. However, the communicator fell silent on the other end. Shun Chin Shuang furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes reflecting turmoil. She was unsettled by the unfamiliar voice emanating from the device. "Who are you?" Shun Chin Shuang asked, regaining her composure and speaking softly. The person you seek. With a thunderous realization, Shun Qinshuang's entire being trembled. It was him. Her heart was perturbed, filled with incredulity at how that man had managed to locate her, and what had become of the gifted individuals. A chill ran through her. Yet she regained her composure, stating coolly, "You have the wrong person." With that, she ended the call, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a frosty resolve. For the sake of the family, you must perish. Tranquility descended upon Shin Shuang, accompanied by a surge of icy determination. She surmised that her sister, Shin Shinwei, had refused to marry into the Zhang family because of that ordinary man. Now that this ordinary man had sought her out, a sense of trepidation arose within her. With this in mind, she redialed the communicator, and upon connection, she instructed, "Master Jiang, I require you to eliminate someone." But no matter, Master Zhang is a family pugilist, practicing Xingyi Quan year-round, and has found his path, and has obtained a strange fruit. Now his strength is very terrifying. With him present, although it may seem like overkill, Shin Qinshuang was unwilling to risk any unforeseen circumstances. That man had to die. Simultaneously, her associates had acquired information regarding the man's parents and were already en route. The time had come to seize an opportunity to eliminate his family. With this thought, a smile played upon Shin Qinshuang's lips, confident in her impending victory. For the sake of the family, her sister must marry into the Zhang family, and if that proved impossible, she would have no choice but to apply external pressure. As the communicator disconnected, Song Zhun's eyes flickered with a chilling intent. Should anyone dare to approach, he would show no mercy, dispatching them all. As for the woman, he would seek her out eventually. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him, fearing that gifted individuals might discover his location. Given recent reports of their presence and activities in the Qiyun Mountains near Wangjiang town, that evening, he stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the resplendent night sky, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, his communicator buzzed. It was a call from his parents. Song Zhun felt speechless. Over the past few days, his parents had incessantly urged him to return to Huicheng, worried about his solitary existence outside. With a faint smile, he answered the call, but the next moment, his expression transformed drastically, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent coursing through him. "Songjin, your father has encountered trouble. Today, someone assaulted him. And if it weren't for a friend arriving in time." Sobs. As his mother spoke, her voice was choked with tears. Trembling, with his eyes reddening, Songjin asked, "How is Dad now?" "He is currently in the hospital, but the doctors say." Listening to his mother's weeping, a chill enveloped Songjin. He inquired about the address, then hung up the phone, preparing to rush to Huicheng overnight. "Whoever you are, I will see you dead," he gritted through clenched teeth, his heart brimming with vengeance. He suspected that the woman from a few days prior was behind this. Taking a deep breath, a radiant light enveloped him, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. At that moment, the black cat leapt into his arms, and in the next instant, he surged forth like a beam of light. The fierce winds whipped around him as Song Zhun sprinted with all his might, covering 150 meters per second, each footfall leaving deep impressions in the ground. This speed surpassed even that of a high-speed train, the air crackling ominously, while some stones crumbled to dust beneath his feet. Along the way, he activated his breathing technique, providing him with a continuous flow of energy. His body shone brilliantly, yet the heat intensified. With a whoosh, he leaped over a ridge and plunged into the forest, the trees on either side parting violently under the force of the gale. He sprinted toward the south, as Huicheng was less than a few kilometers from Wangjiang town. However, with the expansion of the terrain, the distance between the two places had stretched to nearly 100 kilometers. Songjin, concerned for his parents, chose to eschew the roads and instead took a shortcut through the mountains and forests. Some terrifying beasts, upon catching sight of him, dared not approach, their instincts warning them that to do so would mean certain death. As he ran with all his might, one could observe from above that a radiant streak of light was racing through the woods, measuring over 10 meters in length, dazzling in its brilliance. Unbeknownst to Song Zhun, high in the southern skies, a fearsome eagle soared, its wings aglow, covering nearly 100 meters with a single flap. Perched atop the eagle was a shadowy figure. This pair, one man and one eagle, approached from the south, directly intersecting Song Zhun's path. Suddenly, the figure atop the eagle exclaimed in surprise, easily spotting the streak of light dashing through the forest with astonishing speed, creating explosive sounds in the air. In an instant, the brilliant light zipped beneath him. The figure remained oblivious, For in this era of celestial anomalies, there were countless extraordinary individuals, including those with superhuman abilities capable of unfathomable feats. He continued to soar forward. However, something stirred within him. His brow furrowed slightly, a sense of intuition urging him on. He felt that the streak of light was the very target of his journey. With his current prowess, his sixth sense was remarkably accurate, seldom leading him astray. Resolving this, he hesitated no longer and gently spurred the eagle beneath him. Instantly, a fierce wind surged, and he began to pursue the direction from which he had come. As Song Jun sprinted with all his strength, he felt his body growing increasingly heated, emanating a terrifying warmth, reaching at least 70 to 80 degrees, with smoke rising from him. This revelation shocked him. He feared that if he continued at such a pace, his body might disintegrate. With this thought, he gradually reduced his speed, preparing to rest momentarily before setting forth again. However, not long after he came to a halt, a fierce wind swept through the air, and a colossal eagle, measuring over 10 meters in wingspan, descended from the sky. Its feathers shimmered with a metallic luster, as if forged from molten iron. The eagle's gaze was icy and devoid of compassion, exuding a palpable bloodlust, brimming with primal ferocity. Upon the eagle's back sat a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, who scrutinized him from above, his eyes reflecting the indifference of one gazing upon a corpse. "Indeed, it is you," the man on the eagle's back spoke calmly. He leaped down and approached with measured steps, his demeanor impassive. Chapter 40. Under Current's evolution, I did not expect to encounter you here. This fortuitously saves me time. The middle-aged man brushed the ample sleeves of his garment. His gaze fixed ahead. He had perused Song Jun's dossier beforehand, thus recognizing him at a glance. Song Jun instinctively braced himself, casting a wary glance at the wild beast above, ultimately directing his attention to the man. An unsettling intuition gripped him. This man radiated a perilous aura, more feral than the mutated eagle, resembling a fearsome predator. Meow, the black cat's fur bristled. Its ebony eyes intently focused on the approaching figure and the fierce bird of prey. "Who are you?" Song Jun inquired, his brow furrowed. He felt a tremor within. This man had descended from the heavens atop a flying beast, a sight he had never witnessed before, leaving him profoundly affected. "I am the one who will take your life," the middle-aged man replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze unervingly tranquil. He had practiced Xingyiquan for many years and possessed a rare, extraordinary fruit that had rendered his martial arts almost supernatural. He believed that among contemporary humanity, aside from a few dominant factions, few could rival his prowess. Whoosh! In an instant, the middle-aged man sprang into action, his body taut and spear-like. His eyes gleaming with intensity, radiating an aura that captivated the very essence of vitality. A somber expression veiled Song Jun's countenance as realization dawned upon him, in all likelihood. This individual was dispatched by that woman, intent on persecuting not only him but also his parents. At that moment, the man unleashed a formidable punch, his fist radiating a resplendent brilliance. A surge of murderous intent coursed through Song Jun, and he clenched his fist, suffusing it with light, retaliating with an equally devastating blow. A resounding impact reverberated through the air, accompanied by an effulgent display of interwoven light. Subsequently, a figure was propelled backward for more than 10 meters. This retreating figure was none other than Song Jun himself, his face betraying astonishment and disbelief. Cognizant of the man's inherent danger, he had executed his punch with utmost caution. Yet, he was still forced back by the opponent's blow, his entire arm rendered numb. Observing this, the man remarked with a nonchalant smile, "You possess some skill. Before your demise, I shall grant you a glimpse of Xingyiquan, ensuring your death is not in vain." With a swift motion, he darted forward, traversing tens of meters in a single stride, generating a gust of wind that whistled through the surroundings, causing the nearby trees to sway violently, their leaves cascading to the ground. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Song Jun's feet emanated light as he transformed into a beam of energy, retreating with haste. "You cannot escape," the man exclaimed with unrestrained mirth. In the ensuing moment, his fists ignited with a dazzling radiance as he unleashed a barrage of punches, accompanied by the resounding roar of a tiger. With a resounding thud, Song Jun activated his breathing technique, encasing his fists in a resplendent sheen, and clashed against the incoming assault. However, an overwhelming force surged from the opponent's arm. His fist, akin to a tiger's maw, unleashed the force of a ferocious beast, causing Song Jun's lips to betray traces of blood. Dismayed, Song Jun realized that even with the activation of his breathing technique, he had sustained an injury. Xingyi Quan comprises 12 distinct forms, of which Jiang Zhe has mastered 3: tiger form, snake form, and bear form. Jiang Zhe offered a cold, indifferent smile. In the next moment, his body twisted like a ribbon, transforming into a luminous stream that swiftly coiled around Song Jun. This was serpentine, yet bear-like in its ferocity. Jiang Zhe's aura shifted dramatically, reminiscent of a raging bear. His fists descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar, cleaving through the air, and struck forcefully against Song Jun's back. A sudden cough erupted from Song Jun, blood spilling forth. Since he had begun practicing his breathing techniques and battling extraordinary beings and beasts, his confidence had swelled. Yet now, he found himself suppressed by a martial artist of formidable prowess. His life hung in the balance. Beast begone. At that moment, a black cat emitted a sharp cry and transformed into a streak of darkness, darting towards Jiang Zhe. With a disdainful grunt, Jiang Zhe unleashed a punch that sent the black cat soaring through the air. Without a second glance, he charged towards Song Jun, delivering a fierce tiger punch. Song Jun evaded the brunt of the attack, his eyes glimmering with astonishment. It was astonishing that someone could refine their martial arts to such an extraordinary level. He managed to dodge, yet Jiang Zhe's speed was unparalleled. A brilliant light descended upon his chest. The impact resounded like a bell. Jiang Zhe was immensely powerful, having nearly perfected the 3 forms of Xingyi Quan. When his fist struck, Song Jun's palms glowed as he attempted to block, only for his hands to shatter upon impact, sending him hurtling several meters away. This power within the body was terrifying. Song Jun's gaze hardened. This individual not only possessed formidable martial skills, but the surging energy within him was on an entirely different plane. By his estimation, this man was at least at the 4th level of awakening, 1 realm above him. He realized he was no match unless he could elevate his own realm. With this thought, a spark ignited in his eyes. The lady has decreed your demise, therefore. You must meet your end. Jiang Zhe's indifferent gaze fell upon Song Jun. In the next moment, he ceased to waste time. His body shot forth like a radiant spear, piercing through the air with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, his fists were enveloped in a luminous aura, accompanied by a resonant roar. Reflected in his pupils was the terrifying force of Jiang Zhe's formidable punch. Taking a deep breath, Song Jun activated his breathing technique, enveloping his fractured palms in a layer of energy, transforming them into radiant orbs of brilliance. In the following instant, under Jiang Zhe's cold smirk and dismissive demeanor, he unleashed his fists with great force. A roar echoed through the void, reminiscent of a wolf king's call, unsettling the predatory birds that lingered in the distance. At the sound of this ferocious cry, Jiang Zhe's eyes involuntarily narrowed. In contrast, Song Jun, who was engaged in the confrontation, found a torrent of light surging behind him. As the ethereal figure of a wolf king from primordial times materialized, exuding an overwhelming and savage aura, bellowing at him from afar. With that thunderous roar, Jiang Zhe felt dizzy, blood trickling from his eyes, nose, and ears. When he regained his senses, Song Jun, who had been his adversary moments before, had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Jiang Zhe's eyes turned icy, a murderous intent igniting within him. He leapt onto the back of a fierce eagle, soaring into the sky, his gaze coldly fixed on the forest below as he searched for his opponent. Song Jun plunged into the depths of the woods, determined to press onward. It seems I must consume the golden kumquat. He bore severe injuries, with both palms fractured. Had it not been for the protective layer of energy, his hands would have surely been shattered. In an instant, the golden kumquat dissolved in his mouth, releasing streams of golden juice that coursed through his body. An intense energy swirling through his flesh and blood, as if striving to break free from his skin. Song Jun was astounded and immediately activated the breathing technique taught by the wolf. Layers of light emerged within his flesh, enveloping that surge of energy, which eventually transformed into fragments of golden dust, merging into his muscles and bones. Crack! His palms, previously fractured, now radiated a brilliant glow under a mysterious energy, rapidly healing. Simultaneously, the aura within his body grew increasingly potent. Strangely, a sound akin to flowing water emanated from within him, intriguing Song Jun. He discovered that an energy, more abundant and faster than usual, was coursing through his meridians like a luminous ribbon. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his body, as if his meridians were being torn apart by a force. With a snap, The golden energy from the kumquat rampaged through his meridians, forcibly widening them. Song Jun's body shuddered, and his eyes snapped open, emitting a dazzling light. The realm of flesh refinement grants the ability to regenerate. The realm of tendon refinement expands the meridians and accelerates energy circulation. At this moment, his meridians were brimming with energy, clearly indicating that he had reached the tendon refinement realm as mentioned by the wolf. Just then, a fierce wind swept across the night sky. A fierce eagle, coldly observing from above, bore a figure on its back, descending like a demon god. Spotting this figure, Song Jun narrowed his eyes, slowly rose, and a sharp, cold glint flashed in his gaze. Chapter 41. Undercurrents, Fierce Battle. Beneath the night, ancient trees swayed violently in the gale, amidst a thick, colorful miasma. A demon god stood atop the fierce bird, his cold eyes surveying the scene below. Radiant luminescence enveloped him, swirling in celestial orbits, an awe-inspiring spectacle. A piercing shriek shattered the tranquility as a formidable avian predator, its plumage shimmering with argent hues, descended from the firmament. Its wings stirred a tempest that convulsed the arboreal landscape as it lunged toward Jiangze. Vermin! Jiangze roared in vexation. With a thunderous report, he ascended from his perch atop the hawk's back, a living projectile of wrath. He unleashed the tiger form of Xing Yiquan, a maelstrom of savage ferocity and blinding speed. In a cataclysmic instant, the 7-meter avian monstrosity was rent asunder, its flesh exploding in a gory shower. Feathers scattering like fallen snow. Deep within the primeval wilderness, a realm of miasmic vapors and teeming with savage beasts, lay the domain to which Song Jun had led him. Jiangze's descent from the heavens upon his avian mount, radiating an aura of invincibility, had inevitably drawn the attention of the denizens of this untamed realm. Suddenly, the distant trees swayed in a frenzied dance as the earth trembled beneath the approach of a colossal grizzly bear. Towering at a staggering 13 meters, its tusks gleamed like broadswords as it charged toward the interloper. Nothing shall impede my vengeance. Jiangze's voice dripped with icy resolve as he fixed his gaze upon Songzhen. The audacity of this man, daring to inflict injury upon him, had ignited a furious inferno within his soul. He vowed to tear him limb from limb. Undaunted, Jiangze dismounted from the hawk and channeled the essence of the bear form, embodying its raw power, unbridled ferocity, and indomitable strength. With a deafening roar, he transformed into a living embodiment of the primordial beast, a force of nature unleashed upon the hapless bear. His attack pierced through the giant bear, and the bear's blood rained down from the sky, splattering on his body. In the span of mere moments, 2 formidable beasts had fallen, their lives extinguished without resistance. A hush fell upon the forest. Come forth and meet your doom. Jiangze's face was a mask of icy fury as he stood, his eyes blazing with lethal intent. Song Jun's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly, a glint of sharp calculation lurking within their depths. In the next moment, under the piercing gaze of the latter, he slowly advanced, his steps deliberate. No one has ever dared to inflict harm upon me. You are the first and the last. Today, I shall rend you asunder, Jiangze declared coldly. A fire of fury blazed within him, for as he had stated, no one had ever dared to wound him, be it before or after the transformation. Die! Jiangze roared, his entire being igniting with ferocity, brilliance surging forth. With a thunderous crash, he leapt several dozen meters in an instant, his rage manifesting as he descended from the sky with unrestrained violence. Observing the furious Jiangze, Songzhen chose not to hold back any longer. With a resounding roar from within, his energy surged, a dazzling light erupting from his very being. Boom! The fiery radiance surged forth as Songzhen, with unwavering resolve, clashed his fists against Jiangze's. The force of their confrontation sent shockwaves, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. The 2 figures collided and swiftly separated, leaving deep imprints in the earth where they had met. How is this possible? Jiangze's gaze narrowed imperceptibly. Previously, Songzhen would never have dared to confront him directly. Yet now, the latter not only met his aggression but seemed to possess the strength to withstand it. Jiangze's cold eyes fixed on the distant figure, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The rapid increase in strength could only indicate that this individual had consumed an extraordinary fruit, enabling him to bolster his power in such a short time. Surrender the extraordinary fruit, Jiangze commanded, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Songzhen's expression remained indifferent. His thoughts were consumed with the urgency to reach his parents. The ambush he faced along the way ignited a tempest of murderous intent within him, a desire to suffocate the one lurking behind him. Ignoring Jiangze, he took a decisive step forward, the wind from his punch swirling around him. "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige," Jiangze roared. His body surged with motion as a brilliant radiance enveloped his fists, manifesting the bear form. Simultaneously adopting the serpent form with his body, he swiftly appeared before Song Jun. A palpable, icy intent to kill gleamed in his eyes. Song Jun channeled his energy, his skin shimmering with a crystalline luster, his fist resembling polished jade, revealing the potent energy surging beneath. "Celestial Wolf Fist," he bellowed inwardly, stepping forward to unleash a ferocious punch. A thunderous clap echoed as Jiangze's expression twisted in pain, a searing agony coursing through his fists. Yet, Song Jun relentlessly continued his assault, each punch a radiant burst of power that sent shockwaves through the air. Jiangze's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed the bear form, transforming into a savage, primeval beast, meeting the onslaught with unbridled ferocity. In a flurry of motion, they exchanged dozens of brutal blows. Jiangze's countenance shifted as he realized his opponent possessed an even greater ferocity than himself, seemingly impervious to pain. Each punch landed with the force of tempered steel, causing his bones to resonate with sharp cracks. With a sickening snap, Jiangze's left fist shattered upon impact. Yet, in retaliation, his right foot crashed into Song Jun's chest, eliciting another ominous crack. "Halt! Let us cease this conflict," Jiangze bellowed, his eyes darting about. He knew that even if he managed to kill his adversary, he would suffer grievous injuries. Too late, Song Jun retorted coldly, seemingly oblivious to the fracture in his chest. "Damn you! You wish to test my resolve? Then perish!" Jiangze roared, his eyes burning with savage intent as he lunged forward like an enraged bear. Another snap echoed as Song Jun's left arm broke. However, a brilliant surge of energy enveloped the wound, mending the ruptured flesh as his aura steadily intensified. At this juncture, Song Jun's corporeal essence surged with unparalleled vigor. Akin to a raging volcano, he channeled the Lupin sect's respiration technique, while simultaneously invoking the enigmatic breathing method. The pristine energies of the cosmos flowed into his being, enveloping his fractured bones in a crystalline luminescence, mending them instantaneously. The healed junctures were rendered even more resilient and robust than before. Gazing upon the savage Jiangze, Song Jun eschewed all defense, unleashing a barrage of blows, each strike causing the latter to cough up blood. Suddenly, a howl reverberated from behind Song Jun, like a surge of psychic energy, instantly causing Jiangze's eyes, nose, and ears to hemorrhage crimson rivulets, his breath growing shallow. In that instant, Song Jun clenched his fist, and the celestial wolf fist descended with devastating force. With a resounding crack, Jiangze's entire right arm was shattered into a myriad of fragments. Another blow followed, causing the latter's chest to cave in, several bones piercing through. With a dull thud, Jiangze collapsed to the ground, his gaze slightly unfocused. "Were those who harmed my parents part of your cohort? And within the Shin family, who seeks my demise?" Song Jun demanded, his foot pressing down on Jiangze's chest. "I shall ensure your death." However, at this moment, Jiangze's eyes were already crimson with rage. He felt humiliated, and the light on his body burst forth uncontrollably. Disregarding his injuries in a desperate attempt to fight Song Jun, Song Jun scoffed, his foot descending, the light dissipating as a cracking sound echoed. This man, who had ridden a ferocious eagle to kill him, threatening to tear him apart with his bare hands, was undoubtedly part of the same group that had harmed his parents. In that case, Song Jun's gaze turned indifferent, and he unleashed a merciless assault, his fists glowing with power. Delivering a thunderous blow that caused a spray of blood to erupt in the air, the man's body exploding into pieces. He was enveloped in a luminous aura, directly isolating the falling blood. At that moment, a ferocious eagle in the distance, its icy pupils displaying trepidation, flapped its wings and ascended swiftly to a height of over 10 meters in the air, attempting to flee. Song Jun's gaze followed, recognizing the eagle as the steed of the person who had arrived. Without hesitation, radiance emanated from beneath his feet, and with a whoosh sound, he leaped more than 10 meters into the air, disregarding the eagle's frantic cries, and seized it with a single hand. With a resounding crash, he delivered a punch, instantly killing the eagle. The entire area was a chaotic mess, a result of his previous battle with Jiangze. In the dark recesses, wild beasts lay in wait, But upon seeing the man who resembled a demon god, they slowly retreated. They were also fearful, not daring to approach. Meow. Just then, the black cat transformed into a streak of darkness, darting directly towards the deceased eagle. A flash of cold light emanated from its sharp claws as they plunged into the eagle's body. Before long, a crystalline object appeared, which the black cat devoured in one gulp. Song Jun was taken aback. He glanced around and noticed that the other ferocious birds and the grizzly bear that had been killed by Jiang Zhe also had holes in their bodies. As if something had been extracted, the black cat meowed once more, its dark eyes carrying a hint of satisfaction. It was noticeable that its fur was exceptionally lustrous, and even the injury it had sustained while shielding Song Jun from a punch had healed. Seeing the black cat's contented expression, Song Jun was relieved. As long as it was not harmful to Hainyo, it was a good thing. Moreover, he discovered that these exotic beasts contained crystalline objects that the black cat needed, and that those objects could benefit the black cat. Just then, a sudden pang of hunger surged from his abdomen, causing Song Jun to be momentarily stunned. He felt as if he had not eaten for more than 10 days. The tumultuous energy within him gradually subsided, yet an insatiable hunger intensified, making him feel capable of devouring several elephants. What's happening? A wave of disquiet washed over Song Jun as he grappled with the anomaly within himself. Prior to this, upon consuming the peculiar fruit and ascending to the 4th level of awakening, he had experienced a faint sensation of hunger, though it had eluded his notice at the time. Now, with the battle concluded and the energy within him quiescent, this hunger had amplified exponentially. His gaze, imbued with verdant light, caused the black cat to emit a startled meow and promptly flee from his embrace, distancing itself from him. Hainyo, why are you running? I'm not going to eat you, Song Jun chuckled weakly. In the subsequent moment, he could no longer restrain himself, his gaze fixated upon the colossal avian creature, and he promptly hauled its multi-meter carcass towards the distant river. He resolved to roast the limbs of this exotic beast over an open flame to satiate this ravenous hunger. Chapter 42. Undercurrents. Meeting the parents in the tenebrous depths of the mountain forest, azure mist meandered, rendering all the trees and vegetation translucent and radiant, as if imbued with luminescence. Deep within the forest, adjacent to a flowing river, towering branches were erected, supporting a multi-meter avian creature being roasted over a roaring fire. The avian creature was being roasted to a golden resplendence, with rivulets of golden oil cascading into the flames, eliciting a symphony of crackling sounds. A solitary figure sat nearby, the involuntary movement of his throat betraying his anticipation, his eyes gleaming with verdant light, captivated by the intense aroma emanating from the roasting avian creature. Is this thing even edible? Song Jun hesitated, contemplating the potential ramifications of consuming a mutated exotic beast and its potential adverse effects on his well-being. Watching the golden droplets of oil fall in a steady stream, Song Jun's eyes reddened. A low growl escaped his throat as he could no longer restrain himself and pounced forward. He was ravenous, hungrier than a starving ghost. With a voracious bite, a large chunk of meat burst with a crystalline brilliance in his mouth, as if crimson clouds were billowing within. In that instant, Song Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. He swore he had never tasted anything so exquisite in his entire life. The bird, merely rinsed without any seasoning, surpassed the finest dishes crafted by master chefs. Its flesh was tender and succulent, melting on his tongue. As he devoured mouthful after mouthful, a warm sensation blossomed in his abdomen, as if a current of heat was unfurling within him. This was energy. Song Jun's gaze turned vacant. The bird's meat contained energy, which blossomed within him, gradually enhancing his physique. The pangs of hunger slowly subsided, but lingered faintly. Without further thought, he resumed his voracious feast. Meow, a black cat sauntered over, its body twisting as it caught the scent of the meat. Unable to resist, it approached. Blackie, come, let's eat together, Song Jun called. His mouth stuffed with a large chunk of meat, his hands clutching more. Half an hour later, only the skeleton of the massive bird remained. Song Jun patted his belly contentedly, savoring the memory of the feast. Gazing at the enormous skeleton on the ground, his eyes filled with awe. He pondered how an ordinary person could consume such a colossal bird. Yet he had done so. Frowning, he reflected on how the meat had transformed into streams of heat within him, becoming energy that fortified his body. Within his heart lingered a faint suspicion. Each ascent to a new realm necessitated a replenishment of energy. Otherwise, an overwhelming sense of hunger would ensue. Shaking his head, he dispelled the sensation of hunger and rose from the ground, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. In the next moment, he lifted the black cat, transforming into a radiant beam of light, racing forward with unparalleled speed. He was oblivious to the current state of his parents, hesitant to squander any precious time. As dawn approached, the sky was bathed in golden hues. A grand city loomed upon the earth, shrouded in a misty veil. Surrounding the city were vast forests, exuding an untamed aura, resonating with the calls of monkeys and the roars of tigers, reminiscent of a primordial wilderness. The convergence of modernity and primeval chaos was palpable. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the distant horizon, having been hundreds of meters away just a moment ago, now drawing near with astonishing swiftness. This figure was none other than Song Jian, who, having evolved to the fourth tier of awakening since last night, experienced a further acceleration in his speed, reaching 200 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, Song Jian entered the grand city, the largest in Anhui, a stronghold for various factions, fortified with advanced weaponry to fend off the formidable beasts that had emerged from the surrounding primordial mountains. Anxious thoughts of his father consumed him. He learned from his mother that she had wept, but was relieved that he was now safe, recuperating at home. Soon, Song Jian found the residence of his parents. Greeted at the door by a woman whose complexion was slightly pale, undoubtedly indicative of recent sleepless nights. "Mother," Song Jian exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion as he embraced her tightly. Since the incident in Yuland, many events had transpired, facing various assassination attempts and the indifference of his family. He had persevered. Witnessing this scene, Song Jian's eyes narrowed sharply, his fists involuntarily clenched, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. "Father," he called out. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his stern features as he attempted to sit up in bed. Song Jian, startled, swiftly intervened. "Dad, who was it that assaulted you?" Song Jian inquired calmly, though the glint of ferocity lurking deep within his eyes betrayed the turmoil roiling inside him. "It's nothing. Let bygones be bygones," the middle-aged man, Song Qingchu, replied, casting a worried glance at his son, reluctant to divulge the matter lest his son act rashly. "Saying it's nothing?" His mother, Shu Lin, retorted indignantly. She vividly recalled the individuals who had barged in, brandishing clubs, and how Song Qingchu had sustained severe injuries while shielding her. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a friend, the situation could have escalated into a catastrophe. Song Qingchu coughed, furrowing his brow as he turned towards Shu Lin, subtly signaling her to desist from further discussion. "Dad, don't worry about me." Song Jian keenly observed the shift in his father's expression and understood his apprehension about his son's impulsiveness. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to confide in his parents. "Mom, Dad, I am now an adept. There's no need to be concerned about me." "What?" his parents exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at their son. Song Jian shook his head wryly and gradually raised his palm, from which a radiant burst of light erupted instantaneously. Simultaneously, his physique transformed, becoming crystalline and luminous, emanating a delicate fragrance. But wasn't he devoid of mystical elements? Song Qingchu questioned, his brow furrowing. Only now did he recall that in the wake of his son's incident, he had hastily sought an exotic fruit from the family. However, the family had informed him that his son, like himself, possessed no mystical elements within his body, rendering him incapable of becoming an adept. Consequently, he, Shu Lin, and their son had been directly ostracized by the family. "Dad, it's a rather intricate matter." Song Jian understood from the internet that only those who possess mysterious factors within their bodies can become extraordinary individuals. However, such transformation often manifests in peculiar physical alterations. For instance, some extraordinary beings might grow horns on their foreheads, develop extra limbs on their backs, or have skin resembling stone. "Father, Mother, please consume these," Song Jian said as he retrieved the last 2 golden kumquats from his pocket, specifically reserved for his parents. "These are extraordinary fruits." His parents were taken aback, staring incredulously at the golden nuggets in his hand. After a moment, his father, Song Qingchu, remarked, "You should keep these. Your mother and I lack the mysterious factors and cannot utilize them." "Father, I cannot make use of them either." "Without the mysterious factors, you can still become extraordinary. Trust me," Song Jian replied with a smile. Little Wolf had informed him that consuming extraordinary fruits could lead to evolution, but that was not the true path. The authentic method was through breathing techniques. Although merely a formality, the effects were undeniably significant. Under the influence of the breathing techniques, they refined the golden kumquats. Instantly, his father's injuries began to heal, and he appeared revitalized, brimming with vigor. As for his mother, she gazed at her reflection in disbelief, for her wrinkles had vanished, making her look as though she had regained a decade of youth. Since no peculiarities had emerged on their bodies, it was likely they lacked the mysterious factors, explaining the absence of strange growths. "Father, tell me about those individuals," Song Jun inquired as his parents settled down. His father, Song Qingchu, furrowed his brow and said, "Those people are quite strange. After they attacked me, they were subsequently repelled by my friend and taken to the police station. It seemed as if they had just awakened from a deep slumber, unaware of their actions." Song Jun was momentarily taken aback, pondering thoughtfully. For a considerable duration, he remained perplexed as to the underlying cause, yet he surmised that the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. He cast several glances out the window, his eyes gleaming with a subtle radiance. "Let us not dwell on this any further. Consider these matters consigned to the past. Now that our family is safe and sound, I shall partake in a few drinks with father this evening." His father, Song Qingchu, was elated. His mother, Shu Lin, exclaimed with joy, declaring that she would prepare a lavish feast to commemorate the family's safe reunion. Observing the radiant smiles on his parents' faces, Song Jun also smiled. He vowed that, regardless of what the future held, he would fulfill his duties as a son. Chapter 43. Undercurrents exposure. As evening descended, Weiqing bustled with activity. Its vibrant atmosphere illuminated by colossal searchlights that cast their glow upon every corner of the city. Concurrently, in the primordial mountain forests beyond the city limits, the resounding cries of apes and the roars of tigers echoed in a crescendo, reverberating through the woodlands. However, within the city, few harbored any apprehension. As the largest metropolis in Anhui, it boasted a comprehensive array of amenities, and the city walls were fortified with an arsenal of heavy thermal weaponry, ensuring that no feral beast could encroach within a kilometer of the city's perimeter. In a certain quarter of the city, the Songjin family reveled in a harmonious atmosphere. Mother Shu Lin personally prepared an extravagant repast in the kitchen. Father Song Qingchu and Song Jun sat in the living room, silently observing the industrious figure in the kitchen. "Xiao Jun, you are not to blame for this matter. You acted rightly." After a moment, Song Qingchu inhaled deeply, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Song Jun had recounted everything that had transpired with the family in Huangshan, including the slaying of Song Qinghong, without concealing any details. Song Qingchu tilted his head back and took a sip of wine. His son had not erred. The fault lay with his adoptive father and adoptive brother. However, their callous actions caused him great distress. "What are you saying?" At that moment, Shulin emerged, bearing platters of dishes that immediately filled the air with the rich aroma of meat. "How can it be so fragrant?" Song Qingchu's eyes widened slightly as he gazed upon the glistening meats, finding it hard to believe. Song Jin smiled, explaining that he had ventured outside the city that afternoon, into the mountains, to capture several mutated pheasants and hares. Ever since that night, when he had tasted the mutated ferocious bird, he had developed an almost perverse longing for the exotic beasts. "Mom, Dad, hurry and have a taste. It's incredibly delicious. Not only does it strengthen the body, but it also enhances beauty," Song Jun said, rubbing his hands together, his gaze fixed on the meats, unable to look away. "Nonsense," Song Qingchu chided gently, glaring at his son before picking up his chopsticks and slowly sampling a bite. Instantly, his expression became animated, and he glanced at his son with an ambiguous smile. He then feigned anger, saying, "What are you looking at? Quickly eat some meat to replenish yourself. You've become too thin lately." Puffed Shulin, observing the interaction between her husband and son, couldn't help but laugh. These two always enjoyed saying one thing while meaning another. Their faces quite thick indeed. "Meow," the black cat cried, leaping directly onto the table, its eyes fixed on the platters of meat. "This little thing," Song Jin chuckled, "it seems Blackie, like me, has had a taste of something extraordinary and can't forget it." Each piece of tender meat melted in the mouth, transforming into currents of warmth that permeated the entire body, gradually enhancing its strength. Song Jun was amazed, realizing that exotic beasts were not necessarily a bad thing. This delicious meat, even with simple preparation, was a delicacy that could also improve physical fitness. After all, in their previous lives, these exotic beasts were quite extraordinary. During a meal, the family of three enjoyed themselves heartily, with Song Qingchu's complexion slightly flushed from consuming a considerable amount of wine. After they had satisfied their appetites, Song Qingchu's expression suddenly turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon his son. Shulin, seated beside him, also ceased her actions and turned her attention to Song Jun. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Song Jun furrowed his brow slightly, aware of his parents' concerns. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I have met a remarkable individual with extraordinary abilities. I wish to accompany him in exploring renowned mountains in search of rare fruits." As he spoke, Song Jun's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the window. Many of these famed mountains had become perilous, inhabited by mythical beasts of immense power. Since the world had undergone a transformation, humanity had witnessed the emergence of numerous formidable figures following a brief period of chaos. Song Qichu began to elaborate on this knowledge, which he had gleaned from online sources. Song Jun refrained from interrupting his father, sensing that he had more to impart. Most of these powerful individuals were part of financial conglomerates, wielding unparalleled resources, thus gaining an edge over others and showing little fear of the beasts. However, apart from these financial titans, the state possessed even more daunting resources, and its organizations were formidable as well. Taken aback, Song Jun realized that these organizations were indeed superior to the conglomerates. Glancing at his son, Song Qingchu continued, "The acquaintance I mentioned is affiliated with one such organization, whose headquarters is located in Huiqing. If you desire, I could leverage my connections to facilitate your entry into the organization." Observing his father's earnest demeanor, Song Jun awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Dad, let me think about it for a while. I'm not a child anymore." Understanding his son well, Song Qingchu recognized precisely what thoughts occupied his son's mind. Song trembled slightly with a smile as he lifted the black dog into his arms and said, "Mom and Dad, you should rest early. The energy within you requires time to refine. Other matters can wait." With his recent surge in strength, his sixth sense had become increasingly acute. During dinner, he sensed a presence outside. Observing them, though faint, it was unmistakable. Stepping outside, he glanced at the now quiet neighbors and followed the feeling eastward. After walking 100 meters, a building materialized before him. He rang the doorbell, and an elderly man, around 50, opened the door. Upon his arrival, Song distinctly noticed a fleeting blue glimmer in the old man's eyes. "Young man, what brings you here at such a late hour?" the elder inquired, his expression sour and unwelcoming. "Please, let me in. I have an urgent matter to discuss," Song replied with a smile. Yet the old man did not hinder him and stepped aside to allow him entry. "Speak quickly. I need my rest," the old man said, his tone austere. As Song turned his back to the elder, surveying the interior, he suddenly pivoted, a smile breaking across his face as he declared, "I wish for your demise." With a thunderous sound, brilliant light erupted from Song's body, and he launched a swift punch towards the elder. The old man, taken aback, unleashed a radiant blue light from his eyes and countered with a punch of his own. A sickening crack echoed as Song's fist collided with the elder's arm. Bending at groats, the old man, perplexed, glared at Song Jun with animosity, believing he had concealed his intentions effectively. "Why?" Song Jun chuckled, his gaze upon the old man gradually hardening. "While I was dining with my parents, you were loitering near my home. What was your purpose?" "Impossible. You couldn't possibly attack me based solely on that." The old man remained unconvinced, citing the possibility of him being a mere passerby. Song Jun sneered, the iciness in his eyes intensifying. "When I mentioned my acquaintance with mutants, I sensed a surge of murderous intent. A normal person wouldn't possess such a thing. And upon meeting you, I noticed the blue light in your eyes, indicating your mutant nature. These two factors are sufficient grounds for me to eliminate you." The old man was taken aback. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Look into my eyes." With a resounding boom, Song Jun's body shuddered as the blue light in the old man's eyes intensified, radiating with an eerie brilliance. At that moment, Song Jun felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Abruptly, a subtle tremor coursed through his mind, emanating from the enigmatic black paper. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation washed over him, instantly snapping Song Jun back to awareness. He saw a sharp dagger lunging towards his throat, bathed in the radiant blue light. Alarmed, Song Jun reacted swiftly, a dazzling burst of light erupting from his palm as he seized the dagger. With a tearing sound, a gash opened on his hand, blood blossoming from the several-inch wound. A flash of blue light accompanied the old man's rapid escape towards the door. Song Jun scoffed, channeling energy to mend the wound instantly. In the next moment, he surged forward with incredible speed, appearing before the old man in a blur. He unleashed a punch, brimming with radiant energy. With a resounding thud, the old man was sent crashing to the ground. A sickening crack echoed as his legs shattered, the bones pulverized beneath a forceful stomp. "Spare me. Please don't kill me," the old man pleaded, his voice laced with terror as he stared at Song Jian in disbelief. Before the cataclysmic changes swept across the world, he had been a hypnotist. In the aftermath, he was bestowed a mystical fruit by the authorities, granting him extraordinary hypnotic abilities. With a mere glance, he could command ordinary people and even those with supernatural powers. Yet, moments ago, when he attempted to hypnotize Song Jian, the latter had indeed entered a brief state of control. However, just as he plunged his dagger, Song Jian abruptly regained consciousness. Song Jian's eyes turned frigid as he gazed into the old man's azure pupils. His mother's words echoed in his mind. A group of strangers had visited their home, only to awaken later with no recollection of what had transpired. Now he understood. This old man possessed the power to hypnotize and control people. Had it not been for the sudden tremor of the black paper in his mind, he shuddered to think of the consequences. "Who sent you to harm my parents?" Song Jian demanded, his voice laced with fury. He stomped down, the sound of the old man's hand bones cracking beneath his foot. Cold sweat trickled down the old man's forehead as he stammered in fear. It was Miss Shun who ordered me to kill you. Her name is Shen Shuang." He continued to beg, "Please, don't kill me. You almost killed my parents. You deserve to die," Song Jian said coldly. In one swift motion, he seized the dagger, and with a flash of light, the old man's life was extinguished. His eyes fixed on the lifeless body. Song Jian's murderous intent surged within him. Shen Shuang, he finally realized, was the one who had been trying to end his life all along. "Are you two related?" Song Jian muttered to himself. Shen Shuang, their names suggested a close bond. After a moment, he exhaled deeply. Regardless of their relationship, Shen Shuang had to die, for she had dared to provoke his wrath. In an opulent mansion, a woman of tall stature, her lips painted a vivid crimson, bore an expression of palpable anxiety. There was still no word. Shen Shuang furrowed her brow. She had summoned Master Jiang to eliminate a target, and nearly a day had passed without any updates, nor could she reach him. A sense of unease gnawed at her, and she dared not contemplate the implications. With her brow knitted, she retrieved her communicator and dialed a number. Meanwhile, in another location, Song Jian stood before an elderly man when, suddenly, the old man's phone rang. Without a moment's thought, he seized the device, recognizing the familiar number. He answered, "Shen Shuang, I will kill you no matter what." A resounding crash echoed as the communicator slipped from Shen Shuang's trembling hands. Disbelief etched across her face. At that moment, a young man appeared, his demeanor serene, as if nothing could perturb him. Upon seeing him, Shen Shuang's emotions steadied slightly. Her voice turned icy as she said, "Zhang Jun, if you wish for your brother to marry my sister, you must assist me in eliminating someone." A flicker of anxiety danced in her heart. She had dispatched various individuals to carry out the deed, even sending her family's martial artists, yet none returned with news. Worse still, the target was now aware of her involvement. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, his gaze keenly intrigued by the woman's elongated figure. Shen Shuang's brow tightened as she clenched her teeth and declared, "If you can help me kill this person, I will agree to marry you." At her words, Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with brilliant intensity. Chapter 44, Winds of Change, The Emergence of the Strong. Morning. Outside Huicheng, the boundless mountain range echoed with the cries of apes and the roars of tigers, bathed in the golden glow of the morning sun. In the courtyard, Song Jian faced the radiant sun, the resplendent light permeating the mist and entering his mouth and nose, causing a hazy radiance to emanate from his person. Hei Niu lay quietly at his feet, resting with her eyes closed. After a long while, a soft sound suddenly echoed, and the mist and light instantly returned to Song Jian's body, leaving a faint fragrance in the air. Having concluded his breathing exercises, Song Jian stood in the courtyard, refreshed and invigorated, stretching his muscles. It was as if the events of the previous night, when he had found and killed the old man, and his discovery that Shen Shuang of the Shun family wanted to kill him, had no impact on him. His parents had risen early, and with Song Jian's aid, they had completely refined the energy within their bodies. After Song Jian's assessment, his father's strength was now unmatched by even 20 robust young men, which astonished the latter. As for his mother, her skin had become even more radiant and beautiful. Song Jian was delighted by his parents' transformations and eagerly anticipated the early ripening of the ancient ginkgo fruit on Mount Qian. After breakfast, Song Jun opened his communicator to learn about the current state of the world, but his brow furrowed as he did so. As time passed, the number of mutated beasts in the wild increased, and many villages and towns migrated to the large cities. Furthermore, the situation abroad seemed to be turbulent. Those famous mountains and great rivers became more extraordinary day by day, and it was said that they bore mystical fruits, which, if obtained, could lead to a meteoric rise. Just then, a trending topic caught his eye: the Battle of the Heavenly Eye. The title was eye-catching and highly popular. Song Jun clicked on it and found a video of a battle. In an obscure, primeval mountain range fraught with enigmatic specters, a silver-haired man with radiant, shimmering plumage soared through the empyrean. A vertical eye adorned his brow, from which beams of argent light cascaded. Opposite him, a monstrous entity with fiery crimson scales akin to solidified magma unfurled its wings. The creature emitted a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of molten lava that threatened to engulf the silver-haired man. With a contemptuous snort, the silver-haired man's hair billowed as he effortlessly traversed the distance, transforming into a colossal argent blade that cleaved through the magma. Amidst the resplendent silver light, the monster's agonizing cries rent the air. The man descended upon the creature, his wings metamorphosing into twin silver scimitars that sliced through its form. Instantly, the heavens blushed crimson as torrential streams of blood cascaded from the sky. The monster's colossal form was bisected, plummeting from the firmament. The comment section erupted in a frenzy of exclamations, with countless messages flooding the platform. The god of war is invincible, extolling the might of our human race. One fervent youth declared, "This man is so dashing. His silver hair dances in the wind, exuding a celestial aura. What is his name?" Oblivious to the digital pandemonium, the man remained aloof. Meanwhile, a deluge of reports inundated the internet. Simultaneously, several formidable figures emerged, purportedly capable of rivaling the power of the Heavenly Eye, sending shockwaves across the populace. These powerhouses, backed by influential conglomerates, were determined not to be outdone. From the Transcendental Research Institute emerged a cohort led by a stocky, middle-aged man in a training suit. His skin resembled burnished gold, and his gleaming bald head reflected the golden light. His name is Superfist, a master of a unique martial art. He has ventured into the vast wilderness, where he has vanquished ferocious beasts and subdued mythical dragons, showcasing unparalleled strength. The Eye of Heaven aspires for a day to engage in combat, promising to reveal who truly deserves the title of the foremost champion. Superfist raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with golden light, instantly captivating the crowd and eliciting fervent applause. Song Jun from the Transcendent Research Institute was well aware that prior to any anomalies, this conglomerate had frequently explored extraterrestrial life and supernatural powers, wielding terrifying resources. As for the origin of the Eye of Heaven's genetic lineage, it delved into the mysteries of the human body and genetic engineering. There were whispers of their creation of genetically enhanced beings endowed with arcane abilities. As the crowd's excitement began to settle, another video surfaced. It revealed only the silhouette of a figure, behind whom stood an ancient longsword, while before him loomed a sheer cliff rising 100 meters high. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, the figure slowly lifted the sword, raising it high into the air. Suddenly, a terrifying radiance erupted from the blade, resembling a cascade of mountains and rivers descending from the heavens, resounding with a thunderous boom as the cliff was cleaved in two in an instant. The crowd was left in awe, recognizing the sheer might of this individual. Members of the Ancient and Modern Alliance emerged quietly, choosing not to elaborate, leaving behind two words: dominant blade. In that moment, the spectators comprehended that the warrior wielding the ancient sword, capable of splitting the 100-meter cliff, was known as Dominant Blade. The Ancient and Modern Alliance, also a significant domestic conglomerate, had previously engaged in the study of historical artifacts, harboring a formidable clandestine influence. In a flash, the online community stirred with excitement, filled with reverence for such anomalous human powers. In this transformed world, not only had beasts become fearsome, but numerous extraordinary human beings had also emerged among the populace. Contemplating the successive reports, Song Jun remained silent. In the wake of the cataclysmic changes, it was indeed the tycoons who wielded formidable resources who had advanced further. They had acquired exotic fruits and become stronger than ordinary people. The strong became ever more powerful, and the weak, weaker. Shaking his head, Song Jun switched off the communicator. He resolved that once the ancient silver tree matured and his strength had increased, he would venture into the renowned mountains with the little wolf. He was keenly aware that in the early stages of the cataclysm, passivity would only lead to increasing weakness until one could no longer safeguard what one cherished. At that moment, his communicator suddenly rang. Song Jun was taken aback to see that it was Zhao Bo calling, which puzzled him. He immediately connected the call. Song Jun. Something terrible has happened. The ancient silver tree has been discovered. An anxious voice sounded, causing Song Jun's heart to skip a beat. What exactly happened? A large group of people arrived this morning, armed with thermal weapons. Zhao Bo replied. Xiao Lang and I saw that the situation was not good, so we stayed away from there first. Song Jun was stunned, his eyes gleaming. There were only a few major forces in the country that could wield thermal weapons. Do you know who they are? The group should be from Tianyinjing. Song Jun's heart trembled. It was actually someone from Tianyinjing. He remembered meeting people from Tianyinjing on the first day of the mutation in the land of heavenly descent in Olen. The group was overbearing and unreasonable, directly driving away the crowd and finally blocking Olen City. Chapter 45. A stirring of events public in the darkness of the night. The stars shone brightly. Chiyun Mountain was draped in a silvery glow, with thick mist floating up and down, making the entire mountain exceptionally sacred and extraordinary. In the distance, countless mountains mysteriously emerged, concealing the unknown within, from which the occasional roar of beasts echoed. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the area around Chiyun Mountain and beyond. Initially, it was far on the horizon, but in a short while, it had reached the foot of Chiyun Mountain. As the dazzling radiance ceased to shine, Song Jun exhaled slowly. Ever since he ascended to the fourth realm of awakening, the flow of energy within him surged with remarkable swiftness, increasing his running speed significantly. He could now cover 200 meters per second, a feat that would undoubtedly earn him the title of a terrestrial deity in ancient mythology. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Song Jun did not delay. He swiftly contacted Zhao Bo while making his way up Chiyun Mountain, demonstrating the importance he placed on the ancient silver tree. Shortly thereafter, on a peak, Song Jun encountered Zhao Bo and the little wolf, both of whom bore expressions of concern. Song Jun understood their apprehension. After all, the ancient silver tree was of immense significance, a relic of ancient revival that bore 1,000 silver fruits. Once ripened, even a single fruit could potentially lead to a tremendous evolution of their abilities. What are those individuals doing? Song Jun inquired, his demeanor slightly frostbitten, for Zhao Bo had mentioned that these people resembled those with the Eye of Heaven genes. Zhao Bo, visibly displeased, replied, those newcomers have completely sealed off the area, and heavy weaponry is being positioned at the entrance of the cliff valley. Song Jun frowned. The discovery of the ancient silver tree without their ability to take action was frustrating. Likewise, a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in the little wolf's eyes. Let us proceed to observe, Song Jun whispered. In the next moment, the little wolf transformed into a streak of light, and the group vanished into the darkness, moving toward the distance. Traversing through a dense forest, where ancient vines intertwine and the mist hangs heavily, Song Jun and his companions halted, their dark eyes piercing through the night towards the distance. Ahead loomed a mysterious mountain, flanked by sheer cliffs resembling a valley. Above these cliffs, silhouettes moved, intermittently flashing cold glimmers of light, as if preparing for something significant. Inform them above, we have made a momentous discovery at Chiyun Mountain. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the darkness, tinged with astonishment and excitement. In front of these figures stood a towering stone, its hue reminiscent of emerald, crystalline and translucent. From this jade-like rock, an ancient tree burst forth, its branches and leaves unfurling majestically. Among the clustered foliage bloomed countless orange-golden flowers, numbering no less than 1,000. This ancient tree resembled a luminous relic, its brilliance discernible even from afar, with its intoxicating fragrance permeating the night air. Beneath the ancient tree lay hundreds of beast carcasses strewn upon the ground, drawn here by the tree's revival and the alluring scent of its blossoms. Most of these were small wolves, slain by Zhao Bo, with others having met their demise at the hands of the newcomers. Orders were issued to completely seal off Chiyun Mountain, forbidding any entry. Any trespassers were to be exterminated without hesitation. A chilling voice echoed in the darkness, asserting that this place had been discovered by them alone, and others had no right to claim it. How tyrannical these individuals were. Song Jun's gaze remained fixated ahead, his dark eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. Since he had begun practicing the breathing technique, his sixth sense had sharpened, and his physical sensations had become increasingly acute. Not only was his vision astonishing, but his hearing also surpassed all expectations. From such a great distance, he could perceive sounds emanating from the darkness. It was not just Song Jian. The wolf cub stood up, its eyes gleaming with a cold light, clearly having heard it as well. "Who goes there?" Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from afar, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps, indicating that a considerable number of individuals were approaching. "We've been discovered," Zhao Bo murmured. Observing the silhouettes emerging from the night, Song Jian and the others realized that remaining here was futile. They promptly turned to make their escape. "Leave them to me." With a thunderous boom, a shell descended upon their location, resulting in a massive explosion that sent flames soaring into the sky, the intense heat melting the surrounding rocks and trees. Amidst the inferno, three figures swiftly darted away, fleeing at an astonishing speed. A chill gripped Song Jian's heart. Those possessing the Eye of Heaven gene remained as ruthless as ever. The newcomers, upon discovering their presence, sought to completely seal off Qiyun Mountain and monopolize the ancient silver tree. At this moment, having spotted them, they showed no mercy and aimed to annihilate them. Suddenly, Song Jian felt a sharp pain in his back. He sensed something targeting him, causing his skin to throb. Occasionally, he believed his sixth sense to be formidable. Perhaps it would be better termed divine perception, for it was a profound ability to sense, growing increasingly terrifying with his rising power. Suddenly, the night was shattered by a piercing sound, as numerous fiery projectiles rained down upon them, the terrifying roar of high-caliber weaponry firing. The group remained silent, their speed reaching unprecedented levels, akin to a streak of aurora, weaving through the mountains, appearing on one peak before vanishing onto another. In no time, they had eluded their pursuers, gradually fading from sight. Damn it! In the darkness, a figure emerged, its countenance frigid, with eyes gleaming with a chilling light. It fixated on three distant silhouettes, one of which resembled an animal. Their bodies radiated an overwhelming brilliance, obscuring their true forms. "Search for them and urgently request reinforcements to guard this location," the individual commanded, his expression icy and laced with murderous intent, revealing their presence here. As dawn broke, the townsfolk of Wangjiang rose early, the town brimming with vitality. In a secluded courtyard, a figure wore a grim expression, seemingly consumed by anger. This group had encroached upon their territory. Despite their initial discovery, the others sought to monopolize the ancient silver tree, resorting to firearms. Zhao Bo's fury swelled as he gritted his teeth, declaring that had it not been for their cultivation of breathing techniques, enabling swift reactions, they would have been reduced to ashes under the onslaught of gunfire last night. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in acquiring the revival artifact. The little wolf's eyes sparkled with intensity, its youthful voice tinged with rage, yet underscored by an unwavering conviction. Having endured countless trials, it emerged from the passage, wagering its life for the revival of this ancient relic. Having finally encountered it, surrender was not an option. "Rest assured, we shall obtain it," the little wolf assured. Song Jian rose, his dark eyes surveying the distant, mist-shrouded Qiyun Mountain, a wave of chill coursing through him. Zhao Bo and the little wolf took notice of his words. A cold smile crept across Song Jian's face. "Since you have resorted to firearms and enacted a comprehensive blockade of Qiyun Mountain, wishing to keep the outside world oblivious, very well. I shall ensure that the entire world becomes aware of the ancient silver tree's existence on Qiyun Mountain." Chapter 46. A storm of rumors. Recently, a piece of news spread across the internet, claiming that a mysterious ancient tree grew on Qiyun Mountain, capable of producing top-tier extraordinary individuals such as Tianyin, Super Fist, and Dominant Blade. Instantly, the online atmosphere became tumultuous, stirring the hearts of extraordinary beings from all corners of the world. For it was said that this enigmatic tree could forge the finest among them. However, upon investigation, it was revealed that no such ancient tree existed on Qiyun Mountain. The news was merely a fabrication. At this juncture, someone took to the internet to express their thoughts. Initially, the public was skeptical, but when a representative from Tianyin Genetics, one of the nation's financial giants, stepped forward to make an announcement, the restless hearts of the populace gradually began to calm. After all, Tianyin Genetics held considerable weight in the financial realm. They demanded the scoundrel responsible for spreading the rumor about the mysterious ancient tree on Qiyun Mountain to come forth and take responsibility. Amidst the crowd, Some individuals felt a surge of indignation. Such a significant matter should not be trifled with as a jest. That scoundrel ought to step up and offer an apology. Many left comments expressing their discontent. Just as the public's emotions reached a boiling point, the individual who had initially disseminated the rumor suddenly posted several photos on their platform. Curiosity piqued. Someone inadvertently clicked on them, only to be met with a shocking revelation that reignited the frenzy. Among the photos was an image of the mysterious ancient tree, its trunk robust and radiant, adorned with thousands of orange-golden blossoms. This ancient tree was encased in a massive mountain rock, translucent and shimmering brilliantly. In an instant, the public was once again unsettled. This was the fossilized ancient silver tree from millennia ago, now revived. The people from Tianyin Genetics had discovered it and sought to impose a complete lockdown on Qiyun Mountain, intent on claiming it for themselves. Beneath the photos, a line of text appeared. Heavens, it is indeed true. A mystical ancient tree exists. It is no wonder that the Sky Gene issued a statement refuting the rumors, for they intended to monopolize it for themselves, which is truly detestable. The Sky Gene is exceedingly ambitious. One wonders if they possess the capacity to assimilate it. A derisive chuckle echoed. From the photographs, it was evident that the blossoms were on the cusp of bearing fruit, an extraordinary and remarkable sight. Should it indeed bear fruit, it might engender individuals as formidable as those of the Sky Eye, or perhaps even surpass them. Let us venture forth together to equitably distribute the extraordinary fruit and collectively augment our power, someone proclaimed, eliciting an immediate and fervent response from countless individuals. As for the Sky Gene, who had previously dismissed it as a mere fabrication, they were now rendered speechless, for nothing could be more humiliating. They had scarcely declared it a falsehood when, moments later, a series of photographs surfaced. Execrable. Beneath the verdant canopy of Qiyun Mountain, a figure stood with a countenance of frosty ire, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Despite their comprehensive blockade, the information had nonetheless been divulged. Those individuals deserve to perish. Should I discover them, their demise is assured, the person venomously declared. Suspecting that the dissemination of the information was attributable to those who had escaped that night, for otherwise, the existence of the mystical ancient tree would have remained concealed. Indeed, it is gratifying, Zhao Bo exclaimed, clenching his fists with vehemence as he gazed towards Qiyun Mountain. That fateful night, upon discovering them, the group had resorted to lethal weaponry without compunction, seeking their immediate demise. In light of this, since the Sky Gene sought to conceal the existence of this place, they would endeavor to disseminate the information as widely as possible. Song Jun was confident that the disclosure of this information would undoubtedly galvanize various extraordinary individuals, and that the world's extraordinary individuals would inevitably converge upon Qiyun Mountain, thereby precluding any semblance of tranquility. At that precise moment, the internet was once again in turmoil. An investigation into Mount Qiyun unveiled enigmatic lore surrounding the precipitous entrance visible in photographs. Song Jun was taken aback, as the legend had eluded his memory, only faintly recalled from his childhood visits during holidays when the local elders would occasionally mention it. Centipede Valley, a locale steeped in mystique within Mount Qiyun. Legend has it that a millenary centipede dwells beneath the valley's cliffs, having matured to the point of commanding clouds and mist. Some claim that ancient texts refer to this centipede as a celestial dragon, a crimson behemoth. It is said that lumberjacks, caught in tempestuous weather while felling trees on the mountain, have glimpsed a vermilion figure, hundreds of feet in length, soaring through the clouds, bathing in lightning, poised to transform into a celestial dragon. This scarlet specter is purportedly the ancient centipede. In the days that followed, Songjin and his companions abstained from visiting Mount Qiyun, instead dedicating themselves to breathing exercises and martial arts within the courtyard. Songjun had grown increasingly adept at the serious fist technique taught by Little Wolf, attaining mastery. His punches were now unmatched, his fist imprints radiant. Even the most challenging aspect, the serious howl, manifested a more substantial phantom behind him. As for Zhao Bo, he remained engrossed with his sword, practicing fundamental techniques, aspiring to become a swordsman among the gifted. Little Wolf, however, kept his gaze fixed on Mount Qiyun, his determination unwavering. Though the presence of thermal weaponry posed a formidable challenge, even for him. Time elapsed swiftly, and several more days passed. Song Jun could sense an impending storm brewing beneath the veneer of tranquility. From time to time, he caught glimpses of numerous unfamiliar figures in the distance near Mount Qiyun. These individuals possessed a peculiar aura, clearly distinguishing them from ordinary people. They were undoubtedly gifted individuals. Simultaneously, whispers circulated that several of the nation's prominent financial magnates were en route to Mount Chiyun, representing organizations such as the Transcendent Institute and the Ancient Alliance. Some harbored cynical thoughts, realizing that with gifted individuals from across the land converging upon Mount Chiyun, Tian Yanjin's ambition to monopolize the situation was nothing more than a pipe dream. That evening, Mount Chiyun remained unchanged. The continuous mountain range radiated a pristine light, while above the forest, glistening and lustrous mists billowed, shimmering and steaming like a cerulean sea. In the distance, a group of individuals emerged from the darkness, their movements synchronized and disciplined. At the forefront of this group were two figures, a man and a woman. The woman exuded an aura of coldness, but undeniably, she possessed a tall and alluring figure with a captivating beauty. The man, quite young, maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze occasionally betraying a fleeting ardor when directed towards the woman's statuesque form. "We've finally arrived," the young man declared, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed Mount Chiyun. The woman cast a similar glance, but lacked the man's enthusiasm. "Shuang, rest assured, I will certainly fulfill my promise to you," the man said with a light-hearted chuckle. He had promised the woman something, in return for which she had agreed to marry him. In his mind, completing that task was a foregone conclusion. The woman nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Having personally led this group, she refused to believe that the person would not meet his end, regardless of whether he was a gifted individual or not. "Shuang, if what you say is true, that man was previously involved with your sister," Zhang Jun began, his words laced with caution. While eliminating the individual seemed trivial, he was wary of potential complications should the sister discover their actions. The woman interjected, her voice a frigid whisper. "If it's executed flawlessly, what is there to fear?" Her icy gaze swept across the distant town, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. "This endeavor presents only advantages for you. With his demise, my sister will undoubtedly consent to marry your brother, and I, in turn, will become your wife. In due course, the combined might of the Zhang and Shen families will burgeon exponentially." The man's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, a faint smile gracing his lips. His tranquil gaze settled on the horizon as he replied, "Understood." Chapter 47. Impending Storm. Ambush in the woods. The resurgence of the ancient silver tree in Mount Chiyun, adorned with thousands of blossoms, was universally known among the extraordinary individuals scattered across the land, each yearning to possess it. In the distance, Song Jun and his companions perched atop a mountain peak, their eyes peering through the dense foliage towards another summit. There, concealed within the shadowy groves, figures stood guard. Not far from this group, an ancient tree had cleaved through the translucent rocks, its crystalline branches unfurling in resplendent glory within a precipitous valley. "How much longer?" Song Jun murmured, parting the branches and directing his gaze towards the little wolf. A glint flickered in the wolf's eyes as it fixed its gaze on the distant peak, lingering on the ancient silver tree. After a moment of silence, it responded, sooner than anticipated. In less than 2 weeks, it should bear fruit. The orange-gold hue of the blossoms on the ancient silver tree was remarkably intense, each bloom shimmering and radiant from afar, a clear indication that fruition was imminent. Upon hearing this, Song Jun nodded in agreement. He and Zhao Bo fixed their gaze upon the chasm below the precipice, where the ground was strewn with a multitude of bestial corpses, piled one upon another. As the ancient silver tree neared fruition, its fragrance grew ever more intense, attracting countless exotic beasts from the mountains, driven by primal instinct to approach it. However, the individuals guarding it, endowed with the celestial eye gene, unleashed a barrage of thermal weaponry, swiftly ending the lives of the beasts. "Let us conclude our observations for today," Zhao Bo remarked, casting a glance into the distance. Their purpose in coming here was merely to observe the ancient silver tree from afar. It was rumored that representatives from both the Transcendent Research Institute and the Medieval Alliance would also be arriving, a matter that did not concern them in the slightest. When the time came, the Chiyun Mountains would be teeming with extraordinary individuals, each vying for the prize according to their own capabilities. As for the Celestial Igene's ambition to monopolize the tree, it was nothing more than a jest. The group vanished from the mountain peak, making their way towards the outer reaches of the Chiyun Mountains. Along their path, they detected numerous extraordinary individuals cautiously approaching a certain location. They preemptively avoided them, as they had no desire to encounter these individuals at this time. As Song Jun and his companions descended the mountain and reached a mountain path, the small wolf abruptly halted in its tracks. "What is it?" Zhao Bo inquired, puzzled as to why the small wolf had stopped. "Danger lies ahead," the small wolf warned, its eyes gleaming with a sharp, almost piercing intensity. Song Jun's mind remained calm as he subtly sensed the surroundings. Sure enough, he detected the presence of individuals lying in ambush on either side of the mountain path ahead. "I shall investigate," Song Jun declared. "I shall accompany you," Zhao Bo offered, concerned that Song Jun might encounter unforeseen circumstances if he went alone. "There is no need. Remain here and await my return. I possess a sense of propriety," Song Jun replied, shaking his head. With that, he darted away, traversing hundreds of meters in a matter of seconds. Song Jun's eyes flickered slightly, filled with confusion as to why there were ambushers present. The approaching extraordinary beings seemed to have no reason for such an action, particularly since those with the heavenly eye gene were all stationed at Ancient Silver. This left him puzzled. He silently blended into the shadows along the path, his figure darting among the trees. He observed several individuals, fully armed, wielding large-caliber firearms. Yet, they were merely ordinary people. This only deepened his bewilderment. As he moved to another location, his gaze narrowed slightly upon sighting a few individuals wielding rocket launchers, their attention fixated on the mountain path. Who were these people, and what were they doing? Song Jun pondered, aware that if he were not cautious, those large-caliber weapons and rocket launchers could pose a significant threat. However, it seemed these individuals had arrived early, as if anticipating the appearance of prey. Suddenly, he overheard two voices in the distance. Song Jun's eyes gleamed as he stealthily approached. "We've been here for nearly half a day, and not even a ghost has shown up," one murmured, peering through a sniper scope, not spotting any sign of prey along the mountain path. "Keep your voice down," the young master said that as soon as that man appears, we are to eliminate him immediately. "Who is this man? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss?" The other seemed unconcerned, believing that ambushing an extraordinary being with such a large group armed with firearms would be a simple task. "I think his name is Song Jun. Mission of the Shin family does not wish for him to survive." Behind the two, concealed in the shadows of the forest, Song Jun's eyes suddenly blazed with intensity. This group had come to kill him. Shin Chuan. Song Jun narrowed his eyes, a cold glint manifesting within his gaze. For the woman he had never met, the relentless desire to end his life was not confined to him alone. Even his parents were ensnared in her malevolent intentions. This had long since ignited a fierce urge for vengeance within him. Deep in his gaze, a flash of murderous intent flickered and vanished as he swiftly melded into the forest, diligently assessing the surroundings. A total of 11 individuals were present, 9 wielding high-caliber firearms, while 2 perched on a distant cliff armed with rocket launchers. Should an ambush occur, even the most formidable of beings would be reduced to mere ashes. Once he discerned their true nature, an overwhelming tide of wrath surged within Song Jun. "Those who come to kill me must perish," he murmured, and thus he commenced his operation. He descended into a low-lying pit, silent as a shadow, his palm glowing as it landed on the necks of 2 snipers, who fell without a sound, instantaneously lifeless. Subsequently, he darted along the mountain path with chilling precision. Suddenly, he was detected, a fully armed individual, disguised as a formidable being. Sensed the impending danger at the critical moment. The person's pupils constricted, unable to fathom that their prey had already maneuvered behind them. Boom. Without hesitation, Song Jun unleashed a powerful left punch, his palm radiating dazzling light. The adversary roared in rage, their body erupting with white brilliance, white scales manifesting upon their skin as they retaliated with a similar strike. The impact resounded like the shattering of a gourd as the opponent's arm disintegrated, bones crushed to fragments. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, yet the luminous fist struck once more. With a sudden, muffled sound, silence enveloped the scene. In an instant, Song Jun felt a prickling pain on the skin of his left side, akin to a needle's sting. The next moment, his body was propelled backward. Boom. A conflagration erupted, engulfing the area where he had stood moments before, the terrifying heat liquefying the ground. A shrill sound pierced the air once more. Song Jun raised his eyes, his gaze frigid. His earlier alertness stemmed from his divine sense, which had presciently detected an impending attack on his left flank, thus prompting his evasion. At that moment, a rocket hurtled towards him from the sky, the consequences of a direct hit unfathomable. With a swift whoosh, Song Jun traversed the 100-meter distance in a mere second and a half. His figure, akin to a rock spreading its wings, shimmered with brilliance as he leaped over the rocks and swooped down upon the last remaining figure on the cliff. The individual on the cliff, also an esper in disguise wielding a rocket launcher, cast aside his weapon upon witnessing his prey's swift approach. Flames erupted from his back as he fled like a panicked tiger or leopard. However, Song Jun's velocity was unmatched, reaching 200 meters per second. He swiftly closed the distance. With a resounding crack, light erupted from beneath Song Jun's foot as he stomped down, instantly shattering the esper's cervical vertebrae. With a stifled groan, the body slumped to the ground, life extinguished in an instant. Whoosh! The commotion drew the attention of Zhao Bo and Little Wolf from afar. What happened? Zhao Bo inquired. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the bodies on the ground. These individuals came to assassinate me, Song Jun stated, his gaze leveling as he sensed figures approaching from the end of the mountain path. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bo's brow arched, a chilling aura emanating from him. Chapter 48. Tumultuous Movements. 18 espers. The mountain path undulated gently, flanked by precipitous cliffs and verdant forests. The two men fixed their gaze upon the path's end, where footsteps gradually echoed from below. A considerable number of individuals are approaching, Little Wolf remarked, leaning against a jutting rock, his eyes radiating an unwavering, piercing intensity. The rustling of leaves echoed as the towering trees flanking the mountain path swayed suddenly, their foliage cascading down as if swept by a fierce wind. Within the forest, a dozen shadowy figures emerged, darting through the trees with the swiftness of a leopard. It appeared they were extraordinary individuals. Zhao Bo cast a cold glance to the sides, where shadows flickered, weaving through the thickets. Song Jun nodded subtly. In mere moments, those dozen figures had materialized from the woods, positioning themselves in various directions. Upon cursory inspection, there were 18 of them, each exuding a unique aura. At that instant, two figures appeared at the end of the mountain path. Leading the way was a young man, his expression serene, clad in white garments, with bright eyes that glimmered with a hint of amusement as they alighted upon this gathering. Behind him followed a woman, tall and graceful, her casual attire accentuating her alluring curves, her lips glistening and enticingly red. The sight of this woman caused Song Jun and Zhao Bo to momentarily freeze, their eyes filled with disbelief. Shen Xinyue, Zhao Bo uttered in astonishment, recognizing the woman as his former university classmate, who had been absent from their graduation celebration due to other commitments. She cannot be. Song Jun gradually regained his composure, noting that the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to his ex-girlfriend. Based on what he had previously learned, this woman was likely Shen Qinxiang. It remained uncertain whether she was Shen Qinyue's sister or twin, as they were indeed identical twins. You are Song Jun? Zhang Jun chuckled lightly, his countenance warm and friendly, reminiscent of an old acquaintance reuniting. Ignoring the young man, Song Jun's gaze fixed upon the woman, a subtle disquiet stirring within him. During our graduation gathering, he began, it was you who directed you to murder me. Zhao Bo frowned, perplexed by the discord between his comrade and Shen Qinyue. Furthermore, he questioned the significance of Song Jun's assertion that she was not Shen Qinyue. The woman's gaze was frigid, her countenance inscrutable. He was but a worthless pawn, she stated blandly. Song Jun's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace flashing within. We have never met, he pressed, so why seek my demise? Moreover, what is your relationship to Shen Qinyue? During his university years, he had been romantically involved with Shen Qinyue, yet his understanding of her remained superficial. A sardonic smile curled upon Shen Qinshuang's lips as her gaze swept over the 18D RN surrounding them, reassurance settling in her heart. This time, she mused, the wretch was surely doomed. What does it matter if I tell you? She sneered, regarding Song Jun as a condemned man. How could a lowly piece of refuse like you ever be worthy of my sister? My family is far beyond the reach of your wretched clan. My sister was originally intended to marry into the Zhang family, but she refused, so I had no choice but to eliminate you, compelling her to accept her fate. Zhao Bo, overhearing this revelation, stared in disbelief. This woman was, in fact, Shen Qinyue's twin sister, and his brother's girlfriend's sister was attempting to have him killed. Impressive, Zhang Jun remarked with a benevolent smile, his gaze sweeping over the bodies strewn across the mountainside. These individuals had been armed with high-caliber weaponry, and 2D RN had even carried rocket launchers. Now, however, they were nothing more than corpses. If you pledge allegiance to my Zhang family, your life may yet be spared. Your potential is quite remarkable, Zhang Jun declared, as if genuinely engaged in negotiation. Shen Shuang, I vow to end your life, even if she is your sister. A chilling intent surged within Song Jun's gaze, as the former had long overstepped the boundaries of his tolerance. Do you seek demise? Zhang Jun's eye sharpened. From the outset, he had inquired of the latter, and again just moments ago. Yet, Song Jin seemed deaf to his words, making him feel as though he were addressing the void. This time, Song Jin finally turned his gaze upon him, uttering calmly, "Begone." Courting death, Zhang Jun erupted in fury, his countenance betraying a concealed rage. Shen Shuang, recalling the frigidity in Song Jun's eyes when he looked at her earlier, felt an inexplicable chill in her heart. And she spoke to Zhang Jun. Why haven't you slain him yet? Do not forget our pact. Zhang Jun nodded upon hearing this, his gaze returning to tranquility, tinged with a hint of jest, and ultimately, he spoke softly, "Commence." As his words echoed, the 18 adepts flanking him moved instantaneously, each radiating an abruptly terrifying and violent aura. Some experienced an immediate surge in height, reaching 2 meters, while others became enveloped in golden scales. Resplendent light cascaded over these individuals as they leaped forth, like rockbirds spreading their wings, advancing with an overbearing presence. You too, take action yourselves. Little Wolf spoke languidly, his gaze indifferent, as these individuals were not yet worthy of his attention. Zhao Bo's eyes turned glacial as he drew a long sword from his back, his figure instantly darting forth like a streak of aurora. With an arctic gaze cast upon Shen Shuang, Song Jun was immediately enveloped in a radiant aura, traversing the 100-meter expanse in a fleeting instant. An adept, his form wreathed in golden effulgence, scales adorning his visage, moved with a gait that shattered the very stones beneath his feet, akin to a feral, golden colossus. With a resounding chi, he vaulted forth, metamorphosing into a fist of pure golden light, arriving before Song Jun in a heartbeat. Bang! The two fists collided with indomitable force, their brilliance igniting the air, resulting in an equilibrium of power. Captain Wang, the most formidable adept in this squadron, has consumed the adamantine fruit, Zhang Jun remarked with a smile, observing the distant clash. Shen Shuang nodded in acknowledgement, deducing that the insect before them was now destined for demise. With a thunderous dong, Song Jun unleashed a punch, making fleeting contact with his adversary. In that instant, 7 or 8 other adepts converged upon him, launching a concerted, lethal assault. Song Jun, abandoning all pretense of evasion, activated his breathing technique, causing a luminous dragon to coil forth from his orifices, and the energy within his body surged into overdrive. With a shoo sound, he traversed 10 meters in a single stride, his fist radiating light as he engaged the adamantine colossus. Dong! A muffled reverberation echoed as the adamantine colossus's countenance contorted in agony. Song Jun's punch landed with such force that the scales shielding the giant's fist shattered, leaving him defenseless. Attempting to flee, Song Jun roared, as the adamantine colossus promptly retreated. He left behind a spectral image as he pursued, only to be intercepted by 5 or 6 other adepts. Showing no restraint, he unleashed a single punch, and with a sickening caw, an adept's chest caved in, his eyes instantly devoid of life. The others stood aghast, but Song Jun allowed them no time for contemplation. His speed was unparalleled as he appeared before them, his palms like radiant suns, emitting potent energy. In an instant, the 5 or 6 extraordinary individuals found their bones shattered. Despite their fierce vitality, their gazes gradually dulled, unable to withstand the force of Song Jun's strike. In the distance, Zhao Bo was enveloped in radiant light, his sword gleaming with a brilliant luster. Each swing of his blade erupted in a spray of crimson blossoms. The extraordinary beings could not endure the ferocity of his attack either. In mere moments of the 18, 12 had perished. How could this be? Zhang Jun in the distance was filled with disbelief, his face ashen. He watched as the two engaged in relentless slaughter, akin to deities of death wreaking havoc upon his forces. These individuals were, after all, the cornerstone of his ascent. As for Shen Shuang, her complexion was pale, fear flickering in her eyes. How could he be so powerful? Shen Shuang murmured to herself, feeling an icy chill envelop her. We must leave, Zhang Jun stated coldly, his gaze frosty as he glanced at Shen Shuang. Were it not for her, he would not have sought to eliminate this adversary, nor would he have suffered such losses among his ranks. His heart ached as if it were bleeding profusely. Watching Zhang Jun retreat, Shen Shuang trembled, biting her pale lips, before ultimately deciding to depart as well. Chapter 49. The winds of change unyielding means in the vast expanse of the forest, 18 formidable extraordinary beings had arrived. Yet now only 6 remained. Each of them had consumed a complete extraordinary fruit. Unlike the ordinary mutations found by the roadside, these were precious and potent, granting them immense power far beyond that of typical extraordinary individuals. Yet, even so, 12 had met their tragic end. The 6 gathered together, stripped of their initial arrogance, their eyes now betraying a deep-seated fear. How could these 2 be so formidable, battling a group of metahumans? Only Superfist from their faction could accomplish such a feat. Could these 2 rival the strength of a powerhouse like Superfist? The thought sent a chill through their hearts, and they dared not continue the fight. They fled. Zhao Bo approached, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Shun Qinshuang and the others had vanished. Through their conversation, he had pieced together the whole story. It turned out that Shin Qinyue's sister had wanted Song Jin dead all along. If he were in Song Jin's shoes, he wouldn't know how to face it. He will find her, Song Jin murmured. Shin Qinshuang was a young lady of the Shin family. No wonder someone had ambushed her several times before. Only Shin Qinyue knew he was here, but as her sister, Shin Qinshuang would naturally know his whereabouts as well. Since Shin Qinshuang had come here, it seemed that the people from the Transcendental Research Institute were likely heading towards Mount Qiyun as well. His gaze slowly lifted, settling on the 6 figures in the distance. A murderous intent surged within Song Jin's eyes. Since these individuals had come to kill him, why should he show mercy? He would simply eliminate them. With a whoosh, light erupted beneath his feet, propelling him dozens of meters in a single stride. Brilliant light emanated from his palms as he lunged towards the group. Fight him! The Vajra giant roared. His aura surged once more, his muscles bulging like hills, and golden scales covered his skin like metal. The other metahumans behind him gritted their teeth. Their faces contorted with ferocity, and followed suit. Bang! The Vajra giant swung his fists, launching the first attack. His fist collided with Song Jin's, instantly shattering scales and tearing open his flesh. Blood sprayed forth. Song Jin's gaze was devoid of emotion, as a radiant aura enveloped him, insulating him from the surrounding blood and disregarding the attacks of the others. With a powerful punch, the air seemed to explode around him. With a resounding thud, his fist descended, shattering the scales of the colossal figure before him. It is noteworthy that once his body was encased in those scales, even ordinary bullets found it arduous to penetrate. Yet now, those remarkably defensive scales proved utterly ineffective. Suddenly, an adversary materialized behind Song Jin, brandishing a dagger, their eyes glinting with cold intent. However, Song Jin's senses heightened. He evaded with a swift maneuver, his arms striking down like beams of light. The metallic blade shattered upon impact, leaving only faint white marks upon his skin. The adversary's pupils widened in disbelief, astonished that this individual could disregard melee weaponry. With a resounding thump, the assailant's gaze dulled. As Song Jin pressed his palms down, the sounds of internal explosions echoing within, leading to an instant demise. To attempt to take my life, you must forfeit yours, Song Jin declared coldly. A surge of light erupted behind him, propelling him forward with astonishing speed, akin to a vibrant beam. In mere moments, aside from the colossal figure, the others fell one by one. Now it is your turn, Song Jin intoned with chilling resolve. With a firm step, his body soared like a mythical bird, and endless Zhao Bo approached, fully aware that the latter deserved punishment. Yet the individual in question was indeed Shun Qinyue's younger sister. Should Song Jin truly take her life, it would irrevocably fracture the relationship between him and Shin Qinyue, potentially leading to hostility between their families and the Chaoran Research Institute. Song Jin's obsidian eyes flickered with intensity, occasionally shimmering with a fierce light. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze solidified, and he spoke with gravity. She may not have harmed me, but she must not lay a hand on my parents. Thus, regardless of her identity, she must perish. Observing the resolute determination in Song Jin's eyes, Zhao Bo nodded, understanding that this matter could only be resolved by Song Jin himself. He could merely offer his assistance to the best of his abilities. As the time for the ancient silver tree to bear fruit drew ever closer, countless extraordinary individuals flocked towards Qiyun Mountain each day. On this particular morning, Song Jin sat in the courtyard, gazing at the communicator in his hand. News spread rapidly across the network, with specialized reports indicating that members of several major domestic financial conglomerates were already en route to Qiyun Mountain. Rumors even circulated that formidable beings such as Tianyin and Chakuan would also descend upon the mountain. This revelation sent ripples of excitement through the hearts of many, as these individuals were potentially among the most powerful extraordinary beings in the country today. Shortly thereafter, another piece of information surfaced. It was said that beings of Tianyan's caliber now had no fear of conventional firearms, as ordinary weapons posed no threat to them. This formidable power evoked envy in countless individuals, prompting even more extraordinary beings to rush towards Qiyun Mountain, for if they were to obtain the ancient silver fruit, they might ascend to the ranks of those like Tianyan in the blink of an eye. The prospect of such powerful figures converging upon Qiyun Mountain to vie for the ancient silver fruit ignited fervent excitement among the crowd. Rumor has it that they have already crossed swords in the shadows. This journey to Mount Qiyun to vie for the ancient silver fruit serves as one objective, while another is to engage in direct combat, contending for the title of the foremost superhuman. Startling revelations have been leaked, instantly stirring unrest among the populace. Some superhumans, previously hesitant and reluctant to venture to Mount Qiyun, have now resolved to make the journey, solely to witness this spectacular showdown. Song Jun could distinctly perceive his own strength, growing more formidable with each passing day. Even without the aid of extraordinary fruits, the energy contained within him was becoming increasingly terrifying. He recalled Little Wolf's words, breathing techniques, in any world, form the very foundation of life, while extraordinary fruits merely serve to assist in cultivation. That evening, as Song Jun was practicing his fist techniques in the courtyard, his communicator suddenly buzzed. Chapter 50. Tumultuous times. Jean's serum night had fallen, and the stars glittered brilliantly. Mount Qiyun was shrouded in a misty haze, with various colorful lights swirling like a cauldron, especially around the primeval mountains that had materialized out of thin air, creating an atmosphere of intense activity. At this moment, in a valley on the southern side of Mount Qiyun, a figure darted through the forest with incredible speed, resembling a streak of aurora. This figure was none other than Song Jun, who had ventured out alone, without Zhao Bo and Little Wolf, fearing potential disturbances in Wangjiang town. As he traversed the forest, Song Jun's dark eyes scanned the surroundings, taking in the ancient trees that were so large it would take several people to encircle them, as well as the dense blue mist that permeated the area. Among these ancient trees and vines lurked various mutated creatures. However, with his current strength, these ordinary mutated beasts posed no threat to him. Activating his divine sense, he surveyed his surroundings. He was in a valley, overgrown with towering trees and rugged rocks. After considerable deliberation, they sought out the Tianyan Jin faction, acquiescing to certain stipulations, and resolved to take proactive measures. Their intent was to compel Song Jun to appear this very evening. Failure to comply would result in dire consequences for the ordinary denizens of Wangjiang town. Raising his gaze, Song Jun beheld the derisive countenances of Zhang Jun and Shen Qinshuang, flanked by 9 individuals. At that moment, a sudden premonition stirred within him, and his eyes inadvertently scanned the adjacent woodlands. A subtle prickling sensation assailed his skin, indicating that he was being targeted by thermal weaponry concealed within the forest depths. A sardonic smile played upon Song Jun's lips. Zhang Jun had questioned his audacity in coming, seemingly oblivious to his own prior flight. Zhang Jun, evidently noticing Song Jin's mocking grin, darkened in countenance and coldly declared, "Now that you're here, you shall forfeit your life this night. A mere wretch, daring to aspire to the heights of my Shen family." Shen Qinshuang, standing beside him, scoffed with icy disdain as she fixed her gaze upon Song Jun. He returned her frigid stare, noting the resemblance to Shen Qinyue, yet lamenting her cruel disposition. "Why delay?" Shen Qinshuang snapped at the 9 individuals behind her, perceiving Song Jun's chilling gaze. Understood, the 9 responded in unison, each producing a phial, roughly the width of a finger, containing a shimmering, translucent blue liquid, akin to quicksilver. "Gene serum. Let's see if you can survive this," Zhang Jun sneered. This serum, acquired at great expense from Tianyan Jin by him and Shen Qinshuang, was highly prized within Tianyan Jin, capable of augmenting an adept's strength by 2 or 3-fold. This surge of power could rival the might of a super fist expert, a force to be reckoned with. With a subtle lift of his brow, Song Jun observed as the 9 enhanced individuals imbibed the azure fluid. Subsequently, their auras underwent a tumultuous transformation, their physiques ascending to a towering 3 meters, their skin assuming an azure hue. These cerulean behemoths now possessed musculature that swelled like mountainous terrain, their eyes mirroring the same celestial tint. To Song Jun's astonishment, their dentition had elongated into formidable fangs, each the size of a forearm, while their nails had sharpened and extended to a menacing half-meter. A primal roar erupted from the potion-infused individuals, akin to the bellow of 9 untamed giants charging forth with savage intent. Song Jun's gaze intensified, acknowledging that these 9 surpassed any aberrant beings he had previously encountered. It was evident that the azure liquid possessed the capacity to dramatically amplify their capabilities. However, he surmised that the effects of the concoction were temporally constrained. His eyes glinted with resolve as a surge of homicidal intent welled within him. He activated his respiration technique, and in an instant, a resplendent radiance emanated from his back. With a resounding crack, he propelled himself forward, the earth beneath his feet shattering into fragments, and unleashed a thunderous punch. The impact reverberated as one of the cerulean individuals met his blow head-on. A tempest of raw power surged between them. Yet the enhanced individual emitted a stifled groan and staggered backward several paces, while Song Jun merely retreated a single step. This spectacle elicited a fleeting, breathtaking smile upon Shun Qinshuang's usually stoic countenance. Previously, their ambush of Song Jun, which involved 18 enhanced individuals, had proven largely ineffective. Now, these 9, augmented by the potion, were capable of direct confrontation. Song Jun's eyes narrowed, acknowledging the enhanced potency of his adversaries. As the first individual recoiled, the remaining cerulean figures converged, and the woodland became a maelstrom of howling winds and brilliant azure light. The keen nails, cleaving the air, evoked a vast expanse of azure light as they suddenly assailed from the rear. Simultaneously, 2 other mutants lunged at Song Jun from the left, right, and front. Observing the thunderous onslaught, Song Jun inhaled deeply, his internal energy surging rapidly, causing his skin to become lustrous and radiant in an instant. Without evasion, he confronted the mutant before him directly, unleashing the celestial wolf fist. Abruptly, Song Jun's form became as lithe as a wolf leopard, his indomitable spirit uncontainable. With a crisp snap, the mutant's sharp nails shattered in midair. Song Jun's fists descended, causing the individual to bleed from the mouth and suffer broken arms. At that moment, the surrounding attacks landed. With a tearing sound, the light behind him surged, preventing the sharp nails from piercing through. He darted, and the nails on the left clawed directly at him. With a soft thud, a spray of blood blossomed as Song Jun's left arm was lacerated, leaving 2 deep furrows. Instantly, Song Jun felt a piercing pain throughout his body. Without hesitation, he materialized 100 meters away in a split second. Boom! The place where he had stood was engulfed in flames, the rocks molten. A chill ran through Song Jun's heart as he realized that the ambushers hidden on both sides of the forest had deployed thermal weaponry against him. His left arm shimmered with a crystalline luster, the 2 furrows slowly mending. Casting a glance at the 9 individuals in the woodland, Song Jun's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, he plunged directly into the forest. Instantly, screams echoed from both sides of the forest, accompanied by a cacophony of gunfire and soaring flames. Courting death, the 9 mutants exchanged glances, their eyes filled with feral intent. The potion they had ingested could only sustain them for half an hour. Beyond that, they would become exceedingly feeble. 9 individuals did not linger, transforming into brilliant azure light as they seamlessly vanished into the forest. Amidst the woodland, Song Jun noticed the 9 approaching him. His gaze remained indifferent as he activated his breathing technique, energy surging through his body at an astonishing pace. In the next moment, he appeared like a streak of aurora, materializing before one of the extraordinary beings. With a swift execution of the celestial wolf fist, a tempest erupted, causing leaves to cascade to the ground. Chapter 51, The Rise of Turmoil. Slaying Shun Qinshuang, a radiant white light illuminated the forest. Song Jun fully unleashed his potential, reaching an astounding speed of 200 meters per second, generating fierce winds in his wake. Approaching behind one of the extraordinary beings, the figure turned, its hulking physique imposing. It lifted a colossal boulder weighing 1,000 pounds, hurling it directly at Song Jun's head. With a resounding thud, Song Jun met the challenge head-on, his fist igniting in a dazzling white glow as he shattered the immense stone with a single blow, forcing the being to stagger back 2 steps. As the light flickered, Song Jun took a significant stride forward, wielding a blue, serrated blade as his weapon, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning in the night. Descending with overwhelming force, the extraordinary being bellowed, frantically maneuvering to evade the fatal strike, yet still suffered a deep upon witnessing the spectacle from afar. The 7 extraordinary individuals momentarily halted, taken aback by the man's ferocity, which instilled a sense of trepidation within them. "Eliminate him! Kill him!" A shrill voice echoed from beyond the forest. It was Shun Shuang, her countenance frigid, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. A thunderous clamor erupted as a barrage of gunfire reverberated through the woods, a dense hail of bullets assailing Songjun from all directions. Despite Songjun's swiftness, the sheer density of the assault meant that numerous projectiles found their mark, compelling him to unleash his full power, rendering his skin as lustrous and immaculate as jade. A cacophony of clangs resounded as the bullets proved ineffectual, to the astonishment of the onlookers. Each projectile was repelled by the radiant aura emanating from Songjun. Unable to penetrate his defenses. "How can this be?" Shin Shuang exclaimed from afar, her face paling as she bit down hard on her lip. How had the insignificant being she had always perceived become so formidable? As for Zhang Jun, his face was so dark that it seemed to drip with blood. He began to regret his actions, realizing that this man could disregard high-caliber firearms, a feat comparable to the power of the formidable pugilist who backed him. "Perish!" An extraordinary individual bellowed, leaping onto a towering cliff and brandishing a rocket launcher. With a deafening roar, a shell hurtled towards Songjun. A searing pain coursed through his skin as Songjun glanced in the direction of the attack. Flames erupted beneath his feet as he instantly evaded the projectile. The area where he had stood moments before was engulfed in a massive explosion, sending waves of earth and stone soaring into the air, all consumed by fire. Noticing that the extraordinary individual was preparing to unleash more heavy weaponry, Songjun's eyes flashed with fierce intent. With a single stride, he traversed the 100-meter distance in an instant. The aberrant was taken aback. He aimed his firearm and pulled the trigger, but Songjun was too swift. He leaped vertically, evading the weapon, and arrived directly before the aberrant. With a tearing sound, sharp teeth slashed through the night, eliciting a blue glow, and a massive head soared into the air. Another aberrant perished instantly. The remaining aberrants were aghast and clustered together, realizing that they were no match for him individually. "Will this avail you?" Songjun sneered. His figure ascended from the mountain terrain, like a rock spreading its wings, carrying a resplendent white light, and directly pounced upon the last 5 aberrants. An aberrant's fist, as large as a millstone, came hurtling, its blue light dazzling. An elephant would have been instantly killed by such a blow. Bang! However, Songjun did not yield. Employing the heavenly wolf fist, energy surged through his flesh. With a resounding thud, the aberrant's fist shattered. Immediately following, Songjun's right leg lashed out, and another resounding crack echoed as the aberrant's lumbar vertebrae were pulverized. By this juncture, the remaining aberrants were petrified. Even with the enhancement from the newly developed gene serum, they were still no match for this man. However, regret was futile. They had come with murderous intent and must be prepared to be slain. At this moment, Songjun's countenance was frigid and merciless. The blue light in his hand erupted, each slash resembling a lightning bolt in the night, piercing the air with invincible force. A blue light ignited, and a spray of blood blossomed. In the vast forest, only the final 2 aberrants remained, appearing somewhat forlorn as they stood together, their pupils, once frenzied by the serum, now filled with trepidation. As the 2 individuals trembled with fear, in the distance, Zhang Jun and Shin Shuang had already turned pale, and they once again took flight. Desperate to distance themselves from the scene, their ambush had once more ended in failure. Fixing his gaze on the fleeing figures, Songjun's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. This time, he would not allow them to escape. With a fierce roar, the 2 extraordinary beings, perhaps aware of their impending doom, summoned every ounce of their strength for a final, desperate strike. Songjun snorted derisively as his fists suddenly radiated a brilliant light, akin to 2 blazing suns. "Heavenly wolf fist," he intoned silently, and in that moment, it felt as though an ancient wolf king was roaring through the woodland, shaking the very mountains. With a resounding crack, their fists collided, producing a piercing sound that reverberated through the air, the brilliance swirling in a tempest. The fists of the 2 extraordinary beings were utterly shattered, their arms crumbling like stone. With a sickening pop, their bodies disintegrated under the ferocity of Songjun's might, leaving them lifeless and irrevocably dead. Thus, all 9 extraordinary beings, having consumed genetic serums along with the ambush of armed personnel concealed in the forest, met their demise. Yet, The ordeal was not over. Song Jian's gaze lifted, his cold eyes seemingly capable of slicing through the very atmosphere. He approached a thicket and retrieved AS with a deliberate cadence and eyes as frigid as the winter's heart. Song Jian uttered a single sentence, his finger gently coaxing the trigger. In the distance, Shun Qinshuang, fleeing with disheveled desperation, felt a sudden premonition that compelled her to glance back. She beheld Song Jian, his gaze fixed upon her with arctic indifference, a firearm raised in his hand. Then, cleaving the night, she witnessed a fiery serpent erupt, puncturing the stillness of the air. No, she inwardly cried, her heart seized by boundless dread. But it was too late. In the ebony expanse, a crimson blossom of blood bloomed, and a once vibrant form stood rigid, before succumbing to the earth, devoid of life. Gazing upon Shun Qinshuang's demise, Song Jian felt no remorse. This woman had repeatedly sought his life, nearly bringing about the demise of his parents. Furthermore, in her deranged pursuit, she had heartlessly used the lives of the common folk of Wangjiang town as leverage. These transgressions, in their totality, sealed her fate. The inviolable boundary within Song Jian's soul had long been breached by her actions. Chapter 52. Tumultuous Times, Shun Qinyue of late. Mount Qiyin has become a haven for a multitude of extraordinary individuals. Drawn by the allure of the ancient silver tree, the mountain has become a vortex, attracting the world's most unique beings. On this very day, the financial titans of the nation have finally arrived at Mount Qiyin, represented by the Transcendent Institute, the Ancient Alliance, and previously, the Eye of Heaven Gene. These three powerful consortiums now converge upon Mount Qiyin. Estimates suggest that the mountain now teems with a staggering 40 to 50,000 extraordinary individuals, a number that leaves onlookers in awe. However, disappointment lingers as the renowned figures of the Eye of Heaven, the Overfist, and the Tyrant Blade have yet to make their presence known. They have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances and have yet to arrive. Fear not, one voice reassured. They will resolve their affairs and join us in the coming days. Another individual remarked, which instantly rekindled the excitement among the somewhat disheartened crowd. Remarkably, atop Qiyin Mountain, several large crimson banners were unfurled, all raised by those extraordinary women. To them, the celestial beings were akin to princely figures, their enchanting presence rendering countless women utterly entranced, yearning to embrace them. In Wangjiang town, Song Jian Zhaobo and others had been diligently monitoring the happenings at Qiyin Mountain, well aware of the affluent conglomerates arriving today. Ever since the demise of Shun Qinshuang a few days prior, Song Jian had been deeply engrossed in solitary cultivation within his courtyard, perplexed by the fact that Zhang Jun had not sought vengeance against him. Within a week, the ancient silver fruit would come to fruition. Little Wolf stood upright, its gaze shimmering as it fixated on the direction of Qiyin Mountain. Song Jian discerned Little Wolf's exhilaration. He understood that on the day the ancient silver fruit ripened, they would undoubtedly venture to Qiyin Mountain. As for the affluent factions, he bore no concern. With so many individuals present, their prowess would allow them to navigate the chaos with ease. Little Wolf had previously informed him that none among the visitors to Qiyin Mountain could rival it, the only thing it feared being firearms. However, given its swiftness, it would be exceedingly difficult for any firearm to strike it. At that time, the three of them would join forces to seize the ancient silver fruit. Zhao Bo also felt a surge of excitement. As long as they obtained it, they would once again undergo evolution. Song Jian nodded, his gaze likewise directed towards Qiyin Mountain. The day before yesterday, Zhou Jiangwen had unexpectedly reached out to him, with a clear intention of forming an alliance to ascend Qiyin Mountain. According to Zhou Jiangwen's subtle hints, he was aligned with a substantial force, which would undoubtedly enhance their chances of acquiring the ancient silver fruit. However, after much contemplation, Song Jian ultimately declined the proposal. Having recently taken the life of Shun Qinshuang, he was inevitably bound to offend the Chao Ran Research Institute. Moreover, those affiliated with the Tianyin Gene Institute would likely harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him, should they lay eyes on him. Not wishing to burden Zhou Jiangwen with his troubles, he feigned an engagement and excused himself. That night, Song Jian sat in a meditative posture in the backyard, a veil of ethereal moonlight cascading over him, rendering his skin luminous and radiant. At that moment, his communicator abruptly rang, prompting him to rise and retrieve it from the corridor. However, his gaze faltered as he beheld the startling name of the caller, Shen Chenyu, his former girlfriend. Furrowing his brow, Song Jian recalled that he had only a few days prior ended the life of Shen Qinshuang, and now Shen Chenyu was reaching out to him. He found himself at a loss as to whether to answer or ignore the call. Zhao Bo, engrossed in his own cultivation, approached and, upon noticing the name on the communicator, let out a sigh and decided to leave the matter to Song Jun, recognizing that some dilemmas were not his to resolve. Taking a deep breath, Song Jun relaxed his furrowed brow. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. An evasion was futile. I've just arrived at Chiyun Mountain. Come pick me up, came the melodious voice from the other end once the call was connected. Taken aback by the calmness in her tone, Song Jun pondered if Shun Yu was still unaware of the recent events, or if Zhang Jun had chosen to remain silent about them. Where have you been? The voice inquired again. Regaining his composure, Song Jun replied with a smile. I was lost in thought. Beautiful Shun, I'll come to fetch you from Chiyun Mountain. You haven't changed at all, she responded with a light laugh. Left momentarily speechless, he exchanged a few more words before disconnecting the call. Half an hour later, he drove alone to the eastern side of Wangjiang town, and soon enough, he spotted a tall, elegant woman standing by the roadside. The woman stood at a height of 172 centimeters. Adorned in a snug white t-shirt and blue shorts, her long, slender legs strikingly elegant. Her bare face radiated beauty, featuring a sharply pointed, snow-white chin and a fair complexion. Song Jun's gaze remained fixated on her, unable to look away. Shen Xinyue had been a goddess during their university days. Have you taken in the view? Shen Xinyue's expression was serene, a faint smile gracing her lips, her glass-like eyes equally tranquil as they met Song Jun's. One must appreciate beauty, of course, Song Jun remarked with a smile, his confidence unyielding. Otherwise, he would never have pursued her back in college. Shen Xinyue chuckled softly, finding comfort in the steady gaze of the man before her, whose eyes sparkled with clarity and warmth, always making her feel at ease in his presence. As Song Jun opened the car door, Shen Xinyue slid into the seat, informing him that the personnel from the Chaoyan Research Institute had already proceeded to Chiyun Mountain, while she had chosen to stay behind to visit him first. Song Jun nodded with a smile, recalling their previous conversation where he learned of Shen Xinyue's close ties with the institute. Before long, they arrived in Wangjiang town and entered the courtyard. To Shen Xinyue's surprise, she discovered Zhao Bo was also present. I want to be a third wheel. You two enjoy your conversation, Zhao Bo teased with a sly grin. Before slipping into the house, Shen Xinyue surveyed her surroundings, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Bo's words, before furrowing her brow and asking, Didn't I send someone to pick you up? Why are you still here? You seem troubled, she remarked suddenly, turning to fix her glassy gaze on Song Jun. Song Jun chuckled softly and shook his head as the two settled in the courtyard, engaging in quiet conversation. They reminisced about numerous topics, including their college days, but only alluded to shared experiences. Song Jun perceived a deliberate aloofness in Shen Xinyue's demeanor when discussing their past. He thought nothing of it and engaged her with equanimity, steering clear of potentially awkward subjects, until their conversation meandered toward the cataclysmic changes sweeping the world. Song Jun expressed his profound sentiments regarding the anomalies surfacing across the globe, phenomena that had overturned established norms and disrupted the quotidian lives of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinyue, with a tinge of regret, confessed that she had possessed a vague awareness of these events 9 years prior, when she was merely 12 years old. 9 years ago, Song Jun's composure wavered slightly. He recalled the alignment of 9 planets that had occurred 9 years prior, a celestial event that had engendered global instability. The Transcendental Research Institute, dedicated to the study of paranormal energies, had detected unusual energy signatures on Earth during that period. Shen Xinyue, no longer attempting to conceal her affiliation, acknowledged her association with the Transcendental Research Institute, understanding that Song Jun was now aware of her involvement. Such matters were privy only to national governments and powerful financial conglomerates, beyond the purview of ordinary citizens. A wave of consternation washed over Song Jun as he gleaned from Shen Xinyue's remarks that these magnates had likely been preparing for the cataclysmic changes for nearly a decade, possessing foreknowledge of the impending upheaval. This realization stirred a maelstrom of disquiet within him. Eventually, Shen Xinyue rose to depart, bound for Mount Chiyun. It's too dangerous here now. Why do you refuse to leave? Shen Xinyue's gaze remained placid and unwavering. Song Jun, cognizant of her concern for his well-being, assured her that Zhao Bo, being an adept, provided ample security as long as they avoided venturing to Mount Chiyun. Shen Xinyue paused, momentarily taken aback. She refrained from further comment, fully aware that Song Jun was but an ordinary man. Furthermore, Qi Yun Mountain pledged to bestow upon you and Zhao Bo a primordial silver fruit should they acquire it. As a token of acquaintance, urging Zhao Bo not to venture to Qi Yun Mountain unaccompanied. Song Jun nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Qi Yun Mountain is fraught with peril. Neither he nor I shall embark upon such a journey. Shen Chunyue furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before articulating. It extends beyond that. According to our observations, the matter is more intricate than it appears. What Shen Chunyue divulged next elicited considerable astonishment from Song Jun. Since the cataclysmic day, the aberrant beasts seem to have vanished into the depths of the mountains and forests. However, we have ascertained that they are preparing for something. Undergoing daily transformations, growing increasingly astute, as if unlocking the shackles within their beings, their intellect approaching that of humanity. Song Jin grew pensive, cognizant that Shen Chunyue's assertions were founded on solid grounds. After all, the Transcendent Research Institute was a colossal entity, possessing vast resources and access to knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In recent times, have you not noticed the exponential surge in the number of mutants? While the aberrant beasts, save for the initial period, are scarcely seen in the wild. Yet, how many have paid heed to them? They remain tranquil, mostly dwelling in the remote depths of the mountains and forests. Song Jun raised his gaze, realizing that he had overlooked this aspect had Shen Chunyue not brought it to his attention. Although mutants were now abundant, he was certain that aberrant beasts outnumbered them countless times, considering that birds and beasts inhabited the wilderness and had easier access to aberrant fruits than humans. The realization sent a shiver down his spine, contemplating the potential horrors of the future if this were indeed the case. Therefore, only the colossal cities can guarantee the safety of ordinary citizens. With earnest gaze, Serenity directed her attention towards Song Jun. Meeting her gaze, Song Jun relented with a nod. Understood. In a few days, Zhao Bo and I shall depart for Huizhou. Precisely, Serenity responded, a sudden smile illuminating her countenance, its radiance captivating Song Jun's gaze. Exquisite, he remarked, meeting her gaze without reserve. You ought to smile more often. Silver-tongued, Serenity retorted with a gentle smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Casting a profound glance at Song Jun, she added, there's no need to see me off. I shall journey to Mount Chiyun alone. With that, Serenity turned and departed the courtyard, Song Jun's gaze lingering on her departing figure, refraining from accompanying her. It seems she remains unaware. After a moment, Song Jun murmured to himself, contemplating the matter of Shun Zishuang, intending to reveal it at an opportune moment. Disclosing it now might unveil his identity as an adept, complicating his subsequent endeavors. Thus, he found himself in a quandary. One step at a time, he sighed, his gaze ultimately drifting towards the distant Mount Chiyun, a glint of resolve flashing within his dark eyes. Chapter 53. Tumultuous winds confluence of adepts dawn broke. The golden sun casting a resplendent glow upon Song Jun and his companions as they basked in its radiance within the courtyard. Golden rays surged forth from the nascent sun, gently permeating their forms with each breath, as if they were immersed within a crucible, the air around them ablaze with unseen flames. Suddenly, a muffled thud reverberated through the air, as plumes of vapor erupted from their mouths and nostrils, lingering in the air. Strengthened further, one remarked. In a corner of the courtyard, Zhao Bo rose to his feet, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, feeling the powerful energy surging within his flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, Song Jun's eyes glimmered as he clenched his fists, sensing a similar torrent of formidable energy coursing through his body. This transformation was all a result of the breathing technique imparted by the little wolf. The ancient silver tree should mature within the day. The little wolf stood upright and approached, its extraordinary eyes fixated intently on Mount Chiyun. Song Jun cast a glance in that direction. After several days of tranquility, it was time for them to venture out. Put this on. Song Jun gestured to Zhao Bo, who retrieved 3 specially crafted garments from the room, made from beast pelts, tailored to fit their physiques, leaving only their eyes and noses exposed. What is this ridiculous outfit? The little wolf grumbled. Yet it was too conspicuous and would attract unwanted attention, being mistaken for a strange beast. Ultimately, the little wolf reluctantly donned the attire, its body covered securely by the pelts, save for 2 holes left for its eyes. Roar. The little wolf expressed its dissatisfaction, its voice altered. Stop complaining. We are all wearing matching outfits. Zhao Bo chuckled at the little wolf's appearance. He then donned his own pelt garment, joining Song Jun, and the trio stood before a mirror, laughing at their peculiar outfits. From now on, we are the three swordsmen of Shushan, Zhao Bo exclaimed with glee. Shushan, you big-headed fool, the little wolf scoffed, deeming the outfit unworthy of its noble wolf stature. Let us go? With a wave of his hand. Song Jun led several individuals towards Chiyun Mountain, a black iron rod slung over his shoulder, while Zhao Bo carried a long sword on his back. The three swordsmen of Shushan have arrived. The sun rose majestically, casting a crimson hue amidst the misty mountain forest. Although it was still early, with only a hint of red light appearing on the horizon, the forest was far from desolate. On the contrary, it pulsed with fervor. Deep within the woods, figures could be seen among the ancient trees, and on the distant cliffs, shadows gathered in groups, each possessing peculiar forms, some with horns sprouting from their foreheads, others with skin cloaked in green scales. Many had already received word that the ancient silver tree was on the verge of ripening. Thus, from all corners of the realm, extraordinary beings converged upon Chiyun Mountain. As Song Jun and his companions traversed the forest, they found themselves surrounded by these remarkable individuals, rendering concealment impossible. With such a multitude of extraordinary beings, conflict was inevitable. In mere moments, several violent encounters erupted before Song Jun, as these individuals displayed little restraint. Any perceived slight could lead to fierce altercations. In front of Centipede Valley, a throng of extraordinary beings had gathered, for it was here that one could glimpse the ancient silver tree nestled within the valley. Groups of unusual beings huddled outside the valley, whispering softly among themselves. Yet each remained vigilant against one another, their occasional glances towards the valley sparkling with an intense brilliance. No one dared to venture inside, for the remnants of those who had previously traversed this path lay scattered, testament to the violent fate that had befallen them. The valley was steeped in an aura of menace, a region where no extraordinary being dared to tread. As people raised their gazes, they beheld formidable firearms strategically positioned along the cliffs flanking the valley, instilling a sense of dread among the crowd. Song Jun and Little Wolf arrived amidst the crowd, and it was apparent that the individuals possessing the Eye of Heaven gene were stationed here, maintaining a vigilant watch. What are you three supposed to be? Why do you have undergarments on your heads? As they entered, a provocateur approached, his tone laced with derision, clearly seeking to establish dominance. This peculiar individual bore a somewhat fearsome appearance, with rows of scaly armor protruding from his arms like knives, and his face adorned with bluish scales, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. Do not extend them any courtesy, Song Jun instructed, recognizing their intentions to assert power. They would undoubtedly come to regret it. With a swift motion, a brilliance erupted from beneath Song Jun's feet, propelling him into the air like a great rock, as he dove directly towards the blue-faced individual, followed closely by Zhao Bo and Little Wolf. You seek death, beast. The blue-faced individual scoffed, leaping into the air, his rows of scaly knives exuding a terrifying menace. A cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He had previously tested the lethality of those scaly blades, capable of slicing through hardened steel, and few could withstand their sharpness. As he recalled this, a glimmer of cold light flashed through the air as the scaly knives descended menacingly downward. This spectacle instantly ignited a stir within the surrounding crowd. Should that strike connect, the figure below would surely be cleaved in twain. Get lost, Song Jun barked, sensing the lethal intent behind the blue-faced individual's strike. With radiant energy enveloping his palms, and amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Song Jun hurled himself against the scaly blade. With a resounding crash, a shocking scene unfolded before the crowd. The grotesque scaly knife shattered into fragments. This sight sent a tremor of fear rippling through the onlookers. If you seek my life, then let yours be forfeit, Song Jun declared, as he soared into the air, radiant light obscuring the blue-faced individual's view in his moment of panic. In the ensuing moment, a deafening crash reverberated as the azure-faced mutant's scales ruptured, resulting in his immediate and gruesome demise. Inconceivable, exclaimed the accompanying mutants, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. A chilling dread permeated their very beings, compelling them to retreat in disarray, unwilling to linger in that accursed place. Remarkable prowess, the onlookers murmured, their gazes fixed upon Song Jun, their astonishment palpable. Let us depart, Song Jun declared, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, as if the one responsible for the preceding, decisive strike was not him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bo grinned, revealing his teeth, and trailed behind, as the crowd made way for them. As the world undergoes its transformation, the mutants no longer resemble their former selves. They act with increasing audacity, unleashing a primal ferocity. The only way to deter such individuals is through overwhelming strength. Greetings, brethren, what are your appellations? Might we join forces? At that moment, mutants from all directions approached, drawn by Song Jun's formidable power, seeking to align themselves with him. Song Jun responded with a smile and a shake of his head, indicating his disinclination. Do you truly believe that possessing strength grants you the right to be so haughty? A mutant in the crowd scoffed, his discontent evident. However, in the following instant, Song Jun's gaze fell upon him, causing the mutant's expression to falter. He fell silent, vanishing into the crowd without uttering another word. The formidable strength of Song Jun's group deterred most mutants from provoking unnecessary conflict, prompting them to yield. Nevertheless, some mutants disregarded the warnings, persisting in their pursuit. Brothers, what are your names? Someone inquired once more. Xiaobo turned, a hint of mirth flickering in his eyes beneath the holes in his animal hide. We are the 3 Musketeers of Mount Shu. The 3 Musketeers of Mount Shu. A hushed murmur rippled through the crowd, followed by a chorus of indignant shouts accusing them of brazen audacity. Unperturbed, Song Jun and the young wolf circled the vicinity of Centipede Valley, eventually settling upon a commanding hilltop. This elevated vantage point afforded them a sweeping panorama of the valley below. Damn it, someone muttered, those Sky-Eye Genetics people are truly audacious. With so many heroes gathered here from across the land, they still dare to block the valley entrance, preventing us from entering. Another voice chimed in, urging the surrounding mutants to unite and take action. Indeed, it said that individuals from the Ancient Alliance and the Transcendent Research Institute have arrived. Yet none have dared to obstruct the valley passage in such a manner. A growing wave of discontent spread through the crowd as more and more people voiced their grievances. From their position outside the valley, the mutants could clearly observe the ancient silver tree within, now adorned with thousands of vibrant, orange-gold blossoms exuding an intoxicating fragrance. They knew that the ancient silver fruit was nearing maturity. Gazing down at the increasingly agitated crowd below, Song Jun and Zhao Bo exchanged knowing smiles. Let them stir, Song Jun remarked. With so many mutants gathered, I doubt Sky-Eye Genetics can effectively block the valley entrance, especially considering the sheer number of mutants hailing from Mount Chiyun. No matter how formidable Sky-Eye Genetics may be, surely they wouldn't risk antagonizing thousands upon thousands of mutants, lest they become a common enemy. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distant forest as a large group of people aggressively advanced in their direction, prompting others to yield. Clear the way. A towering figure at the forefront forcefully shoved aside the mutants obstructing their path. The displaced mutants initially reacted with fury, but their expressions shifted upon recognizing the newcomers. It's the Transcendent Research Institute, someone whispered. They've arrived. A commotion arose within the crowd, as the Transcendent Research Institute had recently arrived, albeit without making an appearance until now. With the imminent ripening of the ancient silver, at long last, they revealed themselves. This group of individuals exuded an unmistakable aura of strength, far surpassing that of the surrounding extraordinary beings. They halted before the Centipede Valley, seemingly awaiting something rather than proceeding inside. Young master, that hill looks promising. Perhaps we should wait for Miss Shun and the others there, suggested a young man from behind. On the hilltop, Song Jun, Zhao Bo, and Xiao Lang were seated when they suddenly noticed an extraordinary being ascending the hill, approaching them. Chapter 54. The Hidden Dragon Emerges. Arrival of the Tycoon. Upon reaching the summit, the extraordinary being furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone. Friends, I have already been quite courteous. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Song Jun and Zhao Bo glanced beyond this individual, realizing that Zhang Jun was at the forefront of the group. To their surprise, despite their concealed appearances, they encountered them in this manner. It was evident that this individual had come at Zhang Jun's behest to drive them away. Driving us away? Is that what you call courtesy? Zhao Bo shot him a glance and retorted, You won't leave on your own. Or do you expect me to invite you to do so? Huh, just you lot? The extraordinary being regarded Song Jun and the others with disdain, completely unperturbed. They had arrived alongside Zhang Jun recently and possessed formidable strength, far beyond that of ordinary extraordinary beings. Boom. Without further ado, Zhao Bo's demeanor shifted dramatically, and with a fierce punch enveloped in radiant light, he struck the extraordinary being with all his might. With a resounding crash, the figure was sent soaring from the heights, hurtling into the distant forest. This spectacle left the onlookers in the crowd with peculiar expressions. The three individuals atop the mountain were indeed audacious, one of whom hailed from the Transcendent Research Institute. Did they dare to act against such a formidable entity? Ah, how bold it is to provoke my esteemed institute. Among the crowd, Zhang Jun stepped forth, his gaze exuding an air of morbid curiosity, as if he were surveying the dead. In the next moment, he advanced toward the summit with a countenance of stern resolve. The scene instantly stirred the onlookers. Countless extraordinary beings turned their attention towards him. One could not deny the courage displayed here. Surrounded by a throng of extraordinary individuals, Zhang Jun approached Zhao Bo, his eyes glimmering with a mocking disdain. More than you possess. Silence. Just as Zhao Bo began to speak, an extraordinary being beside Zhang Jun barked fiercely, his eyes alight with menace. Do you comprehend who we are? Zhang Jun's gaze narrowed slightly. What you are matters not, begone. Yet Zhao Bo remained oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding him. At that moment, Zhang Jun's demeanor grew icy, and one of his companions stepped forward, murmuring, "A few insignificant insects, unaware of the meaning of self-destruction." With that, he unleashed a formidable force, his presence transforming dramatically. In an instant, flames engulfed him, and he opened his mouth, releasing a torrent of fiery energy. Sung Jun, taken aback, advanced a step closer to Zhao Bo and struck decisively. With a piercing sound, a dazzling light erupted, and the terrifying flames radiated searing heat, melting the very stones beneath their feet. Nearby, the extraordinary beings were left aghast. Many witnessed the mountain's rocks liquefying into a crimson stream cascading to the ground, a sight that left them astonished. Had they encountered such a force, survival would have been a near impossibility. Here is a formidable figure from the Transcendence Institute, a master of pyrokinesis, possessing immense power. Some of the nearby mutants hastily retreated from the mountain, fearing the terrifying flames would engulf them. Yet, to the astonishment of onlookers, Song Jun, enveloped in a radiant aura, brazenly disregarded the flames, piercing through them and unleashing a devastating punch. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the mutant who had initiated the attack, and he responded in kind with a punch of his own. Bang! The air reverberated with the sound of impact as a dazzling light erupted, sending flames swirling and melting the very stones of the mountain. Song Jun observed the man's palms, which were sheathed in a layer of fire. He was amazed by this, as some mutants' transformations were becoming increasingly unconventional, even to the point of controlling flames. Casting an icy glare towards Zhang Jun in the distance, Song Jun, in the blink of an eye, launched a soaring kick towards the mutant's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, and the fiery glow began to dim. How is this possible? The mutant exclaimed in disbelief. His pyrotechnic abilities had allowed him to comprehend a nascent form of true fire, capable of melting even the most resilient metals and stones. Yet, he had been struck with such force that his chest bones were shattered. Just as he roared in fury, preparing to rise and slay his attacker, a surge of light suddenly descended upon him. Song Jun's body radiated with brilliance as he unleashed a barrage of punches, generating gusts of wind that stirred up sand and stones, creating a scene of utter devastation. In the mutant's despairing gaze, the punches rained down, each blow causing him to cough up blood and shatter his bones. Ultimately, his radiant aura faded, and the fiery glow extinguished, leaving behind only a lifeless corpse. Nearby, a group of onlookers stared in stunned silence, their mouths agape. This man had actually slain a powerful mutant from the Transcendence Institute. I have a premonition that the three swordsmen of Shushan will bring about a tempest. Whispers of unusual individuals float through the air. Earlier, Zhao Bo had dispatched a formidable foe with a single strike, and subsequently, Song Jin forcefully subdued and eliminated a powerful entity from the Transcendent Research Institute, which undeniably attests to their formidable prowess. In the distance, Zhang Jun's gaze turned icy before so many extraordinary beings. One of his own potent allies had fallen to an unknown adversary, igniting a flame of fury within him. Just as his wrath peaked, another commotion erupted nearby. A large throng emerged. The people of the Middle Ages Alliance had arrived. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as hundreds of extraordinary individuals advanced toward this location, their sheer numbers rendering them an unstoppable force. From another direction, two more contingents approached, belonging to the Transcendent Research Institute and the Tian'an Gene's subsequent forces. At that moment, a radiant light descended from the heavens, and a stunning figure alighted upon a hilltop, exuding an extraordinary beauty. The appearance of this figure instantly captivated the surrounding crowd, primarily due to her striking features, which bore an exotic allure. Clad in white garments that accentuated her graceful curves, her flowing hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, embodying an enchanting charm. Who is she, and how can she be so breathtaking? The onlookers were spellbound, some even swallowing hard, yearning to engage in conversation with the lady. I know who she is, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. She is the young lady of the Middle Ages Alliance, reportedly named Yi Mingyao. Instantly, the crowd stirred with excitement. This beautiful woman was none other than the esteemed young lady of the Middle Ages Alliance. Amidst the fervent discussions, the assembly from the Antiquity Alliance below gravitated towards the comely woman. During this moment, Song Jun's gaze inadvertently drifted over, and within the group, he discerned several familiar figures. Giggles, elder sister-y. A radiant figure emerged from the throng, her presence brimming with vivacity, appearing to be a student of about 18 or 19 years. Yi Mingyao, the fair lady, responded with a captivating smile, allowing the spirited maiden to embrace her arm. This lass is quite fetching as well, a distant voice murmured. Observing the maiden's budding figure and refined features, indeed a beautiful woman, though somewhat overshadowed by Yi Mingyao's presence. Missy, Zhou Jiangwen, accompanying Lin Wanbai, approached and greeted the beauteous woman before him. Uncle Zhou. Yi Mingyao responded with a smiling nod, acknowledging Zhou Jiangwen, who had accompanied her confidant, Lin Wanbai. Courtesy was only natural. As the crowd's attention converged on this scene, a similar stir arose from the Transcendence Institute, as another woman of remarkable poise appeared before the assembly. Her allure rivaled that of Yi Mingyao, immediately captivating the gazes of onlookers. She is Shun Chunyue, the eldest daughter of the Shun family from the Transcendence Institute. An adept among the crowd identified the woman. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yi Mingyao's lovely eyes turned in that direction, and she remarked with a gentle smile. I did not expect to see you here. It seems the Transcendence Institute places great importance on Mount Qiyun, as does the Antiquity Alliance, does it not? Shin Qinyue responded with a faint smile. In the next moment, her gaze shifted away from this direction and fell upon a mountain peak, where three figures stood, claiming to be the three swordsmen of Shushan. Young Master Li, a middle-aged man, led a group of individuals who halted before a young man. This young man was refined in demeanor, with glossy black hair and phoenix-like eyes that resembled an ancient pond. He possessed a tall and elegant stature, and a faint smile graced his lips, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Should Song Jun glance in this direction, he would undoubtedly recognize this man. He was the very individual he first encountered in the celestial land of Yuland. The arriving middle-aged man was named Chen Hai, the same person who had discovered Song Jun and his companions on Qiyun Mountain that fateful night. At that time, he had ordered a complete lockdown of Qiyun Mountain, yet to this day, he had failed to locate those damned three individuals. Were it not for them, the ancient silver tree of Qiyun Mountain would not have been exposed, causing a stir known to the world. It seems something has transpired there. We should proceed, Li Jigang remarked lightly. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, those endowed with the eye of Heaven Jin made their way towards the mountain peak. This scene stirred the hearts of onlookers, and as their gazes returned to the three figures atop the mountain, a trace of sympathy inevitably emerged. The eye of Heaven Jin, the Ancient Alliance, and the Transcendent Research Institute. Now the three major financial conglomerates of the nation were converging upon the same mountain peak. They could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited the three swordsmen of Shushan. Why are they all heading towards us? Xiaobo questioned, his gaze directed at the throng approaching from below the mountain, their expressions slightly peculiar. Song Jun cast a cold glance at Zhang Jun in the distance, then stood quietly atop the mountain, undaunted by the convergence of the three financial giants. What is the matter? Shin Qinyue approached and cast a serene gaze upon Zhang Jun, her eyes having briefly surveyed the peculiar trio in the distance. Zhang Jun's countenance darkened as he regarded the three figures. These individuals, he began, have audaciously seized the mountain that our Transcendental Research Institute had set its sights upon. We politely requested their departure, yet they barbarically slew one of our gifted individuals. A slight furrow appeared on Shun Qinyue's brow as she turned her gaze towards the distant figures. Is that so? She inquired. Meanwhile, Song Jun and Zhao Bo grew apprehensive, fearing recognition from Shin Qinyue. The gazes of Lin Wanbai and Zhou Jiangwen further complicated matters for Song Jun, causing him considerable unease. Song Jun glanced at Shin Qinyue and, in a raspy voice, asserted, "We were here long before." He threatened us with violence, demanding our departure under the threat of death. "Spare me your idle chatter," Zhang Jun retorted with a dismissive tone. "Do you truly believe you possess the right to something the Transcendental Research Institute desires?" His gaze grew increasingly menacing. "Greetings," a gentle voice interjected. "I am Yi Mingyao of the Ancient Alliance. Would you be interested in joining our ranks?" The unexpected invitation caused a stir among the onlookers, who realized that the Ancient Alliance was attempting to recruit them. The crowd murmured, recognizing the exceptional skills of 2 of the 3 swordsmen of Sichuan, and speculating that the Transcendental Research Institute might also be considering extending an invitation. "Thank you," Songjin responded after a moment of surprise, shaking his head with a smile. He had no desire to become entangled with any conglomerate. At that moment, Lin Wanbai, standing beside Yi Mingyao, furrowed her delicate brows. Her large eyes scrutinized one of the 3 figures, a sense of familiarity tugging at her memory. Songjun, catching her gaze from the corner of his eye, subtly turned away. The Sky-Eye Gene is also. As the crowd believed that the situation had settled, a young man unexpectedly emerged from Tianyin Genetics, extending an olive branch. However, to everyone's astonishment, Songjun and his companions did not even spare him a glance. This scene sparked a glimmer of light in Li Jigang's eyes, followed by a couple of light laughs. "Feel free to come whenever you're ready," he mused. Yi Mingyao displayed a captivating smile, casting several lingering glances at Songjun and his group, her gaze subtly drifting towards Shen Qinyue, her smile growing even more enchanting. Shen Qinyue remained composed, briefly observing the scene before leading the members of the Supernatural Research Institute away from the mountaintop, heading towards the ancient silver tree. Following their departure, both the Central Alliance and Tianyin Genetics also exited in succession. At this moment, the crowd began to stir with anticipation, fully aware that the convergence of the 3 major financial conglomerates would inevitably lead to fierce competition over the ancient silver tree. Although their faces bore smiles and courteous expressions, they understood that when the moment of fruition arrived, the 3 conglomerates would not hold back. All they needed to do was follow along and seize any opportunity amidst the chaos. As the crowd gradually left the mountaintop, Lin Wanbai shook her head, taking a step forward to depart. Yet, just as she lifted her foot, she abruptly turned around, her beautiful eyes reflecting an expression of incredulity. "It's you." Chapter 55. The Hidden Dragon Emerges, the Maturation of the Ancient Silver Tree. Upon hearing this voice, Songjun's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that something was amiss. He raised his gaze, feigning confusion as he looked around, eventually settling his eyes on Lin Wanbai, who approached him, perplexed. "Are you speaking to me?" After that remark, Songjun found himself at a loss for words, as besides him and Xiaobo Xiaolang, only Lin Wanbai remained on the mountaintop. Wasn't that simply stating the obvious? A subtle smile graced the corners of Lin Wanbai's lips, her large eyes glinting with a spark of mischief as she seemed to recall something. With her hands clasped behind her back, she approached slowly, as if donning the guise of a masked hero, believing he would not recognize her. The mirth in her gaze intensified. She looked at the 3 figures before her, who stood out like cranes among chickens, and could not suppress a laugh. Songjun felt a chill in his heart. He was aware that this young lady might have recognized him, yet he persisted, addressing her with a charming smile. "My dear lady, I believe you are mistaken." He thought to himself, "Keep up the act, don't give in." Lin Wanbai stifled a laugh internally, stepping forward with light, delicate strides that brought with them the unique fragrance of youth, prompting Songjun to involuntarily twitch his nose. "I know it's you. That distinct scent you carry is etched in my memory," Lin Wanbai declared, her gaze unwavering as it locked onto his eyes. The eyes concealed beneath the animal hide glimmered with an unusual brilliance as Songjun offered a sheepish smile, finally grasping how Lin Wanbai had identified him. Since he had begun practicing the breathing technique, and as the energy within him grew steadily, he emanated a peculiar fragrance. He recalled an instance in Huangshan when he had rescued Lin Wanbai, resulting in an intimate encounter. Perhaps it was during that moment that she had memorized the scent he bore. Observing the earnest expression on Lin Wanbai's face, Songjun suppressed his smile and nodded. Lin Wanbai cast one last glance at him before turning to descend the mountain, pursuing the departing members of the Ancient Alliance. Perched atop the mountain, Songjun observed as the 3 major conglomerates led their contingents into Centipede Valley, eventually nearing the ancient silver tree. Outside the valley, the extraordinary individuals stirred with agitation. Their numbers were considerable, boasting formidable talents. some even possessing wings that allowed them to soar through the air. Yet, none dared to venture alone into the valley path. Along the precipitous cliffs flanking the path, a series of dark cannon muzzles were clearly visible, moving as if to intimidate those gathered outside. Humph, a mere rabble, daring to vie with the Tianyanjin for the extraordinary fruit? Deep within the forest, a member of the Tianyanjin sneered at the assembled individuals outside the valley. Just then, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, so rich and intense that even those outside the valley felt a sense of lightness and profound comfort with a single breath. The millennial ancient silver tree is about to bear fruit. A collective tremor ran through the crowd, who had journeyed from every corner of the land, now witnessing the culmination of their quest. On the mountain peak, Song Jun's dark eyes gleamed with a sudden, keen light. He knew that a chaotic battle was imminent. The number of extraordinary individuals who had come to Mount Xiun was close to 10,000, and even if the three major conglomerates joined forces to suppress the valley path, they could not possibly hold back such a multitude. I will obtain the ancient silver fruit. Little Wolf trembled slightly with excitement, its small frame betraying its anticipation. Its journey across realms had been for precisely this opportunity. Just a little longer. Song Jun and Zhao Bo were equally thrilled, but they remained composed, awaiting the opportune moment. The delicate fragrance in the air grew ever more potent, and a glimmer of golden light emanated from the depths of the valley. Simultaneously, more figures emerged from the depths of the forest, and otherworldly beings rushed forth. It was a time of ripeness. The hearts of those beyond the valley burned with fervor as their gazes fixated on the abyss. There, the translucent trees shimmered, radiant like precious jade. Beneath the verdant canopy, thousands of orange-golden blossoms trembled, resembling an ocean of amber cascading from the heavens. This pollen, once orange, transformed into the richest golden sea. Observing from the shadows, Li Jigang, beneath the ancient silver tree, curled his lips into a faint smile and spoke to the person behind him. Instantly, that individual issued commands, and a series of sharp sounds echoed from both sides of the valley path as dark cannon muzzles swiftly repositioned. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Transcendence Research Institute and the Medieval Alliance exchanged subtle glances, yet they refrained from interference. Instead, a few had withdrawn, anticipating greater gains from the exotic fruits. The golden sea cascaded downward like a metallic tide, ultimately flooding the translucent ancient silver tree with golden light. Its branches quivered as hundreds of blossoms rapidly closed, their brilliance swirling. As the radiance faded, hundreds of orange-yellow fruits dangled from the tree, their skins crystalline and shimmering with an otherworldly glow. At that very moment of ripeness, the depths of the forest trembled violently, as if the very mountains were shifting. Massive boulders plummeted from the peaks, and countless ancient trees toppled. In Centipede Valley, the crowd fell into a hush. They were greeted by a sudden waft of a metallic scent, reminiscent of a predatory bird. In that instant, many faces paled as the realization dawned upon them. Something momentous was about to unfold. Since the great upheaval of the world, beasts had undergone significant transformations, giving rise to formidable aberrations. Subsequently, it was discerned that numerous mythical creatures had vanished, yet this did not signify their extinction. Conversely, it appeared they were lying dormant. Bang! Abruptly, within the sylvan landscape, a peak erupted violently, scattering earth and stone as the mountain's facade fissured asunder. A grotesque beast materialized before onlookers, resembling an earth dragon, its exposed anterior portion spanning an immense 5 to 6 meters. This earth dragon, formerly a mere lizard, had undergone a profound metamorphosis upon devouring an exotic fruit. Now imbued with a trace of draconic essence, evolving into its current terrestrial dragon form. Screech. At that instant, the firmament seemed to darken as a gale assailed a copse of towering trees, and an avian creature entered the visual field. The fowl, an eagle of 7 to 8 meters in magnitude, bore several golden plumes atop its head, evoking the imagery of a rock descending from afar. What manner of monstrosity is this? A cacophony erupted within the throng, as they recoiled in disarray. With a thunderous roar, the mountain's facade exploded, and the lizard earth dragon burst forth, its razor-sharp claws encased in scaled armor, akin to iron forged in liquid fire. As its massive claw descended, onlookers witnessed the pulverization of a 1,000-kilogram boulder. In the ensuing moment, cries of agony pierced the air as the earth dragon, its colossal frame resembling a miniature mountain, advanced from afar, crushing over a dozen aberrant individuals without resistance, their bodies detonating into sanguinary mire. Those puissant aberrants who failed to retreat in time were reduced to sanguine mist upon the dragon's claw striking, withstanding no resistance. The mountain rocks and colossal trees in its path were all shattered. Nothing could impede it. It transformed into a blur of light and shadow, its velocity so terrifying that the air audibly ruptured. As the earth dragon traversed the terrain, the colossal avian predator in the sky mirrored its actions, its wings propelling it forward in a tempestuous gust, transforming it into a fleeting silhouette of velocity. A collective gasp of trepidation arose from the onlookers, for the quarry of these two formidable beasts mirrored their own, the ripened ancient silver fruits. Chapter 56. Emergence of the Latent Dragon. The enigmatic figures upon the pyramid halt their advance. A frigid command reverberated through the valley, heralding the approach of the two dread creatures. Simultaneously, a multitude of enhanced individuals surged towards the defile. The magnates of the principal financial consortiums flanking the ancient silver tree initiated their offensive in unison, yet their internecine conflict precluded any from securing the coveted fruit. Bang! 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 With detached indifference, the operatives of the celestial Aegean enterprise discharged their firearms, unleashing a torrent of ordnance upon the advancing enhanced individuals below. A tempest of sparks erupted as the projectiles pierced the bodies of numerous enhanced individuals, many of whom lacked the capacity to evade the onslaught of thermal weaponry. With a thunderous roar, the earth dragon's claw struck the earth, its colossal form leaping forward by several meters. Any who dared to impede its path were instantly reduced to sanguinary mist. Unleash the thermal weaponry upon it. The directive issued from the celestial Aegean contingent prompted several individuals to shoulder rocket launchers, unleashing a barrage of ordnance upon the earth dragon and the aerial predator soaring above. Damnation! The celestial Aegean seeks to eradicate us all. A chorus of outrage echoed from the throng, as the proximity of the earth dragon rendered them vulnerable to the concussive force of the impending detonations. Boom! The thermal weaponry struck its mark upon the earth dragon, igniting a cataclysmic conflagration that consumed the surrounding rocks and arboreal giants. Simultaneously, a torrent of projectiles discharged from high-caliber firearms rained down upon that area. In an instant, the terrain was riddled with craters, and several aberrant individuals caught in the crossfire were instantaneously transmuted into sanguine mist. As the dense smoke dissipated, just as onlookers presumed the demise of the formidable beast, a colossal head emerged, eliciting a collective gasp of astonishment. Heavens, this creature was capable of withstanding thermal weaponry. The crowd erupted in pandemonium, while the visages of those affiliated with the celestial Aegean project underwent a palpable shift. The downpour of projectiles from high-caliber firearms merely produced a scattering of sparks upon impact with the terrestrial dragon's hide, inflicting no discernible harm. Disbelief gripped the onlookers. Was this still a being of flesh and blood? Bullets proved incapable of penetration, and even artillery shells merely dislodged a few scales. To what echelon of evolution must one ascend to attain such formidable corporeal resilience? This potent force was precisely what countless aberrant individuals aspired to and yearned to acquire. With a thunderous roar, the terrestrial dragon shattered the rocky barriers with its immense physique, leaping more than a dozen meters into the air. Concurrently, the airborne ferocious avian exhibited a similar imperviousness to thermal weaponry, metamorphosing into streaks of lightning, its velocity reaching its zenith. Traversing the distance of a dozen meters in an instant, it descended upon the celestial Aegean personnel, resulting in a scene of unspeakable carnage as they were eviscerated by the monstrous entity. Terminated, commanded a high-ranking figure within the celestial Aegean project, his countenance frigid. However, the massive orbs of the monster reflected a sanguinary hue as the terrestrial dragon and the ferocious avian surmounted a precipitous cliff, arriving atop a mountain peak. Panic seized the celestial Aegean operatives, who hastily discharged rocket launchers in a deafening barrage. Perish, someone bellowed from the summit. A cloud of dust billowed in that locale. Yet in the ensuing instant, the earth dragon and the fierce avian burst forth, traversing several meters with each bound, instantly felling more than a dozen individuals, resulting in their immediate demise. It was evident that after several rounds of bombardment, some of the scales on the earth dragon's body had fractured, and blood permeated the area. But these injuries posed no significant impediment to them. Roar! The earth dragon roared incessantly, its sonic waves shattering trees and collapsing rocks. As it and the giant avian lunged towards the ancient silver tree, the expressions of the magnates from the three major financial groups changed, realizing that these two exotic beasts could not be restrained. This is an opportunity. Everyone charge. At that moment, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Although two formidable exotic beasts had emerged midway, the thermal weaponry of the financial groups had limited effectiveness and could not contain them. Instantly, a multitude of mutants surged towards the valley, some with radiant auras, directly scaling the cliffs, while others leaped several meters with each stride, bounding onto trees like great pung birds, swiftly advancing. All the mutants frantically approached the deep valley. As the two formidable exotic beasts drew most of the attention and firepower of the Sky-Eye Gene, presenting them with an opportunity. Let's go as well. Song Jun, who had been waiting for a long time, finally uttered. With a whoosh, three figures vanished from the hilltop, appearing tens of meters away in a mere second. As swift as lightning, two streaks of lightning darted through the valley path, accompanied by incessant roars, carrying a terrifying piercing force. Many mutants clutched their ears, feeling as if their eardrums would shatter. These two exotic beasts were exceedingly savage, and wherever they passed, any mutants who approached them were directly swatted away with a claw, leaving only a rain of blood in the air. In just a short while, 80 to 90 individuals had already met a tragic end. The spectacle was chilling, yet it propelled the masses towards the ancient silver tree nestled in the valley. They were driven by the prospect of metamorphosing into beings of unparalleled power akin to the beast before them, should they ingest the ancient silver fruit. Beneath the ancient silver tree, Li Jigang's countenance remained cheerful, albeit with a trace of coldness in his gaze as he observed the two exotic beasts. Similarly, Shen Qinwei and Yi Mingyao refrained from action, instead standing near the ancient silver tree, their eyes fixed on the beasts, as if awaiting something. Beasts! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky, followed by the swift arrival of two radiant figures. One figure, a young man with silver hair and wings, appeared to be cast from liquid silver, his form shimmering with a brilliant, silvery light. The two figures hurtled through the air, seemingly locked in combat, their passage marked by resounding booms. With the roar still echoing, the young man descended upon the earth dragon, his silver light coalescing into a massive blade that cleaved through the air. Simultaneously, the other figure, having landed briefly, ascended once more, erupting in dazzling light as he lunged towards the ferocious bird. In a swift motion, a streak of silver flashed through the air, followed by an eruption of blood. Onlookers watched in disbelief as the earth dragon, seemingly impervious to cannon fire, suffered grievous wounds, its scales sloughing off and blood spurting forth. A single strike had left it severely injured. In the sky, the ferocious bird shrieked in rage as a bald-headed man assailed it with golden glowing fists, each blow sending feathers scattering and inflicting severe damage. Many were left speechless by the sheer power of these two individuals. A piercing scream from a female extraordinary echoed through the crowd, drawing many to Chiyun Mountain, eager to witness the prowess of formidable beings such as the Heavenly Eye and the Super Fist. Suspended in midair, the Heavenly Eye radiated an otherworldly aura, his wings shimmering with a silvery glow, while his flowing silver hair danced in the wind. At the center of his forehead, a singular eye remained closed, imbuing him with an enigmatic and devilish charm that elicited gasps from numerous female extraordinary individuals. As if unwilling to be overshadowed, a burst of golden light erupted from the distance, revealing a fierce eagle that let out a mournful cry before being reduced to a crimson mist, its body plummeting from the heights above. A bald giant, aglow with resplendent golden light, slowly stood upon the ground, his presence commanding awe and respect. In that moment, many were left in shock, as the once formidable beast that could withstand a rocket launcher fell effortlessly before these two titans, meeting a tragic end without a hint of resistance. Truly, they embodied the apex of strength. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in admiration, particularly among the female extraordinary, who could not contain their excitement. "Heavenly Eye, I adore you. You are the most powerful," cried one, while another shouted, "No way, Super Fist is undoubtedly the true champion. None can rival him." In that instant, a heated debate ignited among the women, each fervently defending their idol's supremacy. It was absurd. Had they witnessed the three swordsmen of Shushan in action, they would dismiss both the Heavenly Eye and the Super Fist as mere trifles. The scene descended into chaos. Yet Zhao Bo and his companions ascended a nearby peak, exchanging words. However, As extraordinary beings, their senses were acutely attuned, and someone in the crowd emitted a derisive laugh. "Before us, you are nothing," came the mocking retort. "Is that so?" However, Xiaobo scoffed and unleashed a punch, causing his adversary to pale and hastily retreat. Aloft, heavenly, I stood ethereally, enveloped in layers of silvery light. The third eye on his brow radiated an uncanny brilliance, making him appear as a deity descending to the mortal realm. On the ground, Super Fist remained steadfast, exuding the imposing aura of a mountain. His body wreathed in golden light, like a resplendent golden sun. It seemed that a decisive battle was imminent. A warm smile, reminiscent of a spring breeze, graced Heavenly Eye's handsome countenance. "Then I shall demonstrate that I am the most formidable of all mutants, the true apex predator atop the pyramid." Super Fist's lips curled back, revealing his pearly white teeth. In the ensuing moment, a thunderous sound erupted as the rocks beneath his feet shattered and flew apart. Golden light burst forth from his feet, propelling him across the ground. Suddenly, he took a soaring step, as if levitating through the air, and delivered a punch towards Heavenly Eye. In an instant, chaos once again engulfed the area, as countless mutants scrambled towards the ancient silver tree. Upon a verdant mountain peak, 3 elderly figures materialized. They stood calmly, their gazes fixed upon the distant battle unfolding below. From their vantage point, they had a comprehensive view of the events transpiring at the ancient silver tree. These 3 elders appeared ordinary, seemingly in their 60s, but the occasional glint in their eyes betrayed their extraordinary nature. Indeed, the strife below is quite intense. An elderly man smiled as he observed the chaos and carnage unfolding in the depths of the valley. They remained unmoved. "Old fellow, do not attempt to intervene. Let the younger generation handle these matters. It is best for us old bones to remain at ease," another elder remarked, stepping forward with a light chuckle. "I am well aware of the workings of the Tianyan gene," the first elder replied with a gentle smile. The other 2 elders exchanged knowing glances and smiles, fully aware that the first elder was undoubtedly displeased, as they could have monopolized the ancient silver tree, yet somehow, the news had been leaked. "You of the Ancient Alliance and the Transcendent Research Institute are inseparable. It seems we have been at odds for 9 years now," the elder remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed, if not for our differing allegiances, we might have been close friends," the elder from the Tianyan gene replied with a smile, his murky eyes sparkling with intensity. 9 years ago, our respective factions were already preparing. Today, this Chiyun Mountain is merely the beginning. The 2 elders fell silent for a moment before one spoke. "The emergence of anomalies is inevitable. Only when that day arrives shall we behold the true world and our most authentic selves." The discussion ceased there, as some matters were best left unspoken. The 3 elders gazed with smiles at the conflict below, the faint scent of blood in the air failing to stir any emotion within them. Chapter 57. The Hidden Dragon Emerges. The 3 Swordsmen of Shushan. The area surrounding the ancient silver tree was engulfed in fierce battle. Countless extraordinary individuals surged forth, and the 3 major financial conglomerates clashed among themselves. One such individual let out a furious roar, and a radiant light erupted as he unleashed a powerful punch, instantly claiming the lives of 3 or 4 others. This extraordinary being hailed from the Celestial Eye gene. Their mission was not only to seize the ancient silver fruit, but also to prevent other extraordinary individuals from encroaching upon this area. Although the 3 financial conglomerates had summoned many formidable beings, they simultaneously restrained one another, rendering the vicinity of the ancient silver tree a no man's land. Should anyone dare to trespass, they would be confronted by hundreds of extraordinary individuals ready to engage. Shen Xinyue from the Transcendent Research Institute and Yi Mingyao from the Central Alliance stood at a distance, quietly observing the fierce skirmish involving hundreds of extraordinary beings. Lin Wanbai and Zhou Jingwen stood beside Yi Mingyao. "First, we must clear the outsiders," Li Jigang remarked, his gaze fixed on the multitude of extraordinary beings advancing toward them. At that moment, someone inquired behind Shen Xinyue and Yi Mingyao, evidently seeking to offer assistance to the Celestial Eye gene. Shen Xinyue furrowed her brow but maintained a calm demeanor. She glanced at the ancient silver tree and nodded gently, a gesture mirrored by the Central Alliance. A swarm of ants. Zhang Jun sneered at the oncoming extraordinary beings, his eyes devoid of emotion. In the next instant, he waved his hand lightly, commanding the personnel of the Transcendent Research Institute to take action. Immediately, large-caliber firearms were discharged, halting the advance of the extraordinary beings. Simultaneously, helicopters appeared in the sky, hovering ominously above, equipped with terrifying weaponry capable of devastating vast areas. "Those who advance shall perish," Zhang Jun declared, his voice a chilling command. Abruptly, his gaze shifted, noticing three figures materializing atop a mountain peak. A sardonic grin crept across his lips as he signaled his cohorts to unleash a barrage upon them. "Dare to defy me? Then perish," he mused inwardly. The trio was none other than Song Jun and his companions, who had previously commandeered the mountain he had coveted. Perched on the summit, Song Jun and his comrades were fixated on the ancient silver tree when a sudden prickling sensation assailed their skin. Their brows furrowed as their senses detected an impending attack. True enough, in the ensuing moment, a relentless torrent of projectiles rained down upon their position, pulverizing prominent crags, boulders, and trees. "Death to those who defy the Transcendent Research Institute," Zhang Jun sneered, observing the carnage from afar. The large-caliber weaponry roared, enveloping their sector in a maelstrom of dust and debris. With astonishing celerity, the diminutive wolf mustered its strength, enshrouding itself in a radiant aura. Upon landing on a neighboring peak, it unleashed a devastating wave of energy, obliterating the individuals wielding the formidable armaments. Likewise, Song Jun and Zhao Bo demonstrated remarkable agility, navigating the hail of bullets. As they closed in on their assailants, they unleashed potent blows, their radiant energy obliterating their adversaries. The sequence of events unfolded with such rapidity that Zhang Jun was caught completely off guard. Good heavens, these three are evading bullets with ease, having already eliminated over a dozen members of the Transcendent Research Institute. Inconceivable. Can human velocity truly outpace projectiles? The surrounding cohort of superhumans was incredulous. Recollection dawns upon me. They are the formidable trio known as the Three Swordsmen of Mount Shu. With a frigid demeanor, Shen Xinyue cast her exquisite gaze upon Song Jun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's countenance soured, and after a moment, his expression twisted into a ghastly grimace. "Unleash hell," he roared. "They must be annihilated." Instantly, a torrential downpour of bullets descended, accompanied by several individuals brandishing rocket launchers. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Before the smoke had even dissipated, Song Jun surged forward, achieving speeds of 200 meters per second, rendering the bullets inconsequential. Suddenly, a projectile whizzed past his face. His expression hardening, Song Jun deftly pinched the bullet, pulverizing it with a mere flick of his fingers. This feat sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Are the Three Swordsmen of Shu about to defy the heavens? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, betraying their unease. Zhang Jun's face was now an impassive mask of cold fury. At that moment, several armed helicopters materialized in the sky, manned by superhumans armed with rocket launchers, their sights trained on Song Jun, Zhao Bo, and Xiaoling. Even with their extraordinary abilities, the Three Swordsmen of Shu were not invulnerable like the Sky Eye or Super Fist. This onslaught would surely spell their demise. The superhumans lamented inwardly, recognizing the sheer terror of the plutocracy's might. Most of them were still unable to shrug off the effects of a hail of bullets, let alone a barrage of rockets. Courting death, a murderous intent surged within Song Jun's heart. He cast a chilling glance at Zhang Jun in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed across 100 meters, weaving through the forest. The ground behind him was pulverized by the relentless barrage. He leaped onto a hilltop, where two helicopters hovered above him. The superhumans inside aimed their rocket launchers. Boom! Several rockets were unleashed. "If you seek my demise, you shall meet your own. And Zhang Jun, you will pay?" Song Jun's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he prepared to unleash a torrent of incandescent energy. In the next moment, a brilliant radiance erupted from his body as he activated his breathing technique. The energy within him seemed to soar outward, and amidst the dazzling light, his speed intensified dramatically. With a swift whoosh, he leapt into the air, as if flying, heading straight towards the incoming artillery shells. No, from a distance, Lin Wanbai's complexion paled slightly as she recognized that figure. How foolish, a mere ant seeking death. Zhang Jun chuckled coldly, underestimating the audacity of one who dared to confront artillery alone, deeming it a path to certain demise. The gasps of the onlookers filled the air, yet Song Jun remained unfazed. He soared several meters high, just as two shells hurtled towards him, the atmosphere vibrating with a thunderous roar. Drawing a deep breath, he reached behind him, his palm radiating an intense brilliance that coalesced into a resplendent energy band, which intertwined with the dark iron rod behind him. With a hissing sound, the air seemed to explode under pressure. The fire stick, obtained from the celestial remnants, transformed before the astonished gazes of the crowd, its dark hue fading to a lustrous golden sheen due to the infusion of radiant energy. Clutching the iron rod, Song Jun swung it down towards the two approaching shells. "It's over." Lin Wanbai's face turned even paler. In the distance, Yi Mingyao, Shun Qinyue, Li Jigang, and others turned their gazes toward the unfolding spectacle. With a thunderous explosion, a burst of flames erupted in the sky, and the terrifying heat cascaded downwards, unleashing a fierce wind that ravaged the surrounding forest, melting some of the massive boulders. "Foolish creature," Zhang Jun remarked, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A few individuals aboard the helicopter wore expressions of detached amusement, their faces betraying a hint of cold laughter. What a foolhardy individual, they mused. It was the first time they had witnessed someone wielding a mere iron rod daring to challenge artillery. Many in the crowd silently lamented the tragic folly of such a formidable person, questioning why he would choose to court death. Heavens, he is still alive. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, sending shivers down the spines of countless onlookers. High above, a radiant figure emerged, Song Jun, whose entire being shimmered with dazzling light. The iron rod in his grasp was now spewing flames, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. How is this possible? An overwhelming wave of shock rippled through the crowd, even the high-ranking members of the consortium revealing expressions of astonishment. This man was extraordinarily powerful, perhaps rivaling the likes of the Heavenly Eye and Super Fist. Song Jun's gaze was frigid. Moments earlier, he had channeled a breathing technique, unleashing a torrent of mysterious energy that enveloped him, enabling him to withstand the impact of cannon fire. Although he had mitigated much of the explosion's force, he still sustained injuries, his chest torn open, revealing glimpses of mangled flesh. Yet, as the robust energy coursed through him, the wound rapidly healed, ceasing to bleed. Now awakening at the 4th level, he had long possessed the ability to mend his injuries with a decisive step. Song Jun landed upon the helicopter, propelling himself skyward once more. His makeshift staff descended with tremendous force, resulting in the instantaneous combustion of yet another aircraft. Concurrently, a distant explosion reverberated through the air, instilling trepidation in the hearts of onlookers. A figure of remarkable swiftness materialized, enveloped in an aura of formidable brilliance. The light surrounding him possessed an acute sharpness, as though capable of cleaving the very air itself. In his grasp, he brandished a long sword. As he ascended into the heavens, the sword arced through the air, unleashing a radiant beam that bisected a helicopter, causing it to plummet to the earth in 2 fragments. Elsewhere, a figure of diminutive stature exhibited unparalleled ferocity. With a single bound, he traversed a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. Impervious to conventional weaponry, he left a trail of wreckage as helicopters succumbed to his might. However, his movements were peculiar as he advanced on all fours. The extraordinary prowess of the 3 swordsmen of Shushan prompted astonishment among the assembled mutants, who questioned whether they could rival the formidable might of Sky Eye, Super Fist, and other such luminaries. Chapter 58. The Dragon Emerges. Taste your grandfather's cudgel. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, a figure brandishing a rocket launcher unleashed a devastating projectile. Song Jun, with heightened senses, experienced a sudden contraction and instinctively leapt aside, his gaze fixed upon the summit. With the agility of a rock, he swooped down upon his adversary. A cataclysmic eruption engulfed the mountain, as the Sky Eye operative triggered the rocket launcher, causing the earth to tremble and the rocks to shatter and melt. Many mutants halted in their tracks, unnerved by the formidable firepower of the financial consortium. Few among them possessed the ability to evade such a barrage. With a thunderous clap, a colossal boulder shattered. Song Jun, piercing through the blaze and evading the hail of bullets, somersaulted onto the crest of the hill, arriving directly before the assailant and delivering a devastating blow, silencing any potential outcry. Hasten to seize the ancient silver fruits, lest they be forever beyond our grasp. At that juncture, a resounding clamor echoed from afar, plunging the crowd into disarray. Adepts, each wielding their unique prowess, surged toward the ancient silver tree with unrestrained fervor. The magnates of the 3 great consortiums, their countenances shifting, delegated a contingent to impede the adepts, while the remainder hastened toward the ancient silver tree. Might we not equitably apportion these extraordinary fruits? Yi Mingyao, emissary of the Sino-European alliance, emerged, her pristine attire accentuating her flawless form. Her radiant eyes, brimming with mirth, regarded the Tianyinjin Corporation and the Transcendental Research Institute. Shen Qinyue, ever composed, as though impervious to emotional turbulence, cast a placid gaze upon Li Jigang. Observing their attention directed toward him, Li Jigang chuckled softly, proclaiming, "To partake in the division of these extraordinary fruits shall be contingent upon the demonstration of individual prowess." His visage bore a smile. Yet an aura of palpable intimidation emanated from his being, as a radiant luminescence enveloped his form. Evidently, with the ancient silver tree bearing hundreds of ripe ancient silver fruits, he harbored no intention of equal distribution, instead electing to vie for them through sheer might. Bang! At that instant, the adepts surged forth, penetrating the perimeter. Though numerous adepts remained outside, at least 200 to 300 had neared the ancient silver tree. Boom! The adepts within the consortiums retaliated, employing high-caliber weaponry for interception. Simultaneously, Songjin approached, impervious to the barrage of bullets. Any adept who dared impede his progress would face his swift reprisal. Xiaobo and Little Wolf, diverging their paths, sought to maximize their prospects of seizing the coveted ancient silver fruits. However, just as Songjin was about to take action, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, as a streak of silver light surged towards him. "Are you seeking death?" A voice echoed from a distance. And in the next moment, a figure appeared, exuding an aura of immense power. "Heavens, it is the Eye of Heaven. He is coming to kill me." Songjin squinted, recalling how he had learned of such a formidable being online long ago, and now he was finally confronting him in person. Meanwhile, another beam of light rushed from afar. But as that figure approached Songjin, a sudden flash of light descended, a sword ray. Xiaobo had made his move. "Bald giant, your opponent is me, the swordsman of Mount Shu." Xiaobo arrived, his right arm drawn back, the tip of his sword aimed directly at Super Fist. "Is that so?" Super Fist opened his mouth wide, a hearty smile gracing his face, yet that smile held a hint of coldness, and in the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch. As Xiaobo clashed with Super Fist, Songjin too made his move, radiant light swirling around his arm. "Defeat him." In the distance, a group of excited women cried out, fiercely admiring the Eye of Heaven, believing that this absurd combination of Mount Shu would falter against a single strike from him. The battle drew the attention of organizations such as the Transcendent Research Institute and the Ancient Alliance, as they had lingered near the ancient silver tree, and for a moment, no one dared to approach. Behind Yimengyao, Lin Wanbai's expression was one of concern, her large eyes fixed intently on the distance. "Are you worried about him?" Yimengyao suddenly turned, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth as she inquired. "No," Lin Wanbai stammered, quickly shaking her head in response. Songjin arrived clad in animal skin. "There must be a reason for it." Irene Yim nodded, casting another glance at Lin Wanbai, a subtle smile playing on her lips as her gaze drifted into the distance. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two figures collided, instantly unleashing a dazzling silver radiance that enveloped the entire area, searing the eyes and making it impossible to look directly at the spectacle. It was clear to those present that this was the formidable power of the Celestial Eye, whose invulnerability to thermal weaponry had been rumored for quite some time. Some whispered that the challenger was surely no match for the Celestial Eye. However, in the next instant, both figures were catapulted from the sky, appearing unscathed. This development caused the onlookers to narrow their eyes in surprise. "You are quite impressive," the Celestial Eye remarked with a faint smile, his handsome face illuminated by a flowing silver light. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his wings were brought down once more. With a cold snort, Songjin activated his breathing technique, his palms radiating a luminous energy as he struck out. Sizzle! Once again, the air crackled with brilliant silver light, and the piercing sound waves reverberated through the crowd's eardrums. Songjin's glowing palms seized the Celestial Eye's wings, causing an explosion of dazzling light. In midair, the Celestial Eye's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling glare. His wings, renowned for their razor-sharp nest capable of cleaving even specially forged iron in two, had previously been used to bisect the lizard dragon. Now, however, his wings were being held by an unknown assailant, igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. Disaster! Someone is approaching the ancient silver tree. A voice suddenly cried out. A beam of light, resembling a whirlwind, swept across the landscape, scattering rocks and sending superhumans flying. In the blink of an eye, the figure reached the ancient silver tree. and with a flash of light, dozens of ancient silver fruits vanished, causing the onlookers' pupils to contract in disbelief. As the brilliant light faded, a figure gradually materialized before the onlookers. It was the formidable Ba Dao of the Middle Ages Alliance. A young girl let out a piercing scream. She had come in admiration of Ba Dao's prowess, yet she had long been unable to catch a glimpse of him. Little did she know, Ba Dao had been present all along, lying in wait for the opportune moment to seize the ancient silver fruit. Ba Dao? Thundered Tian Yin and Xiao Quan, channeling their energy to clash against Song Zhen and others. In the next instant, they decisively relinquished their confrontation and, swift as lightning, darted towards the ancient silver tree, intent on securing the fruit in the shortest possible time. Li Zhigang's gaze turned towards Yi Mengyao, realizing she had already set her sights on the ancient silver fruit. Administer the potion, block their path, he commanded coldly. Instantly, over 20 powerful individuals with Tianyin genes emerged from behind him, raising their heads to consume the blue potion. This potion, specially formulated from the mysterious energy of exotic fruits, temporarily enhanced human vitality, though it was still unstable and only effective for a limited time, leaving its users utterly weakened afterward. As the 20 extraordinary beings ingested the potion, blue light erupted from their bodies, unleashing a ferocious aura that made them appear as giants. With a resounding crash, Ba Dao was intercepted by one of the enhanced individuals, while Xiao Quan was halted by Tian Yin. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhigang's aura sharpened as he surged towards the ancient silver tree. At the moment Li Zhigang made his move, Shen Xinyu and Yi Mengyao also sprang into action. In an instant, the area descended into chaos, with the three major financial factions clashing against one another, while extraordinary beings from outside surged in like a frenzy. Even the presence of firearms proved futile amidst the turmoil. In an instant, the ground was littered with dismembered corpses. Some extraordinary beings had been severed at the abdomen, yet clung to life, creating a scene steeped in carnage. Amidst the chaos, Yu seized the opportunity. The atmosphere grew tumultuous as Song Zhen urgently addressed Zhao Bo, while Xiao Lang's whereabouts remained a mystery. However, he was acutely aware that Xiao Lang would not forsake such an opportunity. Zhao Bo sprang into action, and Song Zhen's gaze shifted, locking onto a figure. Zhang Jun, who was directing personnel to repel the extraordinary beings, suddenly sensed something amiss. He spun around, only to find a figure fixated on him. Certain matters required reckoning. Song Zhen mused silently. The enmity he harbored for Zhang Jun and Shun Qinshuang, who had attempted to take his life on multiple occasions, was unforgettable. You shall perish. Zhang Jun's expression twisted in rage as he seized a firearm and unleashed a barrage. The ground shook violently, boulders rolled, and trees splintered as Song Zhen, moving at a speed of 200 meters per second, deftly navigated through the hail of bullets. With a resounding thud, he leaped from one colossal rock to the summit where Zhang Jun stood, radiating an unstoppable aura. At that moment, Shun Qinyue, who was engaged in seizing the extraordinary fruit, furrowed her brow and cast her gaze into the distance. At that precise moment, Song Zhen also lifted his eyes, and their gazes collided. Observing the figure momentarily hesitate before hastening toward them, Shen Qinyue's eyes flickered. Zhang Jun had met his demise. Their Transcendent Research Institute had suffered the loss of two pivotal members this time, Shun Qinshuang and Zhang Jun. The number of extraordinary beings present here was overwhelming, reaching into the thousands, with formidable entities falling in every passing moment, while the surviving beings trampled over the fallen corpses, frantically rushing toward the ancient silver tree with murderous intent. With a resounding cry, Li Zhigang, embroiled in the contention for the extraordinary fruit, signaled to the observant Sky Eye in the distance. Instantly, Sky Eye transformed into a streak of silver, plummeting towards Song Zhen. During his descent, the third eye nestled between his brows gradually opened, emitting an intensely luminous beam. A moment of surprise flickered across Song Zhen's face as he beheld Sky Eye's approach, his gaze hardening with resolve. With a forceful exhalation, he activated his breathing technique, causing radiant orbs of energy to surge from his nostrils and mouth. In the subsequent instant, wielding his fire poker, he unleashed a dazzling burst of light, directly colliding with the oncoming beam. With a resounding impact, the light dissipated and Sky Eye closed the distance, his fists radiating a silvery glow as he launched a direct assault. Song Zhen responded in kind, his fists meeting Sky Eye's in a ferocious exchange. With a resounding crack, Song Zhen's fist connected with Sky Eye's right arm, shattering the bone and exposing jagged edges amidst a spray of blood. Sky Eye, in a swift countermaneuver, spun around. His razor-sharp wings, resembling silver blades, tore through Song Jun's back, leaving a several-inch gash from which blood gushed forth. Their initial clash was marked by unyielding ferocity. The energy coursing through their flesh surged with vigor, and as the breathing technique took hold, a mystical energy enveloped Song Jun's wound, staunching the bleeding and accelerating the healing process. Similarly, Sky Eye exhibited resilience, both combatants bearing the marks of their brutal encounter. "Excellent," Sky Eye exclaimed, hovering in midair. His eyes icy with fury. "You dare to wound me? You are truly courting death." He surged forward once more, his wings enveloped in silver light, cleaving through the air with deadly precision. "So, you rely so heavily on those tattered wings, do you? I'll break them off, you impostor of Erlation." Song Jun roared in defiance. Erlation. The mere mention of the name ignited a spark of rage within Sky Eye's usually composed eyes. He despised being compared to the deity, and now this man dared to reopen old wounds. "You masked little thief, meet your demise," thundered the Celestial Eye. On the ground, an unusual figure watched the fierce battle unfolding in the distance, bewildered by the apparent exchange of insults between the two combatants. "You scoundrel, take a blow from your grandfather." Having spent considerable time with Zhao Bo, Song Jun, in a moment of fervor, retorted vehemently. Radiant light erupted from beneath his feet as he stomped the ground, propelling himself several meters into the air. Enveloped in blinding brilliance, a formidable energy coursed through his arm, infusing the fire stick in his grasp, transforming it into a resplendent golden hue, with flames licking outward. With a resounding clash, a piercing sound erupted as the fire stick struck, unleashing a cascade of silver light that burst forth like a silver sun shattering into fragments. Simultaneously, a muffled grunt echoed in the air. The Celestial Eye, shaken, retreated swiftly, only to discover that the wings on his back had been severed, their radiance diminished. He had underestimated the situation, daring to confront that strange stick with his once invincible wings. The sight of this unfolded before the eyes of the surrounding combatants, who collectively gasped in disbelief, their gazes fixed upon the figure wielding the black iron rod. Astonishingly, this individual had wounded a being as formidable as a pyramid, a true powerhouse. Chapter 59. The Emergence of the Hidden Dragon and the Tycoon's Might in the Void. A figure stood resplendently, silver light shimmering and swirling around him, while within him, torrents of energy surged forth, boiling with intensity. Within the Centipede Valley, numerous individuals gazed upward, their eyes wide with astonishment, pupils constricted in fear. It was utterly terrifying. A being of pyramid-like stature, a force as powerful as the Celestial Eye, had now been injured by an unknown adversary. Many gazes shifted towards a mountain peak, where a figure stood, wielding an iron rod, radiating an overwhelming spirit of battle, with blinding light swirling around him. "You are courting death." The Celestial Eye loomed in the sky, his gaze turning increasingly cold. He refused to be defeated, especially in the presence of so many. Crack! Energy surged, as dazzling brilliance enveloped his silver wings, and before the astonished crowd, those wings gradually healed. In the next moment, the Celestial Eye moved, leaving a trail of brilliant silver light in the air. The third eye erupted with a blinding radiance, piercing through the sound barrier as it struck downward. Boom! Rock shattered, trees disintegrated, and Song Jun swiftly dodged. Even he dared not confront that terrifying beam directly. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the Celestial Eye descended upon him like a silver sun, causing the mountaintop to tremble violently, the immense energy penetrating the cliff face. The two figures vanished from sight, engulfed by the mountain's embrace. Boom! Suddenly, thousands of pounds of earth and stone erupted, and the two figures shot skyward. The Celestial Eye's gaze was frigid. His wings whirled as a silver blade was unleashed. Song Jun did not evade, boldly meeting the attack. With a whoosh, silver light erupted upon contact with the iron rod, as the Celestial Eye approached, delivering a powerful punch. Beneath his beast-hide attire, Song Jun remained impassive, a layer of energy enveloping his body as he retaliated with a punch aimed at the Celestial Eye's chest. This scene caused a flicker of surprise in the Celestial Eye's eyes. This adversary was daring to clash with him head-on. Gritting his teeth, he did not withdraw his fist, but continued to strike. A thud resonated in the air, followed by a shocking spectacle as the Celestial Eye was sent flying by a single blow. A mist of silver blood permeating the sky. How is this possible? The bones in his chest shattered, leaving Tianyan astounded. Yet, before he could react, a brilliant light surged towards him. Alarmed, he summoned his energy, flapping his wings vigorously, propelling his falling form skyward. Did he truly believe that he could ascend beyond my reach? Songjun sneered coldly. As he descended to the ground, the energy from his flesh surged towards his feet. And with a thunderous crash, the rocks were obliterated, catapulting him into the air like a cannonball. He soared to a height exceeding 20 meters. Impossible. Tianyan gasped in shock. Come down, you scruffy bird. Songjun barked, extending his left hand as if casting forth a luminous sphere. In an instant, he yanked the struggling Tianyan down from his ascent. During the descent, Songjun allowed his body to fall freely, channeling all his strength into his legs and striking down with tremendous force. With a splatter, blood erupted from his mouth, and Tianyan's body arched like a shrimp in midair, only to be struck again with a resounding crash, plunging him directly into the rock. This scene left the crowd below gasping in astonishment, fully aware that the pinnacle of the pyramid had just welcomed another formidable contender. This powerful individual was rumored to hail from a group known as the Three Swordsmen of Shushan, despite wielding no sword himself. In the distance, Li Jigang, who was seizing an ancient silver fruit, abruptly halted, as did many others in the vicinity, all captivated by the fierce clash. The outcome left them utterly astounded. With a thunderous rumble, the collapsed rocks shifted, and a weary Tianyan emerged, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Songjun glanced over, with layers of energy circulating within his arm, causing the fire stick to shimmer with a golden hue. Thanks to his breathing technique, he felt no depletion of energy. On the contrary, he grew stronger as the battle progressed. He was determined to eliminate the Eye of Heaven. In the distance, the crowd stirred. Many individuals with Eye of Heaven genes hoisted rocket launchers, aiming in that direction, yet hesitated to fire for fear of harming the Eye of Heaven. Li Jigang, whose eyes had previously sparkled with amusement, now bore a slight chill. The Eye of Heaven was a formidable force that could not afford to be lost. I have always believed you to be immensely powerful, Songjun said as he approached the Eye of Heaven. For a long time, rumors on the internet had circulated about the Eye of Heaven's might, and indeed, it was true. In battle, he could sense that the Eye of Heaven surpassed him in strength, with energy more profound than his own. Based on his estimation, the Eye of Heaven had likely awakened to the 5th level of bone refinement, placing it a tier above him. However, due to the breathing technique, this disparity was effectively nullified. What do you desire? The Eye of Heaven inquired, raising its gaze, silver hair stained with blood. Its body battered and unable to withstand further attacks. To kill you, Songjun replied calmly. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, an instinctive chill coursed through him, and he sensed an overwhelming terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, appearing 100 meters away. Boom! The spot he had vacated erupted in a tremendous explosion, a blinding orb of light shooting skyward. Then, a figure emerged from the chaos, causing Songjun's eyes to narrow in an instant. He practiced the breathing technique and could clearly perceive the terrifying and immense energy contained within that figure, which emanated an aura indicative of the 6th level of awakening. The scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Was there yet another presence? As they gazed upon the landscape, a figure emerged atop a ridge, exuding a formidable aura. I assure you, that individual shall perish, along with his kin. The elder known as Zhang advanced into the area, his gaze imbued with an icy intensity as he turned his attention to the distant Songjun. A chuckle escaped Li, the elder, upon hearing this. When these 3 elders appeared, the representatives of the 3 major financial conglomerates halted, for these individuals were their clandestine forces, the true powerhouses. Songjun. Zhaobo stepped forth from the crowd, approaching Songjun, equally sensing the immense strength of the trio. You possess great audacity, having slain members of the Zhang family from the Transcendent Research Institute, and now you wish to eliminate the elite of the Tianyan gene. Li moved before Tianyan, his cold gaze directed toward the distant Songjun, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Are you implying that I should refrain from slaying them, lest they take my life instead? Songjun's fists clenched tightly, the fire stick emanating a radiant glow as he spoke coldly. There are still antiques to consider. Li's eyes fell upon the fire stick, a smile gracing his lips. As the true power of the financial conglomerates, they were privy to much. Since the 9 stars aligning incident 9 years ago, they had been preparing, for this world was not as it appeared to the untrained eye. Rest assured, I shall dispatch you, along with your family and acquaintances, Li declared, his tone suddenly indifferent, for the majesty of the conglomerate was not to be trifled with. Grandfather Yi Mingyao approached the last elder, her brow furrowed in concern, for previously, Lin Wanbai had implored her to rescue Song Zhen and the others. Elder Yi displayed a faint smile, shaking his head gently, and remarked, "Let us observe the unfolding events." All the extraordinary beings momentarily halted, and the area swiftly returned to silence. The gazes of the old man Li and the old man Zhang were frigid, akin to that of observing a corpse as they regarded Song Zhen. Suddenly, after a brief pause, Zhang raised his eyes to a certain spot on the ancient silver tree and spoke, "Come out. Is there someone else?" The crowd trembled in their hearts, their eyes collectively turning towards the direction indicated by the elder. Just as they focused on that area, after a moment, a figure emerged. He was one of the 3 swordsmen of Shushan. So he had been lurking. No wonder he was absent during the contention for the ancient silver fruit, the crowd murmured. The little wolf's expression soured as it stood upright beside Song Zhen, its sharp gaze fixed on the elder in the distance. While Song Zhen battled the Celestial Eye and Zhao Bo fought the Super Fist, this individual had stealthily approached the vicinity of the ancient silver tree, preparing to strike at the opportune moment, but was unexpectedly spotted by the 3 elders standing on the distant high mountain. "What now?" Song Zhen inquired softly of the little wolf. "I can handle any one of them, but you," the little wolf replied gravely. The 3 elders were all at the 6th level of awakening, while it was at the 5th level. As for Zhao Bo and Song Zhen, they were at the 4th level. With the aid of breathing techniques, they could engage in battles beyond their level. Yet a disparity of 2 tiers in cultivation would prove challenging. "Very well, provoke me, the Celestial Eye Gene wielder, and you shall perish," Old Manly declared. In the next moment, his hunched form suddenly straightened, an overwhelming aura sweeping forth. With a swift motion, he lunged toward Song Zhen. "You shall not make a move?" Old Zhang cast his gaze toward the direction of the Central Alliance. At present, he and the Tianyin Gene were aligned, and as long as the Central Alliance refrained from taking action, they could seize the opportunity to instigate trouble. "Your matters are yours to resolve," remarked Old E with a cold sneer, remaining unfazed at the side. Old Zhang snorted disdainfully, and in the next instant, he unleashed a force that surged forth with the swiftness of a lightning bolt streaking across the earth. "Be cautious, you two," whispered Little Wolf. In the next moment, an aura emanated from its diminutive frame, rivaling that of the elder, as it sprang forth with the speed of a wolf king. Song Zhen and Zhao Bo exchanged glances, and in the blink of an eye, radiant light erupted around them. With a decisive step, they collided head-on with the elder from Tianyin Jing. Boom! A terrifying brilliance erupted from Little Wolf as it met Old Zhang from the Transcendent Research Institute in a fierce clash, their forms merging into a singular beam of light amidst the forest. "Rest assured, none of you will escape," the elder from Tianyin Jing chuckled coldly. He formed a fist seal, and, in an instant, a terrifying luminescence enveloped his fists, causing nearby boulders to shatter under the force. Witnessing this, Song Zhen's pupils constricted. A 6th-tier extraordinary being could indeed manifest energy externally. Not daring to underestimate him, Song Zhen unleashed the Tianling fist, resembling the emergence of a wolf king, and struck with overwhelming might. Meanwhile, Zhao Bo drew his long sword, energy surging as he delivered a downward slash. Boom! The fist seal filled the sky, and Song Zhen and Zhao Bo's expressions shifted dramatically as they were struck by tremendous force, causing them to cough up blood. They were propelled backward at an astonishing speed, retreating 200 meters per second, traversing from one mountain peak to another. Thinking of escaping? The elder from Tianyin Jing emitted a scornful laugh. In a swift motion, he traversed the space, his velocity nearing 300 meters per second, resembling a streak of aurora as he pursued the duo. Chapter 60. Emerging Dragon, King of Exotic Beasts within Centipede Valley, a dreadful battle unfolded. Dazzling lights erupted amidst the woodland, splintering earth, rocks, and trees. The Zhang elder from the Super Research Institute and the young wolf engaged in a fearsome exchange. With each breath, the young wolf was enveloped in radiant light, its aura intensifying with every clash, subtly gaining the upper hand. On the other front, the Li elder from Tianyin Jing unleashed a barrage of fist imprints, shattering rocks and stones. His unrestrained energy continuously suppressed Song Zhen and Zhao Bo. With a violent cough, Zhao Bo spewed a mouthful of blood as the Li elder's fist descended, its surging energy sending Zhao Bo reeling backward, grievously wounded. Witnessing this, Song Zhen's eyes blazed with fury. With a thunderous roar, the energy behind him churned wildly, and a spectral image gradually materialized. Sky Wolf's howl, Song Jin bellowed, his aura reaching its zenith. He seemed to have emerged from the primordial wilderness, his imposing presence indomitable. Simultaneously, a piercing sonic wave emanated from Song Jun's mouth, pulverizing the rocks beneath. Then, with a single stride, Song Jun lunged forth like a wolf king, his fists converging upon the elder. The sonic wave momentarily disoriented the Tianyin elder, but the intense wind from the approaching fists stung his face, instantly restoring his clarity. In haste, he retaliated with a punch. With a resounding impact, their fists collided. The Tianyin elder was forced backward, his fist bloodied, and both arms fractured. You seek death. The elder of the celestial Jin, gritting his teeth, coldly released a surge of energy. A cracking sound emanated from his arms, and his injuries were instantly restored. In the subsequent moment, he lunged forth with the swiftness of a falling star. During this confrontation, Song Jin was immediately struck by a punch, causing him to cough blood and sustain injuries. The elder of the celestial Jin possessed formidable strength, surpassing Song Jun's present capabilities. As the attention of onlookers was riveted on the intense battle, an imperceptible shift occurred around the periphery of Mount Qiyun. The daylight subtly faded, and an eerie silence descended upon the mountain forest, as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. However, this change went unnoticed by the majority. The mutants in the deep valley, observing the distant battlefield, began to slowly advance toward the ancient silver tree. Although that area was guarded by magnate powerhouses wielding advanced weaponry, the allure of the ancient silver fruit was too significant for them to disregard. A resounding explosion echoed from afar, underscoring the awe-inspiring power of the elder of the celestial Jin. Each punch he delivered seemed capable of overcoming any resistance. The mutants of Mount Qiyun had long recognized that formidable individuals like Celestial Eye and Super Fist were not the ultimate authorities, but rather the visible representatives of the magnate's power. The true extent of their strength remained concealed. After your demise, the elder of the Celestial Jin proclaimed as he advanced, I shall investigate your identities and eradicate your families and all those associated with you. Certain things are beyond your reach. Song Jin clenched his fists, yearning for greater strength. If he possessed such power, would he be subjected to the oppression of these magnates? Perish, the elder commanded. The elder spoke softly, and suddenly his eyes sparkled brilliantly. With a single step, he surged forward, a cloud of dust swirling around him, resembling a celestial aurora as it rushed towards the two individuals. In that instant, a piercing sound shattered the sound barrier, leaving the onlookers astonished. Their gazes shifted, and they abruptly discerned a terrifyingly swift beam of light. This is bad. Quickly stop it. A voice cried out from the crowd as they realized that the light was heading straight for the ancient silver tree. The powerful magnates stationed near the tree swiftly pulled the triggers of their weapons. Various high-caliber firearms and advanced weaponry erupted in a cacophony of explosions, sending debris flying into the air. Yet, to their astonishment, the beam of light showed no sign of slowing down. Rather, it accelerated further, under the watchful eyes of many. The light descended beneath the ancient silver tree, sweeping through the branches. The crowd gasped as they witnessed nearly 100 ancient silver fruits vanish in an instant. Seeking death. Stop him. At that moment, whether they were the extraordinary beings who had come to Qiyun Mountain or the formidable magnates, fury surged within them. After striving for so long without obtaining a single fruit, now nearly 100 had been snatched away in one fell swoop. How could they not be enraged? As the elder with the Tianyin and the elder from the Transcendental Research Institute, who were engaged in a fierce battle in the distance, witnessed this scene. Their expressions darkened. The ancient silver tree was only half ripened, and now nearly 100 fruits had been claimed by someone else, leaving them with nothing. Was their journey here in vain? Realizing this, the elders exchanged glances and turned to pursue the beam of light. Even the elder from the Central Alliance joined the chase. However, just as the elders and extraordinary beings had not pursued for long, they suddenly halted in their tracks, their expressions turning grave. It is unclear when it began, but the atmosphere within the mountains has grown oppressive, suffocating, reminiscent of the eerie calm that precedes a storm. Those who venture here are extraordinary individuals. Their senses heighten beyond that of ordinary folk, and they perceive something amiss. It feels as if they are all being watched by an unseen presence, instilling within them a profound sense of dread, causing their very souls to tremble. The elder magnates stand at various positions, having forsaken their pursuit of that elusive light, their expressions grave and circumspect. Suddenly, a voice erupts from the crowd, prompting everyone to retreat step by step into the depths of the forest. At that moment, the expressions of the elder magnates shift dramatically. The countenance of all the extraordinary individuals changes in an instant, their hair standing on end. Soon, a chilling realization dawns upon them. In the distance, indistinct forms emerge, creatures of an otherworldly nature. "Oh my God, it's a monstrous beast," one of the extraordinary beings exclaims, shattering the silence. One after another, mutated beasts emerge from the forest, slowly encroaching upon this territory. They soar through the skies and dash across the ground, surrounding the onlookers with an organized menace. A palpable silence envelopes the crowd, thick with fear. The scent of blood wafts through the air as hordes of wild beasts appear in the forest, an overwhelming mass that stretches beyond the horizon. As they draw nearer, the crowd can discern the features of these beasts: lions with shimmering golden fur, colossal boars akin to armored vehicles, and in the distance, a massive red serpent as thick as a barrel coiled upon the cliffside. Upon recognizing these aberrant creatures, a grim realization settles over everyone. Should these thousands of monstrous beasts launch a single assault, few, if any, will emerge alive from Chiyun Mountain. For the extraordinary beings dwelling upon Mount Chiyun, this undoubtedly signified a cataclysmic event. "Halt their advance! Make haste!" someone fervently exclaimed amidst the throng, now seething with agitation. Swoosh! At that instant, the reverberation of a sonic boom echoed from the distant firmament, prompting all eyes to behold the spectacle of the aforementioned radiance. Its velocity was nothing short of astonishing, seemingly traversing the aerial expanse with unbridled ease before descending upon a mountain peak in the blink of an eye. As the luminescence dissipated, a profound and resonant proclamation reverberated through the air. "May the celestial deities be praised. I, your sovereign, merely traverse Mount Chiyun, harboring no malevolent intentions." All those present, upon witnessing the sight, were collectively petrified. It was a canine, akin to the commonly encountered Siberian husky, albeit in a bipedal stance. Its fur emanated a lustrous, crystalline glow. Standing erect at nearly 2 meters in height, it wielded a duster fashioned from animal fibers in its right paw, gently brandishing it with an effulgent flourish. Rumble! A muffled thunderclap resounded in the distant sky, instantaneously darkening the heavens, as torrential raindrops began to descend. Heavens, what manner of creature is that? The onlookers, momentarily disregarding the husky's capacity for articulate speech, were confronted with an even more appalling spectacle. In the distance, the clouds churned tempestuously, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps. At that moment, every single exotic beast prostrated itself upon the earth, and the woodlands were enveloped in an eerie, all-encompassing silence. Gazing upwards, the assembled multitude trembled uncontrollably, their disbelief palpable. Thud! One individual succumbed to sheer terror, collapsing into unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth. The remaining onlookers beheld with clarity a terrifying entity, a colossal centipede. Its sheer size was awe-inspiring, with thousands of legs scuttling beneath its body in a dense, unsettling array. It traversed the sky with ease, its form encased in blackish red scales, adorned with a black stripe along its dorsal neck and golden tendrils sprouting from its head. The creature, measuring nearly 50 meters in length, had a body so slender at its narrowest point that it required 3 or 4 individuals to encircle it. This magnificent being loomed above, its basin-sized eyes gazing down upon a nearby husky. Inconceivable, celestial majesty. The husky, brandishing a ceremonial whisk, nearly toppled over upon recognizing the imposing figure. Its fur shimmered with an obsidian sheen, radiating a terrifying aura, and its eyes widened in alarm. "The king of Chiyun Mountain, I humbly apologize for the intrusion. I am the Dog Demon King from the Eastern Kunlun. Today, as I traverse your esteemed territory, I seek your gracious forgiveness for any inadvertent offenses," the husky articulated, its words eloquent as it waved the whisk. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the ancient silver tree, its translucent form glimmering with unparalleled brilliance. With a thunderous roar, the mountains enveloping the ancient silver tree crumbled, leaving the onlookers in awe. The colossal tree surged with silvery radiance, taking flight into the heavens. In an instant, hundreds of beams of light cascaded from the tree, soaring in all directions. Before the astonished crowd, the ancient silver tree transformed into a streak of silver, darting towards the distant horizon with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This spectacle sent shivers through the onlookers, amplifying their dread. The tree had escaped into the void, perhaps influenced by the menacing centipede in the distance. Both creatures exuded an aura of terror, suggesting their elevated existence. The young wolf's gaze was fixed upon the husky and the centipede, its tone growing grave. Local beings can articulate human speech now, Xiaobo murmured nearby. The young wolf had previously mentioned that once a creature could speak, it signified that such beings belonged to the most formidable ranks of extraordinary entities. Song Zhen's expression grew solemn as he suddenly recalled the conversation he had with Shun Chunyue in Wangjiang town. She had mentioned that following the initial chaos brought about by the strange occurrences, the mutated beast had retreated deep into the mountains. According to Shen Xinwei, these creatures were lying in wait, seemingly observing humanity's every move, with some of the more powerful beasts possessing intelligence on par with that of humans. As for the native beings capable of human speech, their strength was unfathomably terrifying. Just then, a beam of light shot towards them from afar, and many of the otherworldly beings, their eyes glowing red, engaged in fierce combat. The mutated beasts were also swiftly approaching from the distance. It was the ancient silver fruit. Song Zhen was taken aback. These were the 100 ancient silver fruits deliberately left behind by the ancient silver tree during its escape, intended to distract that formidable creature. Chapter 61. The Dragon Emerges. Request for reinforcements. The silver light descended upon a nearby peak, causing the eyes of the nearby otherworldly beings to instantly turn crimson. It's mine. One of the beings underwent a dramatic transformation, sprouting rhino horns from its forehead as it charged forward. Along the way, a few attempted to snatch the prize. But as they banded together to confront the rhinoceros being, they quickly regretted their decision. The creature's charge was akin to that of a primeval rhinoceros, its sharp horn piercing through their bodies without resistance. "Get out of my way," the rhinoceros being bellowed. At that moment, he noticed Song Zhen approaching as well. In a fleeting instant, he surged forward. Among the throng of otherworldly beings, he was a concealed powerhouse. Should he seize the ancient silver fruit, he would retreat immediately. Roar! As numerous extraordinary beings vied for the ancient silver fruit, the earth trembled and mountains shook. A horde of ferocious beasts charged forth. This spectacle sent many extraordinary beings into a frenzied retreat, with only a select few resolutely fighting back. Suddenly, a golden-furred monkey leapt from a distant cliff, its sharp claws effortlessly tearing a fellow extraordinary being asunder, blood spraying through the air. In a swift motion, a serpent of greenish hue, no longer than a chopstick, darted forward, and in an instant, several extraordinary beings rushing towards the ancient silver fruit were reduced to mere crimson mist, their screams stifled before they could escape their fates. Not confined to this one location, all extraordinary beings on Qiyun Mountain found themselves fleeing, only to soon realize that they were surrounded by a sea of beasts, with no path of retreat available. Some among them attempted to fight desperately for the fruit, yet the beasts, under the command of their king, were resolute. Without a single fruit, they would perish. Bloodshed erupted everywhere, and in the vicinity where the ancient silver fruit descended, the carnage was even more gruesome. With a resounding crash, a makeshift weapon smashed down, turning several beasts into a gruesome pulp. Song Zhen, hurry and seize it. I'll hold them off, Xiaobo shouted, his sword cleaving through the air, leaving trails of white light. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Zhen understood the urgency. There was no time for hesitation. He sprinted towards the ancient silver fruit at breakneck speed, encountering formidable beasts along the way, yet none could withstand a single blow from his makeshift weapon. In a matter of moments, Song Zhen beheld the ancient silver fruit, mere seconds away from claiming it. "Get away from me." At that instant, a gale swept through, and a rhinoceros figure crashed onto the ground, its colossal hand descending with blinding brilliance. Any ordinary extraordinary being would have met their demise instantly. Song Zhen glanced at the threat, then swung his makeshift weapon with vigor. Energy surged forth, and with a resounding thud, he sent the creature hurtling away, blood erupting in a violent spray. Inconceivable. The rhinoceros adept's eyes widened in disbelief, presuming himself formidable, yet succumbing to a single strike. Securing the ancient silver fruit, Song Zhen promptly retreated, rejoining Xiaobo. The surrounding horde of mutated beasts swelled, with at least 700 or 800 adepts already fallen, suffering grievous casualties. That fellow. Song Zhen's gaze turned afar, discerning little wolf weaving through the bestial throng, snatching ancient silver fruits. Upon the mountain peak, the three venerable figures of the consortium stood with solemn countenances. their attention riveted upon the colossal centipede in the sea of mutated beasts in the distance. There is no recourse but to beseech assistance, or we shall all perish. This monarch of mutated beasts is beyond human opposition, voiced Elder E of the Medieval Alliance. The elders of Tianjin and the Transcendental Research Institute exchanged glances. Alongside Shen Xinyue, Li Jigang, Yi Mingyao, and Xiao Quan in close proximity, deliberating their course of action. Request the intervention of the pugilist king, Shen Xinyue declared, her exquisite face etched with gravity, as she reported to the Transcendental Research Institute. Tianjin likewise reached a decision. Invite the Sword Immortal to descend. Yi Mingyao, radiant and ethereal, her crystalline and fair visage composed, stated, perhaps, by the time they arrive, it may already be too late. The elder of Tianjin, his face fraught with concern, proposed, seek assistance from the relevant national organizations. Ultimately, they resolved to summon even greater powers to this locale. In the distance, the great centipede in the sky, its gaze impassive, continued its silent confrontation with the husky upon the mountain peak. At this moment, a cold sweat trickled down the husky's back, as no matter how it elucidated, the centipede merely regarded it with indifference. King of Mount Qiyun, you dare scorn this sovereign? If such is the case, then let us engage in battle. Rumor has it that this centipede has long since attained sentience, seeking celestial secrets in its aspiration to transform into a celestial dragon. Since you wish to battle, I shall accompany you in this confrontation. The husky's gaze turned steely as it shook its head and flicked its whisk. In the next moment, a formidable aura surged from its body, causing the very mountain beneath it to tremble. First, hand over the ancient silver fruit, the centipede demanded. Very well, the husky responded, forcefully casting forth a radiant orb that exploded into a myriad of lights, scattering in all directions. Eliminate everyone here. The centipede ascended amidst the dark clouds, and in the next instant, its massive form thundered down, shaking the mountains with a resounding roar. Witnesses beheld the swirling dark light as a mountain vanished entirely, while a figure dove towards the husky. Infinite celestial sovereign. The husky, still in its practiced stance, was enveloped in blinding light, causing the mountains to collapse in its wake. This scene instilled terror and awe in all onlookers. What kind of monstrous power could annihilate mountains and shake the earth? As the two entities advanced with terrifying momentum. Just when the spectators anticipated an epic clash between these fearsome creatures, the next moment left them astounded. The husky's voice boomed, leaving behind an echo of infinite celestial sovereign, before vanishing in an instant. The centipede's gaze was icy as its colossal body unfurled, its 1,000 legs stirring the mists, soaring through the air and breaking the sound barrier. Such speed was overwhelmingly terrifying, creating violent tremors in the air that erupted with a deafening roar. Run! At that moment, a cry rang out among the otherworldly beings, prompting everyone to flee in a frenzy. Roars erupted within the forests as the exotic beasts charged forth, unleashing a rain of blood in the air as all the otherworldly beings engaged in battle. Stay calm. Even though the beasts are numerous, if we unite, we will certainly have a chance to survive. At that moment, radiant light flowed across the distant mountain peaks, as Shen Xinyue, with her exquisite beauty and composed demeanor, issued calm and systematic commands to the personnel of the Transcendent Research Institute, urging them to engage fiercely with the otherworldly beasts. We have sought assistance from the nation. Everyone must remain calm and ready for battle. Similarly, Yi Mingyao, maintaining her equanimity, directed the operations with precision. In no time, the majority of the extraordinary individuals ceased their chaos and instead united to resist the overwhelming tide of the beastly army. Little Wolf. On the mountain summit, Zhao Bo spotted in the distance the transformed husky carrying away the small wolf. Rest assured, the clever little wolf will manage just fine. Upon the elevated ground, the powerful elites of the financial conglomerates unleashed a barrage of heavy artillery and rocket launchers upon the adversaries below, causing rocks to shatter and trees to splinter, creating a scene of utter devastation. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a blinding beam of light emerged as a 20-meter-long azure serpent lunged forth, its massive form crashing down upon a group of extraordinary beings, crushing them into a bloody mire. Beast. A tempest swept through the woodland as Ba Dao, wielding a long blade, charged forth, followed by a throng of allies. With a resounding clash, sparks flew violently as Ba Dao struck the azure serpent, producing a shower of fiery sparks. It was astonishing that while Ba Dao could cleave through a mountain peak with a single blow, his strike against the azure serpent merely elicited a few sparks. The azure serpent succumbed and collapsed to the ground. With its demise, chaos erupted among the beastly horde. As the onlookers understood that such a formidable creature was akin to a leader among them, in an instant, the morale of the extraordinary beings surged, and thousands banded together, advancing with bloodshed towards the foot of Chiyun Mountain. Blood stained the forest, painting a vivid tableau of conflict. However, the monstrous beasts did not yield. Among them were formidable creatures. A dozen helicopters firing in the air were suddenly pierced by a raven. The raven, as large as a wash basin, emitted a dark light, using its flesh and blood to directly smash the helicopter into 4 pieces. On the other side, Song Jun and Zhao Bo, though previously injured, still possessed terrifying combat power. Behind them followed a large group of gifted individuals, as everyone knew the might of the 3 swordsmen of Shu Mountain, capable of slaying those with the eye of heaven. Aside from the 3 elders of the consortium, they were likely the strongest among the gifted individuals present. In the mountainous forest, the stench of blood filled the air, with many gifted individuals having perished, some with their bodies torn apart. Besides the bodies of gifted individuals, there were also the bodies of monstrous beasts. But compared to the vast number of monstrous beasts, it was insignificant. King of Mount Qi, we are from the Eye of Heaven Jin. We are willing to leave here immediately. An elder from the Eye of Heaven Jin spoke, his body radiating a brilliant light, with a terrifying aura flowing around him. Kill them all. However, to the despair of the crowd, the centipede coldly overlooked everyone, its massive body riding the wind. It had long become a king, secretly observing humans. This battle was within its predictions, and the entire mobilization of monstrous beasts was merely for training purposes. Boom. The massive body moved, dark light flooding, breaking the sound barrier. Like the Great Wall pressing down on the crowd. Instantly, screams filled the forest, with hundreds of gifted individuals being crushed. Requesting support. The consortium's strongmen anxiously requested assistance from above. In the next moment, the 3 elders of the consortium, riding the light, rushed towards that behemoth, striving to secure an opportunity for their respective forces to retreat. Meanwhile, amidst the monstrous beings, numerous beams of light surged skyward, heralding the arrival of terrifying creatures of a leader-like caliber, which descended upon the crowd with devastating ferocity. Boom! The colossal form of the centipede twisted, crushing yet another throng of people beneath its weight. Despair. A voice cried out in anger, as escape seemed nearly impossible. One individual transformed into a towering flame giant, lunging forward as the very rocks melted into magma, cascading forth. This was a supreme expert among the extraordinary beings. Yet, despite his prowess, when the centipede unleashed a wave of dark energy, the fire giant was obliterated before the eyes of the onlookers. Beasts. An elder from the celestial eye genetics bellowed, forming a fist seal that conjured an array of colossal fists in the air, rumbling toward the centipede. Hold on, the experts from the Transcendent Institute are rushing here. A voice from the consortium rang out. As the crowd fought valiantly, elders from the Ancient League and the Transcendent Institute advanced to confront the monstrous centipede. The creature peered down at them, sweeping its body, and with a resounding crash, sent an elder hurtling away, crashing against the mountainside, which was riddled with cracks. Mirroring the elder's own body, now bearing fissures that raised concerns of imminent rupture. Accept your fate. The elder from Celestial Eye Genetics consumed a blue potion, instantly radiating with azure brilliance, unleashing a fist seal capable of detonating thousands of pounds of rock. Clad in specially crafted gauntlets of secret steel, he unleashed a barrage of punches that shattered the air with explosive force. Boom! The fist seal struck the centipede, leaving no mark. The centipede stirred, resembling a massive mountain as it charged, claiming the lives of hundreds of extraordinary beings. With a thunderous crash, the elder who had unleashed the fist seal was utterly crushed by the centipede's overwhelming form. Inconceivable, Li Jigang murmured, observing the distant battle. The elder, a possessor of the celestial eye gene, possessed a physique akin to invulnerable diamond, imbued with arcane abilities. Yet, he was instantly annihilated by the centipede's embrace. The centipede's colossal form writhed, its gaze coldly surveying the mutants. In a flash, it lunged forth, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shattered countless rocks, resulting in the gruesome demise of numerous mutants. The reverberations of the colossal rocks spread far and wide, intensifying the ferocity of all the savage beasts. The horde of savage beasts surged like an ocean, overwhelming even Song Jun and Zhao Bo, separating them amidst the chaos. A mutated woodpecker. its sharp beak capable of piercing through flesh, and a boar with 2-meter-long tusks, as white as blades, charged into the throng, leaving a trail of carnage. Target locked. Commence attack. An elder of the ancient alliance, grievously wounded, cast a hateful gaze upon the sea of savage beasts and the terrifying centipede. Subsequently, the elder turned to the crowd and bellowed, "Flee for your lives." Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted from afar, piercing the sound barrier, causing the air to explode, creating a shockwave cloud as it hurtled towards the centipede within Mount Chiyun. A missile. Utter astonishment gripped all the mutants. Chapter 62. The Ascendant Dragon emerges. Martial arts miracles upon the mountain ridge. Song Jun's expression shifted, his entire being assailed by a stinging sensation. He sensed an immense peril enveloping him as he sprinted through the woodlands. Flee for your lives. Many mutants in the forest frantically scattered in all directions, and even the savage beasts retreated en masse. At that moment, a tremor ran through everyone's hearts as they realized that the military was deploying large-scale thermal weaponry, capable of obliterating an expansive metropolis. Propelled by a furious pace of 200 meters per second, Song Jun sprinted relentlessly, his unease mounting with each passing ridge. A cataclysmic detonation echoed through the woodlands, followed by a barrage of 7 or 8 missiles. The landscape was pulverized, a vast inferno consuming everything in its path, reducing numerous peaks to ashes. Silence eventually descended. The epicenter of the blast was a scene of utter devastation, a crater gouged into the earth, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. Song Jun felt searing pain coursing through his body. The weapon's terrifying range had spared few. Even those who had fled far were pummeled by fiery debris. Barely 1,000 DRN had survived, the majority wounded, crawling from the shattered earth. Heavens! It's still alive. A voice cried out in terror, sending shivers down the spines of those who beheld the sight. In the crater, the colossal centipede pulsed with an ominous black light. Its gargantuan form, spanning dozens of meters, were only a few cracked scales, stained with blood. Otherwise, it was unscathed. The beasts have suffered grievous losses. I shall now lay waste to 3 cities, the centipede declared, its voice a chilling promise of destruction. Fear gripped the survivors. The earlier explosions had decimated not only the DRN ranks, but also the beast army, claiming nearly 10,000 lives. How could it survive? An elder from the medieval alliance lamented, a bitter smile playing on his lips. It seems our doom is at hand. A mystical energy field had enveloped the centipede during the blast, shielding it from harm. Yi Mingyao shook her head with a wry smile. Suddenly, Shen Qinyue's face lit up with joy. Someone is trying to reach me. What is it? The family's champion is coming. At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the distant mountains, heralding the swift approach of a figure gliding through the air. Simultaneously, a booming voice echoed, "Beast, your murderous intent is overwhelming. Do not be so audacious." As the words fell, an aged man, over 80 years in appearance, emerged, his hair and beard as white as snow, clad in flowing white garments. "You humans have, since time immemorial, been guilty of slaughtering countless beings," he continued coldly. The centipede, exuding an aura of darkness, unleashed a torrent of shadowy energy from its form, ascending into the air. In the next instant, its colossal tail shattered the sound barrier with a swift whip. The elder, momentarily speechless, sprang into action. With a single stride, he covered 100 meters, his body radiating a blinding light. The ground erupted in a tremendous roar, rocks and earth flying in all directions as deep black chasms opened beneath him. In the blink of an eye, the centipede, enveloped in dark luminescence, lashed out with its massive tail, resembling a falling star. In response, the elder clenched his fists, summoning a dazzling orb of light that materialized into a magnificent white tiger in the void, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. With a roar, the white tiger lunged at the colossal tail, causing the brilliant orb to explode and unleashing a surge of energy that scattered the earth. Yet, the centipede's radiance intensified, and its tail obliterated the illusory form of the white tiger. With a resounding crash, it struck the elder's chest, sending him hurtling into the mountainside. "How is this possible?" gasped the crowd in shock. The centipede, its immense body writhing, unleashed a wave of darkness that triggered a cataclysmic upheaval of the earth. The elder, struggling to rise from the rubble, found blood staining his chest and astonishment etched upon his face. The centipede's might exceeded his expectations. "The form of the dragon," he bellowed. a fierce determination igniting within him. Roar! The roar of the azure dragon reverberated through the air, and its ethereal form emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence. As the elder unleashed a powerful punch towards the centipede, the apparition of the azure dragon manifested like a dazzling aurora, producing a thunderous sound as it surged forward. In the distance, Song Jian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In that moment, not only he was taken aback, but everyone around him was equally astounded. The elder, practicing a singular martial art, summoned a formidable spirit with each strike. This phenomenon could only be described as a miraculous manifestation of martial prowess. His brow furrowed slightly as a memory surfaced. He recalled the night he journeyed to Huicheng, where he was ambushed by a strange individual in the woods, an expert in Xingyiquan, capable of embodying the forms of a tiger, serpent, and bear. Now, the formidable beings dispatched from the Transcendent Research Institute also practiced Xingyiquan, leaving him to ponder the connection between the two. Boom! In the distance, a terrifying battle erupted as the centipede coiled around the mountainside, straining with all its might to uproot the terrain and hurl it towards the elder. Thud! The elder's body radiated a blinding light, and phantoms of a tiger, dragon, bear, and monkey materialized around him, accompanying his fists as they ascended into the heavens. With a resounding crash, the mountain was halted mid-air, disintegrating into rubble, sending clouds of dust skyward as the centipede's body surged forward, ruthlessly crushing the elder amidst the chaos of tumbling stones. With a splutter, the elder coughed up blood but managed to extricate himself from the debris, fleeing into the distance. Remarkably, he found himself at a disadvantage against the centipede, whose cold eyes glinted with malice as it leapt into the air to pursue him, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping the surroundings. Meanwhile, in the forest, Song Jian traversed ridge after ridge, evading the throngs of strange beasts. His concern grew as he failed to locate Zhao Bo, and with the little wolf taken away by that earlier husky, he was left in uncertainty about its fate. As he navigated through a dense thicket, he encountered a few strange beasts, though not in overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from the thicket, revealing a mutated rat, shimmering with a cerulean glow, lunging directly at Song Jian. In the midst of his flight, Song Jian sensed a foreboding presence and, anticipating the attack, pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the colossal rodent was dispatched. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding aberrant creatures, a resplendent golden tiger, a wild boar wreathed in darkness, and a woodpecker adorned in jade-like emerald hues. All these mutated beasts surged towards him. Song Jian's expression grew grave, yet he did not falter in his pace. Channeling the energy within his body, he activated his breathing technique, allowing torrents of light to flood into him, which he subsequently directed into his makeshift weapon. Armed with both his might and his staff, he plunged into the throng of beasts, ultimately treading over their fallen forms as he emerged from the forested expanse. Throughout his journey, Song Jian remained vigilant, cloaking his aura and relying on his innate instincts to ensure no creatures lurked nearby. Upon departing from Qiyun Mountain, he surged forward, racing towards Wangjiang town at an astonishing speed of 200 meters per second, shedding his beast-hide attire along the way. Upon entering the town, he found its inhabitants spilling out of their homes in a state of disarray. "Everyone, we must evacuate. This place is no longer safe," he urged, though it was evident that many were already casting anxious glances towards the tumultuous Qiyun Mountain, where recent missile strikes had incited widespread panic. Despite the encroaching darkness, numerous families had already begun their hurried exodus from Wangjiang town. While the townsfolk busied themselves with their escape, Song Jian remained behind, awaiting Zhao Bo, for he knew that if Zhao had managed to flee Qiyun Mountain, he would undoubtedly seek him out in Wangjiang town. He discerned the figure as none other than the Siberian husky that had abruptly materialized on Mount Qiyun, absconding with nearly 100 ancient silver fruits, and, ultimately, spiriting away the wolf cub amidst the centipede's relentless pursuit. "It's you," Song Jian exclaimed, striving to maintain his composure. He dared not underestimate this canine, wielding a horsetail whisk, capable of evading the centipede's deadly chase. "Song Jian." A commotion erupted from an adjacent chamber, and in the ensuing moment, the wolf cub emerged, its countenance radiating elation. It had feared Song Jian's inability to escape Mount Qiyun. The husky had previously abducted it, and the wolf cub had implored the husky to undertake a rescue mission. But to no avail. The husky adamantly refused to set foot within Mount Chiyun. Eventually, they had arrived at this locale, prepared to bide their time. You and the husky. Song Jun's gaze shifted toward the horsetail whisk-wielding husky, but he abruptly ceased his inquiry, uncertain of the potential peril posed by this mutated canine. The wolf cub cast a glance at the husky before elucidating, as it turned out, when the husky was preparing to flee. It detected a trace of sacred aura emanating from me, prompting it to whisk me away. As for the husky's origins, it hails from Mount Kunlun, as previously stated, and its power has reached the king tier. Immeasurable divinity, the husky intoned, brandishing its horsetail whisk. Its canine eyes gazed skyward, adopting an air of solemnity, projecting the image of a paragon of martial prowess. This sovereign has rescued your companion. No gratitude is necessary. Cease your affected airs, the wolf cub retorted disdainfully. It held the husky in contempt for its earlier reluctance to engage the centipede and its elaborate excuses, feigning pressing matters. Wolf whelp. The husky bellowed in a fit of pique, feeling its dignity affronted. It seized the horsetail whisk and brought it down upon the wolf cub's cranium. With a resounding thud, a sizable lump materialized on the wolf cub's head. I'll fight you to the death, you old codger. The young wolf, filled with rage, let out a howl and instantly pounced, causing a chaotic uproar in the room. Song Jun stood petrified, his lips twitching. He had initially believed that the husky would be formidable and difficult to handle, yet at this moment, the creature seemed to be engaged in a brawl with the young wolf, resembling two ruffians squabbling on the ground. Cowardly, unwilling to confront the reptile, he spoke with an air of nonchalance. You know nothing. I merely spared that reptile's life due to unforeseen circumstances. The husky, filled with indignation, abruptly fell silent, as if it had uttered something amiss. By the heavens! The husky leaped aside, flicking its tail and adjusting its appearance. The young wolf, brimming with annoyance, chose not to continue the scuffle with the husky, but instead approached Song Jun. Standing in the courtyard, Song Jun's gaze was filled with concern. He had yet to catch sight of Xiaobo. In the dark of night, the clouds rolled over Chiyun Mountain, with flashes of light occasionally piercing the sky, creating an unsettling atmosphere. After waiting for 2 hours, a figure suddenly emerged from the distance. Motionless until now, Song Jun was suddenly stirred with excitement. A gust of wind swirling as he rushed forward. Xiaobo! He shouted, embracing the figure with fervor. Hiss! Xiaobo's body stiffened, gasping for air as he cursed. Be gentle. Damn it, I didn't die at the hands of the beasts just to be crushed by you. Song Jun was momentarily taken aback, only then noticing the grievous wounds on Xiaobo's body, a horrifying claw mark prominently displayed on his abdomen, nearly severing him. No worries, I'm not dead. I managed to snatch 2 ancient silver fruits, just enough for each of us. We must leave this place quickly. That reptile could emerge from the mountain at any moment. The husky waved its tail, its expression grave. The little wolf's gaze grew serious as he spoke gravely. There are already beings ahead of us. If we do not compete for opportunities, we risk falling far behind. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Even the husky fell silent, having realized that the little wolf's origins were shrouded in mystery, not of this realm. From my observations, it seems that the centipede has likely established its own lair. A lair? The husky questioned, bewildered. The little wolf cast a glance at it, revealing no secrets. According to your own words, I am currently in a high-level lair state. And that creature has already opened a lair within itself, reaching the state of establishment? The husky's eyes widened in astonishment. The little wolf nodded, while Song Jun and the others stood in shock. He had only just awakened to the 4th level. Above that was the lair state, followed by the establishment state. He recalled the little wolf mentioning that beings who reached the establishment state, as long as they possessed a trace of energy, were exceedingly difficult to extinguish, truly terrifying. This indicated that the centipede had already surpassed many beings. In such a short span of time, a being had ascended to the establishment state, casting a grave expression upon the little wolf's face. Fear not. Follow me to Kunlun Mountain. Countless sacred artifacts are awakening there, and we shall encounter great opportunities. The husky declared. It resolved to accompany the little wolf, for this individual possessed knowledge that would greatly benefit it. The little wolf felt a flicker of intent but cast a sidelong glance at the husky, stating, If you wish for me to accompany you, produce the ancient silver fruit for sharing. Absolutely not. The husky retorted, leaping up in protest. Songjin, let us depart. Agreed, Songjin replied, and then he, along with the little wolf and Xiaobo, turned to leave, determined to exit this place. Halt. As the figures began to fade away, The husky could no longer contain itself, its lips trembling as it let out a shout. Behold! With a grand gesture, several beams of light shot forth, and ancient silver fruits appeared in the direction of Song Jun and the others. Are you begging for alms? The little wolf scoffed, casually tossing the ancient silver fruit to the ground without a glance. It was well aware that this canine charlatan possessed at least 80 or 90 of these fruits. You. The husky was furious, its mouth quivering in indignation. For the first time, it felt someone was taking advantage of it. Ultimately, it relented, for there were many matters that would require the little wolf's assistance in the future. Gritting its teeth, it summoned 4 beams of light in each direction, bestowing 5 ancient silver fruits to each of Song Jun and his companions. Song Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, that is not my greatest concern, the little wolf stated again, causing Song Jun to raise an eyebrow, while the husky also looked on with a grave expression. I have mentioned that, aside from the 9 main passages, there are numerous other routes hidden within the mountains. As the will of the stars awakens, the seals on these passages will grow increasingly feeble. This implies that, at that time, dread beings from the evolutionary dynasty will descend upon Earth. Upon hearing this, Song Jun and the others shuddered, their eyes gleaming with intensity, as a chill crept down their spines. The will of the stars? The evolutionary dynasty? Song Jun inquired. The little wolf glanced at the group, stating, this ancient land has an extraordinarily mysterious origin. The stars once possessed a consciousness in ancient times. As for the evolutionary dynasty, it paused, a solemn expression overtaking its features, and spoke with caution. It is a formidable and terrifying force, as numerous as the stars in the sky. The group was profoundly shaken, having gleaned a wealth of information from the little wolf's words. In the short term, our lack of strength means we not only face threats from native creatures, but eventually, all life here will face the menace of terrifying beings from other realms. Without power, we are nothing more than fish on a chopping block. With fists clenched, a series of cracks echoed as Song Jun and the others wore grave expressions, feeling immense pressure. They yearned for formidable power. Beyond facing the future, Song Jun had also offended the Transcendent Institute and Tianyin Jin. Once his identity was exposed, he and his family would face grave danger. Someone. Startled awake by Little Wolf's words, the husky's nose twitched, sensing someone approaching. Song Jun was taken aback. Then he extended his divine sense. It's her. His brow furrowed, and he quickly ushered the husky and Little Wolf into the bedroom, telling them to remain silent. Then, he quietly sat on the rocking chair in the courtyard, closing his eyes as if dozing off. Chapter 63. Emerging Dragon. Events of 9 years ago under the moonlit night, a slender woman approached, her beauty enhanced by the radiant moonlight, creating a hazy halo around her. Shen Qinyue gracefully walked in, finding the courtyard gate ajar. With such significant events unfolding, you can still sleep so peacefully? A faint smile graced her lips as she looked at the young figure reclining on the rocking chair. Song Jun sat up from the rocking chair, stretching languidly and rubbing his eyes as if just waking up. In an instant, he became energetic. Oh, it's the great goddess Shun. Song Jun grinned playfully, but the next moment, he awkwardly rubbed his nose, as she completely disregarded him. Have you been here the whole time? Surveying her surroundings, Shen Qinyue's placid gaze betrayed nothing of her inner thoughts. Indeed, I have always been here. After the events that transpired on Mount Qiyun during the day, why haven't you departed this place? Shen Qinyue proceeded, nodding to Zhao Bo in the distance. Finally, she fixed her gaze upon Song Jun, as if endeavoring to penetrate his very soul. Is this concern you express? Song Jun grinned, stepping forward with the intent to take the fair maiden's delicate hand in his. Away with you, Shen Qinyue retorted, swatting his hand away and glaring at him in silence. Ah, well, another's goddess. Song Jun lamented, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Shen Qinyue smiled, and in that instant, all else seemed to fade into insignificance. Her exquisite countenance radiated a pearly luminescence, her very hair shimmering with an ethereal glow, rendering her incomparably beautiful. Song Jun was captivated, beholding a serene goddess, seemingly untouched by the affections of any, himself included. During the day, I witnessed missiles descending upon Mount Qiyun. What transpired there? Song Jun inquired, changing the subject while his eyes roved about, seizing any opportunity for a furtive glance. A formidable and terrifying beast emerged there, impervious to the missiles. What? Song Jun exclaimed, his face etched with astonishment. At this juncture, Shen Qinyue's lovely eyes bore into Song Jun's, but the latter's thick skin betrayed nothing as he met her gaze. In the end, a vast horde of monstrous creatures appeared, inflicting grievous casualties upon the espers, with only a handful managing to escape. Shen Qinyue scrutinized the expression on his face, but to her disappointment, she discerned nothing of consequence. Startled, Song Zhen inquired, as if recalling something. Does this bear any relation to what you mentioned previously about the dormant state of the mythical creatures? On the evening of Shen Qinyue's arrival at Mount Qiyun, the latter had confided in him that the mythical creatures were not as quiescent as they appeared, but were covertly observing humanity. Shen Qinyue nodded, her gaze directed towards the distant Mount Qiyun. I suspect the mythical creatures are certainly aware of the ancient silver tree on Mount Qiyun, yet they have not contested it, but rather awaited the congregation of humans. All of this is because a sovereign of mythical creatures has emerged within Mount Qiyun. It lures humans there, ultimately provoking them to deploy missiles. It is experimenting, attempting to ascertain whether certain taboo weapons of humanity can obliterate it. The moonlit night was serene, but Shen Qinyue's words were utterly astonishing, capable of shocking countless individuals were they to be divulged to the outside world. Song Zhen was naturally cognizant of the events that had transpired on Mount Qiyun, and his heart was heavy. That colossal centipede was exceedingly terrifying, akin to a monster from mythology. It stands to reason that mythical creatures would possess a more profound understanding of any extraordinary fruits or the like that might appear in the deep mountains. All the more so regarding the ancient silver tree that had reawakened a millennium prior. Initially, it was he and Little Wolf who had first discovered it, ultimately publicizing it due to the celestial eye gene. Although there were mythical creatures present during that time, they were few in number, until the eventual emergence of a mythical creature army on Mount Qiyun, culminating in the appearance of a sovereign-like centipede. It incited the deployment of missiles, merely to assess whether such weaponry posed any threat to it. Song Zhen could not fathom what the mythical creatures were scheming, or whether this was yet another harbinger of something. Qinyue, I am deeply concerned for your safety, Song Zhen sighed softly, the events of the day having been exceedingly perilous. Shen Qinyue also sighed gently, her usually tranquil eyes now devoid of serenity. Song was deeply moved and couldn't help but inquire. Are you suggesting that these renowned mountains harbor enigmatic entities that instigate conflicts? Indeed. The mystique of certain locales surpasses comprehension and defies conventional understanding, Shen Qinyue responded. In addition to these factions, the exotic beasts are also in motion. To date, no single force has managed to conquer any of the celebrated mountains. Is it truly that arduous? Song inquired. I received intelligence that the primary contingent of the Tianyin gene is stationed in Chongshan, where a Buddhist Bodhi tree, potentially a sacred artifact, has emerged. The Tianyin gene launched an immediate assault, yet they suffered a setback. What transpired? Song pressed. They were ousted by several simians, Shen Qinyue disclosed. Simians? Song exclaimed, his astonishment evident. Having witnessed the day's events, he recognized that the elites of Tianyin and Super Fist represented only the facade, while clandestine powers, such as the pugilist from the Transcendent Institute, lurked in the shadows. Shen Qinyue continued, moreover, sacred artifacts of equal significance to the Bodhi tree have materialized in Hengshan and Mount Hua. Regrettably, these, too, have been seized by aberrant entities. Will you venture to these locations? Song inquired, apprehension for Shen Qinyue's safety palpable. Shen Qinyue chuckled, elegantly sweeping a strand of hair from her forehead, and replied, I shall be unharmed. After a moment's contemplation, she added, in truth, this cataclysmic transformation commenced 9 years prior. What? Song exclaimed, his countenance betraying his astonishment. 9 years ago. During the alignment of the 9 planets, certain regions of Earth experienced similar phenomena, with sacred artifacts emerging as they do now. However, this occurrence remained largely unknown, privy only to the affluent and the state. During that time, certain humans covertly acquired extraordinary fruits. Now, 9 years hence, the extent of their augmented abilities remains shrouded in mystery. Frowning, Song Zhen felt that Shen Qinyue had divulged too much this evening, sensing that she was probing him in some way. Shen Qinyue continued, My Transcendence Institute is a joint venture between the Shun and Zhang families. 9 years ago, a young man from the Zhang family obtained an exotic fruit. His whereabouts are currently unknown. She paused, then added, that person is Zhang Jun's elder brother, Zhang Jingtian. Song Zhen's pupils contracted sharply, but he quickly composed himself, touching his nose and chuckling. Qinyue, why are you telling me all this? This information is far too confidential, and I'm just an ordinary person. Inwardly, he felt a surge of unease, realizing that Shun Qinyue was far too astute and likely knew his true identity. Thump. Suddenly, a sound of something falling from the second-floor bedroom shattered the silence between them. Someone's in your bedroom? Shin Qinyue's beautiful eyes turned to Song Jun, and she immediately headed in that direction. Song Jun's heart skipped a beat. He had concealed the wolf cub and the husky in the bedroom, and if Shun Qinyue were to discover them, everything would be ruined. Qinyue, please be reserved. Song Jun called out, his voice raised as if to alert those inside. It's improper for a young lady to enter a gentleman's room. Are you nervous? Shin Qinyue's eyes sparkled with a hint of inquiry. Not at all, Song Jun replied loudly, scratching the back of his head. If a goddess like you were to enter my room and see things that a young lady shouldn't, it would be quite embarrassing. Shin Qinyue suddenly smiled radiantly. It's all right. I don't mind. With that, she plunged into the room, and Song Jun's heart sank as he followed her inside. Upon entering the chamber, Serene surveyed her surroundings, detecting nothing out of the ordinary save for some undergarments strewn carelessly upon the bed, which brought a blush to her cheeks. A sudden crash prompted Stone to rush in, hastily covering the items with a blanket, before offering an embarrassed apology. I did forewarn you of this, yet you insisted on coming. Serene's bosom heaved gently as she inhaled deeply, regaining her composure. Remove your shirt, she instructed. I wish to examine you. Stone was taken aback, exclaiming, What are you doing? I am a man of principle. Even Serene, known for her tranquility, now bore a few lines of exasperation on her brow. Enough with the nonsense, she retorted through gritted teeth. Take it off at once. Alas, Stone sighed dramatically. If the goddess insists, then I shall have to bear this imposition. With swiftness, he divested himself of his shirt and, in a single stride, advanced towards Serene, a smile playing on his lips as he reached to embrace her slender waist. Are you courting death? Serene exclaimed, unable to restrain herself, as she delivered a sharp kick with her heeled foot, causing Stone to retreat in haste. His expression now one of bewilderment. We are merely close companions, not yet intimate, Serene stated calmly, her gaze sweeping over him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she noted the absence of any visible wounds, an anomaly that perplexed her. Serene, I am aware of your affections for me, Stone declared with unwavering optimism, undeterred by her words. Enough, Serene interjected, shaking her head in exasperation. I have arranged for a helicopter to await us outside. This place is too perilous. You and Bo must depart from here. Currently, the entirety of Wangjiang town has been evacuated due to the perilous nature of Qiyun Mountain, with no one able to predict when the army of exotic beasts will descend. Song Jun was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. No, Zhao Bo and I will depart tonight. Shin Qinyue furrowed her brow, intending to voice her concerns, but was interrupted by Song Jun. Rest assured, goddess, I have no desire to meet my demise. I assure you that my brother and I will safely vacate this place. Shin Qinyue gazed intently into Song Jun's eyes for an extended period before finally shaking her head and replying, Since you are so determined, do take care of yourself. With that, Shun Qinyue retrieved 2 radiant golden orbs from her bosom. Is this the exotic fruit? Song Jun inquired in astonishment. This is what I promised you earlier. One for you and one for Zhao Bo, Shin Qinyue stated calmly. Song Jun, without hesitation, accepted the offering. Be cautious, and should troubles arise, reach out to me. Also, be wary of the clandestine influence of the Chables. Shin Qinyue cast a lingering gaze before departing from the balcony, her figure enveloped in a shimmering, ethereal moonlight, until she vanished from Song Jun's sight. Do you understand now? Song Jun stood on the balcony, enveloped in silence for a moment, before softly murmuring. Shin Qinyue was remarkably astute. She likely already discerned that the 3 swordsmen of Qiyun Mountain were he and Zhao Bo. Knowing this, it was evident that she must also be aware of Shun Qinshuang's demise. Why else would she suddenly mention Zhang Jun's brother, Zhang Jingtian, who had indeed slain Zhang Jun? What perplexed him was the fact that he had taken Shun Qinshuang's life, yet she did not seek retribution. Instead, she warned him to be cautious of the Chable's hidden powers and spoke of many confidential matters, such as the alterations in the world that began 9 years ago. This little beauty is far from ordinary. At that moment, a radiant light burst forth, revealing a Siberian husky. It swayed its head, flicked its tail, and leaned against the railing while whistling mischievously, its eyes narrowed to mere slits. Get lost, you old hound, Song Jun pouted. Initially believing this husky to be formidable and difficult to deal with, yet it presented a rather cheeky demeanor. What did you say, human? The husky's eyes widened, exuding an air of authority without anger, its fur shimmering with an intense brilliance, sending forth an aura of terror. In that instant, Song Jun felt as though he were suffocating. This husky was indeed powerful. Enough, you old hound. Just then, a young wolf emerged, wearing a look of disdain. You little brat, looking for a fight. The husky roared, discarding its tail and leaping into battle with the young wolf, simultaneously dealing with Song Jun in the process. Roar. If you strike again, don't expect me to accompany you to Kunlun Mountain. The young wolf seethed with rage, knowing it could not match the husky in strength. Together, they posed no resistance. Infinite Heavenly Sovereign, I merely intend to teach you a lesson. The husky leaped back, retrieving its tail, resuming its haughty demeanor, though its eyes darted cunningly. Deathstick. The young wolf spat through gritted teeth, sharing a similarly resentful expression with Song Jun. All right, let us depart. Rest assured, the depths of Kunlun Mountain are abundant with sacred treasures and countless spiritual roots, along with many mysterious areas. With your assistance, we shall undoubtedly grow strong in a short time. The husky stood on the balcony, tail raised high, speaking earnestly. The group exchanged farewells, and ultimately, the young wolf Zhao Bo joined the husky on their journey to Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 64. The 8 Scenic Palaces. The Beast Siege in the early morning. The sun ascended with fervor, casting a brilliant glow across the horizon, which illuminated the sky with golden hues. Deep within the mountains and forests, the cries of monkeys and the roars of tigers echoed, their wild essence permeating the air. At this moment, a figure darted through the forest, stirring up clouds of dust. This figure was none other than Song Jun, who, after the battle at Chiyun Mountain, felt an overwhelming surge of energy within him, as if he were on the brink of awakening to the 5th level of power. Departing from Wangjiang Town in the dead of night, he traversed the distance to Huicheng at an astonishing speed of over 200 meters per second, arriving in just a short while. Eagerly, Song Jun entered Huicheng and soon spotted familiar sights in the distance. As he stepped into the area, a dark shadow suddenly lunged toward him. Upon closer inspection, Song Jun smiled, allowing the shadow to approach. A melodious meow resonated as the affectionate black cat nestled against him, licking his cheek and bringing forth a delightful tickle. After some playful moments, Song Jun lifted the little creature, marveling at how her fur had grown increasingly lustrous and radiant, infused with an air of spirit. Black cat, do you think you will transform into a stunning beauty in the future? If you remain this way, I shall be the happiest of souls, he chuckled, gazing at her with unwavering admiration. In a sudden burst of energy, the black cat leapt away, displaying a surprising ferocity. Though Song Jun failed to notice the hint of shyness sparkling in her eyes as she bounded off. With a triumphant smile, he then stepped into his home. Upon seeing him, his parents rushed forward, particularly his mother, who examined him from head to toe, fearing he might be missing an arm or a leg. Ah, Mom, that hurts, Song Jun exclaimed, standing on tiptoe as he hurriedly touched his ears. Let me tell you, even if you're an evolved, I'm still the boss. His mother, Shu Lin, said with a touch of pique, but instantly broke into a smile. As long as her son was safe, everything was fine. After conversing with his parents for a while, Song Jun produced the ancient silver fruits from his bosom and presented them to his parents. Observing the gravity on his father's face, Song Jun suppressed his mirth and nodded. He knew this matter could not remain concealed. Unless he refrained from giving his parents the ancient silver fruits, they would undoubtedly discern that he had been to Mount Chiyun. Dad, I'm fine. Keep it for yourself. Your mother and I have no need for it. Gazing intently at his son for a long while, Song Qingchu uttered, cognizant that the exotic fruit was exceedingly precious and would certainly benefit his son. Are you still being so formal with your own family? I have more. Song Jun chuckled, directly pressing the 2 ancient silver fruits into his parents' hands. By the way, how goes the breathing technique I imparted to you? Song Jun suddenly inquired. Your mother and I have been practicing it morning and evening, as you instructed, and now there's an additional surge of energy within our bodies, and our physique is gradually strengthening. Upon hearing this, Song Jun's brow furrowed imperceptibly. What he had transmitted to his parents was merely the form of the breathing technique. Unlike the essence that little wolf had conveyed to him and Zhao Bo, all right, your mother and I are quite content now. It's you I'm concerned about. Have you considered joining the organization I mentioned to you last time? Song Qingchu questioned. Upon hearing this, Song Jun felt a headache coming on, made an excuse, and promptly departed. In the evening, news circulated online concerning Mount Chiyun, And when people saw this report, everyone gasped, utterly astounded. The three major consortiums converged on Mount Chiyun, with nearly 10,000 evolvers, all vying for the ancient silver fruits that had re-emerged after a millennium. Subsequently, formidable figures such as Celestial Eye, Super Fist, and Tyrant Blade converged. However, to the astonishment of onlookers, they were not the paramount. A potent coalition had emerged within the ranks of the, styling themselves as the Three Swordsmen of. These individuals demonstrated the capacity to disregard high-caliber firearms and rocket launchers, nearly vanquishing luminaries such as Celestial Eye. That rascal. In the living room, Song Qingchu and Xu Lin were seated on the sofa, observing the news coverage on television. The broadcast featured three figures, ascendant among the. As they approached the ancient silver tree, they were met with a deluge of bullets and rockets, causing the mountainside to crumble and melt. Ultimately, the trio was intercepted by stalwarts such as Celestial Eye, precipitating a cataclysmic confrontation. Xu Lin clasped her mouth, her complexion ashen. She had not anticipated that her son would venture into such a perilous environment to seize the, directly confronting the threat of thermal weaponry. From the video footage, they discerned a figure wielding a gilded iron staff, exuding an aura of divine power, directly engaging Celestial Eye in fierce combat. As parents, they recognized him instantly. That detestable scamp, daring to deceive me. Song Qingchu gnashed his teeth. Previously, Song Zhen had informed him that they had been procured by a friend, devoid of any significant peril. However, events transpiring at Mount Chiyun had been captured by and were now being disseminated. Song Qingchu rose to his feet, his countenance grave, and proceeded to knock on the door. "Dad, I'm feeling unwell in my stomach and am going to bed. Whatever it is, we'll discuss it tomorrow." The parents standing outside the door exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. "That incorrigible brat," Song Qingchu muttered under his breath. Subsequently, he supported Xu Lin, and the two resumed their seats on the sofa, riveted on the news emanating from Mount Chiyun. However, the more they watched, the more their countenances darkened. Due to the emergence of a formidable horde of monstrous creatures in Mount Chiyun, nearly 10,000 gifted individuals were besieged. Ultimately, a colossal centipede, exceeding 50 meters in length, materialized, soaring through the clouds and mist. Few could rival its power, compelling the financial magnates to implore the nation to deploy missiles for bombardment. "Surely it must be vanquished now," Song Qingchu remarked. Yet, in the ensuing moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the centipede unscathed. Subsequently, the centipede unleashed a massacre, causing all the gifted individuals to scatter in terror. The following dawn, Song Zhen cautiously emerged, only to be apprehended by his parents and subjected to a stern reprimand. "You were far too reckless." Song Qingchu furrowed his brow, still shuddering at the recollection of the scene in the video. Consequently, Song Zhen had been exceptionally well behaved in recent days, dutifully remaining at home with his parents. During this period, both Song Qingchu and Xu Lin ingested the ancient silver fruit, though they shared a single fruit due to its overwhelming energy, which they were unable to fully assimilate in a short span. As for Hanyo, Song Zhen generously provided it with an ancient silver fruit as well. Upon receiving the fruit, the little creature vanished, remaining out of sight for days. One day, as dusk descended and a torrential downpour commenced, a momentous announcement reverberated, shocking the entire world. The centipede of Mount Chiyun had emerged, and amidst the thunder and rain, its immense form rode upon the dark clouds, obliterating an entire small city. This city, with a population of hundreds of thousands, suffered a cataclysmic devastation on this fateful day. Heavens, this monarch of monstrous beasts is fulfilling its proclamation. People were horrified, recalling the centipede's declaration in Mount Chiyun that, due to the grievous casualties suffered by the monstrous beasts, it would decimate 3 human cities. The revelation reverberated, causing consternation within military echelons. A stentorian directive was issued: exterminate it, irrespective of the cost. Obliterate that monstrous entity. However, by the time military forces converged upon the location, the centipede had vanished without a trace. Concurrently, approximately 700 kilometers from Mount Chiyun, an abrupt crepuscular gloom descended, succeeded by a torrential downpour, heralding the centipede's reappearance. Its formidable form plunged directly into the urban landscape, reducing towering edifices to rubble in an instant. Subsequently, it descended upon adjacent cities, inflicting catastrophic devastation. 3 cities, thus, suffered annihilation, resulting in grievous casualties. Amidst the collective grief of humanity, the military establishment, incensed, deployed missiles. This time, a barrage of over a dozen missiles traversed vast distances, aiming to deliver a coup de grâce to the centipede. The area was convulsed by a cataclysmic explosion. However, to the dismay of onlookers, the centipede, having activated its precognitive senses, had preemptively evaded the assault, retreating into the depths of the mountains, beyond the missile's reach. Damnation! It's a folded dimension. The missiles cannot penetrate. An exasperated voice exclaimed within the military ranks. Certain extensive, primeval mountain ranges that had emerged in the wake of the cataclysmic changes were shrouded in mystery, impervious to the reach of human power. Amidst the frantic search for solutions, a series of significant events unfolded within the nation. The Qinling mountain range is my domain. Humans shall not trespass, lest they incur dire consequences. A hyena of immense power, its precognitive senses awakened, emerged from the mountains, threatening humans to vacate its territory. Simultaneously, news surfaced regarding the plutocracy's assault on renowned mountains. In a certain nation, a conglomerate known as the Wanchao Civilization Institute launched an assault on Mount Hua, during which a fearsome golden eagle emerged among the otherworldly beasts, radiating a brilliance akin to the rising sun. On that day, blood flowed abundantly on Mount Hua, ultimately resulting in a grievous retreat for the Wanchao Civilization Institute. The circumstances were nearly identical across other renowned mountains, where battles between humans and the strange beasts erupted frequently, staining the sacred peaks with blood, while numerous video reports proliferated across the internet. Alas, has the world truly transformed? Is this a portent of the rise of the aberrant? Silence. Humanity too has birthed formidable champions, but their existence remained shrouded in obscurity. Anxiety pervaded the populace, leaving everyone in a state of insecurity. The significant events unfolding domestically have not gone unnoticed by Western nations, where unrest brewed even more fiercely. In the Western regions, a terrifying black dragon king emerged abruptly, its malevolence unmatched, spewing black flames that engulfed several cities in a fiery inferno. This enraged the people of the West. Oh, that despicable fiend, I shall slay you. Even God cannot allow your wickedness to persist. Subsequently, Western forces deployed a range of terrifying weaponry, launching powerful missiles in a bid to eradicate the beast. However, the Black Dragon King activated its divine awareness, evading the strikes and annihilating several cities in return before vanishing into the depths of the Hongshan Mountains. This incited profound fury among the Westerners, who mobilized an array of armored vehicles, missiles, and satellites, determined to eliminate the demon. That evening, Song Jin too was engrossed in these reports, as the world seemed to plunge once more into a state of crisis. It appeared that among the otherworldly beasts, there was not merely a singular sovereign. His gaze was riveted upon the unfolding news, the emergence of formidable entities, beings poised to ascend to an even higher echelon of power, truly terrifying in their capabilities. Tonight, I shall transmute the ancient silver fruit. A newfound resolve ignited within Song Jun, for he had been recuperating these past few days, while the world outside grew increasingly turbulent, with numerous formidable beasts making their presence known. Moreover, within the confines of Mount Qiyun, the venerable figures from the Transcendent Institute and Tianyin Genetics had warned that upon discovery of his true identity, he and his kin would face annihilation. This revelation weighed heavily upon his heart, like a colossal boulder, for he held no doubt in the power wielded by the conglomerates. An exposure of his identity would indeed precipitate a calamitous crisis. Nay, I must hasten my ascension to power. With each passing thought, Song Jun's sense of impending doom intensified, and in a swift motion, he vanished into his chamber, initiating the breathing exercises, and with a flick of his wrist, an ancient silver fruit materialized. As Song Jun transmuted the energy contained within the ancient silver fruit, in a distant villa, several figures stood with grim countenances, one of whom was none other than Li Jigang, who had recently appeared on Mount Qiyun. This time, Tianyin Genetics has not only failed to reap any rewards on Mount Qiyun, but has also suffered significant losses in the conquest of other renowned mountains. From a position of eminence, a seemingly ordinary elder, his hair as white as freshly fallen snow, appeared as unassuming as any commoner. Yet, individuals of Tianyin's stature stood quietly behind him, heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Speak, recount the events of Mount Qiyun, which were initially meant to be sealed off. How did they ultimately come to light? The elder inquired from his elevated seat. It was due to the three swordsmen of the Shu Mountains. Li Jigang spoke, and on Chiyun Mountain. One of his subordinates reported to him that the leak was indeed orchestrated by those three individuals. The elder began to rise from his seat, knowing that as a magnate, he was privy to secrets unknown to the masses. To survive in the world to come, one must possess a renowned mountain. For within its depths lie countless sacred artifacts, potent assets that bestow immense power. Under the cover of night, the depths of Li Jigang's dark eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light as he gazed at the moon, lost in contemplation. "The three swordsmen of Shushan," he murmured softly. And suddenly, his eyes narrowed. "It's you." A tumult of emotions surged within him. He had sensed a flicker of familiarity in Song Jun back at Chiyun Mountain, but the chaos of battle had left no room for further thought. Now, in the stillness, he recognized the source of that familiarity. "So we have met before." A subtle smile graced Li Jigang's lips as he recalled a time when the world was still in flux, during his visit to the land of Yuland, where he had encountered Song Jun. In Chapter 65, 8 Scenery Palace, the 12 Lotus Seeds, beneath the moonlight, Song Jun sat cross-legged in his chamber, his eyes gently closed, a radiant glow enveloping him. In the next moment, he released the ancient silver fruit from his palm, consuming it in one bite. Instantly, a cascade of juice erupted, radiating golden light, filling the air with a rich fragrance. Yet, as the ancient silver fruit slipped down his throat, a powerful and profound energy surged violently within him. He felt every cell in his body awakening exponentially, ravenously absorbing the energy transformed from the ancient silver fruit. He realized that astonishing changes were unfurling within him, his heartbeat resonating like a thunderous drum. As the free energy in the air converged before him, it coalesced into a brilliant orb of light, resembling currents of electricity coursing through his limbs and sinews, weaving through his flesh and bones. With a resounding boom, Song Jun felt as if his body had erupted simultaneously. He was astonished to sense the energy within him surging uncontrollably, and correspondingly, his power was augmenting. He hastily steadied his mind, allowing himself to resonate with the breathing technique. Having already awakened to the pinnacle of the fourth realm, he instantly stepped into the fifth realm. Moreover, he had only refined half of the ancient silver fruit's energy within him, which left Song Jun astounded. Indeed, the ancient silver tree, revived a millennium ago, was remarkable. Suddenly, as he was refining the energy, he felt a force drawing upon the vitality within his flesh. Upon realizing this, the pull intensified exponentially, and a torrent of energy surged in a singular direction. What was happening? Song Jun opened his eyes, revealing a hint of astonishment, and quickly gazed towards the direction in which the energy was flowing. Following the path of the energy, he discovered that it was all converging upon a rarely stirred black sheet in his mind. What could this be? Furrowing his brow, he recalled that he had obtained this enigmatic object on the very first day of the anomaly. However, its mysteries had yet to be unraveled. Under his scrutiny, a verdant lotus pattern reformed at the center of the black sheet, hovering above its surface. The remaining energy of the ancient silver fruit was drawn into the azure lotus pattern, yet as time elapsed, Song Jun's expression gradually shifted. For the residual energy had long been depleted, while the azure lotus continued its relentless absorption. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized that the lotus was voraciously consuming the energy from his own body. If this continued, he would be utterly drained, with a high probability of succumbing to its insatiable hunger. Since acquiring this mysterious black paper, this was the first time his life had been endangered. In a moment of desperation, his mind raced, and he retrieved another ancient silver fruit from his bosom, swallowing it whole. Instantly, a surge of potent energy unfurled. This time, only a fraction of the energy was assimilated by his body, gradually augmenting his vitality, while the majority surged toward the azure lotus pattern above the black paper. The lotus, now infused with energy, radiated a brilliant luminescence, as if on the verge of materialization. Just as he exhaled in relief, the azure lotus pattern erupted once more with a powerful draw. He distinctly felt his strength escalating, advancing from the fifth realm to the mid-stage, then to the later stages. Without impediment, ultimately halting at the sixth realm, the majority of the energy enveloped the azure lotus, which burst forth with dazzling orbs of light. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the brilliance faded, revealing that the azure lotus had coalesced into a tangible form. Within the pattern, 12 lotus seeds had materialized, one of which emitted a vibrant azure glow. As energy continued to flow into it, that particular seed grew increasingly corporeal. Just as the seed was on the cusp of becoming fully realized, Song Jun's internal energy finally dissipated completely, allowing him a moment of relief. Yet the energy within his body remained unabsorbed. Under the cloak of night, Song Jun gradually opened his tightly shut eyes, the astonishment within them lingering for an extended moment. What could this possibly be? Gazing at the sudden apparition of the lotus seed in his mind, Song Jun felt a profound shock. For ancient silver fruits had been partially absorbed by his body, and yet, even this modest amount of energy allowed him to ascend 2 levels in his cultivation. The majority, however, had been assimilated by the lotus seed within him. His gaze shifted, landing on one particularly distinct lotus seed, seemingly on the verge of materialization. His expression darkened. The earlier sensation had revealed to him that in the future, consuming exotic fruits might result in a significant portion of their energy being absorbed by this lotus seed. Could it be that energy was required for these seeds to fully transform into tangible entities? Previously, he had nearly succumbed to this very lotus seed. Furrowing his brow, he realized that since acquiring the black paper, this was the first time he had witnessed such considerable activity from it. It appeared that he would need to gather more energy. He was unsure of the changes that would occur once the lotus seed became a physical object. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense that once the lotus seed took form, it would bestow upon him immense benefits. Such formidable power. Shaking his head, Song Jun chose to dismiss these thoughts. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists lightly, and immediately, a radiant glow emanated from his knuckles, causing the air to resonate with a humming sound. A smile crept onto his lips. Having awakened to the 6th level of cultivation, he felt confident that should he encounter the wealthy elder who had nearly taken his life on Qiyun Mountain, he would undoubtedly triumph. With the breathing technique at his disposal, he might even be able to eliminate him. Stepping out of the house, he noticed the sky brightening. His parents had risen early as well. Thanks to the consumption of the ancient silver fruits, their faces radiated with a rosy glow, reminiscent of youthful individuals in their 20s. After having breakfast, Song Jun practiced the Tianlang fist in the courtyard. Each strike of his fist was powerful enough to shatter a 1,000-pound boulder, a feat he would have deemed impossible in the past. At that moment, he heard some movement behind him. His father was approaching. "Dad," Song Jun called out. And soon after, his mother joined them. Song Qingchu nodded and took a seat on the corridor, his expression turning serious. "Tell me, what are your intentions?" Through news reports, he had become aware that the world had changed drastically. Moreover, both he and Xu Lin had undergone unimaginable transformations. This time, Song Jin chose not to shy away, but sat beside his father. "I know you want to venture outside, but it is far too dangerous. And you worry about your mother and me," Song Qingchu began. He had a vague understanding of the situation at Qiyun Mountain from what his son had shared, including potential conflicts with several powerful conglomerates. Song Jun furrowed his brow, this concern being his foremost worry. He could not disregard the safety of his parents. "A friend of mine is involved with a national organization. I understand there may be restrictions on freedom, but powerful individuals often enjoy certain privileges," Song Qingchu continued, gazing into his son's eyes, such as freedom and the assurance of family safety. He was aware of his son's strength, capable of contending with formidable beings like Tianyan, placing him among the more powerful ranks of extraordinary individuals. Heixiang, a creature of extraordinary nature, lacked the ferocity typical of its kind and instead garnered affection from its mother. With a swift motion, Song Jun embraced Heixiang and affectionately ruffled its fur, his gaze drifting to the communicator, attentive to the unfolding events. Since the emergence of the beast monarch at Qiyun Mountain, tranquility has been swiftly disrupted across the globe. Numerous terrifying creatures have surfaced in renowned domestic mountains, such as the hyena king of the Qinling Mountains, the golden eagle king of Hengshan, and the black dragon king from the west, each potentially rivaling the formidable centipede. Fortunately, these entities are indigenous species. Experts have analyzed that within the depths of folded space, there lurk many horrifying unknown beings. However, these creatures remain confined, suppressed by void runes. Ultimately, he came across reports regarding the land descending from the heavens. It is said that 9 land masses, comparable to continents, have drifted from the depths of the universe, descending at 9 locations on Earth, simultaneously inducing global anomalies. Upon reviewing the pertinent reports, he learned that these continents have landed in Tibet's Uland, the Sahara in Africa, North America, South America, Oceania, the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and the Arctic. According to sources, These 9 celestial lands are currently enshrouded in a mysterious blue mist, preventing any access. Across the world, many professionals have attempted various methods to penetrate this barrier, all to no avail, thus necessitating a retreat. Countries have only dispatched military forces to cordon off the periphery, prohibiting any approach. Song Jun, feeling helpless, nonetheless offered a courteous greeting. Haha, old Song. Your son is quite handsome. It seems he has attracted quite a few admirers, Feng Yang jested. Song Jun felt a tinge of embarrassment, but added, My father's genes are exceptional. Upon hearing this, Feng Yang could not help but chuckle, while Song Qingchu's expression darkened as he playfully struck Song Jun's head, exclaiming, This cheeky brat, truly lacking in decorum. After a brief discussion, Song Qingchu inquired earnestly, Old Feng, this rascal is an adept. Is he eligible to join the organization? Upon hearing this, Feng Yang suppressed his mirth and responded, The specifics depend on the evaluation. I am merely employed in the logistics division, but I can certainly make an introduction. Provided he demonstrates sufficient potential, he will undoubtedly be admitted into the organization. Following some preparations, as the sun ascended high in the sky, the Songjin family, under the guidance of Feng Yang, arrived at their destination. This was a secluded manor, concealed deep within the woods, an unexpected existence within Huiqing. The 8 Scenery Palace. Song Jun, who was walking at the rear, suddenly wore a peculiar expression. His gaze was fixed ahead, on a massive plaque above the manor. Have we perhaps come to the wrong location? Song Jun questioned. Isn't the 8 Scenery Palace the legendary Taoist temple of the Supreme Elder Lord? Greetings, I am Firewheel. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the rear of the group. A man, clutching a stack of business cards, began distributing them from the back, muttering incessantly. He was quite conspicuous, sporting 2 large bun hairstyles and a red silk scarf wrapped around his body. Say, brother, are you the reincarnation of Neza? Several adepts in the group couldn't help but chuckle. Hush, keep your voice down. What is Neza? I am a man even more formidable than Neza. Here, brother, take my card. Firewheel raised his eyebrows, not forgetting to distribute the cards in his hand. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and jested, Neza, great deity. If you become powerful in the future, remember to take us along for the ride. All right, allow me to present my card. We're all brethren here. With a suggestive glint in his eyes and a playful lift of his eyebrows, the chap known as Windfirewheel distributed his business cards amongst the group. Greetings, esteemed compatriot. I am Windfirewheel. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. The gentleman approached Song Jun's side, flashing a radiant smile as he extended his card. Suppressing a chuckle, Song Jun gazed upon this meatball compatriot, finding it impolite to decline. Surveying the assembly, he couldn't resist engaging in conversation with this meatball fellow. Pray tell, brother, what is the origin of your moniker, Windfirewheel? Windfirewheel, who was on the verge of departing, abruptly halted, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Ah, brother, you are indeed unaware. Through a stroke of serendipity, I acquired an extraordinary fruit, bestowing upon me a divine skill. When I run, ethereal wheels of wind and fire manifest beneath my feet. It is the heaven's design, the party's endorsement. I dare say I am a chosen one, destined to rival the likes of Celestial Eye and other such godlike paragons of pulchritude. Windfirewheel erupted in self-satisfied laughter, striking a flamboyant pose. Get lost, you shameless buffoon. Have you even glanced in a mirror? You dare compare yourself to Celestial Eye? From the rear of the throng, a chorus of jeers arose. This fellow certainly possessed an inflated sense of self-admiration, utterly devoid of shame. Silence, everyone. I am cognizant of your envy towards my charm, my handsomeness. However, such vituperation is unwarranted. We are all comrades here. Windfirewheel retorted, only to incite further derision, verging on public outrage. These individuals, truly. Is it my fault that I am blessed with such captivating looks? Brother, if you would permit me to cut in line. Windfirewheel unceremoniously positioned himself ahead of Song Jun. Pray, what is your appellation, brother? Windfirewheel inquired, turning around. Harboring silent indignation, Song Jun inwardly rebuked the man's audacity, which had evidently reached an unprecedented zenith. Nevertheless, he disclosed his appellation. Esteemed Song, Whirlwind Wheels is merely an alias. My genuine name is Jianren. Jianren? Song Jun stammered, his countenance betraying his bewilderment. He reassessed his perception of the shameless man, realizing he was indeed a unique individual. Whirlwind Wheels' lips twitched, and dark lines appeared on his forehead as he emphatically corrected, not Jianren, but Jianren. Indeed, I am cognizant that you are a scoundrel, Song Jin affirmed with profound conviction. Oh, it's Jian Run, not Jian Ren. Whirlwind Wheels exclaimed, verging on exasperation, as he beat his chest and reiterated his name. As the assembly neared the threshold of the hall, the elder at the vanguard abruptly arose and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Distinguished individuals, follow me. To gain admittance into the 8th Scenery Palace, we shall first partake in a modest trial." The elder smiled and proceeded towards a portal behind him, prompting a slight agitation among the 100 or so individuals in the queue, who then followed suit. Song Jun heaved a sigh of relief. Having endured the vexation of a peculiar individual for half an hour, at last, the trial was about to commence. Esteemed Song, adhere closely to my steps. Henceforth, I shall guide you on a journey of unparalleled adventure, Whirlwind Wheels declared, affectedly tossing his bangs and raising his eyebrows. Begone, Song Jun retorted, unable to bear it any longer, before proceeding forward with the group. Alas, is it not the fate of handsome men throughout history to be devoid of companionship? Whirlwind Wheels lamented, his visage etched with melancholy. In truth, aside from his eccentric bun hairstyle, his features were rather delicate, bordering on handsome. Handsome, my foot. Just then, a flying kick emerged from the crowd, landing squarely on Whirlwind Wheels' posterior with a resounding thud, nearly causing him to tumble. Heavens! Who, pray tell, has ambushed this handsome man? All right, this is the place. Next, if you can traverse the 1-kilometer track before you in under 20 seconds, you will possess the rudimentary qualifications to become a member of the 8 Sceneries Palace. The elderly man leading them halted, a bemused expression on his face as he surveyed the crowd. The crowd's gazes shifted, and they beheld the track to the right of the plaza, eliciting a chorus of complaints. Did I hear correctly? 1,000 meters in 20 seconds? Are you jesting? Though we are all gifted individuals, how could we possibly run that swiftly? Many grumbled, deeming it an unrealistic expectation. The old man, with a smirk playing on his lips, waited for the clamor to subside before continuing. You must complete the run within the allotted time while also evading various impediments. What? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Subsequently, they witnessed personnel bringing forth an array of instruments, including catapults loaded with fist-sized iron balls, directed towards the entire track. Evidently, they would have to contend with a barrage of hundreds of iron balls per second while running. Very well. Form a line at the starting point and await the command to begin. The old man interjected, cutting short the rising tide of complaints, and proceeded directly to the finish line. Many wore expressions of dismay, realizing the impossibility of evading the iron balls while simultaneously covering 1,000 meters in 20 seconds. The difficulty was simply too great. However, a select few maintained composed countenances, finding the challenge daunting but within their capabilities. Song Jun arrived at the starting line, mentally calculating that a speed of 50 meters per second would require at least the strength of the first realm to have a chance of success, and even then, only for the exceptional individuals. Hey, brother, you'll need to exert yourself. I'll be awaiting you at the finish line. The wheel of fire approached Song Jun, proudly patting him on the shoulder. Hope, perhaps. Song Jun brushed aside Jian Ren's hand, his gaze a blend of amusement and scrutiny. During his time in the 4th realm, his speed had already reached 200 meters per second. Now, having attained the 6th realm, his velocity was nothing short of terrifying. As for the iron balls hurtling through the air, he disregarded them entirely. He could even evade rocket launchers, so failing to dodge these would be nothing short of absurd. All right, I shall commence the countdown, called the elder at the finish line. Instantly, the crowd of over 100 at the starting point began to flex their muscles in anticipation, with some extraordinary individuals sneering. They bore wings and could soar through the skies, rendering this assessment exceedingly simple. Heh, little brother, I shall show no mercy, declared Jian Ren, revealing a broad grin to Song Jun. Indifferent, Song Jun barely acknowledged him, yet at that moment, radiant beams of light cascaded from beneath Jian Ren's feet, resembling rolling fireballs, captivating Song Jun's attention for a moment longer. Begin. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, and the relevant personnel outside the track focused intently on the race. Charge! The crowd surged forward, each participant exerting every ounce of strength, with some extraordinary beings unfurling their wings, soaring like mythical birds. Their speed was astonishing. However, in the next instant, their cries of despair erupted, as hundreds of iron balls rained down upon them from all directions, striking them indiscriminately, with those flying in the air being particularly targeted. Ah, damned fate! I still wish to continue my lineage." A cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig rang out as a man, bearing bat-like wings, plummeted from the sky, clutching his groin in agony. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the crowd, prompting a frantic scramble as they meticulously tracked the trajectory of the incoming iron spheres, safeguarding their vital regions. "Make way, for the handsome one approaches." A resounding bellow erupted from the throng. A man with a top-knot hairstyle materialized, his velocity reaching terrifying extremes. Twin orbs of fire seemingly churning beneath his feet. His crimson scarf stretched taut in the air, a testament to his incredible speed. "Do not become infatuated with me, for I am merely a legend." The man, self-proclaimed Windfire Wheels, guffawed with narcissistic glee. Thud. The crowd, already bracing for the onslaught of iron balls from all directions, recoiled at the audacious declaration. Several individuals were struck, promptly coughing up blood. The 20-second interval proved fleeting. The remaining 100 individuals summoned every ounce of strength, displaying their unique abilities. Soon, a mere 20 or so had completed the course within the allotted time. The unfortunate ones lay prostrate on the track, writhing in agony, their bodies marred with bruises, tears and mucus streaming down their faces. "Excellent," the elder stated, his gaze filled with satisfaction. 20 individuals have passed this round of testing. "Quite remarkable." "Indeed, I am a legend," Windfire Wheels proclaimed, tossing his bangs with self-admiration as he strode before the group, erupting in a boisterous laugh. He had, after all, been waiting at the finish line for quite some time. Such shamelessness! A chorus of jeers arose from the crowd, yet they could not refute his claim, for he had indeed been the first to reach the finish line. "How many seconds did he take?" the elder inquired, turning his head, his gaze filled with approval, as he addressed the testing personnel in the distance. From afar, the examiners, their eyes wide with astonishment, cast profound glances at the Windfire Wheels, remarking, "He utilized a full 5 seconds." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, deeply moved. Even the other gifted individuals who had passed the test wore expressions of reverence, given that most of them had clocked in at 15 seconds or more. "Indeed, quite remarkable. It seems the victor this time is a formidable character," the elder commented, his smile widening. Regardless of the Windfire Wheel's self-admiration, the Eight Sceneries Palace welcomed those with exceptional abilities. One of the examiners outside the arena, wearing a peculiar expression, stared at the testing instrument in his hand, his mind in turmoil, as if something had profoundly unsettled him. "What is it?" the elder inquired, puzzled. He could discern the shock in the eyes of the staff, and the crowd turned their attention to them as well. The examiner took a deep breath, and after a long pause, he lifted his gaze, still filled with awe, towards a distant figure, his voice trembling slightly. Someone completed the kilometer in 2.8 seconds. This pronouncement, though not loud, was clearly heard by the hundreds of people in the square, each feeling as if their heart had been struck a heavy blow. At the front of the crowd, the smile on the Windfire Wheel's face froze, his expression resembling that of someone who had just suffered a great indignity. He followed the gaze of the crowd to a figure in the distance, leaning against a wall, a blade of grass between his teeth. Senior Song. The Windfire Wheels gaped, his mouth wide enough to accommodate a goose egg. "Apologies, I inadvertently snatched your first place." Jesting. Songjin had a revelation. To gain entry into the Eight Scenery Palace, he would adopt a high profile, ensuring the palace would value him and grant him greater privileges. You've cheated," Windfire Wheels exclaimed, his countenance betraying his displeasure and clear dissent. Songjin paid him no mind. Although the latter possessed considerable speed, he was not on the same echelon. By his estimation, Windfire Wheels possessed the strength of the 4th level, yet his velocity far surpassed those of the same realm, rivaling the 5th level. Windfire Wheels attempted to retort, but at that moment, an elder from the examination cohort approached, his gaze beaming. "Excellent. Both of you are quite remarkable. Especially you," the elder said, casting a profound glance at Songjin. Upon hearing this, Windfire Wheels huffed, aggrieved that his first place had been usurped. "Those who have passed the test, follow me. Those who have not, do not be disheartened. You may remain at the Eight Scenery Palace in support roles," the elder announced, stepping forward to address the group. Disgruntled murmurs arose from those who had failed, yet they were relieved to be allowed to stay. "Those who have passed the assessment, come with me. What follows will truly determine your role within the Eight Scenery Palace," the elder continued, his gaze gradually becoming stern, scrutinizing the assembly. The crowd was taken aback. Was there to be further assessment? "I shall take my leave. I am not qualified to enter that place. I will arrange for your parents to reside within the 8 Scenery Palace, Feng Yang said to Song Jun as he approached. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Song Jun responded with genuine gratitude. This friend of his parents had intervened to assist them during several perilous situations. Song Jun vowed to remember this kindness and reserve any extraordinary fruit for him in the future. I shall now escort you to the most sacrosanct grounds of the 8 Sceneries Palace. Upon entry, you shall be deemed true members, and your families shall be under our protection. However, should you betray the 8 Sceneries Palace, you shall face the relentless pursuit of our entire order. The elder's gaze was keen, lingering upon each individual for a moment. Those who are resolved, follow me. 24 individuals exchanged glances before collectively deciding to remain. The power of the national organization was undeniable, and though it came with restrictions, the benefits were equally abundant. The group followed the elder, traversing rows of structures until they halted before a solitary mountain. Come with me, the elder said, casting a glance at the group. He pressed his palm against a point on the mountain, and a stone door materialized. The elder stepped through. The group hesitated, then followed one by one. Watching the elder disappear. You were quite skilled, but I was not at full strength earlier. The windfire wheel strode forward, eyes haughtily raised, and then entered the passage with great strides. Song Jun offered a faint smile and followed. A wave of dizziness washed over him, startling him. When he recovered, he found himself with the group, having emerged from the tunnel. But when he beheld the scene, even his usually placid heart was shaken. In the distance, a towering peak pierced the clouds, adorned with multicolored auspicious clouds. The mountain radiated light, each stone appearing to be carved from jade. Cranes, more divine than their ordinary counterparts, soared through the sky, their bodies glowing with an ethereal light, like celestial cranes. Deeper within, a sacred spring cascades like a waterfall, and peculiar fruits adorn the trees. At this moment, the onlookers collectively draw in a sharp breath, utterly astonished. Having traversed merely a short distance of the passage, it feels as though they have entered an entirely different realm. Here, numerous extraordinary individuals from the outside world are fervently competing for these rare fruits, leaving them battered and bloodied. Song Jun, too, is taken aback. He turns to glance back at the passage from whence he came, where a golden plaque inscribed with the words Fallen World Star River gleams above. He regains his composure and develops a deeper understanding of the national organization. An elder enters, exchanging a brief glance with a few individuals in the distance before vanishing, followed by the arrival of more people. You will rest for a day tomorrow. You will undergo an assessment that will determine your access to power. Prepare yourselves well, one of the extraordinary individuals states. Subsequently, the crowd is directed to their accommodations. On the following day, they are brought to a square at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by dense woods. This square is teeming with people, approximately 200 to 300, each bearing an air of arrogance. All present are extraordinary beings, and the competitive spirit is palpable, infusing the atmosphere with a distinct tension. Younger brother, today I shall claim the first position, exclaims the wind-fire wheel, tossing his bangs aside flamboyantly. Call me that again, and I'll make you regret it. Song Jun responds with a sidelong smile, casting a few glances at him. You want me to call you that? I refuse to comply. The wind-fire wheel pouts in protest. This fellow, Song Jun shakes his head in exasperation as he strides into the throng. The extraordinary individuals in the square display significantly greater strength than those he encountered yesterday. The crowd is now more dispersed, gathering in small clusters. Suddenly, a commotion erupts from the back of the crowd, accompanied by numerous gasps of astonishment. What the hell? At an indeterminate moment, the wind-fire wheel materialized beside Song Jun, whose eyes shone like two brilliant lanterns. The wind-fire wheel swallowed hard, and following the gaze of the crowd, Song Jun beheld a captivating beauty. She descended gracefully from the air, her pristine white wings fluttering gently, showering a radiant light that illuminated her snow-like skin, which gleamed like fine jade porcelain, and her long hair cascaded like waves. My goodness! The wind-fire wheel's eyes widened, fixating intently on the enchanting woman, his hands suspended in midair as if gesturing towards her. It became apparent to Song Jun that this fellow was not of noble character. His impudent tongue and lecherous intentions were evident. Among the throng, many felt a sudden surge of excitement, swallowing hard in disbelief. As the woman alighted gracefully, the crowd gasped, "This movement, this wave. Brother, may I lean on your shoulder? My heart is about to burst." The wind-fire wheel gasped, leaning towards Song Jun. Get lost. Song Jun, unable to endure any longer, delivered a swift kick into the air, resulting in a chilling scream. "Damn it, I shall slay you." The wind fire will cursed vehemently. Yet, the crowd paid him no heed. Moments later, astonished exclamations erupted. "Ah, are you Ding Xiaolan? It truly is her. Who would have thought to encounter her here?" In the square, the crowd was astounded, and a throng quickly gathered around. Who is Ding Xiaolan? Song Jun was perplexed. Unaware of the reason behind the crowd's fervor, although it was undeniable that she was indeed an extraordinary beauty. "Country bumpkin, you don't even know the goddess Ding Xiaolan? You are unworthy of being an extraordinary being," sneered an extraordinary individual passing by Song Jun. His expression darkened instantly. Ding Xiaolan held a remarkably high rank in the extraordinary forum. Indeed, the preeminent individuals within the nation's top 50 metahumans possess formidable capabilities. Whispers suggest that the foremost among them, known as the clairvoyant, once clandestinely courted Ding Xiaolan. A murmur rippled through the assembly as recollections resurfaced. "Do not underestimate her," one voice proclaimed. "She has vanquished a dragon lizard, securing her the 12th position in combat prowess among the top 50. Observing Ding Xiaolan encircled by admirers, Song Jun comprehended the extent of her renown. However, he remained non-committal, aware that the nation's top 50 metahumans represented merely the publicly active contingent. During his recent sojourn to Mount Chiyun, he nearly vanquished the clairvoyant himself. "My friend," Feng Huoluan exclaimed, "I may have encountered my true love. Release me. I must make her acquaintance." He staggered forward, rising from the ground. "Enough," Song Jun retorted, delivering a forceful kick. This time, Feng Huoluan emitted no cry, propelled by Song Jun's momentum directly before Ding Xiaolan. "And my goddess, Ding," Feng Huoluan stammered, halting his advance and tentatively extending his hand for a greeting. "Insolent fool, begone." A chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. Feng Huoluan's trajectory, courtesy of Song Jun's kick, had resulted in numerous overturned individuals, now rising in collective indignation. "What is the meaning of this?" Ding Xiaolan inquired, flapping her wings, her hands instinctively shielding her chest as the throng converged. I faint." Feng Huoluan's outstretched hand froze midair, his gaze fixated. In the ensuing moment, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "You dare profane our goddess. To your doom." A voice thundered from the rear, and several individuals seized the inert Feng Huoluan, subjecting him to a merciless beating. Subsequently, the group approached, excitedly surrounding Ding Xiaolan. "Greetings," Mengda said with a warm smile, addressing the throng of female extraordinary beings before him. To everyone's surprise, Mengda had also arrived. In terms of combat prowess, he was ranked 10th on the extraordinary list. A gasp emerged from the crowd. In the square, hundreds of extraordinary beings were filled with exhilaration, astonished to encounter one of the top 20 extraordinary warriors in the country at such a moment. Just as the crowd was brimming with excitement, a group descended from the mountain, led by an elderly man clad in black, appearing to be in his 50s, with a remarkably robust physique. As the elder descended, the entire square fell silent, with even Ding Xiaolan and Meng turning their attention towards him. "Greetings, I am Wei Hai, here today to observe your assessment." Wei Hai gestured to the individuals behind him, prompting a dozen extraordinary beings to carry down a massive object from the mountain. This scene caused a stir among the crowd. What could possibly require the strength of so many extraordinary beings to move? With a thunderous crash, the object was placed in the center of the square, stirring up clouds of dust. "First and foremost, welcome to Xinghe Peak. Now, allow me to witness your abilities," Wei Hai declared, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Xinghe Peak?" Some in the crowd looked puzzled, casting bewildered glances at Wei Hai. He responded to one of them with a smile. "The 8 Scenery Palace is not as simple as you might think. In due time, you will have the opportunity to uncover its mysteries." Song Jun suddenly recalled the golden plaque above the entrance as they entered, inscribed with the words "Falling World Star River." What could be the connection? "All right," Song Jun nodded, gradually approaching the stone pillar. Vivid scenes surfaced in his mind. To secure a certain degree of authority within the 8 Sceneries Palace, he had no choice but to exhibit his full capabilities, thereby procuring the greatest privileges for himself. "Younger brother, persevere. Your elder brother has faith in you." In the distance, Windfire Wheels stood with his arms crossed, now being the most formidable adept among the group besides Ding Xiaolan and Mengda. He naturally had to project the demeanor of an expert. "Very well, I shall give it a try." A dazzling radiance suddenly emanated from Wei Hai, and with a resounding boom, the light filled the sky, sweeping forward. Simultaneously, more than a dozen beams of light shot out from the shadows, each representing a powerful adept. The corners of Song Jun's mouth curved into an arc. His intention was to attract the attention of the Eight Sceneries Palace, so naturally, he would not hold back. Since this examiner wished to test his strength, he would indulge him. As the radiant waves surged towards him, Song Jun remained stationary. When the light was about to engulf him, he suddenly moved. Song Jun unleashed his full power, sweeping across the field, sending more than a dozen adept powerhouses flying. Ultimately, he directed a punch towards Wei Hai in front. With a resounding crash, it was discovered that Song Jun still stood in place, while Wei Hai, who had attacked, staggered backward several steps, each step crushing the ground and shattering earth and stone. This scene sent tremors through the hearts of the crowd. Among the adepts who had joined the Eight Sceneries Palace with them, someone had easily repelled the examiner and more than a dozen adept powerhouses. How formidable was this strength? Gazing at the domineering figure standing in the arena, everyone was in awe. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wei Hai, in a disheveled state, managed to halt his retreat. Far from being angered, he wore an expression of delight, as if he had found a treasure. The old man scrutinized Song Jun and remarked, "You have the potential to become the leader of a team. You can select your subordinates from this group right now." Song Jun, however, did not hastily agree. Instead, he calmly glanced at Wei Hai. "No problem, but you can still choose your subordinates. You'll work for yourself in the future," Wei Hai replied with a smile. "Very well," Song Jun said, turning his gaze towards the crowd. After a brief pause, he suddenly laughed. "From now on, you will follow me." "Not a chance," Feng Huoluan exclaimed, his face turning pale. Since their first meeting, he had regarded Song Jun as a subordinate, yet reality had played a cruel joke on him. "It's you," Song Jun said with a gentle smile, causing Feng Huoluan to shudder. Despite Feng Huoluan's lewd demeanor, he possessed remarkable speed. Making him suitable for errands and saving Song Jun from future burdens, he mused. "May I join your team?" Ding Qiulan inquired as she approached. She delicately adjusted her wavy hair, her fair skin captivating the eyes of those around her, combined with her striking red lips, exuding a mature charm. The crowd was astonished. Someone as formidable as Ding Qiulan was willing to join another's team? Even Wei Hai was taken aback, as he had intended for Ding Qiulan to lead her own group. "Welcome," Song Jun beamed, extending his hand to grasp Ding Qiulan's smooth and tender hand. His gaze lingered momentarily on her ample bosom, and he reluctantly released her hand, causing a faint blush to grace Ding Qiulan's cheeks. "All right, you can leave now," he said, turning to Feng Huoluan behind him. "What?" The radiant smile of Feng Huoluan abruptly froze upon witnessing Ding Qiulan join Song Jun's ranks. Initially reluctant, his mood instantly brightened. However, now he found himself unwanted, as they directly asked him to leave. "Brother, dear brother, my esteemed leader." Feng Huoluan lunged forward, kneading shoulders and pounding legs. "Leader, I have irrevocably pledged my allegiance to you. You cannot cast me aside." Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, insisting he could not part from this team, especially since his goddess, Ding Qiulan, was part of it. A crowd stood in stunned silence, astonished by such peculiar behavior. "You may still select a few more." The elderly Wei Hai was exceedingly pleased with Song Jun's combat prowess, noting that his currently assessed strength could rival the talents nurtured within the Eight Scenery Palace. "May I join your ranks?" Mengda stepped forward, rendering the crowd immobile. "Why?" Song Jun inquired. "You are formidable, and aligning with you offers significant assurance for our future endeavors," Mengda replied. Upon hearing this, Song Jun smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Welcome." In the distance, a group of extraordinary individuals watched enviously, pondering how many formidable beings such a powerful team could conquer. "Very well, you shall serve as the captain of this team, while arrangements will be made for the others shortly." The elderly Wei Hai was quite satisfied with this formation. "Follow me." Wei Hai valued these individuals, leading them up the mountain, while the rest would be assigned by another. Chapter 69. Eight Scenery Palace Scripture Pavilion. The group followed the elder up the mountain until they arrived at an underground palace. "I have reviewed your profiles, and everything appears satisfactory," the elder Wei Hai stated, as he specialized in overseeing newcomers to the Eight Scenery Palace. "I am quite content with the four of you. Here is a set of arcane methods, bestowed as a reward for this assessment," the old man said with a genial smile. Windfire Wheel was elated. His purpose in joining the Eight Scenery Palace was to acquire ancient secret techniques, which would empower him. The others received their copies, but Song Jun was excluded. perhaps due to alternative arrangements. Ding Qiulan glanced at hers, a hint of hesitation in her expression. If there are any concerns, voice them, the old man said. His demeanor approachable. Ding Qiulan surveyed the others before carefully phrasing her question. When might we be able to obtain the method of respiration? At that moment, except for wind, fire, wheel, a subtle gleam flickered in the eyes of the others. Song Jun was surprised that Ding Qiulan was aware of the respiration method. And from Wei Hai's solemn expression, he inferred that the latter was also knowledgeable. Little Wolf had once informed him that the respiration method was fundamental to the strength of any living being. You are rather ambitious. The respiration method is only granted to those who make significant contributions to the 8 Scenery Palace, Wei Hai replied. Are you implying that the 8 Scenery Palace possesses it? Ding Qiulan asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Naturally, once your strength reaches a certain level, you will be exposed to what you need to be. The others nodded in response, now having a clear objective to strive for. Subsequently, they were led away one by one, except for Song Jun, who remained. Come with me, Wei Hai said with a smile. Song Jun complied, following him to a stone chamber. You are called Song Jun, from Anhui province. You lived with your parents in Qiyun Mountain as a child and only recently came to Huicheng, Wei Hai said, perusing the documents on the desk. Subsequently, he abruptly raised his head, as if perceiving something, and exclaimed in astonishment. You wouldn't happen to be one of the 3 swordsmen of Mount Shu from Mount Qian recently? Indeed, my sole condition for joining the 8 Scenery Palace is that the safety of my parents must be guaranteed, Song Jun replied. Wei Hai remained silent, his brow furrowing intermittently, as the 2 colossal financial groups were indeed thorny issues. If it were ordinary tycoons, I could agree, but... Wei Hai hesitated. Song Jun's expression shifted slightly, but Wei Hai interrupted him, stating, as long as you can rapidly grow stronger, what do financial groups matter? My 8 Scenery Palace fears nothing. He had come to a resolution. Such formidable, gifted individuals like Song Jun were rare, and therefore, he had to seize the opportunity. I will arrange for your parents to reside in the Stellar River Peaks family quarters for the strong, Wei Hai stated. Upon hearing this, Song Jun smiled, quite satisfied with the outcome. I wish to know, with the prominence of various famous mountains nowadays, has the 8 Scenery Palace taken action? Now that they had opened up, Song Jun directly inquired about the question in his heart. I knew you were up to no good, Wei Hai chuckled. Each of the famous mountains has clandestine experts from my 8 Scenery Palace lying in wait, and in several renowned mountains, my 8 Scenery Palace has strong individuals stationed there. Where are they? Song Jun asked. Mount Sanqing, Mount Kongtong, and the Fengchan site of Mount Tai, Wei Hai solemnly declared. The Fengchan site. Song Jun exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with captivating brilliance. Since ancient times, the Fengchan site had been a place of mystery, where emperors of various dynasties would annually offer sacrifices to the heavens. I want to go there, Song Jun stated, surmising that the mystical place must have sacred objects awakening. Absolutely not. This time, Wei Hai resolutely declined, rising to his feet and stating, the situation there is exceedingly chaotic. The beast kings and human powerhouses have already clashed there, resulting in a tumultuous scene of bloodshed and despair. Wei Hai's expression was grave. The master of the 8 Scenery Palace was a mysterious being, reputed to have been an extraordinary entity 9 years ago, now waging war in the sacred land. Is it truly that dire? Wei Hai nodded solemnly and informed. I understand your desire for formidable, but with your current strength, you are not yet prepared to tread there. He then lifted his gaze to meet Song Jun's eyes and added, moreover, according to the intelligence gathered by our 8 Scenery Palace, the ancient mythological tales may not be entirely fictitious. What? Song Jun sprang to his feet, utterly astonished. If Wei Hai's implication held any truth, it suggested that some aspects of ancient myths could indeed be real. Do not overthink it. While you are indeed powerful, you do not belong to the highest echelon. Our 8 Scenery Palace has acquired an ancient tome, and based on its delineation of realms, you should be classified as an awakening of the 6th layer. Shortly, I will arrange for someone to deliver the pertinent materials to you. A tremor ran through Song Jun. The 8 Scenery Palace was privy to such knowledge, which he had assumed only the little wolf possessed, given its origins from beyond this realm. Shifting the conversation, Wei Hai smiled warmly and said, furthermore, you may introduce your 2 companions to the 8 Scenery Palace. It would be beneficial for them as well. Song Jun paused, taken aback that this cunning old fox had turned his attention to Zhao Bo and the little wolf. I shall inquire when the opportunity arises, Song Jun replied. Wei Hai nodded with a knowing smile and continued. With your current realm, you are eligible to access certain ancient scriptures. Although your contributions are insufficient, the old man has made an exception for you. What are your requests? Song Jun did not immediately acquiesce. The old man appeared to be a shrewd individual, unlikely to engage in a losing proposition. Indeed, upon hearing this, the old man's eyes sparkled with a knowing smile, causing Song Jun to feel quite uneasy. It will not bring you harm. Rather, as you grow stronger, you will lead my Xinghe Peak to renowned heights, securing for us more formidable exotic fruits. The old man finally articulated his true intention. Their current mountain also possessed exotic fruits, which were exceedingly valuable to the outside world. However, these fruits held no efficacy for individuals like Ding Qiulan and the others, as they were not ordinary extraordinary beings. I have heard you mention Xinghe Peak several times, and during my entrance, I noticed Fallen World Galaxy. Is there a secret behind this? Song Jun nodded, tentatively agreeing, for he certainly intended to visit the renowned mountains. The old man smiled enigmatically and said, I shall tell you more later. Just know that my 8 sceneries palace is not as simple as it appears. He then beckoned. Come, I shall take you to the scripture pavilion. Wei Hai wore a mysterious smile as he turned and exited the stone chamber. Soon, they arrived at a subterranean palace, heavily guarded, to the extent that even Song Jun felt a slight sting on his skin. He understood that there were concealed firearms protecting this place. The underground palace was not large, constructed entirely of pure black turtle stone, with carved niches along the walls, housing scrolls of ancient texts, roughly a dozen in number. So few? Song Jun expressed a hint of disappointment. Wei Hai was taken aback by his words and retorted, You fool, these are precious tomes cultivated by ancient reclusive individuals. Exceedingly rare, unlike the counterfeit cabbages found in the outside world. The old man was in low spirits, lamenting that these scriptures were exceedingly precious. Cultivating them to profound levels could even allow one to discern the breathing techniques within, as each scripture contained the rudiments of such methods. Song Jun scrutinized them, and, as the old man had stated, they were indeed valuable, far surpassing the complex and abstruse techniques found outside, imbued as they were with artistic conception. Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Bajiquan. Song Jun examined them one by one, noting that these were all common martial arts in the outside world, but these were ancient, invaluable additions, incomparable to those found elsewhere. Xingyiquan. Abruptly, his steps faltered as he noticed a scroll within a niche on the wall. Subsequently, he furrowed his brow as he held the Xingyiquan in his hand, remarking, Xingyiquan consists of 12 forms, yet here there are only the monkey, bear, and tiger forms. Did you think it would be so easy to gather all the forms of Xingyiquan? This martial art is quite extraordinary. Even the 8 scenery palace has only managed to collect 10 forms, and those are stored separately, the old man retorted, exasperated. Then bring me the other 7 forms. Song Jun stated directly. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately rebuked, Boy, don't push your luck. Xingyiquan is no ordinary martial art. These 3 forms are sufficient for your practice. Many veteran martial artists spend their entire lives unable to strike with artistic conception. Wei Hai inwardly cursed, realizing that Xingyiquan was a formidable inheritance, and even with the resources of the state, it would be difficult to gather all 12 forms. Very well. Then I'll take these 3 forms, Song Jun conceded. However, as he reached for the 3 forms, the old man stopped him. These are all ancient, invaluable additions. If you wish to comprehend them, you must remain here to do so, the old man stated solemnly. As these martial arts were of utmost importance to the 8 scenery palace, and they had to prevent any possibility of them being leaked to the outside world. All right. Song Jun acquiesced. Song Jun ultimately stayed behind, eagerly longing to practice the Xingyiquan. For the next few days, focus on your training. The outside world is becoming increasingly tumultuous, and there will be many occasions where your skills will prove invaluable, the old man remarked with a smile. Song Jun, feeling impatient, waved his hand dismissively, directing all his attention to the essence of Xingyiquan. Observing Song Jun's swift immersion into his practice, the old man refrained from interrupting, instead delegating other matters and leaving the space to him. Chapter 70. The Great Crisis of the 8 Scenery Palace within the confines of a sealed stone chamber. A sudden and violent explosion reverberated through the air. A figure, striking a peculiar pose reminiscent of an animal's silhouette, burst forth with the ferocity of a raging bear. Boom. The resilient stone wall shattered abruptly, disintegrating into dust upon impact. Song Jun's eyes sparkled with intensity, having grasped the fundamentals of the 3 forms of Xingyiquan. He had dedicated nearly half a month to his training here. Now, he had begun to master the techniques, and when executed, his movements embodied the essence of animalistic grace. Casting a glance at the stone wall, which was comprised of the hardest diamond, he realized that he could penetrate it with a single punch, a testament to the sheer strength of his physical form. He was eager to test his limits, as he summoned the energy within him to unleash the Xingyiquan. He pondered over the potential might he could wield. However, he was acutely aware that he could not unleash his full power in this confined space. On the other side of the video feed, Zhao Bo appeared momentarily stunned, but refrained from inquiring further. Just then, a voice broke the silence, and shortly after, the little wolf made its entrance. "Hey, little rascal," Songjin chuckled. "If you keep calling me that, do you believe I will flatten you?" The little wolf, initially brimming with joy, instantly wore a glum expression. Amused by the response, Songjin asked, "How are things on your end? Have you acquired many exotic fruits?" "Indeed. My friend, hasten here. Amidst the Dog Demon King's search, we've discovered sacred fruit akin to the peaches of immortality and even witnessed a holy spring deep within the Kunlun Mountains." "Truly?" A subtle stirring arose within Songjin's heart. With solemnity, the wolf affirmed, "They do exist deep within, yet the deeper one ventures, the more formidable the mists become. Without sufficient strength, venturing recklessly would invite mortal peril." With gravity, Songjin nodded in acknowledgement. Since time immemorial, Kunlun had been revered as a divine mountain, shrouded in mystique. "With whom are you conversing?" A voice echoed from afar, succeeded by the emergence of a figure donning oversized sunglasses, blue shorts, and a large cigar clenched between its teeth. The spectacle left Songjin utterly dumbfounded. Was it not the husky, albeit adorned in the most outlandish attire imaginable? A canine mimicry of man, Songjin muttered under his breath, concerned that the creature might corrupt the wolf cub. "What was that, young man?" The husky's ears perked up, as if catching the remark. "Haha, nothing at all. Esteemed Dog Demon King, I merely remarked on your dashing appearance today, truly befitting the title of Kunlun's Dog Demon King." The wolf cub chimed in. "You little whelp, are you courting death?" The husky retorted, incensed. The cub, instead of learning virtue, had adopted the human habit of addressing him as the esteemed Dog Demon King. A lesson was in order. Instantly, chaos erupted as the wolf cub received its reprimand. "My friend, expedite your arrival. I shall see to mediating their dispute." Zhao Bo hastened to intercede before terminating the communication. With a smile, Songjin rose to his feet. Just then, a visitor arrived at his abode. "Are you Songjin?" the individual inquired. "I am," Songjin affirmed with a nod. "Greetings, Peak Lord Wei urgently requests your presence. You must go to him immediately," the individual announced. A moment of surprise flickered across Songjin's face before he responded, "Lead the way, then." After informing his parents, Songjin followed the person to an underground palace. "I shall proceed alone," he said with a nod before entering. Inside, he found Wei Hai, his countenance stormy with anger. "What has transpired?" Songjin inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Wei Hai looked up, his anger still evident. "Today," he began, "individuals from the Celestial I Jin faction arrived." Songjin was taken aback, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. "What was their purpose?" he asked. Wei Hai explained, "They are aware that you are one of the 3 swordsmen of Shu Mountain. They have dispatched powerful individuals to demand that Star River Peak hand over you and your family." Songjin shuddered, his gaze turning icy as he regarded Wei Hai with suspicion. "What are you doing?" Wei Hai exclaimed, startled. He slammed his hand on the table and rose, his voice filled with indignation. "Do you believe I would betray you? What kind of person do you take me for?" Wei Hai's impassioned reaction took Songjin by surprise, causing him to relax slightly. "Forgive me, old man," he said apologetically. "I misjudged you." "The other Peak Lords," Songjin began. Puzzled, "What is their stance?" Wei Hai sighed. "Do you recall when you asked me about the significance of Star River Peak?" Songjin certainly remembered, having noticed the inscription Fallen Star River upon his arrival, which he suspected held some meaning. Indeed, the 8 Scenery Palace comprises 8 principal peaks, each governed by a distinct faction, collectively forming the entirety of the 8 Scenery Palace. "Which of these entities holds dominion?" Wei Hai inquired, his words sending a tremor through Songjin's heart. A wave of astonishment washed over him as he realized, according to the Elder's disclosure, that there were 7 other such domains within the 8 Scenery Palace, besides their own. This revelation deepened Songjin's understanding of the national organization. The 8 Scenery Palace consists of Azure Wave Peak, Kuanyue Peak, Divine Radiance Peak, Luminary Peak, Mirage Peak, Misty Haze Peak, Rainbow Abyss Peak, and our newly established Starlight Peak. Currently, the masters of Mirage Peak, Misty Haze Peak, and Rainbow Abyss Peak are exerting pressure on Starlight Peak, demanding your surrender. Wei Hai voiced his agitation, revealing the vexation that weighed upon him. It was evident that this matter troubled him deeply, igniting his ire. Although he was under no obligation to heed the demands of the plutocracy, he had not anticipated the intervention of the other peak masters within the Eight Scenery Palace. He had contemplated seeking intervention from the paramount figure within the Eight Scenery Palace, but the competitive nature among the peaks hindered such recourse. Song Jin clenched his fists, recalling the words spoken by the elder of Tianyinjin on Mount Chiyun. Those who offend them, once their identities are revealed, face not only their own demise, but also that of their loved ones. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Wei Hai rose from his seat, his eyes gleaming with a resolute light, as if a decision had been made. Now that Tianyinjin has arrived, and you have slain Zhang Jun of the Transcendence Research Institute's Zhang family, it is likely that this matter will soon come to light. I had intended to nurture you gradually, but time is not on our side. Therefore, I must expedite your ascent to power. Old man Wei Hai solemnly stated, aware that haste makes waste and that rigidity is easily broken. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger. Song Jun was taken aback as the old man's piercing gaze met his own, and he spoke with gravity. You will be sent to the imperial ruins at Jiulong Mountain in Zhujiang in advance. Chapter 71. 8 Scenic Palaces, a shocking revelation. Imperial ruins? Song Jin queried, looking at the old man whose expression was laden with seriousness. Taking a deep breath, the old man's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he continued. Deep beneath the Jiulong mountain range lies an ancient imperial site. What? Song Jun was unsettled. According to the old man's assertion, an entire imperial site lay beneath that mountain. If this were to come to light, it would undoubtedly stir a monumental upheaval in the realm of archaeology. Observing Song Jun's astonishment, the old man exhaled forcefully, as if attempting to expel the shock he felt within. He sat down once more and elaborated. This imperial site was initially discovered by the scholars of the Wanzhou Civilization Institute. Song Jun understood that the Wanzhou Civilization Institute was a significant financial consortium in the country, historically focused on the study of various dynasties. However, an entire imperial site was beyond their capacity to seize. By now, several factions had already laid claim to it. The old man remarked. Confused, Song Jin pondered what this had to do with his own visit to the imperial site. Sensing the turmoil in Song Jun's mind, the old man rubbed his temples and said, do you think this is merely a conventional dynasty site? This relic, as of now, remains a mystery in terms of its true expanse. I, the master of the 8 scenic palaces, along with leaders of several major financial factions, had once contemplated a thorough investigation. At this juncture, the old man shook his head with resignation and stated, as they attempted to enter the ruins. Runes materialized in the void, and a mysterious energy impeded their progress. Some powerful individuals, defiant of this phenomenon, exerted their full strength to proceed. Yet the runes unleashed a terrifying pressure, instantly crushing them into a bloody mist. Subsequently, the palace master and the heads of several major consortiums conducted a thorough investigation. They discovered that only awakened realm espers were capable of entering. The old man looked up, a hint of perplexity in his eyes, and continued, previously, there were absolutely no ruins there. It seemed to appear out of nowhere, akin to the primordial mountains, belonging to a folded space. Song Jun remained silent, his heart deeply stirred. When he parted ways with Little Wolf in Mount Chiyun, Little Wolf had mentioned that the passages of the primordial mountains were connected to the outside world. He was, of course, aware that the outside world Little Wolf spoke of was not their own, but another realm. In these realms, Little Wolf had warned, there were beings of great terror belonging to the Evolution dynasty, and as the seals on the local passages weakened, these external beings would infiltrate their world. What does this have to do with my entry into the imperial ruins? Song Jun inquired, his brow furrowed. The old man replied, his tone grave. There is a connection. In that ruin, the palace master and others sensed extremely terrifying exotic fruits and other treasures capable of facilitating one's own evolution. Obtaining them would lead to a formidable advancement. The old man suddenly stood up and declared, that place is fraught with peril, teeming with formidable exotic beasts, and it is precisely there that I intend to send you. Observing the contemplative Song Jun, the elder remarked, I understand that you are pondering the acquisition of the extraordinary fruits and the matter of belonging. The leaders of the palace have deliberated, and regardless of what you obtain, it will be exclusively yours. The only stipulation is that should you acquire these extraordinary fruits, we hope you might offer a portion in tribute. As long as you procure a sufficient quantity of these fruits for the 8 scenery palace and enhance your own prowess, you will surely capture the attention of the palace's leaders, and the financial magnates will think twice before acting against you. Songjin nodded, fully aware that the 8 scenery palace could not lack its own demands. However, now that he had joined, such a request seemed reasonable. Very well, I consent to join, he declared. Upon hearing Songjin's affirmative response, the elder rose and stated, you may remain there for approximately 1 week. Once the time is up, you must exit. I had initially intended to present you with an extraordinary fruit, but it appears that will no longer be necessary. In a few days, you will take your team, and I will introduce you to certain individuals who will accompany you into that relic. Songjin nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Weihai elaborated on a few more matters before departing. The financial magnates, Songjin thought, narrowing his eyes as a glint of cold light flickered within them. He understood that the place was fraught with peril, yet, with danger comes immense opportunity. Without formidable strength, his parents would remain unprotected. A soft sigh escaped him. Since parting ways with Chi Yun Mountain, an invisible chasm had formed between him and his companion. There were some matters that clearly needed to be addressed. Just as Songjin was preparing to speak, Shun Xinhua interrupted him, inquiring, do you require assistance? Taken aback, Songjin realized that the other seemed to be aware of his troubles. I am fine, everything is well, he replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, Xinyu, certain actions are unavoidable on my part, concerning your sister. I'm currently occupied. I must end this communication. Observing the terminated call, Songjin offered a wry smile. Xinyu is an extraordinarily astute woman. Even without explicit disclosure, she possesses the ability to deduce matters from subtle clues. The following day, an event of considerable magnitude reverberated throughout the nation, eliciting profound shock among a multitude of individuals. In the Qinling Mountains, the hyena had resurfaced. This hyena, a veritable sovereign among its kind, had utterly decimated several adjacent metropolises, leaving no survivor in its wake. A scene of unparalleled carnage. I issued a warning, it proclaimed. The Qinling Mountains are my domain, and incursions by humanity will incur dire consequences. The hyena, radiating an aura of dark effulgence, ascended into the firmament, casting its gaze upon the land below. At its feet, flames began to ignite. Effective immediately, the boundaries of my territory shall extend 500 kilometers. Any human discovered within shall be subject to immediate annihilation. Having delivered this chilling pronouncement, the hyena king was immediately engulfed in dark flames and vanished into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Throughout the nation, a wave of indignation swept through the populace. The complete annihilation of several cities, with no survivors, surpassed even the brutality of the centipede of Mount Chiyun. While the centipede's attacks primarily resulted in structural damage, the death toll was but a fraction of that caused by the Hyena King's massacre. This depraved beast, one exclaimed, I implore the most formidable among humanity to personally eliminate this creature. The populace seethed with rage, their eyes reddened as they voiced their outrage. Even within the military ranks, high-ranking officials expressed profound anger. Later that very evening, a cataclysmic explosion echoed from the depths of the Qinling Mountains as a terrifying inferno erupted skyward. Chapter 72. The 8 Sceneries Palace. Xingyao on this day, old man Wei Hai arrived, his complexion ashen and his hair disheveled, as if he hadn't rested for days. Contact the Windfire Wheels and the others, the old man said with decisive action, interrupting Songjin's Xingyi Quan practice. Songjin nodded, proceeding to contact the Windfire Wheels and company. What happened now? In recent days, the outside world had been far from tranquil. With the hyena's slaughter of the city and the Western Black Dragon's turmoil, the old man said with a gloomy expression, the momentum of the heterokind's rise is becoming increasingly fierce. Humans will soon be unable to resist. According to the old man, terrifying heterokind had appeared in every famous mountain, with the hyenas of the Qinling Mountains being just the beginning. Now, apart from the major cities, no one could remain in the wilderness at all, as it was entirely the domain of the heterokind. Human powerhouses were all gathered in the famous mountains, fighting the powerhouses among the heterokind in earth-shattering battles, with rivers of blood flowing. Because the human powerhouses could not spare any time, The ordinary alien beasts in the wild mountains and forests were unsuppressed, and there were frequent beast tides attacking human cities, causing chaos everywhere. Just then, the Windfire Wheels and the others arrived. Boss, you become even more handsome in just a few days. Windfire Wheel still had the same attire, with a bun, a red scarf, and a face that made him look like a scoundrel. Cut the crap, Songjin said, kicking him, before politely extending his hand to shake hands with Ding Qiulan and the others. Qiulan, you've become even more beautiful. Windfire Wheel was dumbfounded, because at this time, his boss was shaking hands with Ding Qiulan with a gentlemanly demeanor, but he saw that Songjin's slightly lowered gaze was fixed on Ding Qiulan. Shameless. Windfire Wheel thought with disdain, secretly thinking that his boss was no good either. Slightly abashed, Ding Qiulan withdrew her hand and gently patted her chest, casting a coquettish glance at Songjin with her large, expressive eyes, instantly exuding a captivating and alluring charm. Songjin and the others swallowed hard, silently cursing her as an enchantress. Ahem. The old man, Wei Hai, cleared his throat and glared sternly at the group. You will accompany me to meet another squad. You will proceed with them. Wei Hai addressed the group before him. Ding Qiulan, Ming Da, and the others nodded in acknowledgement. As Songjin had already briefed them on the mission, they were immensely thrilled at the prospect of venturing to the Imperial Dynasty's ruins, though they were fully aware of the unimaginable dangers that lay ahead. Nevertheless, they had all resolved to participate. The group followed the old man to Star River Peak, eventually halting in a garden where several figures could be seen in the distance. Boss, there's a beauty up ahead, Feng Huoluan, who was walking beside Songjin, suddenly exclaimed. His eyes lighting up, he leaned in close and whispered. Songjin followed Feng Huoluan's gaze and saw 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was clad in white, her dark hair cascading down her waist. Her white attire accentuated the curves of her figure. My, boss, look at that young lady, her delicate features. I bet you could pinch water from her cheeks, but, alas. Feng Huoluan's eyes were ablaze with admiration, but he abruptly stopped mid-sentence, a look of regret on his face. Songjin, taken aback, turned to Feng Huoluan at his side and asked, but what? Feng Huoluan suddenly became apprehensive, wrapping his arm around Songjin and glancing furtively at Ding Qiulan behind them. He whispered, Boss, don't you think that while the young lady across from us is beautiful, she's not as attractive as Sister Qiulan? Indeed, Songjin nodded in wholehearted agreement. Humph. Walking behind, Ding Qiulan overheard the conversation and approached, casting a disdainful glance at Songjin. I thought you were serious, but it turns out you are just as despicable as this fellow. Go away. Your thoughts are truly filthy, and your soul is too sordid. Don't call me boss anymore. Without a hint of courtesy, Songjin kicked the Windfire Wheel aside and then turned to Ding Qiulan with a smile, saying, I am innocent. I assure you, I am quite pure. With that, he donned an expression of feigned innocence. Boss you. Windfire Wheel gaped in disbelief. When did his superior become so shameless? Even the usually stoic Meng Da's lips twitched at the sight. I can't believe you. Ding Qiulan lifted her snow-white chin, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light as she shot a scornful glance at Songjin. In an instant, Songjin's eyes brightened a bit. Oh, what a bunch of country bumpkins. I expected a formidable team. Are you the red boy? At that moment, a few individuals in front noticed the commotion, and one man sneered at Windfire Wheel. Cross-eyed, who were you talking about? Having already received a kick from Songjin, Windfire Wheel leapt up, pointing at the man across from him. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened. He indeed had a slight strabismus and detested being called out for it. Say that again, he demanded, his tone icy and his gaze unfriendly. Windfire Wheel was about to retort, but at that moment, Wei Hai suddenly shouted, Everyone, be quiet. The two fell silent, though their gazes remained hostile. This is another team I am referring to. During this mission to Xinghe Peak, your 2 teams must cooperate. Wei Hai turned his gaze towards Songjin, his tone grave. The individuals present were introduced to one another under Wei Hai's guidance. Xing Yao, this is Songjin. The 2 of you will lead the Star River Peak team this time. Within the secret realm, mutual assistance is paramount, the elder instructed. Pay particular attention to the teams from Luohuan Peak, Yinxia Peak, and Hongyuan Peak. They may attempt to obstruct us. I expect your full cooperation and vigilance against them. He added that Star River Peak was newly established within the 8 Sceneries Palace, with limited resources and a scarcity of formidable individuals. Xing Yao cast a cool glance at Songjin, her face inscrutable, neither agreeing nor dissenting. This caused Songjin to furrow his brow, a hint of displeasure arising within him, deeming the woman excessively haughty. "Greetings, my name is Bai Shi." A man beside Xing Yao stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He observed Feng Huolun, then turned to Song Jun, remarking with a chuckle, "Indeed. Like attracts like." "Say that again." Feng Huolun erupted in fury. Ding Qiulan and Meng Da's expressions soured instantly as well. Being mocked as a team ignited their anger, prompting them to activate their energies. Song Jun, equally incensed, fixed his gaze upon the cross-eyed man, retorting with a smile, "I now comprehend the origin of your crossed eyes. Association with such a group inevitably leads to such a condition. You." The man flared up, interpreting this as an indirect insult, suggesting they were blind. Instantly, an oppressive aura emanated from him, his skin shimmering with light. "You intend to make a move?" Feng Huolun and the others bristled, their internal energies surging. From the outset, the other party mocked the wheel of fire, showing no regard for dignity. Should they still expect respect? Silence. The elder, Wei Hai, seethed with anger, his stern gaze lingering on several individuals before finally settling on Xing Yao. "We shall collaborate. However, I fear that certain individuals may not fully commit. We will proceed first." A cold voice emanated from Xing Yao, her eyes briefly glancing at Song Jun before she led her companions away. Such arrogance. Do they truly consider themselves exceptional? Even Ding Qiulan, who usually possessed a gentle temperament, felt a surge of indignation as she watched the retreating figures, pouting in displeasure. Song Jun's gaze similarly followed Xing Yao's departing silhouette. As one who practiced breathing techniques, he could sense that the energy within Xing Yao suggested she was at the 6th level of awakening, while the others, like Ding Qiulan and the Wheel of Fire, were at the 4th level. The man named Bai Shi, however, seemed to be at the 5th level of awakening, similar to Meng Da enough. The elder Wei Hai sighed, realizing that these individuals, being more formidable than the average extraordinary beings, were inevitably harboring notions of superiority. "I will arrange for a dedicated aircraft. There are powerful guardians from my 8 scenery palace stationed at Jiulong Mountain. You will gather there, and personnel will accompany you to explain the circumstances along the way." The group nodded, their spirits dimmed by the recent events. Yet, the prospect of heading to the underground ruins of the Jiulong Mountain dynasty ignited a flicker of excitement within them. Chapter 73, Midway Mission. The surviving Hyena King. The following morning, Song Jun and his companions arrived at a spacious area within the 8 scenery palace. The site buzzed with activity as relevant personnel busied themselves with various tasks. Suddenly, a group approached from a distance, led by none other than the elder, Wei Hai. Having meticulously prepared themselves, Song Jun and his companions observed a private aircraft approaching from afar. Upon entering that domain, utmost caution is paramount, the elder statesman intoned, his countenance etched with gravity as he addressed the group. With our esteemed leader at the helm, what could possibly befall us?" Feng Huolun retorted with insouciance. Subsequently, he pivoted and commenced massaging Song Jun's shoulders and back, his demeanor akin to one currying favor. However, his roving eyes remained fixated upon a particular region of Ding Qiulan's anatomy. "Get lost, you're obstructing my view," Song Jun exclaimed, delivering a swift kick. Feng Huolun had impeded his line of sight towards Ding Qiulan, and he was loath to divert his gaze from such pulchritude to a man sporting a topknot. "Humph. A pair of lechers," Ding Qiulan muttered, having witnessed their antics. She castigated them with a stern glare, finding their behavior increasingly egregious. Upon realizing that Ding Qiulan had noticed them, Song Jun remained unfazed, flashing a radiant smile. Conversely, as Feng Huolun's sunny grin emerged, a figure materialized with astonishing alacrity, delivering a mid-air kick that connected squarely with his face. "The next time you allow your gaze to wander indiscriminately, be forewarned that I shall not hesitate to gouge out your eyes," Ding Qiulan declared, her comely visage now veiled in a frosty aura. "Sister Lan, your partiality is evident. Our leader also indulged in ogling, yet I am the sole recipient of your reprimand." Feng Huolun lamented, his face contorted in misery, his left cheek now swollen. "Dare to repeat that utterance?" Ding Qiulan's exquisite eyes narrowed imperceptibly, her countenance intensifying with glacial severity. Feng Huolun fell silent, cowering involuntarily, muttering resentfully under his breath. "Why am I the only one to suffer the consequences?" "Because my physical attractiveness surpasses yours," Song Jun interjected, approaching him from behind and chuckling softly. Upon hearing these words, Feng Huolun's face rigidified, a sensation of oppression weighing upon his chest. However, he dared not engage in physical confrontation with the individual before him. Autumn Orchid. You should smile more often. It enhances your beauty, Song Jun said earnestly as he straightened up. Very well, Ding Qiulan replied, her frosty demeanor instantly transforming into a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. Do I look appealing? She inquired, approaching him and closing the distance between them. Song Jun could clearly see her eyelashes, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Indeed, very appealing, Song Jun responded, a forced smile on his face as he hastily retreated. Time is of the essence. We must board the aircraft promptly. Specialists will brief you on the situation, the old man interrupted, his nerves taut. He was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead and wished to prevent any harm from befalling these individuals. For his Xinghe Peak was still in its infancy and lacked formidable espers. Hearing this, the group ceased their banter, for they, too, understood the immense danger that awaited them. They simply sought to alleviate the tension. After repeated admonitions from the old man, they finally boarded the specialized aircraft. I hope they all return alive, the old man sighed. Knowing that only through the crucible of blood and fire could these individuals grow stronger. The area was abundant with potent exotic fruits, and obtaining them would pave the way for their continued evolution. Upon entering the specialized aircraft, Song Jun and his companions were taken aback by its opulent decor, which bordered on extravagance. It resembled a private mansion, with thick animal pelts adorning the floor and crocodile leather trim on the sofas. Good heavens! I've never ridden in such a luxurious aircraft before, Feng Huolun exclaimed as he plopped down on the sofa, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Mr. Song, this way please. Several individuals ascended, and professional personnel escorted them to a more secluded cabin. The specialists elucidated the precautions necessary within the relic site, while also revealing that representatives from major financial conglomerates were stationed there, having entered alongside their Baji Palace. Mr. Song, upon entry, you must exercise extreme caution regarding the perils within, the specialist reiterated. Their previous assessments had indicated the presence of formidable, otherworldly beasts within the ruins. However, rest assured that in addition to yourselves, the Baji Palace will also be accompanied by adepts from Luohuan Peak, Yinxia Peak, and Hanyuan Peak. The specialist elaborated, observing the individuals before him, though he failed to notice the peculiar glint in Song Zhan's downcast eyes. Luohuan Peak, Yinxia Peak, Hanyuan Peak, Song Zhan murmured inwardly. His mentor had dispatched him to this perilous locale in advance, not only due to the Tianyin Consortium's demand for Xinghe Peak to surrender him, but also because the peak masters of these three peaks had exerted pressure. The specialist lectured at length, concluding after half an hour. Mr. Song, you may now rest. We will awaken you upon reaching our destination. The individual offered a smile. No problem, Song Zhan acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, the individuals dispersed. Feng Huolun sprawled across a large bed in a herringbone pattern, while Ding Qiulan departed for a bath. According to the itinerary, they were to travel by private plane, requiring 2 days to reach Julong Mountain in Zhejiang. Since the cataclysmic changes, the landmass had expanded significantly, and numerous enigmatic spaces had emerged like mushrooms after rain. As for the skies, they were fraught with peril. Domestically and internationally, few aviation companies dared to operate, as the aerial domain was dominated by terrifying avian creatures. Only specific air corridors were safeguarded by terrestrial thermal weaponry, forcibly carving out a route from the high-altitude domain. That night, specialists arrived to rouse the group. What's amiss? Song Zhan inquired, observing the grave and somber mien of the visitor. He peered out the window, where a pall of darkness obscured everything. Should any formidable avian creatures encroach upon the air corridor, even with the protection of ground-based thermal weaponry, significant complications would inevitably arise. It's not an issue with the air corridor, the individual stated, noticing that their gazes were directed outside the aircraft. Please accompany me. The Peak Lord has matters to discuss with you. He led them with haste and gravity to the communications module. What has transpired, old man? Song Zhan asked casually, pulling up a chair before the screen. In the video, the old man's countenance was fraught with concern and gravity. He exhaled deeply and announced, a calamitous event has occurred. The group exchanged startled glances. The old man shook his head, saying, First, I shall present to you a video captured by satellite. The scene shifted to reveal a vast and boundless mountain range. Recognizing the familiar terrain, Ding Qiulan exclaimed in surprise, Is that not the Qinling Mountains? The scene was quiescent. Subsequently, a dark flame surged forth as a formidable beast, wreathed in terrifying fire, assailed human cities. Within the scene, several metropolises were decimated. "The Hyena King!" Mingda exclaimed, his complexion paling as he recognized the dire implications. At this juncture, the footage was accelerated, revealing nuclear missiles launched from afar, obliterating the mountain range and leaving the Hyena King utterly annihilated. However, the date in the scene then rapidly advanced, and the footage paused once more. A sprawling expanse of scorched earth was displayed, the ground fractured, and the mountains collapsed. This is the site where the former Hyena King was obliterated by a nuclear missile, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Suddenly, a massive boulder crumbled, revealing a pair of cold, piercing eyes emerging from the depths of the earth. The owner of those eyes was left with only a colossal head and 2 forelimbs. Its lower body had completely vanished. My heavens! Upon witnessing this, Feng Huoluan could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Ding Qiulan and Meng De were equally taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. This revelation was discovered through satellite surveillance. The Hyena King had not been annihilated. It still lived. With a grave expression, the elder spoke. "Now that you know, what is it that you wish us to do?" Song Jun immediately rose, aware that the elder's intent was not merely to inform them of this matter. "Our team has been tracking its movements and found that the Hyena King has retreated deep into the Qinling Mountains. Its vitality has waned to less than 1% of its former strength. I need you to head to the Qinling Mountains at once and eliminate this beast without granting it a chance to recover," the elder declared, rising from his seat with a tone that was both solemn and commanding. On the private jet, Ding Qiulan and the others fell silent, their gazes shifting towards Song Jun, awaiting his decision. The Hyena King had once been rumored to possess formidable power, rivaling that of the centipede in Qiun Mountain, a true sovereign among its kind. Now, reduced to merely a head and forelimbs, its life lingered, yet its diminished strength was not to be underestimated. Fixating on the elder's image on the screen, Song Zhen's eyes glimmered with determination, and ultimately, he nodded. "This beast shall be entrusted to us." Chapter 74, Interim Assignment. Assessing the anomaly the following day. At the crack of dawn, Song Zhen and his cohorts boarded a plane, transferring en route to their designated location. They arrived at the Qinling Mountains, where, under the escort of an armored vehicle, they entered the forested terrain fully armed. For metahumans, conventional nuclear radiation is ineffective, but to err on the side of caution, you should still don these. The logistics personnel were meticulously prepared, providing the team with specialized anti-nuclear suits. Contrary to expectations, the suits were form-fitting, facilitating ease of movement. Upon detecting any trace of the Hyena King, notify us immediately. Logistics staff handed over signal flares. As the woodland the Hyena King had retreated into was the primeval mountain range, bordering the depths of a folded space. Signal transmission was intermittent there, and heavy artillery was rendered useless. The scorched earth, barren and desolate, marked the periphery of the primeval mountains as a lifeless wasteland. This was due to the catastrophic nuclear missile strike it had previously endured. Song Jun and the others ventured into the depths of the forest. They were immediately struck by its deathly stillness. The temperature during a nuclear explosion can reach up to 100 million degrees Celsius, making it impossible for any living organism to survive. Unfortunately, the Hyena King had evaded the epicenter of the blast by burrowing deep underground, which resulted in the lower half of its body being obliterated by the intense heat. Upon hearing this, Songjin and his team promptly moved over. The video footage showed the area where the Hyena King had initially sought refuge from the nuclear blast, where it had survived with only half its body remaining. "Someone has been here," Mingda observed, his brow furrowing. The large patches of dried, blackish-red blood on the ground had been excavated, along with the surrounding soil. The royal blood, said to possess mysterious energy, wields immense influence. Standing nearby, Ding Qiulan's alluring figure stood tall, her autumn-like eyes reflecting a turbulent calm. To ascend as the king of the extraordinary beasts, every inch of one's being is an invaluable treasure, drawing the envious gaze of many forces from the outside world. Song Jun lifted his gaze, gently closing his eyes, as a powerful divine awareness surged forth from his being, allowing him to perceive the situation hundreds of meters away. The others remained silent, and after a brief moment, Song Jun opened his eyes and remarked, "There are numerous lurking extraordinary beings nearby. We must tread cautiously. It appears they are all here in search of the Hyena King, hoping to reap some benefits. Such individuals resemble bounty hunting squads, willing to resort to any means for profit." The group swiftly mobilized, moving discreetly through the forest. The usually jovial Fingwelin now wore a serious and solemn demeanor, for they were on a mission to locate a former king among the extraordinary beasts, a task that allowed no room for negligence. Otherwise, they might lose their lives without even grasping the situation. As the day unfolded, they remained in pursuit. "Let us investigate the Eastern Canyon," Mengda suddenly suggested, his voice breaking the silence. Having previously served as a reconnaissance soldier in a special forces unit, he could trace even the faintest of clues. The others nodded in agreement. Exiting the wooded area and ultimately stepping into another mountainous region, arriving at the canyon. "I sense its presence nearby," Song Zhan, who had been calm until now, suddenly spoke. His formidable divine awareness indicated that this territory was distinctly different. "Exercise caution. Even though the vitality of the Hyena King has waned to less than 1% of its prime, it remains the king of extraordinary beasts." As a woman, Ding Qiulan gently cautioned, "I feel a palpable disquietude with every passing moment spent here." The sensation was immediate and visceral, growing ever more intense. As they traversed the defile, Mengda noticed faint streaks of blood upon the canyon walls, remnants of the Hyena King's wounds. Yet, they refrained from gathering this coveted royal ichor. "I find myself struggling to breathe," Windfire Wheels murmured, his voice hushed. The group halted, a shared gravity settling upon their faces. Indeed, they too felt the oppressive atmosphere. Though Windfire Wheels, being the weakest among them, was naturally more susceptible, Song Zhan's gaze was fixed upon the canyon's flanks. He surmised that the Hyena King was lurking nearby. Suddenly, Windfire Wheels stumbled, falling to the ground. "How can you be so careless?" Ding Qiulan exclaimed, her nerves frayed by the unexpected sound. Yet, in the next instant, she sensed something amiss. Windfire Wheels was trembling, his gaze transfixed upon a distant point. Following his line of sight, she gasped, a cold dread washing over her. Concealed within a crevice in a precipice several kilometers away, a colossal canine head was nestled, its chilling gaze fixed upon them. "Flee!" Song Zhan roared, his body taut, the hairs on his skin standing on end. He had only experienced such a sensation once before, when encountering the centipede in Mount Chiyun. A sense of foreboding washed over him, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. The Eight Views Palace had erred in its assessment. The Hyena King exuded an aura of immense peril. "You must depart from this place at once," Song Zhan bellowed once more, as the Hyena King, though dormant within the rock crevice, emanated a dreadful aura. Under this oppressive presence, Feng Huolun, Mengda, and the others were drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Before the battle even commenced, they were already incapacitated. In the ensuing moment, they retreated in trepidation, realizing their presence served no purpose. As they withdrew, the hitherto motionless Hyena King, its gaze fixed upon them, abruptly stirred. With a roar that reverberated like a heavy-duty truck, the colossal head unleashed a sound that shook the very earth, causing countless boulders to cascade from the canyon's heights. "A woo!" The Hyena King bellowed, its forelimbs striking the canyon walls, instantly cleaving them asunder. The air crackled with explosive force as a streak of aurora borealis pierced towards Feng Huolun and his companions. "Depart with haste," Song Zhan roared, a cyan gold war spear materializing in his grasp. This weapon, specially forged by the Eight Scenery Palace, possessed a hardness exceeding that of diamond by several orders of magnitude. As his objective was to infiltrate the ruins, where individuals from financial consortia also lurked, he had left his signature fire poker at home to avoid revealing his identity, lest someone recognize him as one of the three musketeers operating in Mount Chiyun. "Boss!" Feng Huolun and the others exclaimed in profound concern. "Begone! If you wish not for my demise, depart from this place with haste. Quickly leave." Mengda, enduring the terrifying aura emanating from the Hyena King, seized Feng Huolun and fled frantically into the distance. Song Zhan was buying them a chance at survival. To linger here would be an act of sheer self-destruction. A dreadful aura permeated the air, rendering it viscous. Despite being reduced to half its form, the Hyena King's velocity remained terrifyingly swift. With a mere rustle, it traversed the 4,000 to 5,000 meters, spanning entire mountaintops. With a swift motion, Song Zhan charged forth, fully aware that even as a sixth Awakening Realm practitioner, he could not afford to be complacent. The Eight Scenic Palace had misjudged the situation. The remaining strength of the Hyena King was still formidable, and any Awakening Realm anomaly that encountered it would surely meet their demise. Clutching a lapis lazuli spear, Song Jun erupted with radiant flames beneath his feet, propelling himself with a speed that was nothing short of terrifying, causing the very air to rupture around him. Clang! The Hyena King lunged ferociously, its forelimbs swinging with such force that, although its sharp claws had fallen away, its power erupted like a volcanic explosion upon striking the lapis lazuli spear. Song Jun felt as if the spear would be wrenched from his grasp. Even with the blinding flames swirling around his hands, the sheer force shattered his palms. Blood cascading forth. Chapter 75, Midway Task. Live Battle. Song Jun's expression turned to one of astonishment. The Hyena King was too powerful, even with only half of its body remaining. Boom! The Hyena King surged through the air, enveloped in dazzling light, resembling a blazing sun as it descended. Activating his breathing technique, a thick mist billowed from his mouth and nose. The Hyena King's might compelled him to exert every ounce of his strength. A torrent of light surged forth as he seized the lapis lazuli spear, launching another strike. With a resounding thud, this time the spear collided with the Hyena King's skull, akin to striking an indestructible metal, only to be repelled back. Howl! The Hyena King roared in fury, its cold, eerie gaze filled with malevolence. Human! You dare to provoke the might of the king! It bellowed in human speech from a distance of several hundred meters. With a powerful strike to the ground, it closed the gap in an instant. Song Jun raised his spear horizontally to block the Hyena King's onslaught. With a crack, the Hyena King's forelimb struck, shattering the specially crafted spear into two pieces. Thud! Relinquishing his battle spear, Song Jun unleashed a solitary fist, the force of which stirred the surrounding sands and gravel, obliterating trees and vegetation in its wake. As he clashed head-on with the Hyena King, the resounding impact of their collision sent Song Jun hurtling backward, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, while the rocks and ancient trees that lined his path crumbled at his touch. This is dire. Our leader is in grave danger. From afar, Windfire Wheels and the others had retreated to a secure perimeter. Perched atop an ancient tree, Windfire Wheels witnessed the scene unfold, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. Song Jun had ensured their safe withdrawal, but now faced mortal peril, while they remained powerless to intervene. Under their gaze, Song Jun appeared exceedingly disheveled, perpetually on the brink of annihilation under the Hyena King's relentless onslaught. The Eight Sceneries Palace has erred in its assessment, Mengda muttered, his fists clenched tightly. According to the old man's account, the Hyena King had been reduced to half a body in the nuclear blast, its vitality waning, suggesting they could handle the situation. However, the unfolding events revealed that even in its severely wounded and dying state, the Hyena King remained an insurmountable foe for ordinary martial artists. I cannot allow our leader to perish in vain. Windfire Wheels roared, his eyes already brimming with tears. What are you planning? Ding Qiulan questioned, her beautiful eyes equally reddened, yearning to rescue Song Jun. I intend to broadcast this epic battle, to make known to the world that our leader is engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Hyena King. Windfire Wheels exclaimed, his emotions running high. Quickly, synchronize the broadcast, Mengda urged, as Song Jun once again clashed with the Hyena King. Never before had anyone dared to challenge the Hyena King single-handedly. A blinding light suddenly erupted in the distance, as Song Jun leaped toward a towering peak, his entire being seemingly capable of flight, soaring directly from the mountaintop, as if endowed with the power of avian ascension. This spectacle left Windfire Wheels and his companions awestruck. Within the celestial confines of Star River Peak, it is surmised that only Song Jun possesses the prowess to contend with the formidable Hyena King. Mengda, while undeniably powerful and ranked 10th nationally, would not dare to withstand even a casual blow from the aforementioned monarch. Perched atop an ancient arboreal giant, the Windfire Wheel swiftly selected a prominent live-streaming platform, expeditiously adjusting the visual feed to capture the epic clash unfolding amidst the mountainous woodlands. Meanwhile, in the external world, a well-known forum for extraordinary individuals experienced a sudden surge of excitement within one of its live-streaming halls. Is this veritable? Exclaimed one, followed by another's exclamation, heavens! Someone is engaged in a fierce battle with the Hyena King. This electrifying news disseminated rapidly, drawing in a multitude of curious onlookers. It was soon confirmed that the spectacle was not a mere special effect, but a genuine confrontation with the Hyena King. Whispers emerged that the savage monarch of the Qinling Mountains had miraculously survived the nuclear blast, albeit with only half of its corporeal form intact. A spectator pointed towards the Hyena King's imposing figure in the visual display, while another astutely analyzed that the broadcast was being transmitted in real time. This revelation implied that an individual was currently embroiled in a terrifying battle with the Hyena King deep within the untamed wilderness. In short order, numerous individuals synchronized and reposted the video across various platforms, exposing an ever-growing audience of extraordinary individuals to the awe-inspiring spectacle. Brother Che, hasten to Mars Live. A battle of epic proportions with the Hyena King is underway. Someone exclaimed. Heavens, this combat is of such magnitude that it resembles the apocalypse itself. Within Star River Peak, in a heavily guarded subterranean palace, an elder's countenance suddenly paled as he abruptly rose to his feet. His gaze was fixated upon the video display before him, which depicted a figure clad in protective nuclear attire engaged in a fearsome battle with the Hyena King. Heavens, what have I wrought? Lamented the elder, way high, his body trembling. He recognized the individual within the protective suit as none other than Song Jun, and he estimated the Hyena King's combat prowess to be at the awakening realm. At this moment, even with only half of its body remaining, the Hyena King possessed formidable strength that surpassed the awakened realm. In the family quarters of the powerful at Xinghe Peak, a sudden crash reverberated through the living room as a middle-aged woman dropped a glass vessel from her hands, tears streaming down her face in an instant. She collapsed softly onto the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the television. As a mother, she immediately recognized the figure beneath the protective suit. It was her son. This battle stirred immense waves in the outside world. Yet, Song Jun remained oblivious, embroiled in a terrifying clash with the Hyena King in the mountains, his life hanging in the balance. Tianling fist. At a certain moment, Song Jun let out a thunderous roar, transforming his palm into a fist, enveloped in dazzling light. Leaping hundreds of meters in a single bound, each step he took pierced the earth beneath him. Kill. His voice was icy, even as his fists cracked. He struck the Hyena King with all his might, intent on inflicting injury. Clang. The Hyena King's body was terrifyingly hard. A blow capable of shattering mountains merely forced it back. Alarmed, the watchers of the live broadcast cried out, witnessing the Hyena King pierce through the protective suit with its forelimb, penetrating deep into the man's chest. Puff. The impact caused Song Jun's face to turn ashen beneath the hard helmet, blood gushing from his mouth. With the Hyena King's however, at the moment when emotions ran high, the screen abruptly cut off. What happened? Why is there suddenly no video? Someone shouted. They must have been in the remote mountains, where the signal was obscured, another quickly explained. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, causing a mountain peak to collapse. In the distance, Meng Da's expression was grave as he hefted a rocket launcher, determined to prevent the Hyena King from approaching Song Jun. The Hyena King's body was now reduced to a mere half, yet its terrifying presence remained intact. It shifted laterally, its body moving to the right, as the rocket launcher grazed it, igniting an explosion behind. Amidst the crumbling mountainside, Song Jun struggled to rise, blood oozing from his tiger's mouth, and his chest lay in tatters. His expression was intensely serious. This was a fight for survival. With great difficulty, he exhaled, feeling as though his lungs might burst. As he activated his breathing technique, a surge of energy flowed from his flesh, enveloping his ravaged chest. Miraculously, his chest began to mend at a visible pace. The Hyena King, with a frigid gaze, turned towards Meng Da, who had just fired the rocket launcher. In the next moment, it propelled itself forward with a powerful leap. Meng Da's face paled instantaneously. In his moment of despair, a sudden explosive sound rang out from afar. Though Song Jun's chest had begun to heal under the influence of the breathing technique, it still felt constricted. At that moment, he sprinted with all his might to thwart the Hyena King's assault on Meng Da. This marked his first full-speed run since entering the 6th level, and his speed had already surpassed 200 meters per second, now nearing 300 meters per second, comparable to subsonic speed. With a mighty roar, Song Jun unleashed a powerful punch as he arrived just in time, his fist striking with ferocity. The blinding light struck the mouth of the Hyena King, causing a spray of crimson. The Hyena King roared in fury, swiping a paw as though shattering a bag, instantly sending Song Jun flying once more. Quickly, depart from here. Song Jun bellowed, now struggling for his own survival. Lowly human, you have thoroughly enraged me. Perish. The Hyena King, incensed, shifted its massive form with a menacing grace. Beast, if you wish to end my life, then be prepared to pay a price. Song Jun shouted defiantly, halting his retreat and charging forward once again. In the process, he drew forth a specially crafted long knife, a unique creation of the 8th Scenery Palace, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere mud. The man and the beast rapidly closed the distance, stirring up a tempest along their path, shattering rocks in their wake, as a terrifying energy reverberated through the distant mountains. Brilliant light danced frantically around Song Jian, and as he swung his blade, it conjured a luminous arc spanning several meters. The sharp blade energy seemed to rend the very air, striking fiercely against the hyena's head, which it attempted to block with its forelimbs. With a thunderous explosion, a horrifying surge of energy erupted, and when the brilliance faded, the hyena king's forelimb was drenched in blood, revealing bone beneath, a testament to its injury. "Human, I shall skin you alive," the hyena roared. Not long ago, it had traversed the Qinling Mountains, slaughtering countless souls and razing several grand cities. In those days, it exuded an overwhelming dominance, unchallenged and wild. Yet now, a mere ant among humans dared to engage it in battle and even inflicted harm. With a swift motion, the hyena king leaped across 2,000 meters, transitioning effortlessly from one mountain to another. It opened its gaping maw, radiant light swirling within. Boom! Song Jian watched in horror as the brilliance surged towards him. He channeled the arcane energies within his being, conjuring a resplendent shield of light around himself. As the incandescent assault descended, the earth beneath his feet liquefied. With unrelenting ferocity, the hyena king lunged, its massive cranium aimed at him, claws extended. The impact reverberated as the beast's paw struck Song Jian, causing his vital essence to surge violently, expelling a torrent of blood. Undeterred, the hyena king's claw pierced towards him. He parried with his blade, but it shattered upon contact, and his abdomen was lacerated, revealing the viscera within. He was hurled through the air like a projectile. "Leader!" echoed through the distant woods, the anguished cries of Feng Hualun and the others. At that moment, the anxiously waiting observers outside were jolted as the signal returned. Restoring the live feed, they beheld a figure with his protective suit torn asunder, save for the helmet, revealing a grievous wound in his abdomen, his organs exposed. It was a mortal wound, one that would claim the life of an ordinary man. In the grove, Song Jian's face was ashen. The coppery tang of blood filled his throat. His respiration technique, executed with utmost intensity, caused his skin to flush crimson as the energy coursed through him. Within his abdomen, a potent energy bloomed, rapidly mending his wounds. Yet, as his injuries healed, a debilitating weakness washed over him, further draining the color from his face. Suddenly, a sonic boom echoed through the woods, causing Song Jian's skin to prickle with alarm. His senses, dulled by his injuries, reacted sluggishly. As he turned, he saw a rocket hurtling towards him. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the area, an inferno erupting with such intensity that mountains crumbled and stones liquefied. Damn it! Which malevolent faction is responsible for this atrocity? Is there no semblance of humanity left? They surreptitiously ambushed our champions while they were engaged in a fierce battle against the Hyena King. The audience watching the live broadcast erupted in outrage. Those who had been risking their lives in the arduous battle against the Hyena King were betrayed by a clandestine rocket attack on humanity's heroes. Every superhuman watching the scene roared in fury, their eyes bloodshot with rage. The Hyena King had committed heinous atrocities, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people in the Qinling Mountains. Having survived the nuclear blast, it was finally confronted, and someone engaged it in a life-or-death struggle. However, the valiant warrior was assassinated by a rocket launcher. How could they not be enraged? How could they not grieve? "Boss," Feng Hualun lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Who says men don't cry? They simply haven't reached the depths of sorrow." While they had acknowledged Song Jian as their leader due to his strength, especially after he defeated the examiner in the assessment, today, Song Jian sacrificed himself to buy them time to escape. "I will slaughter them all," Mengdo exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his arms. He glared at the direction from which the rocket launcher was fired, drew his long blade from his back, and charged forward. "Spare none." Ding Qiulan's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. "These people deserve to die." Her wings unfurled, piercing the air as she soared towards the location of the rocket launcher. Fueled by an equal measure of lethal intent, Pyro's advance was abruptly halted as his gaze was drawn to a figure emerging from the distant haze. "Boss," he exclaimed, his frame trembling with elation at the sight of his leader's survival. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Song Jian materialized, his body having been enveloped in a protective shield of internal energy at the moment of the rocket's impact. His back was a ghastly tableau of shredded flesh and exposed bone, a mortal wound for most. Yet, he stood, eyes shut, golden mist emanating from his nostrils. A profound realization dawned upon him, as if his body were a dilapidated wellspring suddenly overflowing with a rejuvenating elixir. Each cell resonated with his very breath. A tremor coursed through him, and his eyes snapped open, his depleted energy reserves surging with each inhalation. His breathing technique was harmonizing with his flesh and blood. "He's alive," an observer cried out, his voice filled with disbelief and relief. Elsewhere, fists were pumped in jubilation. In the depths of the catacomb, Wei Hai, the elder, slammed his fist on the table, roaring in triumph. In the distance, the hyena king's gaze was glacial. This insignificant insect had defied death. With a furious howl, the hyena king launched itself from its perch, descending upon the forest with the force of a tempest, stirring up a maelstrom of wind and debris. "Beast!" With a vehement roar, Song Jun mirrored the action, surging forward. However, in contrast, a dazzling radiance unfurled behind him. As he unleashed a solitary fist, the blinding light, akin to a silken streamer, coiled around his arm, colliding forcefully with the hyena's forelimb. A resounding clang echoed as formidable energy emanated from the point of impact, manifesting as an ethereal current that stirred a colossal whirlwind. In an instant, countless trees were uprooted and rocks were pulverized. Amidst the tempest, the hyena king's gaze intensified with chilling resolve. "Tiger fist," Song Jun exclaimed inwardly. A resplendent light erupted within his palm, conjuring a spectral tiger in the void. Tigers roar in the mountains. In a fleeting moment, Xing Yiquan was unleashed by Song Jun, aimed directly at the hyena king's gaping maw. Upon witnessing this, the hyena bared its sanguinary jaws, poised to tear and rend. A sickening crunch reverberated as Song Jun's fist was ensnared. His arm erupted with a blinding effulgence. The hyena's frigid eyes bore into Song Jun, and in the ensuing instant, it twisted its maw, intent on tearing Song Jun's arm asunder. Yet, at this juncture, Song Jun regulated his breathing, revealing a subtle tremor in his arm, its vibrational state harmonizing with his respiration. "Bare fist." Song Jun's voice was frigid as the ensnared fist blazed with sudden brilliance, akin to a raging bear descending upon the world, detonating within the hyena's jaws. "Awu." In that instant, the hyena king emitted a wretched cry as its mouth was rent open, spewing forth a torrent of blood. However, a distortion manifested in the void, and ancient trees in the distance shattered in rapid succession, while the terrain beneath them fissured. Deep within the mountains, numerous exotic beasts prostrated themselves upon hearing the roar, while airborne creatures plummeted from the heavens, their bodies contorted beyond recognition. Song Jun bore the brunt of the impact as invisible surges of energy assailed him, causing delicate rivulets of blood to trickle from his eyes and nostrils. He was aghast. The hyena king's roar bore a striking resemblance to sonic power. "Huh." Undeterred, Song Jun countered with a resounding bellow. A phantom image of a wolf king materialized behind him, its light surging backward. The celestial wolf howled, its cry echoing through the forest. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending both Song Jun and the hyena king reeling, each leaving a trail of blood in the air. The clash inflicted grievous wounds upon them both. With a protracted howl, the hyena's fur bristled as mystical energy enveloped its form, causing its power to surge exponentially. Imbued with the might of a beast king, it succumbed to a frenzy, determined to slay the human. Song Jun focused intently. Despite the transformative resonance of his breathing technique with his flesh, which had augmented his strength, he still lagged behind the hyena king. This time, Song Jun took the initiative, his figure blurring as he attained subsonic speed. His punch, delivered with terrifying velocity, possessed unimaginable destructive force. The hyena king retaliated, its powerful forelimbs lashing out. Suffused with the power of a beast king, a deafening collision ensued, the hyena king's forelimbs instantly deflecting Song Jun's fist, primarily due to the overwhelming potency of its beast king's power. With a muffled thud, Song Jun was repelled. Yet, Song Jun's gaze remained indifferent as he accelerated once more, engaging the hyena in a ferocious, almost frenzied, battle. In that fleeting moment, they exchanged at least dozens, if not hundreds, of blows. The hyena king felt a tremor of trepidation. This human was remarkably tenacious, growing fiercer with each passing moment. The spectating mutants were seized by a profound sense of awe. This mutant was extraordinarily valiant. They were perplexed by the sudden surge in Song Jun's power, enabling him to engage the Hyena King in such a brutal contest. Nevertheless, their blood coursed with fervor, and they roared in unison, vowing to slay the Hyena King and avenge their fallen comrades. With a resounding crash, the Hyena King's forelimbs descended, leaving grievous gashes upon Song Jun's body, exposing bone beneath the bloodied flesh. Ignoring the pain, Song Jun exhaled mist from his mouth and nose, transforming his palm into a blade as he struck towards the forelimb of the Hyena King, leaving it bloodied. Enraged, the Hyena King unleashed a surge of energy, tearing away a substantial piece of flesh from Song Jun's back, which exploded into a mist of crimson in the air. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he bit his tongue, synchronizing his breath with the resonance of his injury. With both fists thrust forward, he attacked like a pair of wolves on the hunt. The celestial wolf fist, fueled by energy, unleashed tremendous power, landing blow after blow upon the Hyena King's resilient body, causing sprays of blood to erupt. The hyena staggered back, its breath ragged, clearly wounded. "Kill it, avenge our kin. Slay this beast," the crowd outside roared, eager to rend the hyena limb from limb. On the battlefield, the Hyena King narrowed its eyes, having survived the nuclear explosion, its internal energy dwindling with each use and unable to replenish. Ultimately, it would perish. Yet, this human before it had inexplicably transformed, his combat prowess surging. Able to confront it directly. Though injured, he fought with increasing vigor, sending a chill of foreboding through the Hyena King. Fixating on the figure, the Hyena King's cold pupils suddenly contracted as it observed a deep, 5-centimeter claw mark on the man's chest rhythmically vibrating. With each breath, it gradually healed. "You possess a breathing technique," the Hyena King uttered, incredulity filling its gaze. Breathing techniques were exceedingly rare. Among the beasts, few kings possessed such an ability, and it had only acquired a fragmented version. And yet, so what? Song Jun's voice was frigid. His helmet had shattered in the heat of battle, but his form was enveloped in a dazzling light, rendering his true visage invisible to the live audience. The Hyena King inhaled deeply, its fur bristling as the remnants of its vitality ebbed away. A trace of lament flickered in its eyes, a grim acknowledgement of its impending demise, the culmination of a battle that had struck at its very core. With a gaze of intense loathing, it fixed its attention on the human before it, its icy stare brimming with murderous intent. Abruptly, a wisp of ebony flame enveloped its ravaged form, an emanation of the fearsome power of a beast king. "I have extinguished the lives of hundreds of thousands," the Hyena King roared, "and I refuse to believe that I cannot vanquish a single one such as you." In a desperate gambit, it invoked a forbidden power from the deepest recesses of its being, unleashing a torrent of potent energy that surged forth like a raging tide. Chapter 77. Mid-mission, Kingslayer outside. A palpable sense of awe gripped all who witnessed the spectacle, a testament to the Hyena King's formidable might. Song Jun, his expression grave, found his breath quickening as his own energy surged within him. In an instant, he hurtled forward at near-sonic speed, a spectral bear materializing before him. Boom! Flames engulfed the clearing, incinerating everything in their path, including the spectral bear. A wave of intense heat washed over Song Jun, momentarily engulfing him in flames that threatened to char his flesh, filling him with dread. Hastily employing a breathing technique, he invoked even the arcane method, summoning a protective shroud of mystical energy. With a decisive stride, he burst forth from the black flames. Adopting the lithe form of a monkey, he traversed the forest with nimble agility, his near-sonic speed leaving trails of light in his wake. Scaling a mountain peak, he suddenly dove from the heights, a streak of pure light hurtling towards the hyena. Clang! He delivered a forceful blow to the hyena's foreleg, the sound of fracturing bone echoing through the air. Channeling his breathing technique, the force of his punch, equivalent to thousands of pounds, shattered the Hyena King's limb. The Hyena King held in agony, its jaws agape as it lunged to bite. With a swift motion, Song Jun seized the broken blade, its edge glinting as he cleaved through the Hyena King's maw, unleashing a torrent of blood. The Hyena King's radiant aura dimmed, a surge of dark flames recoiling. At that moment, Song Jun's energy surged, converging upon the broken blade in his grasp, culminating in a decisive strike. A dazzling radiance erupted, the incandescent blade piercing through the dark flames, striking the hyena's head with a resounding clang. The Hyena King's frame recoiled violently from the force of the blow, a gash appearing on its skull, threatening to cleave it in two. The hyena king emitted a mournful cry, the surrounding forest trembling in response, countless beasts cowering in fear. It was grievously wounded, its massive head on the verge of splitting apart, its life force rapidly waning, its demise imminent. Heavens, he has slain the hyena king. At that moment, all onlookers were astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Song Jin slowly approached the dying hyena, his aura intensifying. Though he alone knew the extent of his injuries sustained in the battle, the hyena king wailed, its eyes bloodshot, a stream of blood gushing from the gash in its head. As it watched the figure approach, a chill ran through its heart, a sense of dread overwhelming it. Was this to be its end? No. At a certain moment, the hyena king roared within, filled with an unwillingness to succumb. It was the sovereign among beasts, destined to pursue ever higher realms, until it could unshackle all the constraints within its being. It could not perish in such a manner. I must survive. Sensing the vitality ebbing from its corporeal form, the hyena king vowed resolutely to endure. Astonishing transformations overtook its body. The gaping wound in its skull ceased to bleed, instead igniting with black flames that seared the injury closed. Its severed forelimb underwent a remarkable metamorphosis as well. The discarded claws shimmered with a chilling light, while new talons burgeoned forth from its flesh. A howl erupted from the hyena king, a cry laced with undeniable elation, for its life force was no longer waning. Simultaneously, a potent and enigmatic energy surged from the depths of its being. What is happening? Song Jin felt a jolt of terror. Being in close proximity to the hyena king, he could distinctly sense the profound changes within it. Its aura was steadily amplifying. That sensation resembled a rebirth from destruction. This cannot continue. Alarm surged through Song Jin as he charged forward. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the hyena's skull, driving it into the mountainside, causing rocks to tumble down. The hyena howled, swiftly retreating into the distance. Stay here, Song Jin bellowed, determined not to let the hyena king escape, for if it did, its resurgence would spell disaster for humanity, given the creature's nature. He surged forward, moving at a terrifying subsonic speed, the explosive sound of his passage shattering the rocks. Seeking death, the hyena king, enraged, opened its maw to unleash a torrent of flames, yet it did not alter its course, continuing its retreat. The metamorphosis necessitates time for its consummation. Song Jin plunged into the conflagration, the energy surrounding him crackling and sputtering as it was consumed by the flames, which were now more intense than before. He emerged from the inferno, undeterred, and continued his pursuit of the hyena. At long last, he caught up with the hyena king, and with a resounding crash, his celestial wolf fist struck, sending the beast hurtling into the mountainside. The entire mountain reverberated, as if on the verge of collapse. You seek death, human. The hyena king roared, yet it dared not engage in combat, for it was still in the throes of its transformation. Its fur regenerated, and razor-sharp claws emerged from the flesh. A series of explosions emanated from the hyena king's body, and an ethereal image of a grotto appeared behind it, bound by chains. Open for me, the hyena king bellowed inwardly. But Song Jin arrived, unleashing a terrifying fist that splattered the hyena's newly grown fur with blood, obliterating one of its eyes. Simultaneously, the phantom image behind it vanished. Arc. In that instant, the hyena king was driven mad. It had nearly severed the chains within its body. But in the final moment, the human before it had thwarted its efforts. I shall slay you. Driven to the brink, the hyena king lunged, its gaping maw clamping down on Song Jin's arm. The human was thrashed about as the hyena king's head swayed, his body slamming violently against the earth. Then, the hyena king lifted into the air, still biting down, and repeatedly smashed Song Jin against the ground. Song Jin could no longer endure the onslaught. The light around him dissipated, and he coughed up blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. The hyena king's frenzy had unleashed immense power. Slay. In that moment, Song Jin too was consumed by madness, his eyes bloodshot, his muscles vibrating intensely with each breath. He pummeled the hyena king's maw, which was clamped onto his arm, with a relentless barrage of blows. Crimson blossoms erupted, yet the hyena king remained steadfast. Perish, then, by my hand. The hyena king roared in its frenzy, raising its forelimbs, the newly formed claws gleaming with a frigid light, poised to pierce Song Jin's skull. Then you shall accompany me to the grave, Song Jin bellowed, his free fist hammering ferociously at the hyena's maw, reducing it to a bloody pulp. one of the hyena king's eyes obliterated by the brutal assault. With a menacing hiss, the nascent claws sliced through the air, hurtling towards him with terrifying speed. Song Jun twisted his head aside, but with a sickening thud, a sizable chunk of flesh was torn from his scapula. Song Jun groaned, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming agony. At this moment, the spectators watching from afar were rendered speechless, their eyes brimming with emotion, as they witnessed the man's furious assault on the hyena king, his shoulder blade impaled by the hyena king's razor-sharp claws. Man and beast hurtled through the sylvan landscape in a savage dance of death, leaving a trail of shattered debris and devastation in their wake. The hyena king, sensing its fading vitality, its impending demise, was consumed by a desperate, unyielding determination to drag its adversary down with it. Yet Song Jun, too, had succumbed to a primal madness, his fists raining down with reckless abandon, obliterating the hyena king's eyes and reducing its maw to a mangled mess. Song Jun's own torso was a ghastly tableau of gore, barely held together by the energy sealing his wounds, preventing him from bleeding to death. With a final, earth-shattering crash, they landed in an open clearing, the force of their impact cleaving the earth asunder. Die! Die! Song Jun roared, straddling the hyena king's massive head, his fists descending in a relentless, synchronized assault. The hyena king emitted a piercing shriek, its life force slowly ebbing away, its skull grotesquely deformed by the brutal beating. After an agonizing eternity, the creature's radiant aura dissipated completely, leaving behind an empty husk devoid of life. Unbeknownst to Song Jun, whose very essence had been depleted, he continued to deliver blows with the sheer force of his physicality. The forest was hushed, the wilderness silent. In the distance, the figures of various latent gifted individuals emerged, bounty hunters drawn to the demise of the hyena king. Within the woodland, Feng Huoluan, Ding Qiulan, and Meng De materialized. Boss, Feng Huoluan uttered, his heart heavy, tears obscuring his vision as he ceased the broadcast and approached Song Jun. Yet, Song Jun remained oblivious, relentlessly assaulting the lifeless hyena king. Boss! 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 The trio exclaimed in unison, their tears flowing freely. Song Jun, consumed by his frenzied assault on the hyena king's corpse, suddenly jolted, his gaze turning blankly towards the three figures before him. Subsequently, he beheld the mangled remains of the hyena king beneath his feet. It's dead, Song Jun grinned, only then realizing the complete absence of energy within him. His injuries were severe, his chest nearly pierced through, his abdomen bearing a gaping wound that exposed his viscera, placing him on the precipice of death. Protect the boss. Meng De, usually taciturn, wiped away tears and alerted the others. Instantly, they converged around Song Jun, their eyes fixed with icy resolve upon the surrounding gifted individuals. Song Jun had risked his life for them. From that moment onward, they would ensure that he suffered no further harm, even at the cost of their own lives. The forest was still, the wilderness quiet. Throughout the woodland, gifted individuals emerged, their expressions frigid, their gazes fixed ahead, burning with avarice. They ventured deep into the Qinling Mountains, driven by the desire to confront the formidable hyena king, whose power surpassed their wildest imaginations. Yet, all of this became trivial, for someone had slain the hyena king on their behalf. And the more pressing concern was that this individual was likely facing death. The significance of a royal creature rendered every soul present unable to maintain their composure. Song Jun and Ding Qiulan, with hands over their mouths, were overwhelmed with tears in their beautiful eyes. At this moment, the latter's chest bore a horrific wound, exposing shattered entrails, and against their will, they felt that Song Jun might not survive. Song Jun remained silent, fully aware of his own injuries and the fleeting essence of life within him. Nevertheless, he persevered. Sitting on the ground and closing his eyes to focus on his breathing techniques, he discovered that although he lacked energy, merely engaging in breath control could stave off the loss of his vitality. This revelation filled him with excitement, yet he understood that without a replenishment of energy, he would ultimately succumb to death, surrender the body of the hyena king and himself. At that moment, an outsider finally spoke from the woods, his gaze icy. A leader emerged, followed by more outsiders who approached, their eyes devoid of humanity. Are you no longer human? He sacrificed himself for humanity, slaying the frenzied hyena king. And you still wish to kill him? Ding Qiulan's enchanting visage was veiled in frost, her wings shimmering with a radiant sheen. She vowed to deliver a fatal blow to anyone daring to strike. Leave at once, or face lethal consequences. An officer disembarked from an armored vehicle, his stern face etched with coldness as he surveyed the envious outsiders. Behind him, others swiftly moved to ensure the safety of Songjin and the others. It was the army of the Eight Scenery Palace. Damn it, it seems this time was in vain. The extraordinary beings clenched their fists, despite their unwillingness. They had no choice but to retreat in the face of the army, as they watched the extraordinary beings vanish around them. The stern officer turned around and strode forward. The commander wished to see him. His cold gaze swept over Ding Qiulan and the others, landing upon Songjin, who sat motionless on the ground, before he retrieved his communication device. Songjin. In the video, the old man stood up, his face marked by remorse. For his miscalculations might cost Songjin his life. With his eyes closed, practicing his breathing technique, Songjin weakly opened his eyes, the severity of his injuries evident. Quickly, give him the ordinary extraordinary fruit. Songjin, hold on. I have sent someone to deliver the life fruit to you. The old man, filled with emotion, witnessed through the live feed the grievous wounds that had left Songjin nearly lifeless. Being a man of principle, the old man deliberated briefly before dispatching the most crucial extraordinary fruit from Xinghe Peak to Songjin. This fruit, acquired from a secret location by a member of the Eight Scenery Palace, possessed the miraculous ability to revive anyone, regardless of the severity of their injuries, as long as they still drew breath. Life fruit. Upon hearing this, Mengda and the others trembled, clearly aware of its significance. Boss, the boss is saved. Feng Huoluan cried out in excitement, hastily accepting the extraordinary fruit handed to him by the officer and offering it to Songjin. Weakly, Songjin nodded towards the old man in the video, lacking even the strength to speak, as the wounds on his chest and abdomen threatened his life at any moment. Upon receiving the extraordinary fruit, Songjin consumed it, and instantly, a surge of energy coursed through his body. The horrific wounds began to glimmer with a flicker of vitality. The group exchanged glances, their faces alight with subdued elation. The stern military officer nodded, promptly dispatching men to collect the remains of the Hyena King. Hold! Songjin interjected weakly, his voice barely audible. Sir? The officer paused, puzzled. Preserve the foreclaw from the Hyena King's foreleg, Songjin directed, his gaze fixed on the mangled carcass. He recounted how the Hyena King had nearly undergone a miraculous transformation, with the foreclaw being the locus of a newly formed, mysterious energy. It was exceedingly sharp, the instrument of the grievous wounds he had sustained. The officer grimaced, bemused that this man, teetering on the brink of death, would concern himself with such a trifle. Give it to him, the old man in the video commanded without hesitation. The officer acquiesced, instructing his men to set aside the foreclaw. Only then did Songjin close his eyes, focusing on mending his ravaged body. Ordinary exotic fruits were of little avail, yet they could forestall the ebbing of his life force. He slowly employed his breathing technique, guiding the residual energy to staunch his wounds, each movement bringing waves of excruciating pain. At that moment, a powerful suction emanated from within, startling Songjin. The exotic fruit's energy, which had been dispersed throughout his body, was now converging upon his mind. Damn you, blasted lotus seeds, Songjin cursed inwardly, incensed that the 12 lotus seeds in his mind were greedily devouring the exotic fruit's energy even as he lay dying. As evening descended, the setting sun painted the forest in hues of crimson. The entire woodland was eerily silent, the day's cataclysmic battle deterring many exotic beasts from venturing near. In the clearing, Songjin's face was ashen. His wounds had begun to bleed anew. Were it not for his breathing technique, which sustained a fragile hold on his life, he would have perished long ago. Boss, you must persevere. Beside him, the windfire wheels were filled with trepidation, noticing Songjin's deteriorated state, his body trembling uncontrollably, with blood incessantly flowing from his wounds. At that moment, a commotion arose from the distant woods as a helicopter descended, and a figure emerged carrying a package. Rushing towards them, the windfire wheels rejoiced, for the fruit of life had finally arrived. Just then, the old man's video call came through, his face etched with concern. Songjin, he began, the fruit of life can restore you completely, but it is exceedingly precious. It will propel you into the next realm, barring you from entering the ruins. Songjin, his eyes widening in surprise, recalled the limitations of the ruins, which only permitted those in the awakening realm to enter. Never mind that, the old man urged, his gaze filled with remorse. Preserve your life first. I nearly caused your demise. Witnessing the old man's apologetic expression, Songjin felt a surge of gratitude. Without uttering a word, he seized the fruit of life. Chapter 79, Mid-Mission, East-West Passage. The fruit of life, held in his grasp, emanated waves of pure energy, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Resembling an infant in form, it was the size of a fist, jade-like in its entirety. With a radiant glow, Song Jian, his face ashen, consumed the fruit of life in one gulp, a miracle that he had survived until this moment. Upon witnessing this, Ding Xiaolan and the others dispersed, creating a space for Song Jian to recuperate. With a resounding boom, the fruit of life transformed into pure energy upon entering his abdomen, causing his cells to stir with anticipation. A dazzling light enveloped Song Jian in an instant. With a forceful exhale, plumes of vapor escaped his mouth and nostrils. As the breathing technique commenced, in a life-or-death struggle against the Hyena King, his breathing technique resonated with his body, leading to its transformation. At this moment, his entire being trembled, and surges of energy rapidly mended his injuries. Simultaneously, a pull emanated from his mind. Damn it! Song Jian cursed inwardly. The 12 lotus seeds were once again vying for the energy within him, and he was powerless to stop them. Although the majority of the energy was absorbed by the lotus seeds, a fraction still allowed his body to recover swiftly. The flesh that had rotted away from his chest and abdomen healed at a visible rate. As time ticked by, the injuries on his body finally healed, but he had little energy left within him, as it had all been absorbed by the lotus seeds. In his mind, 11 of the 12 lotus seeds were dim, while one emitted a blinding light, on the verge of materializing. Having experienced this great battle, Song Jian felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. He sensed that he could enter the next realm at any moment, but the only obstacle was the lack of energy to facilitate his advancement. This made him smile wryly. The old man had assumed that consuming the fruit of life would directly propel him into the next realm, but instead, the majority of the fruit's essence had been absorbed by the lotus seeds, with only a small portion healing his injuries, leaving him with little energy. Shaking his head, Song Jian opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the worried expressions of Ding Xiaolan and the others. With such beautiful women worrying about me. How could I die? Ding Xiaolan had been staring at Song Jian with concern, but when he opened his eyes and uttered those words, she couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Are you all right? After casting a glance at the latter, Ding Xiaolan approached and noticed that the latter's complexion was still somewhat pale, which left her feeling perplexed. The life fruit was indeed a rare and extraordinary item capable of inducing significant evolution. Why, then, did Song Jian merely heal his injuries? With his aura seemingly unchanged in strength? Song Jian smiled at her words. Although his face was pale at present, he was acutely aware that his power had undoubtedly grown stronger than during the day. Furthermore, as long as he consumed the extraordinary fruit, he was confident he could immediately ascend to the next realm. The old man, upon understanding the circumstances surrounding Song Jian, found it quite peculiar. However, the fact that the latter had not yet entered the next realm could hardly be deemed beneficial. I have arranged a special plane. We can depart for Zhujiang tonight. Do you have any objections? The old man inquired. None, Song Jian replied nonchalantly. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly borrowed a communicator from Mengda and the others, for his own device had been damaged during the fierce battle. He was already aware that the Wind and Firewall had broadcast the conflict live, and it was only natural that his parents would surmise he was the one battling the Hyena King. What is it? Song Jian inquired, momentarily taken aback as he turned his gaze toward Mengda and the others, then walked over. While you were engaged in battle with the Hyena King during the day, there were individuals lurking in the shadows who targeted you with a rocket launcher. That group was entirely dispatched by Mengda, but we later uncovered a secret. Ding Xiaolan recounted as she noticed Song Jian approaching. Song Jian glanced at Mengda and nodded. Those individuals had indeed committed a heinous act by assaulting him with a rocket launcher while he was gravely wounded by the Hyena King. They were a group of Western Europeans. I discovered this, Mengda stated, subsequently producing a piece of animal hide that bore a map of the mountains, complete with annotations. Having received the animal hide cloth, Song Jian scrutinized it, subsequently furrowing his brow. It appears to be a route of some kind? Mengda nodded gravely, stating, I interrogated those individuals. They are fugitives from Western European nations. After becoming enhanced individuals, they inadvertently discovered a mountain range through which one can directly reach the Tian Shan Grand Canyon in the east. What? Song Jian exclaimed, his gaze betraying a hint of emotion. The east and west are separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Yet there exists a path that can traverse space. This revelation profoundly shocked him. Are there others who are aware of this matter? Aside from us, no one currently knows. Song Jin nodded, recognizing the significance of this information. The fewer individuals who knew, the better. He then stowed away the map. At that moment, someone approached from a distance. Mr. Song, this is the Beast King's claw that you requested. An individual delivered the newly grown claw from the forelimb of the Hyena King. Song Jun accepted it, his eyes gleaming with delight. This is indeed a valuable item, capable of serving as a formidable weapon when necessary. Mr. Song, when shall we depart for Zhujiang? The individual inquired. After observing the sky, Song Jun replied, there are few individuals remaining in this area. Let us depart now. Half an hour later, Song Jun and his companions departed from the Qinling Mountains. As they sat on the plain, they couldn't help but exhale in relief as they recalled the events that had transpired. Fortunately, they had all emerged unscathed. Rest early, Song Jun said to his companions before selecting a luxurious suite for himself. Upon entering the room, he immediately dialed Zhao Bo's number. As the call connected, Zhao Bo, Xiao Lang, and the others appeared. Brother, are you all right? I witnessed your battle with the Hyena King during the day. The daytime broadcast was witnessed by countless individuals. Even those dwelling far in the Kunlun Mountains received it promptly. I nearly perished, Song Jun lamented with a wry smile. Lad, you'd best conduct yourself with propriety of late, lest you become a target due to your prominence. A nearby husky peered over, its canine eyes inquisitive. What do you imply, Great One? Boy, do you doubt that I would obliterate you this instant? The husky's eyes flared with indignation before it sneered. King-tier beings frequently engage in mutual visitations, and some even forge fraternal bonds. Should your identity as the one who slew the Hyena King be exposed, prepare for veritable king-tier entities to annihilate you utterly. Song Jun's countenance faltered, his brow furrowing in consternation, a possibility he had not contemplated. What, lad, are you apprehensive? The husky taunted, casting a sidelong glance at Song Jun. If fear grips you, hasten to pledge fealty to me. A subtle warmth stirred within Song Jun's heart. Though the husky's words were abrasive, it was indeed offering assistance. He then shifted his gaze, fixing it upon the wolf cub. Enlighten me regarding the realm beyond the awakened state. Are you on the cusp of advancement? The wolf cub inquired, its eyes widening in astonishment. Song Jun nodded. Following the intense conflict and the subsequent consumption of the fruit of life, he could ascend to the next realm at will, provided he acquired another potent mystical fruit. Subsequent to the awakened state lies the Grotto Heaven realm, the wolf cub elucidated. Even the husky, despite already existing within this echelon, sauntered over, attentively listening, as the wolf cub possessed more comprehensive knowledge of the subject. Within each being resides a Grotto Heaven. Only those who have glimpsed their inner Grotto Heaven can be said to have just touched the portals of cultivation. Excavating grottos from the deepest recesses of one's being, shrouded in mist, requires diligent effort to unveil. Only then can one behold these sanctuaries concealed within the body's innermost depths. The imperative is to quiet the mind and perceive the pulsations of the flesh, harmonizing breath with its vital rhythms. Only through this attunement can one discern their presence. Each grotto discovered precipitates an exponential augmentation of power. Unlike the awakening realm, the grotto realm is characterized by 9 distinct levels. Chapter 80. Mid-mission aircraft under attack. Aboard the aircraft, Song Jun stilled his mind. He had spoken with Little Wolf via telephone. Aware that attaining the grotto realm was no simple feat, sufficient energy alone is inadequate to ascend to the next great realm. One must harmonize their breath with the flesh, detect the subtle traces, and dispel the obscuring mist to succeed. His breathing technique, fortuitously transformed during the battle with the Hyena King, now resonated with his very flesh, enabling him to readily synchronize his breath with his corporeal form. After assiduous effort throughout the better part of the day, he identified anomalies in 6 regions of his body. As for the remaining 3, he detected no sign. These 6 locations were his feet, hands, navel, and the crown of his head. He discerned that, in the deepest tissues, these 6 points were impenetrable to his inner vision, veiled by a layer of mist that obstructed his view. Upon entering the ruins, I must seek out potent exotic fruits. Song Jun mused, opening his eyes and gazing through the aircraft's safety glass at the receding cloud peaks. He had discovered that dispelling each layer of mist necessitated a considerable surge of energy. However, this exotic fruit must be akin to the fruit of life. Ordinary ones are of little consequence to him now. Alas, most of the fruit of life's essence was devoured by the parasite within. shaking his head with a wry smile. He entered the cabin's main hall, where the Windfire Wheel and the others were gathered. "Hey, boss, we'll be arriving at 9 Dragon Mountain by evening," Windfire Will exclaimed. Rising to his feet, his gaze filled with genuine admiration. This man before them had nearly perished for their sake, and most importantly, he had vanquished a king-class creature. Such combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed even the Celestial Eye and other formidable figures in the nation. Song Jin chuckled, wondering what their reaction would be if they knew he had nearly slit the Celestial Eye's throat long ago. "How is your recovery progressing?" Ding Qiulan inquired as she observed Song Jin approaching, her alluring eyes fixed intently on him. Ding Qiulan was clad in a figure-hugging dress, her dark hair cascading down to her chest, and 2 pristine white wings fluttered gently behind her, exuding an exotic allure that captivated onlookers. "Qiulan, since when have you become so solicitous of my well-being?" Song Jin grinned, his eyes roving over Ding Qiulan's figure. "Disgusting. It's baffling how a man who slays king-class creatures can be such a lecher," Ding Qiulan retorted, gently biting her crimson lips and casting a disdainful glance at Song Jin. "Heh." Song Jin chuckled softly, plopping down next to Ding Qiulan and curiously reaching out to touch the pristine white wings on her back. Unbeknownst to him, his gesture instantly caused Ding Qiulan's cheeks to flush crimson, as if dripping with water. "You have a death wish," Ding Qiulan exclaimed in feigned anger, rising abruptly and aiming a slap at Song Jin's face. However, at the moment of impact, she subtly tilted her palm, striking Song Jin on the head. "Oh no, my neck is going to break." Song Jin cried out in agony, hastily clutching his neck, his face contorted in pain. "You are unscathed. Stop feigning with me." Ding Qiulan attempted to rush towards Song Jin, but suddenly realized something was amiss. With a cold smirk, she remarked, feigning it again, "You consumed the life fruit. It is impossible for your injuries not to have healed." Yet, Song Jin still bore a look of torment, groaning, "I battled fiercely with the king of hyenas. The injuries were too severe. I nearly perished. When you struck me, it exacerbated my hidden wounds." "Really?" "Indeed," Song Jin continued. "I am sorry. I did not mean to." Ding Qiulan immediately panicked, her alluring gaze glistening with unshed tears. She felt helpless, frantically pulling Song Jin's head closer to examine his injuries. "Ah, what is it?" Ding Qiulan's voice quivered with a hint of tears as she gently cradled Song Jin's head, the sound he emitted suggesting the severity of his condition. I. At that moment, Song Jin felt himself becoming intoxicated, for Ding Qiulan had rested his head against her bosom, the astonishing softness and intoxicating fragrance overwhelming his senses. Taking a deep breath, Song Jin murmured, as expected, "It is." "What?" Unintentionally overhearing his mutterings, Ding Qiulan displayed a puzzled expression. The next moment, she glanced down. Ding Qiulan, filled with rage, exclaimed at that moment, her understanding dawning that Song Jin was merely feigning innocence. "Get away from me." She forcefully pushed him aside, her face flushed as she walked away. "Look at you, you big-headed fool." At that very moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving Feng Huoluan, who stood by in shock, gaping with his cheeks marked by a fiery handprint, utterly bewildered. I'm innocent," he cried out, his expression one of pure indignation as he stared at Ding Qiulan's vanishing figure. He had done nothing but stand by, merely a witness to the entire ordeal. And yet he had been struck? What kind of injustice was this? Clearing his throat softly, Song Jin nonchalantly rose to his feet, preparing to depart. "Boss, I am innocent. Why did she hit me?" Feng Huoluan lamented, feeling deeply aggrieved. Song Jin nodded, coughed a few times, and replied, "You are still quite young. When you grow older, you will understand why. But I am already 25 this year." Feng Huoluan protested. "In the future, observe more, speak less," Song Jin admonished sternly before striding away. Ding Qiulan shot a fierce glare at the group, her cheeks still flushed. As for Feng Huoluan, he no longer dared to lift his gaze, his eyes inadvertently fixated on Ding Qiulan's chest, for the mark of her hand still lingered on his left cheek. Song Jin, feeling awkward, rubbed his nose and, wary of further offending Ding Qiulan, adopted a serious tone, saying, "Once we enter the ruins, the dangers are unpredictable. Everyone must exercise caution." The others, upon hearing this, wore solemn expressions. After all, that imperial ruin does not belong to this world. Its internal space teems with ferocious beasts, and only those of awakened realms may enter. At that moment, a grave expression crossed Song Jin's face. suddenly transforming into one of alarm as a frigid aura erupted from his body. What is happening? Ding Qiulan, who had been covertly observing Song Jun, immediately sensed something amiss. There is no time, Song Jun bellowed, and under the astonished gazes of his companions, he kicked through the aircraft's fuselage. Boss, have you lost your mind? We are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The wind and firewheel's spirits were in turmoil. Their plane soared at an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters. Plummeting from such heights would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic demise. Qiulan, we must leave this place, quickly. What? Mengda and the others were taken aback. Go. Realizing the imminent danger, Ding Qiulan gritted her teeth, her wings unfurling behind her, as she grasped Mengda and the wind and fire wheel with her hands. You must hold on to me, she said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Very well. Without hesitation, Song Jun embraced Ding Qiulan's voluptuous form like an octopus. At this altitude, even a fall would spell certain death for him. Ding Qiulan's body stiffened momentarily, her face aglow with shyness, but there was no time for contemplation. She stepped through the gaping hole in the fuselage and spread her wings wide. Boom! Just seconds after they exited the aircraft, a missile pierced the clouds, annihilating the plane in an explosion of roaring flames. Amidst the violent blast, Ding Qiulan and her companions plummeted toward the earth through the inferno. Chapter 81. Midway Mission, Stronghold of the Cave Realm. The fierce winds howled past their ears as they exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. They gazed at the aircraft, reduced to mere ashes in the sky, and simultaneously turned their eyes towards Song Jun. Had it not been for Song Jun sensing this impending danger, they would have perished at that very moment. Yet the troubling fact remained that they felt no foreboding. While Song Jun had anticipated the crisis in advance, with each 100 meters they fell, she managed to ascend a few meters, albeit with great difficulty. No. I have a fear of heights. Wind Firewheel cried out, scrambling up her thigh. Stay still. Are you trying to endanger us? At that moment, Song Jun delivered a punch to Wind Firewheel, silencing him at last. Qiulan, can you hold on? Song Jun inquired with concern, as he sensed Ding Qiulan's body trembling incessantly. Her pristine wings radiated brilliance as they beat fervently upward, yet they continued to plummet towards the ground at an alarming speed. I can't hold on. Your weight exceeds my capacity, Ding Qiulan replied. Her lips pressed tightly together as her wings strained to rise. Are we going to fall to our deaths from this height? Mengda remarked with a bitter smile. Who could be responsible for this? Song